Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 13. It is better to be brilliant for a few seconds like a firework than to be dull and lightless for a lifetime. Eat her. Only then will you know what true deliciousness is. I never expected you to be a philosopher, glutton god, Lin Baici teased. Gu Qingxiang poured a cup of tea for Lin Baici, then went to the kitchen, picked out the best-tasting large apple to wash, added an orange, peeled and sliced them into a fruit platter, skewered them with toothpicks, and served them to Lin Baici. You eat first. I'm going to cook. Gu Qingxiang went to the kitchen. Lin Baici took a piece of apple and followed her, leaning against the doorframe to watch Gu Qingxiang pick and wash the vegetables. The glutton god was right. Gu Qingxiang had a top-tier figure, even wearing this simple cotton dress. One could see the stunning curves of her hips when she bent over. Gu Qingxiang, do you practice yoga? Lin Baici wanted to see what his counselor looked like in tight leggings. If I had that kind of time, I would rather read a few more books. Gu Qingxiang had no interest in maintaining a perfect figure. What did you do all winter break? Lin Baici asked curiously. Reading, buying groceries, cooking, and practicing culinary skills that could fatten Lin Baici up, but Gu Qingxiang was too embarrassed to say such things. Reading, cooking. Lin Baici had already noticed them. Not only were there books on the sofa, but there were also some in the kitchen, all related to cooking. Are you trying to master all 8 major regional cuisines? The tap water rushed out of the faucet with a splashing sound. Gu Qingxiang did not answer, but it was clear she had that intention. Lin Baici wanted to help, but Gu Qingxiang did not let him. You are tired from your journey. Go rest, an hour later. 6 dishes were placed on the table. For joy meatballs, steamed pork ribs with rice flour, pan-fried hartl. Gu Qingxiang, your skills are impressive. Lin Baici took a deep breath. So fragrant. Then why do you still refuse to call me counselor? Gu Qingxiang rolled her eyes and helped Lin Baici scoop a full bowl of rice. All right. I am not a pig, to be honest. Lin Baici did not have much interest in this human food anymore, because the nutrition it provided was better than nothing, but barely so. Gu Qingxiang replied, holding the spatula and scooping rice out of the bowl, a hint of disappointment appearing on her face. She had practiced her cooking all winter break and finally had a chance to show it off. She actually wanted to see Lin Baici eat more. Seeing the counselor's attitude, Lin Baici knew he had said the wrong thing. This would not do. He immediately darted over to the rice cooker and took the spatula from Gu Qingxiang's hand. Are you feeding a cat? How is this little bit of rice enough for me to eat? Lin Baici put his strength into it, dug out a large scoop of rice, and piled it into the bowl until it formed a small mountain. Stomach lord, give it your all and digest. Gu Qingxiang smiled sweetly. It is fine. I will steam more if it is not enough. Chapter 459. The Sour Stench of Love. This residential complex had been around for quite a few years. The buildings were aging and the furniture was old, but it was kept in perfect order by Gu Qingxiang, and a cozy atmosphere permeated every corner. Lin Baici picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it in his mouth. Before he even chewed, the aroma of stir-fried garlic filled his mouth, greatly stimulating his appetite. The saltiness is just right. The vegetable flavor is rich. Your cooking is truly excellent. Lin Baici was surprised. He had eaten Gu Qingxiang's cooking before, and it could only be described as standard. Now, after more than half a month, not to mention the presentation, the taste had reached a whole new level. You are just hungry, Gu Qingxiang said modestly, placing a vase with 2 lilies in it on the dining table. Let me try this. Lin Baici used his chopsticks to cut the large meatball into 4 pieces in a cross pattern. After picking up 1 piece, he dipped it in the sauce and popped it into his mouth. Gu Qingxiang sat opposite Lin Baici, waiting for his evaluation. Seeing that he did not speak, she became a little anxious. Is it not good? As the counselor spoke, she reached out, intending to pick up a piece to taste. Lin Baici swiped the plate toward himself and covered it with his arm. It is all mine. Gu Qingxiang was stunned. And then the eyes hidden behind her large black-rimmed glasses curved into 2 crescent moons. It seemed as if her happiness was about to overflow. She knew Lin Baici was not trying to hog the food, but was using this way to praise her outstanding culinary skills. Xingxiang, if you keep doing this, what will I do if I cannot get used to the cafeteria food in the future? Lin Baici pushed the plate back, took another chopstickful, and began stuffing rice into his mouth. Learn to adapt. Gu Qingxiang pushed the plate back to Lin Baici. Can I come over to Mooch meals every day? Lin Baici suggested. It would be even better if he could live here, he thought, glancing at the guest room. It was a two-bedroom apartment anyway. It would be a waste not to use it. There are teachers and students living here. Gu Qingxiang shook her head slightly. You will be seen. If I am seen, so be it. A student mooching a meal just shows you have a kind heart. Lin Baici chuckled. A student, Gu Qingxiang muttered, picking up a piece of hairtail that had been pan-fried to a golden brown with butter. The smile on her face faded. With Lin Baici's hearing, he naturally heard her, and combined with the counselor's expression, he immediately felt annoyed with himself. His big mouth had said the wrong thing again, however, for Lin Baici to try and fix it. He could not think of anything else to say for the moment. After all, he was not a scumbag, and his experience in dealing with such situations was truly too little. Fortunately, Gu Qingxiang did not dwell on it. After picking the bones out of the hairtail, she placed it in Lin Baici's bowl. Try this. Don't worry about me. You should eat too, or the food will get cold. Lin Baici was flattered. She was the first woman to ever pick fish bones for him. Of course, Jing Yingjin and Huo Yuyu would certainly be willing to do so. They just had not had the chance. Gu Qingxiang picked up a tiny bit of rice and put it in her mouth. Lin Baici finished one bowl and had just set it down when his counselor stood up, clearly intending to give him a refill. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Baici's forehead instantly. He couldn't eat anymore, even though the food was delicious. I bought you some gifts. Lin Baici hurried to open his suitcase, took out 3 bags, and placed them on the counselor's lap. Gu Qingxiang looked at the 3 bags, momentarily stunned. Open them and take a look. Lin Baici urged. Gu Qingxiang replied, unpacking gifts. It was such a novel experience, or rather, ever since she had been with Lin Baici. Gu Qingxiang had tasted quite a few firsts, like the first time being hugged by a boy, the first time cooking for a boy, and the first time she would wonder what that boy was doing before going to sleep at night. Was he studying or playing on his phone? A set of cosmetics, and 2 bags of different styles. Thank you. I really like them. Gu Qingxiang admired them for a few moments before wrapping them back up. Why are you wrapping them up? Just use them. Gu Qingxiang usually dressed very plainly. As for cosmetics, he had only seen a facial cleanser and a bottle of shampoo in her bathroom. Even if Lin Baici didn't know much about cosmetics, he knew those items were very cheap, because not to mention Zhu Daoguan and Jin Jiayui. Even Fang Mingyuan had a 4-piece set of toiletries. Gu Qingxiang nodded. You've been busy for a long time. You must be tired. Go rest. I'll wash the dishes. Lin Baici rolled up his sleeves, ready to work, but was stopped by Gu Qingxiang. You go play on your phone. Gu Qingxiang absolutely would not allow Lin Baici to enter the kitchen and do these chores. She felt that this should be a woman's job. Together, Lin Baici suggested. Gu Qingxiang shook her head, not even letting Lin Baici help carry the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. However, Lin Baici didn't play on his phone either. Instead, he leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching his counselor busy at work. The curve of her hips while she bent over to wash the dishes was truly so sexy. Even such a loose cotton dress couldn't hide it. What is the point of looking? Eat her. She is not of a fertile constitution, so you can save the money on Okamoto. Add an egg to tomorrow's breakfast, Qingxiang. Lin Baici spoke up. Will you be my girlfriend? After asking, Lin Baici regretted it. Was this too casual? There was no sense of ceremony at all, sure enough. Whether it was because she was unwilling or some other reason, Gu Qingxiang kept her head down washing the dishes and did not respond. Lin Baici hadn't developed a thick enough skin yet, so he gave an awkward smile and quickly slipped back into the living room. The door to the counselor's bedroom was left ajar. Lin Baici wanted to go in and take a look, but in the end, he felt too embarrassed. You eat everything clean, yet you act like a dragon among men, you useless Lin. You can even lose meat that is already at your mouth. The gluttony god expressed its disdain. Lin Baici also had too little experience. Some things, you just do them. Why talk about them? And silence was often not a rejection. Just now, when they first met, Gu Qingxiang let you hug her and kiss her. Wasn't that implication enough? After Gu Qingxiang finished her work, she returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, and looked at Lin Baici. 5 minutes pass. What is it? Lin Baici felt a bit unnerved by her gaze. Looking at you. Gu Qingxiang was concise and to the point. Lin Baici scratched his hair. What do you usually do after eating? Read books. Gu Qingxiang raised her hand and pushed up the large black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose. Then you go ahead and read. As soon as Lin Baici said that, he wanted to slap his own face. Could he even hold a conversation? Gu Qingxiang actually took out a book, sat on the sofa with her legs together, placed the book on her thighs, and began reading with a serious expression. It was actually Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Lin Baici was surprised. He thought girls all like Dream of the Red Chamber, or at the very least Journey to the West. What was up with reading the Three Kingdoms? Lin Baici scooted over, sat beside the counselor, and took a peek. Huang Ge was being beaten, cursing Jiu as a little brat. Gu Qingxiang was reading very intently, as if Lin Baici beside her didn't exist. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Gu Qingxiang, quietly reading, was like an inkwash painting, exuding a deep, classical beauty. If she were to change into ancient robes, style her hair into a lingyan bun, and sit in a grand mansion in the water towns of Jiangnan, it would definitely make people suspect that a young lady of a noble family from ancient times had walked out of a history book. Lin Baici couldn't help himself and leaned in to kiss her, but he didn't make contact. Gu Qingxiang picked up a piece of apple and blocked it against Lin Baici's mouth. Read your book, Gu Qingxiang emphasized. Lin Baici crunched and ate the apple, then stood up. I'm too full. Shall we go downstairs for a walk to help digest? After I finish this chapter. Gu Qingxiang didn't even lift her head. A quarter of an hour later, the two went downstairs. Because it was the first lunar month, there were many people walking in the residential complex. Quite a few children were running around, shouting while setting off firecrackers. The popping sounds were ringing out. The atmosphere of the new year was still very strong. Since it was an old residential complex, the streetlights were spaced far apart and rolled and worn, so the light wasn't very bright. But Lin Baici was hoping for exactly that. If it wasn't dark, how could he do bad things? Gu Qingxiang seemed worried about being seen, so she lagged 2 steps behind Lin Baici, keeping her head down. Lin Baici walked for a bit, then turned around, grabbed her hand, and pulled her to his side. It's cold. Block the wind for me. Gu Qingxiang struggled twice, but couldn't break free from Lin Baici's hand. So she poked him with her index finger, then gave up and let Lin Baici hold it. Lin Baici was very happy, racking his brain for topics to liven up the atmosphere and increase the counselor's favor toward him. Flowers in the moonlight, the cool breeze carrying messages, a beauty by his side, holding hands to grow old together. How wonderful, how wonderful. Lin Baici wanted to kiss Gu Qingxiang again. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted through the holly bushes and lunged out from the flower bed nearby. What is that? Lin Baici instinctively prepared to summon the muscle Buddha, while he himself took a long stride forward, blocking the space between Gu Qingxiang and the dark shadow. It was an adult Tosa. It must have sensed the hostility radiating from Lin Baici, as it began to bark wildly at him. Damn it! Are people actually allowed to keep this thing? Lin Baici cursed. The large dog was over 1/2 meter long, with solid, muscular legs. As it barked ferociously, a wave of aggression washed over him. Lin Baici was instantly reminded of the dog-headed man he had killed in the monster apartment. It was fierce and irritable. Moreover, as far as he knew, this breed was a fighting dog. Woof, woof. As the Tosa barked wildly, many people out for a stroll changed their paths to avoid it. Whose dog is this? Why isn't it on a leash? Lin Baici shouted. If it were in the past, Lin Baici would definitely have taken a detour. A dog over 1/2 meter long was taller than a first-grade elementary student. Even an adult man would walk around it upon seeing one. Who could subdue such a large, vicious dog with a single punch? If you were bitten even once, you would have to endure 5 shots of the rabies vaccine. Lin Baici knew this specific number because his childhood friend, Li Wei, had been bitten by a dog in their residential complex back in middle school and had to get 5 shots within 28 days. Gu Qingxiang grabbed Lin Baici's arm. "Don't be afraid." Lin Baici glared at the dog. If he killed it now, he would be the prime suspect. But if he waited a couple of days to take it out, what if it bit Gu Qingxiang in the meantime? Besides, even if it didn't bite anyone, having such a dog in the complex and getting startled by it occasionally was still unpleasant. The Tosa sensed Lin Baici's killing intent and immediately scurried back into the holly bushes. The two walked to the entrance of the residential complex, where Lin Baici saw stalls selling fried skewers, roasted gluten, candied hawthorns, and egg pancakes at the street corner. "Come on, let's go. Let's grab some snacks." Lin Baici pulled Gu Qingxiang along. Since arriving in Haijing for school, he hadn't eaten any of these things. He wasn't particularly hungry, but he mainly wanted to buy a stick of candied hawthorns to help digest his dinner. There were 3 fried skewer stalls, and the one in the northwest corner was the most popular. Gu Qingxiang glanced at Lin Baici and noticed his gaze lingering on the candied hawthorns. "Boss, how much for the candied hawthorns?" Gu Qingxiang walked over and opened WeChat, preparing to scan the QR code. "Baici, which one do you want? They even sell cotton candy here?" Lin Baici immediately ran over. "Make me one colorful, one white, and make them as big as you can, Baici." Gu Qingxiang called out to him. "And make sure it has red bean filling." Lin Baici didn't stand on ceremony with his counselor. The night wind was a bit chilly, but being in the first lunar month, the wind felt filled with the scent of family happiness. Gu Qingxiang walked over with 2 sticks of candied hawthorns and handed them to Lin Baici. "Feed me." Lin Baici opened his mouth. The counselor raised an eyebrow, glanced at the stall owner nearby, and feeling too embarrassed, shoved the candied hawthorns into Lin Baici's hand. "Eat it yourself, then I'll feed you." Lin Baici took the candied hawthorns and extended them toward Gu Qingxiang's lips. The counselor turned her head away, however. The sugar-coated hawthorns still brushed against her lips. Lin Baici couldn't help himself. He applied a little pressure and rubbed the candied hawthorn against her lips. "So soft. Stop messing around." Gu Qingxiang pushed at Lin Baici's hand. "If you don't eat it, I'm going to feed you with my own mouth," Lin Baici threatened. Gu Qingxiang turned and walked away. "Crap, I overplayed it." Lin Baici felt a jolt of panic and hurriedly reached out to pull her back. Gu Qingxiang resisted slightly. "Haha, just started dating, right? Don't be shy. I see couples hugging and kissing on the street all the time," the stall owner said with envy. This was youth, after all. He then handed the finished 7-colored cotton candy to Lin Baici. "Gu Qingxiang, here, a cloud for you." Lin Baici thought of a Chinese odyssey. He actually wanted to say that in the future, whenever she encountered danger, no matter where she was, as long as she called for him, he would ride a colorful auspicious cloud to save her. But after thinking about it, the level of embarrassment was off the charts, and he really couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, this was real life, not a teen idol drama. Gu Qingxiang's eyes lit up. The cotton candy was ordinary, but Lin Baici's words were not. "Thank you." Gu Qingxiang took the cotton candy and looked at it. She couldn't bear to eat it. After Lin Baici got his fat sheep cotton candy, they walked back with the counselor. Neither of them spoke, but the atmosphere was very harmonious. Damn it, why wasn't it snowing? Don't you understand romance? Lin Baici looked at the stars in the sky, feeling an urgent need to obtain a divine taboo item that could make it snow. "Are you busy with work after school starts?" Lin Baici slowed his pace, wanting to drag it out a bit longer so he would have an excuse to stay over. "It's all right." Gu Qingxiang twirled the cotton candy in her hand. "You shouldn't keep skipping classes, it's not good." Lin Baici wanted to say that the whole point of going to university was to find a good job and make a lot of money. And since he had already achieved that, he could afford to take care of her. But the words died on his lips, turning into a simple "Are you not ashamed? You are a man standing at the top of the food chain, not someone's little lapdog." The two chatted idly. When they returned to the residential complex and walked a few steps, they heard shouting, the sound of a child crying, and the occasional fierce bark of a dog ahead. Did that dog bite someone? Walking along the concrete path of the complex for a few minutes, Lin Baici saw a crowd gathered to watch the commotion. A man in his 50s was debating against a crowd of scholars. I often see your dog off its leash, running wild all over the complex. Someone who had been frightened by the dog took the opportunity to express their dissatisfaction. My Erling doesn't bite people, Zhu Shihua argued back. Then you still have to keep it on a leash. Do you understand what civilized pet ownership is? Someone reminded him. My Erling is very well behaved and doesn't bite people. So why should I put a leash on him? Zhu Shihua had his own theory. Besides, if he does bite someone, I will just pay for it. Didn't he just bite someone today? A few meters away, an 8 or 9-year-old child wearing rollerblades was sitting on the ground, crying incessantly. That was because he fell on his own. Zhu Shihua refused to admit it. It was because your dog suddenly darted out and scared him. Otherwise, how could my baby have fallen? The child's grandmother was so angry that her face turned pale. So, by your logic, from now on, as long as I walk by with my dog, if anyone next to me falls, it is all my fault. Zhu Shihua retorted. In any case, my baby was injured today because of your dog, the child's grandmother emphasized. Are you trying to extort me? Zhu Shihua sniffed. You might as well just lie down yourself and say I scared you into having a heart attack. You old, disrespectful piece of trash. It must be said that Zhu Shihua had a fierce fighting spirit. He was clearly a difficult person. Moreover, judging from the discussions among the crowd, this guy often didn't leash his dog and had argued with many people. The child's grandmother was no match for his verbal abuse. Let's call the police, someone suggested. Go ahead and call them. Even if the police come, it was still him who fell on his own. Zhu Shihua was not panicked at all. This residential complex had no surveillance cameras, and as for our witnesses, who saw it? Even if they did see it, who would be bored enough to come forward? Aren't they afraid that he would secretly smash their windows? Zhu Shihua snorted coldly, feeling incredibly smug. In this area, he was a notorious troublemaker. Of course, this was just Zhu Shihua's own perception. Everyone else considered him a scoundrel. Is your dog a Tosa? Large dogs are not allowed to be kept here. In the crowd, a woman walking a poodle asked. This big dog was indeed beautiful. Oh, you have a good eye. I had this dog brought over from Japan by someone. It is purebred and cost over 100,000, Zhu Shihua boasted. He loved eating dog meat and also loved keeping dogs, especially rare ones. This way, when he walked down the street with the dog and became the center of attention, he felt like he was the center of the world. To put it bluntly, Zhu Shihua had a strong desire for attention, but as an ordinary person, he could only achieve his goal by keeping such a dog. Stop bragging. Can foreign dogs even pass through customs? Someone didn't believe him. Are you ignorant? Zhu Shihua started to bluff. He had a bit of cunning, and by spreading such claims, even fewer people dared to offend him. At the very least, there were no more witnesses. The Tosa also sensed its master's pride and began to bark along. Woof, woof. The Tosa wagged its tail excitedly and ran back and forth. It is freezing cold out here. If you want to call the police, hurry up. Zhu Shihua stood with his hands behind his back and hummed a little tune. Forget it. It is winter. The child is wearing thick clothes, and your child only has a slight scrape. It probably isn't anything serious. Even if the police come, it will just be a waste of time. But him not leashing the dog is not a solution either. Then what do you suggest? How do you deal with this kind of person? Even if the police come, they can only offer persuasion and education. He will just let it go in one ear and out the other. Can you stop him? The onlookers whispered among themselves, looking troubled. There was no help for it. Scoundrels are hard to deal with. I'm telling you all, don't even think about poisoning my dog. You cannot afford the compensation. Zhu Shihua was quite confident about this. His dog was very obedient and never ate random things from outside. Let's go. Lin Baici didn't want to watch anymore. He knew that in today's incident, that man had won a complete victory, but it didn't matter. In a few days, he would send his dog to the Western Paradise. Do you understand the methods of a god hunter? This Tosa dog was quite vengeful. Now that its master was by its side, it immediately lunged toward Lin Baici after seeing him and barked wildly. Woof, woof. No wonder they say a dog relies on its master's power. Lin Baici stopped in his tracks and reached out to shield Gu Qingxiang behind him. Don't be afraid. My dog doesn't bite people. Zhu Shihua proudly showed off his dog training skills. Come back. The Tosa actually sat down. How about that? Impressive, right? Zhu Shihua showed off. I want to go home. Gu Qingxiang pulled Lin Baici toward home. After walking a few dozen meters, she casually tossed the candied hawthorn in her hand into the bushes a few meters away. This conflict ended without a conclusion. Zhu Shihua walked with his hands behind his back, strolling in the direction Lin Baici and the girl had left. Although that beauty was dressed simply, she was quite pretty. Is she a teacher at Haijing University of Technology? Zhu Shihua planned to probe around to see which unit that girl lived in. He could have a chance encounter in the future. The Tosa began darting around in the bushes again. People in the residential complex walked their dogs like this every day. And those bushes were full of feces, so children didn't go in there to play. Zhu Shihua walked nearly 100 meters and, not seeing the Tosa following him, he pinched his thumb against his index finger, put them in his mouth, and blew hard. Whistle. A loud, sharp whistle rang out. After waiting for a long while, the Tosa finally darted out from the bushes. Good boy, come here quickly, Zhu Shihua called out. When the Tosa approached, he noticed that something was wrong with the dog. Why was it still so excited? Erling, be good. Zhu Shihua half squatted on the ground, intending to stroke the dog's fur. But the Tosa suddenly pounced on him, knocking him to the ground and biting his face. Zhu Shihua screamed in agony. It hurts. The Tosa went mad, biting Zhu Shihua over and over again. The down jacket he was wearing could not stop the sharp teeth of such a large dog. In an instant, duck feathers from the jacket flew everywhere, making it look like a hunting dog mauling a duck. The dog is biting someone. The onlookers who had been strolling nearby had not yet gone far, and since Zhu Shihua was screaming so miserably, they quickly gathered around, only to be shocked by what they saw. Zhu Shihua was being bitten until he was covered in blood by that Tosa of his. He was crawling all over the ground. He even seemed to catch a whiff of hawthorn. Quick, call the police. Did you not say your dog does not bite people? It does not bite others, only its owner. Is that it? Stop with the sarcastic remarks. Is this a mad dog or what? The residents, who had originally been excited to watch the spectacle, heard the words mad dog and started running away in fear. Lin Baici, having returned to his room, also heard the commotion and stood by the window to look out. Stop looking. It is boring. Gu Qingxiang asked. Where are you staying tonight? A quarter of an hour later, the wailing of police sirens approached rapidly, but it was already too late. Zhu Shihua had been bitten to death, lying on the ground in tattered clothes, his face so mangled that his original features were completely unrecognizable. The mad Tosa dog scurried through the bushes, and it took over an hour before the police finally shot it dead. Is this dog the deceased zone? The police officer taking the statement was stunned upon hearing this news. There was no need to even open a case. The victim and the dog owner were the same person. That saved some trouble. Lin Baici did not have the energy to pay attention to these things. He lay on his bed, pondering whether he should go and pay a night visit to his counselor. Chapter 460 World for Two, A Couple's Daily Life. The moonlight spilled onto the ground, resembling the frost described by Li Bai. Lin Baici lay on his bed, tossing and turning. He did not know why, but he just wanted to go to Gu Qingxiang's place. Even if they did not do anything, just holding her would be enough. It was that kind of heart-wrenching, clawing desire. My self-control should not be this poor, right? Lin Baici felt restless. If it were in the past, being attracted to a beautiful woman and wanting to be stuck to her every day would be understandable. But he was a god hunter now. He had killed many people, experienced many life and death crises, and had tasted the flavor of women. He should not be this shallow. Yet he simply could not control himself. Is this what love is? It is not love. You just want to devour her. Is that devour meant in a serious way? Lin Baici rolled his eyes. What are you struggling with? Is it not normal for a king to have 3,000 beauties? Have you ever seen those women who want to marry into a wealthy family ask the other party for a dowry? Remember, only the strong possess the right to mate at will. Now, get up and go devour her. So annoying. Lin Baici covered his head with his quilt. Jin Yingshan was proactive. Perhaps deep down, she wanted to hold hands with Lin Baici and grow old together. But she had not said it out loud. So Lin Baici had taken the opportunity to play dumb. Furthermore, given Jin Yingshan's status as a chaebol heiress and their identities as god hunters, they might not reach the stage of marriage and having children. So cherishing the present was good enough. But as for Gu Qingxiang, Lin Baici wanted to make a move. But he could not bear to hurt her. After all, the two of them were not from the same world. Huo Yu returned home, took a lovely bath, changed into her cute Pikachu pajamas, ordered takeout, and walked into her studio. Little Yu, give a sincere apology. Huo Yu sat in front of her computer desk and turned on her streaming equipment. Before the screen even showed that the connection was successful, the chat began to scroll, squatting successful. Look who I caught, a little murloc. Rich in protein. Just remove the head and it is ready to eat. Damn, Sister Yu. You are finally here. Woo, Sister Yu. I missed you so much. Do you know that if you did not stream, I would have been depressed enough to commit suicide? After all, you are my daily spiritual food. Although Huo Yu had not streamed for a while, people have been keeping an eye on her movements. So the moment she logged into her account, some people knew. Fishermen, assemble quickly. Sister Yu is back. Some fans even went to other streaming rooms to spread the news. Swish, swish, swish. On the screen, large airplane gifts began to appear. Continuing for a full minute without stopping, the influence was evident. As soon as the stream appeared, Huo Yu, who was sitting cross-legged on her gaming chair, immediately lowered her head and raised her hands above her head, bowing to her fans as if praying, I was wrong. 3 bows to everyone. Please let me off the hook. The cosplay outfit Huo Yu was wearing was fluffy, and combined with her petite figure, round face, and a small canine tooth at the corner of her mouth, she was super kawaii. 5-legged prince. Sister Yu's looks are truly right up my alley. Tyrannosaurus has no teeth. Just admit you are a pervert. Sister Yu's ribbed average pulls up pants, wipes nose. Homelander has no smile. So tough right after finishing. 5-legged prince. You are way too fast, right? Sister Yu has been streaming for less than 30 seconds. And you are already done. The chat in the streaming room was chaotic, with people saying all sorts of things. Huo Yu had come online suddenly, and the room moderators did not know either. None of them were online, so they could not manage the chat. On the screen, rocket special effects suddenly began to play, 10 in a row. Thank you to the boss, money is too hot to handle for the big rockets. Huo Yu sincerely thanked her benefactor. Money is too hot to handle, Sister Yu. Where did you go this winter break? I told you I went traveling. Huo Yu had mentioned it beforehand. 5-legged prince. I do not believe it. Can't you stream while traveling? Did you go to accompany some sugar daddy? Fat 3 Jin. Sister Yu is so tired. Can't she take a break for a while? Huo Yu is currently at a critical moment of pushing to become a top-tier streamer and securing her position as the #1 sister. Do you know how much it hurts her popularity to stop streaming for over half a month? It is indeed not logical. What sugar daddy are you talking about? You must be a hater, right? Moderators, come out and do your jobs. The viewers in the chat were bickering again. Many were just here for the entertainment and didn't care whether Huo Yu had a boyfriend or not. But there were others who desperately wanted her to remain single and kept spamming the chat, obsessing over the question. That young lady from the chaebol family last time invited me to visit Korea. But there were so many things I couldn't broadcast. You guys understand. Huo Yu could only offer a half-truthful explanation. 3's weird style. Is the rich guy here? Come out and read her fortune. A group of people started tagging Scamming Thurk. This guy was quite famous on Shark platform. He didn't have many followers, but he had a big reputation because he claimed to be an expert in feng shui and fortune telling. His stream content consisted entirely of reading the faces and fortunes of female streamers. Some female streamers would specifically connect with him to create hype and boost their popularity, but he never accepted money and always spoke his mind. Nobody believed him at first, but ever since he accurately guessed the menstrual cycles of over a dozen female streamers, everyone was convinced. Scamming Thurk, I've taken a look. Everyone rest assured. Sister Yu's eyebrows haven't scattered. Her hips are still tight. She is still a virgin. Everyone hurry up. A girl's first time is the sweetest. Scatter your mother. Huo Yuyu directly gave him the middle finger. It was all Xiaobai's fault. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Sister Europe, woo-woo. Sister Yu really loves us. I've decided. I'm going to donate again. Money is shit. Haha. I have always believed in Sister Yu's professional integrity. If she were in a relationship, she would definitely tell us viewers and wouldn't deceive us. Money Ishit lived up to his reputation as the top donor. After sending this message, he dropped another 10 big rockets. Other viewers also started showering her with gifts, free fish balls, paid fish fins, big airplanes, making the stream incredibly lively. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Huo Yuyu kept going in gratitude. To show my appreciation, let me sing a song for everyone. As little Fishy prepared to sing, she suddenly remembered the cosplay gun Lin Baici had given her. She could totally use that. Wait a moment. I'm going to change. Huo Yuyu stepped away from the camera. Is it a swimsuit? Are you dreaming? What's the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Huo Yuyu returned to her bedroom and found the revolver in her luggage. She held it in her right hand and aimed it at her temple. What if I accidentally kill myself? Huo Yuyu felt a bit worried. The silver revolver had a short but thick barrel. On both sides of the gun body, there were small white angel wings that fluttered from time to time, looking very cute. It shouldn't be able to kill anyone, right? Huo Yuyu moved the muzzle to her chest. She pressed her finger down. A ball of white light the size of a fist shot out from the muzzle and hit Huo Yuyu's chest, making her feel as if someone had given her a hard shove. It wasn't very comfortable. Countless colorful, petal-shaped light spots exploded, forming a sea of flowers that obscured Huo Yuyu. When the sea of flowers vanished, the transformation was complete. Huo Yuyu immediately rushed to the mirror, short white hair, and eye mask, a gothic-style black dress, and black over-the-knee high-heeled leather boots that revealed a stretch of snow-white thigh. She even had a long sword strapped to her back. Is this too realistic? Huo Yuyu was stunned. This was to be from Nier Automata, a female character she really liked. However, due to her physique, she had never been able to cosplay her. She had just wanted to test it out with the roleplay gun, but she hadn't expected it to be this successful. Even the chest area was filled out. Huo Yuyu held up her skirt with both hands, turning left and right, admiring herself happily. She even picked up her phone to start taking selfies. This is so cool. If I post this on Weibo, it will definitely attract another wave of otaku fans from the CG community. Xiaobai, you are my god, amen? Huo Yuyu made the sign of the cross over her chest and prayed devoutly. When she was ready to go back, she froze again. Huo Yuyu discovered a blind spot. She was wearing a black eye mask, but her vision was completely unaffected. Huo Yuyu wasn't stupid. She knew that this kind of cosplay effect couldn't be achieved in 10 minutes. So she took the opportunity to message Lin Baici to kill time. Little Fishy, if you can't sleep, there's a little fishy here on call. Bio, Lin walking Gundam. What is you, little fishy? It's obviously bring your own fare. What did you think it was? Grimacing emoji, get your mind out of the gutter. Lin walking Gundam. Then, why don't you come over now, little fishy? Are you sure? Huo Yuyu felt a little excited. Had Xiaobai changed his personality? That shouldn't be right. She was just about to type the words send the address when she saw Lin Baici's reply. Lin walking Gundam. Just kidding, coward. Huo Yuyu felt a little disappointed. That cosplay gun is really useful. I have a feeling the viewers are going to go crazy in a bit. After all, it's like an anime character has walked into the real world. Lin walking Gundam. No stream. I'm going to sleep. Huo Yuyu pouted. Is talking to me that boring? Do you know how many tens of thousands of viewers are waiting for me to stream? Huo Yuyu actually wanted to video call Lin Baici and show him, but now she could only walk back to her workstation feeling dejected. However, little Fishy's professional standards were still very high. By the time she returned to the computer, she already had a smile on her face. Holy crap, no way. What game is this character from? So sexy. You don't even know Nier. Are you from Mars? The viewers exploded instantly, especially those who loved ACG. The charm of the to-be character design was that even if people didn't like the game, they would still buy it for their collection. After all, catching a glimpse of what's under the skirt was a wonderful treat. Some viewers who had never donated before also started opening their wallets. Streamer, can we get some cosplay photos? Who is this? She's so cute. You only see cute. Don't you see how beautiful she is? The popularity of the livestream room began to soar again. Some fans even started screen recording, and some were even posting clips to Bilibili. 1 hour after the stream began, Huoyuyu's livestream room hit the top of the charts, becoming the #1 channel on Shark platform for the night. Even after reaching the homepage, her popularity continued to skyrocket. After all, this cosplay was truly stunning, and even passersby were drawn in. Huoyuyu hadn't expected that a cosplay she did just to say thank you would start bringing in a crazy amount of new followers. There were clearly many unfamiliar IDs in the chat. If only I could sacrifice all this popularity to make Xiao Bai willing to be my boyfriend. How wonderful would that be? In the past, hitting #1 would have made Huoyuyu incredibly happy, but today, she was listless. What excuse should I use in a few days to go find Xiao Bai and hang out? Should I just say I plan to take the Divine Hunter license exam next month and ask Xiao Bai to give me some special training? On a winter morning, bird calls were sparse. I don't know which neighbor's mischievous kid was so full of energy that they started setting off firecrackers again. In the residential complex, the atmosphere of daily life began to permeate the air once more. Lin Baici got up and opened the window to let in some fresh air. After the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, most people had started going back to work, rushing about for a living and toiling for their families. Mom should have finished breakfast by now and gone to work, right? Lin Baici felt that his plan to buy a house and bring his mother over had to happen as soon as possible. But what excuse could he use? He had only been in college for half a year. Who would believe he could afford a villa? Should I just tell her I've become a kept man for a wealthy woman? Lin Baici figured his legs would be broken if he said that. What a hassle. Lin Baici left his room and heard movement in the kitchen. Go wash up. Breakfast is almost ready. Gu Qingxiang heard that Lin Baici was awake. Lin Baici walked into the kitchen and saw his counselor frying egg-stuffed pancakes. You even know how to make this? I bought them ready-made. Just need to fry them. Gu Qingxiang felt embarrassed and blushed slightly, smelling the scent of facial cleanser wafting from the counselor. Lin Baici couldn't help but hug her from behind. Gu Qingxiang struggled. It's cold. As he spoke, Lin Baici wrapped his arms around Gu Qingxiang's waist. Let me warm up. The feel of the counselor's hips. Lin Baici leaned against Gu Qingxiang's back and kissed her braided hair, then felt that acting this way was too sleazy. I really am trash. Lin Baici cursed himself silently and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Gu Qingxiang turned back, watching Lin Baici's disappearing silhouette. She had actually noticed that something was off with Lin Baici yesterday, but because they hadn't seen each other for so long, her eyes were filled only with longing, and she hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, looking again, how had Lin Baici's vitality become so much more vigorous? If he had been a flickering candle flame before, he was now a burning torch. What did he do over this winter break? Gu Qingxiang pondered, but soon gave up on the thought and focused on frying the egg-stuffed pancake in the pan. I'll add a sausage to it later. As for what Lin Baici had done, whether he had killed, set fires, or committed crimes, Gu Qingxiang didn't care at all, as long as he was healthy and safe. The breakfast was very rich: egg-stuffed pancakes, milk, and then fried dough sticks, soy milk, steamed buns, and tofu pudding. The latter few were clearly things Gu Qingxiang had gone out to buy early in the morning. Qingxiang, just making one kind of breakfast is enough. Lin Baici was so moved he wanted to cry. Gu Qingxiang didn't say it, but she wanted Lin Baici to eat well, and then see what he liked to eat so she would know how to prepare for the future. What are you planning to do today? Lin Baici picked up a slightly burnt pancake and took a bite. Buy groceries. Cook. Read. A smile couldn't help but spill from the corners of Gu Qingxiang's mouth, but she still reached out to take the egg-stuffed pancake from Lin Baici's hand. This one is burnt. Eat something else. Don't. I like this taste that you made yourself. Lin Baici looked at Gu Qingxiang, thinking even her large glasses were so cute. Shall we go to the mall together during the day, or find some tourist spots to visit? Gu Qingxiang shook her head. To many people. Then I'll stay home and keep you company. Lin Baici suddenly realized that if he wasn't entering a divine ruin, he had nothing to do. Study. With an annual salary of over 100 million, why would he study? By the way, what was his actual job? Did he need to report to the Haijing headquarters? Xiao Halmian hadn't given him any instructions either. Whatever. I'll just slack off for a few days first. You go have fun, you're young. Don't coop yourself up at home. Gu Qingxiang took a bite of a small steamed bun. She was already very happy that Lin Baici had the intention to spend time with her. You say that like you're very old. Lin Baici curled his lip. There wasn't much of an age gap between them. After eating, once Gu Qingxiang had cleaned up the dishes, Lin Baici pulled her out the door. After walking only a few steps, Lin Baici frowned as he looked at the counselor's washed-out cotton dress and the faded down jacket. You didn't buy any clothes for the new year. This outfit is still wearable. Gu Qingxiang's answer made Lin Baici feel she was so frugal. If I may ask, where is your home? Lin Baici guessed that perhaps the counselor was sending all her salary back home. Gu Qingxiang lowered her head, hesitated for nearly a minute, and then muttered softly, in the mountains, all right. It really was a poor place, generally. Living in the mountains implied poverty and backwardness. Lin Baici was worried about hurting Gu Qingxiang's self-esteem. So, he didn't dare ask which city or county specifically. He wanted to give her money, but was afraid she might have other thoughts. Let's go to the mall. How can you not have a new set of clothes for the new year? When Lin Baici was a child, his family was poor. Although he never asked for anything, his mother would always buy him a new set of clothes and shoes so he could wear them when school started. Gu Qingxiang shook her head, trying to pull her hand away from Lin Baici's. It is fine. Let us take a taxi to the largest shopping mall furthest away from Haijing University of Science and Technology. Lin Baici thought Gu Qingxiang was worried about being seen shopping with him. So, he immediately took out his phone, opened the map, and started searching. How about this one? Lin Baici handed his phone to Gu Qingxiang to look at. Before Gu Qingxiang could even see it clearly, Lin Baici grabbed her hand and started walking forward. Let us go. Let us go. Take the subway, Gu Qingxiang suggested. It saves money. As long as you are willing to go, I will even carry you on my back. Lin Baici was not joking. With his current physical fitness, it was absolutely no problem. Gu Qingxiang did not speak, but her fingertips tightened around Lin Baici's fingers, taking the subway, transferring lines, and walking. After 2 hours of hassle, the two of them finally arrived at this Jenga Plaza, the 30-plus story shopping center building, covered in glass walls reflecting the winter sun, looked quite grand and magnificent. On the first floor, there were all kinds of luxury goods, gold shops, and cosmetics. Sir, are you buying jewelry for your girlfriend? Our jade is 30% off today. The female sales clerk in professional attire smiled very sweetly. Which one is the most expensive jade? Lin Baici thought that if Gu Qingxiang wore a gold ring, it would look tacky. So, he wanted to look at jade bracelets or similar accessories. But he was pulled away by Gu Qingxiang. There are too many fakes. Gu Qingxiang pulled Lin Baici to the second floor. The things on this floor were too expensive. Qingxiang, I actually have some money. Lin Baici did not know how to explain it. He did not want his counselor to know that he was a god hunter, doing a dangerous job where he could die at any moment. Even if you have money, you cannot spend it recklessly, Gu Qingxiang retorted. Just looking is enough. This was also the first time Gu Qingxiang had come to such a place. She raised her hand to adjust her black-rimmed glasses, looking at everything with curiosity. It was also Lin Baici's first time here, so some sales clerks, seeing their inexperienced appearance, did not greet them, as they were not potential customers anyway. Though some were quite enthusiastic. How about this little skirt? It really suits your temperament. It is too short. This coat, it is cashmere. Not bad, right? It is too expensive. Lin Baici took a look. It was only 30,000 yuan or so. But Gu Qingxiang was determined not to have it, and he could do nothing about it. Soon, Lin Baici saw a pile of shoes again. How about these high heels? You would definitely look good in them. Red-bottomed high heels. Jin Yingzhen had a pair too, quite sexy. Gu Qingxiang glanced at them and continued walking forward. They were too risque. She would not wear them. Lin Baici felt completely numb. After walking around for more than half the circle, When they passed by a boss-sitting down jacket store, Lin Baici pulled his counselor inside. "We have to buy at least one outer garment, right?" Lin Baici insisted. "You pick it yourself. Otherwise I will buy it according to my own taste. I can still wear this one." Gu Qingxiang tucked her hands into her pockets and tightened the down jacket she was wearing. "I actually want to wear couple outfits with you. Is that okay?" Lin Baici did not expect that spending money would be so difficult. However, thinking about it carefully, none of the girls he knew had ever let him spend money on them. Even that tea-girl Ji Xinyan had never asked for anything. Couple outfits, Gu Qingxiang was puzzled. It means identical men's and women's styles. A female sales clerk in her 20s came over and smiled as she recommended. "Are the two of you looking for long styles or short styles? Or the extreme cold ones? The down jackets we have here have a down fill weight of up to 1,000 grams. However, for a winter like the one in Haijing, you do not need to buy anything too expensive. A fill weight of 400 or 500 is enough. If you wear thermal underwear or a wool sweater inside, you can get through the winter. It is very comfortable." When Gu Qingxiang heard the word identical, she was somewhat moved, and her gaze drifted toward the racks hanging with couple styles. Lin Baici immediately pulled his counselor over. "If you like any style, you can try them on." The female sales clerk provided smiling service, her eyes scanning Lin Baici. "Is this young man too handsome? His looks are higher than those male stars in idol dramas. And this physique. My goodness, he is so tall. Could he dunk like Sakuragi Hanamichi?" Lin Baici noticed that Gu Qingxiang's gaze had landed on a red down jacket. "That one." Lin Baici pointed at it. The female sales clerk quickly took down the women's style and handed it to Gu Qingxiang. She could see that whether this sale would be successful today depended entirely on this girl who dressed in a dowdy way. Gu Qingxiang shook her head and pointed at Lin Baici. The female sales clerk understood in a second. "You try it on first. I will get the men's style for your boyfriend." Gu Qingxiang took the down jacket but did not put it on. Lin Baici scratched his hair and took off his loose outer coat. "Wow, your boyfriend has such a good physique, besides flattery." The female sales clerk was also sincerely praising him. Lin Baici was wearing only a piece of thermal underwear inside, the tight-fitting kind, clinging to his body, revealing his toned physique. There were 7 or 8 ladies in the store looking at items, and upon seeing Lin Baici, they could not help but look him over. Lin Baici put on this short down jacket, but it was a bit small. "I will get you a larger size." The female sales clerk continued to praise. "This is this year's new coral-hued color. It matches your boyfriend perfectly." Gu Qingxiang nodded, feeling the same way. The red down jacket on Lin Baici made him look like a ball of fire. "You try it too." Lin Baici took off Gu Qingxiang's coat and put the down jacket on her. The female sales clerk's eyes lit up again. This dowdy girl had a good figure. She was the type who looked better when she took off her bulky clothes. Chapter 461 Examiner Task, a house-buying interlude. "The two of you are truly a perfect match." The female sales assistant was not just flattering them. Lin Baici had a great physique and a handsome face, making him look like a model in anything he wore. As for the bespectacled, dowdy girl, she was actually quite a surprise. Her skin was naturally fair, and wearing this red down jacket made it look as if she were dressed in a bright red ceremonial robe, adding a vibrant, lively air to her and making her seem less lifeless. "How much is it?" Gu Qingxiang didn't care much about clothing, but she felt that Lin Baici looked quite good in it. So she took out a palm-sized wallet from her pocket, preparing to pay. "Are you tired from walking? Go and rest for a while." Lin Baici couldn't let his counselor spend her own money, so he nudged her toward the sofa. Next to it was a table with Lego bricks, where a man was playing with his child. "Women go shopping, men suffer. Check my tuin and see what you want to eat later." Lin Baici gave Gu Qingxiang a task and went to find the female sales assistant. Gu Qingxiang held her wallet, watching Lin Baici's back. The man nearby glanced at Gu Qingxiang casually, only to be surprised to find that this woman was actually quite pretty. It would be perfect if she didn't wear those glasses. The man's gaze slid past Gu Qingxiang's neck and landed on her chest. So big, even a sweater couldn't hide it. Suddenly, she turned her head and stared over, her expression cold and her eyes overflowing with disdain. In that instant, the man's heart skipped a beat, almost stopping entirely. He subconsciously held his breath and looked away. 1 second, 2 seconds. The man felt as if he were watching a horror movie. He was very nervous. And there was also the embarrassment of being caught peeking. This feeling was agonizing. He wanted to leave, but for some reason, he didn't dare to move. Qingxiang, let's go. Following the call from the girl's boyfriend, she withdrew her gaze, stood up, and walked over. The man let out a sigh of relief, subconsciously glanced at Gu Qingxiang's back, and then quickly looked away again, with such a stern and hostile expression. She must be a teacher. You couldn't develop that kind of look without frequently reprimanding students. Lin Baici bought 2 cups of milk tea, and the 2 of them drank as they wandered up to the 6th floor. The noise here was quite loud, accompanied by the sound effects of gaming battles. Lin Baici took a look and realized it was a popular sports game holding an offline event. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Haixing Division. Today is the offline top 36 championship. Once the champion and runner-up are decided, they will represent Haixing in the Kyushu Division finals. The prize money is 1 million. The female host, wearing an off-the-shoulder cheongsam, held a microphone, explaining the game while promoting the event. There were many young people, some standing and some sitting, watching the big screen. Lin Baici took a sip of his milk tea. He knew this game, as it had been quite popular lately. Gurgle, his stomach suddenly growled. Lin Baici turned his head and looked around. Were there any god hunters in this place? However, he wasn't surprised. God hunters were never short of money, so of course, they would come to a super first-tier city like Haixing to enjoy the glitz and glamour. Lin Baici had heard Zhu Daoguan mention that there was an industrial park nearby filled with young women who did live streaming whenever they got off work. The streets were filled with the scent of cosmetics. Maybe it's a colleague. It was a pity he hadn't been to the Haixing headquarters many times. So even if it were a colleague, he wouldn't recognize them. As soon as Gu Qingxiang stepped off the elevator and walked a few steps, her brows furrowed slightly. She used her left hand to push up the frame of her glasses. Baici, I'm hungry. Shall we go eat? Gu Qingxiang suggested. What would you like to eat? There was food on this floor, including a Western restaurant. How about steak? Generally speaking, girls felt that Western food was more romantic. Let's go downstairs to eat. Gu Qingxiang had seen the young man sitting in front of a computer, fully focused on playing the game. His hair was like a bird's nest, and he didn't know how long it had been since he last washed it. Furthermore, he had come out wearing pajamas and cotton slippers. All right, Lin Baici didn't mind. Naturally, the counselor's happiness was the most important thing. The bird's nest-haired youth suddenly slammed his hand onto the keyboard. Many of the boys let out sounds of regret. This youth, who had come to the competition wearing pajamas and cotton slippers, had pretty good skills. But unfortunately, his luck wasn't good enough. Damn it. The bird's nest-haired youth complained. He was just about to win the game, only to be taken out by a coward crouching in the grass. How hateful. Humans are so damn insidious. The bird's nest-haired youth suddenly felt something. He turned his head, scanned the crowd, and saw Gu Qingxiang. He stood up and raised his hand, just about to call out to her. But then he thought that if he didn't win the championship, he might be laughed at. Forget it. The bird's nest-haired youth sat back down, took a game controller out of his large pajama pocket, and pressed the buttons out of boredom. To win the championship, he had to place in the top 4 in the next round. That wouldn't be easy. The bird's nest-haired youth turned his head again, but he didn't look at Gu Qingxiang. Instead, he glanced at the young man beside her. Gu Qingxiang actually had a friend. Didn't she like to be a loner? Because Gu Qingxiang and Lin Baici were heading downstairs, the bird's nest-haired youth only saw a tall back and didn't see Lin Baici's face. Such a rich aura of life. The bird's nest-haired youth was surprised. They must be of the same kind, right? Damn it. Why do I care about them? The bird's nest-haired youth turned back, randomly pressing buttons on his controller while watching the live broadcast on the big screen, pondering how he could win the championship. I really want to participate in the Grand Championship. 128 Tian Road, Haixing Security Bureau. Jiu Hongyao, dressed in a light blue tracksuit, walked into the building holding a cup of fruit juice. After returning from Korea, she had been given a 10-day vacation to play as she pleased, but she didn't want to rest for even a single day. So she ran off the very next day. Hurry up and let me hear how they are praising my team. Hong Yao, Section Chief Jia. It has been over half a month, and you still look so radiant. Colleagues greeted Jia Hongyao with smiles as soon as they saw her. The girl with the high ponytail was a ray of sunshine in the security bureau. She was warm, kind, and always ready to help. Even without her connection to Jia Hongmian, she was incredibly popular. Jia Hongyao, biting on a straw, arrived at the break room. She did not go inside, but instead pressed her ear against the door. The colleagues in her department love to slack off here. Have you heard? The Bizen God ruins have been broken. Do you know who did it? I heard it was Jinxian, that guy, riding the momentum of his great victory in Bizen. Even took out the big shots of the Sejongjiang. You could call him a hero of his generation. The female colleagues were chattering away. Jia Hongyao shook her head as she listened, then pushed the door open and walked in. Hongyao. And Yixian saw the high ponytail and immediately beckoned her over. Didn't you go to the Bizen God ruins during winter break? Did you see that Jinxian? Everyone looked over, waiting for the gossip. I saw him. Jia Hongyao nodded. I heard he is very handsome. Someone asked. He is alright, I guess, but not as handsome as my little Lindsay. Jia Hongyao took a sip of her juice. Little Lindsay? Who is that? And Yixian was full of questions. She had been away on a mission and had not met Lin Baici yet. A new team member recruited by Hongyao. I saw him once. He is indeed handsome. What is the use of being handsome? He is just a college student. Can he compare to Jinxian? That man is now the person in charge of the Sejongjiang. Everyone was discussing it heatedly. Sister Kai, you just do not know my little Lindsay. Otherwise, you would definitely not dare to say that. Jia Hongyao sighed in her heart. These sisters are all small fry. They have no access to top-level information. Otherwise, the record of our 7th star team clearing the Bizen ruins would scare them to death. But I heard that the Bizen God ruins were purified by the great shaman Shekir, and those big shots of the Sejongjiang were also killed by her. And Yixian revealed the scoop. It is just that the Sejongjiang, for the sake of their reputation and to avoid chaos, announced to the public that Jinxian did it. Although Shekir is dragon level, it is impossible for her to achieve something to that extent, right? Everyone was skeptical. It was not Shekira who did it. Jia Hongyao curled her lip. So what if she is dragon level? Is she not still my little Lindsay's maid? If I hit her butt with a stick, she would not even dare to cry out. You seem to know something? And Yixian nudged the high ponytail with her elbow. Hurry up and spill the beans, and I will take you on a mission next time. Everyone in the bureau knew that although Jia Hongyao was the section chief of Section 17, she was a commander without an army. If she wanted to go on a mission, she had to tag along with other sections. Fifth, I have team members now, Jia Hongyao hummed triumphantly. One of them is worth your entire section. She did not even need to mention Lin Baici. Just bringing out Gu Qingqiu would be enough. Although her combat power was slightly lower, her IQ was truly high. Really? Why not bring him out for me to see? And Yixian teased. Jia Hongyao immediately became vigilant. What are you trying to do, poaching? I will not give you the chance. I am leaving. Jia Hongyao took out her phone and opened the Dragon Soul WeChat group. Hotpot Immortal. Where is Hongyao? It has been days. Hurry up and add Lin Baici to the group. Victory over heaven. Come one. I want to see what the super rookie who purified the Bizen ruins looks like. I heard he is very handsome. Great Snake G, Detective Jia. Hurry up and add 18cm. I am already dying of anticipation. Banquet brother. Hada. Lin Baici has really brought honor to Jia Hongmian. I heard that after Qin Shanwei heard the news, he was so angry he coughed up blood. Sudamu. If he cannot take down the Qin Palace, he can forget about the position of Director General. Savage Uncle, as it stands, the chances do not look good. Hotpot Immortal, Detective Jia. When are you free? I will fly to Haijing and treat your team to Hotpot. Jia Hongyao originally wanted to show her face and brag a little, but looking at these dragon-level team leaders who were like wolves and tigers eyeing Lin Baici, she decided to play dead. These team leaders were all experts at poaching, especially Great Snake G. Once she showed off her assets, few men could resist. Should I start toughening up little Lindsay first? lest he fail to resist Great Snakeji's temptation when the time comes. Jia Hongyao was lost in her chaotic thoughts as she entered the department head's office. Big sister, did I not give you time off? Jia Hongmian was reviewing documents and did not even lift her head. I am not tired, Jia Hongyao said concisely. Jia Hongmian felt a bit helpless when she heard this. Looking at her sister, did she look like someone who had just returned from the Bizengod ruins? She looked more relaxed than a boss on vacation. Sister, when is the license exam this year? Jia Hongyao bit her straw. Chinkyu and Yui want to take the exam. Every year, the Security Bureau organized a God Hunter license assessment. Only after passing would the official issue the documents, allowing them to use divine grace and carry divine taboo items. Otherwise, if caught, they would be immediately confiscated and fined. The 10th of next month, Jia Hongmian replied. Oh, that is only half a month away. It seems I need to hurry up and tutor the little merman. I was just about to talk to you about this. Jia Hongmian picked up her coffee cup and took a sip. Because of the expansion of the Qin Palace, a lot of the main force from the Haijing branch has been transferred there. So this year's license assessment requires rookies to step up. Hongyao, you and Lin Baici will both be examiners. Be diligent, and do not let any mistakes happen. Jia Hongyao spat out her juice and looked at Jia Hongmian in shock. We are going to be examiners. Jia Hongmian glanced at her sister. You do not have confidence. Jia Hongyao was indeed feeling a bit unconfident. Being an examiner required not only protecting the examinees from being killed by rule-based contamination but also preventing them from cheating. If any mistake were to happen, it would be a dark stain on her record for the rest of her life. That was why every year, they sought out experienced lion-level god hunters to serve as examiners. At the very least, they had to be violent bear level. As for the chief examiner, it went without saying that they had to be dragon level. But the moment the girl with the high ponytail heard that Lin Baici was also an examiner, she felt relieved. I'm going to go tell little Lindsay to ask for leave in advance. Jia Hongyao was very happy, but then she stopped and looked back at Jia Hongmian. What is it? Jia Hongmian chuckled. Want to ask me why I let Lin Baici be an examiner? No, with little Lindsay's talent, if you hadn't made this decision, you would be no different from being blind. Jia Hongyao shook her head. Jia Hongmian frowned. Why do I feel like you are insulting me? I'm just disappointed. Since little Lindsay is an examiner, he won't be able to participate in the license examination. I was originally planning on having him break Ying Bailey's record. Jia Hongyao sighed. The content of the Kyushu Security Bureau's license examination was similar every year, aside from the written test. The most important part was clearing the 7 towns of Luoyang. The current record was set by Ying Bailey last year, finishing a full day and 7 hours ahead of schedule. Because of this, Ying Bailey had received the same genius clause as Lin Baici, with an annual salary of 100 million. Jia Hongyao wanted to prove that Lin Baici was even more impressive than Ying Bailey. Haha! Jia Hongmian shook her head and laughed. Her sister had such a personality. She was always eager for the whole world to know how amazing her team members were. But it doesn't matter. I still have Guchinkyu. Jia Hongyao giggled. If it's just an IQ test, I think she could crush Ying Bailey. I'm off. I'm going to go tell little Lindsay the news. Watching her sister leave, Jia Hongmian fell into deep thought. Guchinkyu, is it? Jia Hongmian continued her work. Not long after, a man in his mid-30s pushed the door open and barged in. Director, what is going on with this Lin Baici? Yuan Jifeng held a file, looking furious. Why is he on the examiner team? I arranged it. Jia Hongmian's voice was cold. Why? Yuan Jifeng couldn't understand. Examiners must be at least violent bear level. Who made that rule? Jia Hongmian retorted. Yuan Jifeng was stumped. In truth, no one had made such a rule. It was just an unwritten habit that had formed over the years after several rounds of examinations. Director, the license examination must not have any errors, Yuan Jifeng urged. He could overlook Jia Hongyao. He knew that while the director's sister wasn't very bright, her combat power was exceptionally high. So taking her along to gain experience was fine. But this Lin Baici hadn't even obtained his own license yet. What right did he have to be an examiner? Get out, Jia Hongmian scolded. The list of all examiners has to be submitted to the chief examiner. If I go like this, how am I supposed to explain it? Yuan Jifeng had a headache. Every year, the God Hunter license examination involved a chief examiner sent by headquarters, a team of deputy examiners, and each of the 6 major branches provided 1 lead examiner and 10 examiners. If you can't explain it, I'll replace you. Zhao Hongmian looked at Yuan Jifeng, her gaze as calm as a stagnant pool, deep enough to drown someone. Yuan Jifeng's mouth moved, but in the end, he said nothing and left, dejected. Close the door, Zhao Hongmian commanded. Yuan Jifeng stepped out, looking at the files of the 10 examiners in his hand. Lin Baici's resume was quite impressive for a newcomer. He had purified the god ruins of the Guangqing Longchen Temple, the Palm Harbor god ruins, and the Haijing Museum god ruins. He had dealt with stray dog contamination and the high-speed railroad clay figurine contamination. He had killed the Black Shark 3 of the Lost Coast. But the problem was, this was for being an examiner. Lin Baici had no experience at all, although Zhao Hongyao didn't have any either. She had a good sister. What did Lin Baici have? Could it be that he was Zhao Hongmian's brother-in-law? Even though he hadn't met Lin Baici yet, Yuan Jifeng's impression of him had already dropped to 0. Since he couldn't make Zhao Hongmian change her choice, he would have to find other ways. Yuan Jifeng prepared to assign Lin Baici some important, menial tasks to keep him out of the way. Sending someone like this, wasn't it just asking for the examinees to make a fool of them? The Kyushu Security Bureau's God Hunter license examination wasn't considered difficult, but it had always maintained a 65% elimination rate. One could imagine how many examinees had accumulated over the years. This year, because of the Qin Palace, the main forces of the major branches had all gone to the Qinling Mountains. So the overall strength of the examiners would be a notch weaker. Take Yuan Jifeng, for example. His strength was below the dragon level, which would only be at the level of a deputy examiner in previous years. But this year, he was leading the team as the lead examiner for the Haijing branch. Yuan Jifeng had received news that god hunters who hadn't originally planned to take the exam were now looking to try their luck. And some were even planning to collude and cheat, starting to sell passing spots. This was why Yuan Jifeng was so anxious. If someone managed to get a license through cheating this year, it would be his disgrace. What a pain, Yuan Jifeng muttered, deciding to call the other 8 examiners together for a meal to get on the same page. Letting Zhao Hongyao and Lin Baici go would just be a disgrace to the Haijing branch. In the evening, after dinner, Lin Baici was sitting on the sofa playing on his phone when he received an unexpected call. Aunt Shu. It was actually Nangong Shu, the proprietress of the Dragon and Beauty Bar. You still remember Aunt Shu? Nangong Shu was half joking, half complaining. The winter break is almost over, and I haven't seen you come to visit Aunt Shu. What? Is Aunt Shu's bar too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you? No, I went to Korea and only got back 2 days ago, Lin Baici explained. Then are you free these next few days? Come over and play. Auntie Shu will give you a freebie. Nangong Shu's voice was sultry, brimming with the rich, mature charm of a young woman. In Lin Baici's mind, the image of Nangong Shu wearing a kippao involuntarily surfaced. Her voluptuous figure was indeed the type that a cow thief would love most. After the two finished chatting, a while later, Lin Baici received a call from Zhao Hongyao. Let us be the examiners. Lin Baici was surprised. After asking about the requirements for examiners in previous years, he frowned. Will the others be convinced? Lin Baici was not afraid of invigilating or failing to catch cheaters. He was worried that the other examiners would be unhappy with him. He had never heard of a newcomer serving as an examiner. Scared, Zhao Hongyao laughed. It is fine. I will cover for you. Whoever dares to discriminate against you, I will blow their head off. Zhao Hongyao struck a pose like a big sister. Lin Baici curled his lip. It sounds like you would not be discriminated against yourself. I am collecting some information on the 7 towns of Luoyang. I will send it to you in 2 days. Take a look and prepare yourself. Zhao Hongyao arranged. All right. The two chatted for a few more sentences and ended the call. The next day, after Lin Baici finished breakfast, he said, Qingxiang, I have things to do during the day and will be going out. So do not prepare meals for me. Gu Qingxiang nodded. Lin Baici went downstairs. and after walking out of the residential complex, he could not help but look back. Why did the counselor have such a great attraction to him? Her looks, her figure, and her personality. Although Gu Qingxiang was excellent, she was not so outstanding that she surpassed Jin Yingzhen and Jia Hongyao by a whole tier. To be honest, if Lin Baici were even a little bit of a scumbag, he would have already eaten up the high ponytail girl completely. He thought of the head-wrapped woman again, if the lights were off. Just speaking of the tactile sensation, it was also top-notch. Right now, on his hands, there seemed to be the lingering warmth of the female office workers' flesh-colored stockings. Lin Baici drove and found a real estate agency near Haixing University of Technology. He still had 4 years of school left, so he planned to buy a villa near the school. That way, he could come over during his free time and change it after graduation. Anyway, he was not short on money, and real estate was a hard currency. After driving through 3 streets, Lin Baici found a real estate agency that looked quite large and had a strong presence. He parked the car and walked inside. The room was over 30 square meters, furnished with 3 desks and for computers. There were 3 agents wearing suits, bored and playing on their phones. When they saw someone walk in, they looked up once and then continued playing. If you want to rent a house, look online or check the bulletin boards in those residential complexes. We sell houses here. A young man in his 20s with a side-part hairstyle spoke up. I am here to buy a house, Lin Baici said. This sentence made all 3 agents look up in astonishment, sizing Lin Baici up and down. He was not wearing designer brands. He looked like an ordinary college student. Because the side-part youth had already spoken, it counted as him starting this transaction, so the other 2 colleagues did not chime in. Furthermore, they felt that this student probably did not know the Haixing real estate market. If your family does not have 3 or 4 million, you are not qualified to enter the market, and even then, that would only buy the worst, old, broken, and small apartments. Hello, my name is Zhang Meng. The side-part youth stood up and shook hands with Lin Baici. Logically, he should have poured a cup of water using a disposable cup, but he was too lazy. Namely, he felt there was no financial prospect. Hello, Lin Baici. Lin Baici sat down. What kind of house are you looking to buy? Zhang Meng asked casually. A villa near Haixing University of Technology with a decent environment in the complex. Do not make it too dilapidated, and it would be best if there are many people living there permanently. Lin Baici stated his requirements. In the complex where his hometown was, there were only 2 or 3 households living in a 20-story building. It was like a haunted building. Little brother, this is the city center. Do you know how much a villa costs? Zhang Meng chuckled and held up 2 fingers. At least 20 million. That is acceptable. Lin Baici nodded. It was less than he had expected. Does this handsome guy have a mine at home? The female agent teased. Though looking at his clothes, it did not seem like it, judging by your accent. You are not from Haixing, right? Zhang Meng asked. Lin Baici had been here for half a year, but his accent had not changed. A student. Which university? Haixing University of Technology. When the female agent heard the name of the school, she could not help but feel envious. Your school is quite good. Although it was not the best in Haixing, it was still in the top 10. If he had a good major, there would be no problem with a monthly salary of over 10,000 after graduation. If you want to buy a house in Haixing, you either need a household registration, or you must have paid Social Security for over 5 years, or have proof of tax payments for over 5 years, Zhang Meng explained. Lin Baici frowned. Is it that troublesome? There is a talent introduction policy now. If you are a master's graduate from a 211 or 985 university in Haixing, that also works, Zhang Meng emphasized. An undergraduate degree does not count. Is there no other way? Lin Baici was stunned. Even with money, he could not buy a house. No, just focus on your studies. Come back in 7 years after you finish your master's degree. Zhang Meng lowered his head and continued playing on his phone. But by that time, housing prices will have at least tripled. The female agent shook her head. I have a foreign friend, and she has a house in Haixing. They actually do not allow buying. Then how did Jin Yingzhen get her house? The Korean girl had wanted to give Lin Baici a villa before. but he did not take it. Zhang Meng had no interest in answering, but the female agent was bored. And since Lin Baici was quite good-looking, she chatted a bit. That must be an investment, or bought in the name of a company. Actually, there is one more way. The female agent chuckled. If you have a good job, the kind in a government department, that also works. He has not even graduated yet. Where would he get a job? Zhang Meng rolled his eyes. Is having a job all that matters? Lin Baici's eyes lit up. Exactly. The female agent glanced at Zhang Meng, and seeing he had lost interest, she pulled out a business card and handed it to Lin Baici. My name is Feng Ting. If you want to rent a house in the future, you can call me. Feng Ting was purely handing out the card because she thought Lin Baici was handsome and a student at a prestigious university, operating on the principle that having more friends leads to more opportunities. Besides, business cards didn't cost much. She gave them out freely. Thank you for the trouble, Sister Ting. Lin Baici stood up. Haha, I've always wanted to visit Haijing University of Technology, but I never dared to go, fearing the security guards would chase me away. Feng Ting belittled herself as she walked Lin Baici out. If you want to see it, Sister Ting, you can look for me. Lin Baici smiled slightly. Then, why didn't you even give me your phone number? Feng Ting rolled her eyes. Zhang Meng looked up, watching the two of them walk out, and curled his lip. So what if he's a college student? He had pursued Feng Ting before but was rejected. Now, here came someone who couldn't even afford a house, worse off than himself, yet Feng Ting was being so enthusiastic. Vain, snobbish. Zhang Meng felt nothing but contempt. Take care. And if you have time in the future, feel free to come find me to hang out, Feng Ting said, offering standard pleasantries. Will do. Lin Baici waved his hand and walked down the steps. He took out his phone, originally intending to call Jia Hongyao, but after a moment's thought, he dialed Jia Hongmian directly instead. Hello, Director. The call connected, and Lin Baici got straight to the point. I want to buy a house in Haijing, short on money. Jia Hongmian's voice carried a smile. Your bonus this time is 50 million. And you can even draw your salary for this year in advance. So, buying a luxury riverside mansion is not a problem at all. Feng Ting was preparing to head back inside, but an agent's intuition made her stop. She saw Lin Baici walking toward a Mercedes sports car parked on the side of the road. No way, that's his car. A rich second-generation heir. Feng Ting was stunned out under the sunlight. The black sports car parked at the curb looked like a warship waiting to set sail. Its wide wheel hubs, stylish ducktail spoiler, and the quad exhaust pipes at the rear looked aggressive and sharp, exuding luxury and nobility. Feng Ting didn't know much about cars, but that three-pointed Mercedes star meant it was a luxury vehicle. And it was a sports car on top of that. It must have cost at least $1 million, right? It's not a matter of money, it's that I don't have the qualifications to buy a house. Lin Baici explained the reason. After hearing this, Jia Hongmian couldn't help but chuckle. Little Lin, you must not know the rank of our security bureau, do you? You are an official staff member now. So go ahead and buy it, really. Lin Baici finally felt relieved. Actually, the bureau could gift you a house, though it wouldn't be a villa, and you wouldn't be able to pick the location at will. Do you want it? Jia Hongmian asked. She was not stingy with rewards for this young man who might become her ace. The reason she hadn't mentioned it before was that god hunters were never short on money and all preferred to buy houses they liked themselves. Can I exchange it for money instead? It was free. So why not take it? Jia Hongmian guessed Lin Baici's little scheme. If a house in a good location becomes available, I will save it for you. Thank you, Sister Mayan. Lin Baici had originally intended to say thank you, Director, but the words felt more intimate as sister. Call me if you need anything. Jia Hongmian hung up. She was very busy and had no time for idle chatter. Lin Baici took out his car key and pressed it. Beep, beep. The Mercedes sports car's lights flashed, and it chirped twice. It really is his. Feng Ting was surprised, then quickly glanced back at Zhang Meng, who was still playing on his phone. Old Zhang, we both misjudged him. Feng Ting took a deep breath and trotted toward Lin Baici. A potential stock. I have to seize this. Feng Ting's high heels clicked rhythmically against the floor. Although running over like this might seem snobbish, in the real estate business, You couldn't be afraid of losing face. Or how else would you get deals, Baici? Feng Ting called out. I think I should explain it to you again. If you have extra money at home, there are actually ways to maneuver and obtain the qualifications to buy a house. Lin Baici looked at the approaching Feng Ting and smiled. No need. A person should still have dreams. You are a student at Haijing University of Technology with a bright future. You will definitely be able to stay in this city and become a Haijing local. Feng Ting clenched her fists in encouragement. Please keep an eye out for villas in this area for me, Sister Tang. If there's anything suitable, give me a call. Lin Baici smiled slightly. I'm not afraid of it being expensive. Only that it's not good enough. After saying this, Lin Baici climbed into the driver's seat. The car door closed. Feng Ting was confused. What did he mean? One phone call, and the house buying qualification was solved. The electric window rolled down, and Lin Baici waved out, "Bye, Sister Tang." Lin Baici finished, started the engine, and headed off to find Nangong Shu. She was a local insider and should know plenty of people. Perhaps she could help him secure a good property. Feng Ting returned inside, completely bewildered, still seeing him off. You're being quite enthusiastic. What? Taken a liking to him? Zhang Meng's words were laced with jealousy. Feng Ting ignored him, grabbed her mouse, and clicked on the webpage to search for listings. Although she didn't know what Lin Baici had done, his bright, confident smile made her feel that he might actually have the qualifications to buy a house. That kid wants to stay in Haijing and get a residency permit. That takes at least 7 years until he finishes his master's degree. Feng Ting, can you afford to wait that long? Zhang Meng was afraid Feng Ting had been tricked by that Lin Baici and had gone off to get a room. Damn it! Just thinking about that possibility made Zhang Meng feel like vomiting blood from frustration. Even if you can afford to wait, will he even want you by then? Zhang Meng continued. Zhang Meng, what do you mean by that? Feng Ting was annoyed. Ting, don't be angry. He's just joking. Another male agent stepped in to play the peacemaker. HMPH. Feng Ting looked on with disdain. That guy drives a Mercedes sports car. Even if you worked yourself to the bone for 10 years, you still couldn't afford one. Besides, so what if you can't wait? Can't you just enjoy the present? Chapter 460 to Lin Baici's Divine Might. The landlady is shocked. South of the city, the old district. Lin Baici parked his car, walked along the pedestrian street for a while, entered a small alley, and after winding through several turns, arrived in front of an iron door. There was a padlock on the door, but it wasn't locked. Lin Baici pushed the door open. Amidst the harsh, screeching sound of the door hinges, a dim passageway about 30 meters long was revealed. Perhaps because it was the new year, small lanterns were hung on the walls on both sides. As for this place, the Dragon and Beauty Bar, you basically wouldn't be able to find it without someone familiar leading the way. Lin Baici walked through the passage, went down the stairs, and entered another corridor about 30 meters long, with several iron doors on the walls on both sides. Two men and one woman, all young, were whispering to each other while trying to open the doors. Hezhong, are you sure this is the place? Did you get scammed? Gu Qianshan had her hands tucked into the pockets of her hoodie. Below, she wore blue jeans that wrapped tightly around her round, perky bottom, making one want to give it a slap. That was a distant relative of mine. It shouldn't be wrong, Hezhong sniffed. The profession of god hunter is very mysterious. They must hide themselves, otherwise, what would they do if they were discovered? Is the bar your relative mentioned considered an underground black market? Will something happen if we just show up like this? Tan Yang touched the telescopic baton hidden in his jacket, then reached into his pocket and gripped the folding knife inside, only then feeling at ease. Don't you guys want to become god hunters? If you aren't even willing to take this little bit of risk, what big things can you accomplish? Hezhong opened another door, but behind it was just a wall. HMPH, it's clearly you who are scared and made us come to keep you company. After Gu Qianshan finished speaking, she glanced toward the street corner and suddenly noticed someone standing there. Holy crap! Gu Qianshan cried out. There's someone. Hezhong and Tan Yang immediately looked over, scrambling to pull out their weapons. What are you doing here? Lin Baici walked over, his gaze sweeping across the three of them. The girl was a 7 out of 10 in looks, with a slim figure, but her bottom was very perky. The young man called He Zhang was dressed in trendy brands, looking like he came from a wealthy family. The last one was quite bulky. Even in the middle of winter, he was wearing a down jacket over a tight-fitting elastic tank top, leaving the jacket open as if he were afraid others wouldn't know he had muscles. Is that any of your business? He Zhang stared at Lin Baici and pulled Gu Qianshan behind him. Tan Yang might have looked like a gym rat with a brain full of muscles, but he was actually quite sharp. He stared at Lin Baici and asked, "What are you doing here?" Gu Qianshan also reacted, leaning behind her to good friends and whispering, "Could he be a god hunter? Isn't he a bit too young for that?" Tan Yang sized Lin Baici up. "He feels 2 or 3 years younger than me, friend." "Are you a god hunter?" He Zhang asked directly. "Damn it." Gu Qianshan poked He Zhang in the lower back with her fist. "Can you have a little bit of tact? If you ask like that, who is going to answer you, friend? I was introduced by a friend otherwise. Who could find this ghost of a place? Don't you agree?" He Zhang wore a smile and took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, waving it toward Lin Baici. "Want a smoke?" "Sorry, I don't smoke." Lin Baici continued walking forward. A rich second-generation heir who finds life too boring and wants an exciting life. He possesses one divine grace. He Zhang frowned. "Buddy, don't be so cold. I have divine grace. I'm a god hunter." Seeing Lin Baici walking over, Gu Qianshan hurriedly grabbed He Zhang and told him to stand aside. He Zhang wasn't happy about it, but Tan Yang grabbed his arm and wrapped an arm around his shoulder, pulling him to stand against the wall. Lin Baici walked past the three of them, arrived at an iron door, opened it, and walked inside. "See that? It's here." He Zhang was excited. "Let's go." "Are we really going in?" When it came down to it, Tan Yang felt a bit conflicted. He worried that once he took this step, there would be no turning back. "What are you afraid of? That kid probably isn't even as old as us, and he went in, didn't he?" He Zhang couldn't wait any longer. He shook off Tan Yang's hand and rushed to the iron door Lin Baici had entered. After opening it, he saw a corridor inside. He walked to the end, opened the door, and a soft saxophone melody drifted into his ears. "Come quickly," He Zhang shouted. "Let's go. We'll just stay for a while, and then leave." Gu Qianshan also wanted to broaden her horizons. The three of them entered the bar, worried they might be stopped by security, but they weren't. Inside the bar, glass tables and sofas were scattered about. There were about 30 guests, talking and laughing in low voices. In the southwest corner, there was a small stage where a man in a suit was playing the saxophone. On the north side was the bar counter. The young man from earlier was sitting there, talking to a bartender wearing a shirt and vest. "It feels no different from those quiet bars, right?" Gu Qianshan muttered. Quiet bars were relatively peaceful, without disco music or hot dancers. And they didn't have dancing. They played relaxing, soothing music, suitable for chatting. He Zhang didn't choose a booth but sat at the bar. "Bartender, what's your signature cocktail?" "Give us 2, and a juice." "Change that to alcohol." Gu Qianshan rolled her eyes at He Zhang. Who drinks juice at a bar? He Zhang had no choice but to urge, "Drink less." These guests were likely all god hunters. Tan Yang did not dare to stare directly, so he could only peek out of the corner of his eye. Soon, he saw a woman wearing a bright red kippah coming down from upstairs. Tan Yang's eyes widened instantly, and he reached out to nudge He Zhang. "Look at that. Isn't this just too sexy? Wavy hair, red high heels, and a curvaceous body." She looked like a rose drenched in desire, making one wish they could die right there on her. "A cow enthusiast's dream," He Zhang commented. "Baici." Upon receiving Lin Baici's call, Nangongshu had come down immediately. She sat on the chair next to Lin Baici and crossed her legs. Her high heel slipped off her heel, dangling precariously from her toes, barely staying on. "You finally remembered Antishu." Nangongshu extended her index finger and hooked Lin Baici's chin. "Let me see. Have you been drained into a husk by some vixen, Antishu?" Lin Baici was speechless and blocked the landlady's hand. "Ha! You've been in university for half a year now. Why are you still so shy?" Nangongshu teased. "With your conditions, you shouldn't be unable to find a girlfriend, right? Do you not know how? Do you want Auntie Shu to help you gain some experience?" As the landlady spoke, she used her right foot to rub against Lin Baici's calf. He Zhang and Tan Yang watched, dumbfounded. feeling their mouths go dry. So they picked up their glasses and gulped down their drinks. Any news about the Qin Palace? Lin Baici changed the subject. He knew that the more he tried to discourage her, the more the landlady would egg him on. Same as always. Nang Gongshu snapped her fingers, signaling the bartender to bring her a drink as usual. Everyone was full of enthusiasm to enter the god ruins before, but after seeing that no one has come out for so long, they finally remembered the terror of this god ruin and have quieted down. But it will only drag on for a few months at most, because the Qin Palace is still expanding. When the time comes, the people from the Safety Bureau will have to step in, the kind that uses human lives to fill the gap. Lin Baici had seen the Bizen god ruin, so he understood that if the Qin Palace could not be purified, everywhere the dark mist reached would become a forbidden zone for life. The bad news is that many people will die. The good news is that we will get to see dragon-level god hunters like Xia Hongmian take action. Nang Gongshu looked at Lin Baici. According to the habits of the Kyushu Safety Bureau, they will have people sign volunteer forms. Don't you go standing up like a fool. These words were somewhat selfish. But Nang Gongshu was also concerned about Lin Baici. You're a newcomer. Don't go joining in the fun. Of course, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be your turn anyway. And Xia Hongmian treats her subordinates quite well. In a massive organization, there were plenty of factions and cliques. And it was inevitable that there would be those selfish big shots who always treated their subordinates as cannon fodder. He Zhang and Tan Yang looked at each other, feeling excited, as if they had heard some incredible news. How was your trip to Bizen? Nang Gongshu asked, quite smooth. Lin Baici smiled reservedly. Why did the great shaman look for you? Nang Gongshu was curious. Her bar was an underground black market, besides providing a venue for trading god-forbidden items. It also involved the buying and selling of intelligence. Therefore, compared to the small fry god hunters, the landlady knew more inside information, though the most critical details remained elusive. I performed well in the god ruin, and she wanted to recruit me into her group. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. You little slippery fox. Nang Gongshu, wearing sheer stockings, kicked Lin Baici's calf with her foot. Although the great shaman isn't a racist, the Yellowstone group only accepts Americans. Are you one? People change. Lin Baici couldn't exactly say, I saved her life. So she has a very good impression of me and has become my anti-Xia. Nang Gongshu certainly wouldn't believe that. After all, that was the famous dragon-level shaman Shakira, known for being notoriously difficult to deal with. Countless billionaires had waved wads of cash, begging Shakira to predict their fates, only to be turned away at the door. Nang Gongshu leaned into Lin Baici's ear, nibbling on his earlobe, and whispered, were those big shots from the Sejong killed by Xia Hongmian? Lin Baici leaned his body away, but just as he was about to dodge, Nang Gongshu wrapped her arm around his shoulder. Be good, tell Auntie Shu. Nang Gongshu kissed Lin Baici on the cheek. Auntie Shu won't let you suffer a loss. The landlady had activated her divine grace, so even those standing right next to them could not hear their conversation. Damn! He Zhang and Tan Yang were so envious their eyes turned red. So this guy is a kept man. Gu Qianshan looked at Lin Baici, feeling that the world of god hunters was truly complicated. So those big shots really are dead? Lin Baici asked in return. You didn't see it. Nang Gongshu was surprised. Yeah. Lin Baici nodded. Xia Hongmian was truly formidable. Her methods of killing were unfathomable. You must have made a fortune on this Bizen trip, right? Nang Gongshu had received news that Shakira and Jinxian had both met with Lin Baici privately, and then the Sejong had summoned Lin Baici to Jeongbokgung Palace. This indicated that Lin Baici must have had something good on him, enough for Xia Hongmian to personally step in to back him up. Of course, it didn't rule out the possibility that Xia Hongmian went to protect her sister and took care of Lin Baici along the way. Yeah. Lin Baici took a sip of his juice. I should say I made a killing. TSK. Look at how smug you are. Nang Gongshu poked Lin Baici's head. If you want to sell anything, Auntie Shu will help you. No commission. Thank you in advance, Auntie Shu. A rich scent of perfume drifted from the landlady. An older woman can soothe the fire. Why not have a taste? Moderate entertainment is good for the body and mind. And she won't cling to you. Or rather, she's afraid you'll cling to her. Cheers. Wishing you a successful triumph. Nang Gongshu clinked her glass with Lin Baici's landlady. The young man wearing an Arcturix windbreaker walked over with a smile on his face and handed a slip of paper to her. Nang Gongshu took it and glanced at it. Are you trying to buy the written exam questions? Nang Gongshu frowned. The young man looked a bit embarrassed and quickly explained. It is for a friend, with all due respect. If you cannot even pass the written exam, entering the 7 towns of Luoyang is just asking for death. Nang Gongshu pushed the paper back. Every year, the God Hunter license examination has a death quota. This is not a driver license test. If you fail, you might die. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow when he heard this and looked at the young man. What is he trying to do? Cheat? I understand. The young man shoved his hands into the pockets of his windbreaker. Is it not just meteor coins? Name your price. You do not understand. Nang Gongshu stared at the young man. The experienced veterans from the security bureau have all gone to the Qin Palace. This year, the examiners for the license assessment have a lower cultivation level than in previous years, which means their ability to handle sudden, fatal crises is also inferior. The young man grew impatient. Are you the Leshan giant Buddha? Why do you care so much? Are you selling it or not? Selling. Since she had said the kind words and the other party still would not listen, it was no longer her problem. Nang Gongshu held up an index finger. 10,000 meteor coins. Rest assured, I used a divine favor. They cannot hear our conversation. The Arcturix-wearing youth did not believe her and looked at Lin Baici, who had clearly heard everything. He is my own nephew. Nang Gongshu chuckled and looked at Lin Baici. By the way, are you going to take the license exam? Lin Baici shook his head. He was not taking it, but he would be there to invigilate. Not going is the right choice. The mortality rate this year will definitely be high. Nang Gongshu felt relieved. Hearing this, the Arcturix-wearing youth looked at Lin Baici, curled his lips, and showed a look of disdain on his face. Howard. Lin Baici found it amusing. He wondered what expression this young man would have when he saw him invigilating at the exam site, buying test questions right in front of the examiner. What kind of luck is this? Were his ancestors for 10 generations all dung scoopers? Do you have intelligence on the 7 towns of Luoyang? The Arcturix-wearing youth rubbed his nose. I want the questions from the past 5 years, 10,000 meteor coins. Nang Gongshu stated her price. The young man nodded, clearly able to afford the price. The proprietress tapped her fingers on the table. Tap, tap. The bartender looked over. Give him to Luoyang peonies, Nang Gongshu ordered. The bartender nodded. Kid, let me give you a word of advice. These materials can only be read by one person. If a second person reads them, their eyes will go blind. Nang Gongshu guessed that this young man was just a representative and that the money for the test questions had been pulled by several people. Sure enough, the young man stiffened upon hearing this. Do you think you can just recite them orally? Nang Gongshu curled her sexy red lips. You can try, but remember, do not underestimate the methods of God Hunters. The young man's face turned pale and red. How about it? Still buying? Nang Gongshu teased. Buying. The young man gritted his teeth. Proprietress, I heard that if you perform well in the assessment, you will be selected by the security bureau. Yes, Nang Gongshu understood the young man's thoughts. Entering the security bureau meant a bright future, and at the very least, having a license allowed one to openly take on missions to earn money. Oh, the young man thought for a moment and asked again. I have a divine taboo item. If I sell it here, how much commission do you take? 5%. Nang Gongshu lost interest in entertaining the young man. Go talk to the bartender. I still need to keep my nephew company. After saying that, the proprietress ignored the Arcturix-wearing youth and leaned in toward Lin Baici. You have already received the genius recruitment terms, so you should not need to take the license exam, right? But if you do take it, it is no problem. And Ishu can get you the questions and even bribe the examiners to make things convenient for you. How? Lin Baici frowned. Bribe the examiners, my little Baici. All the hustle and bustle in the world is for profit. Where there are people, there will always be such things. Nang Gongshu smiled. Even the ancient imperial examinations had cheating, let alone a God Hunter assessment. Anyway, if their strength is insufficient, it is not the examiner who will be killed by pollution later. Right. The proprietress traced circles along the rim of her glass with her fair fingers. Do you know who the examiners are? Lin Baici frowned. I know a few. Nang Gongshu had a good relationship with Jia Hongyao and considered Lin Baici one of her own. So she did not hide much. You can be bribed. How much will it cost? Lin Baici pressed. Nang Gongshu smiled. You just need to remember that once you spend the money, someone will take care of you during the assessment. The young man in the Arcturix windbreaker followed the bartender for 20 minutes and returned. When he intended to leave the bar, he walked up to Lin Baici again. Friend, we could take the license exam together. If we help each other, the chances of passing are higher. No need, Lin Baici declined. The young man did not insist. He gave Lin Baici a dry smile, shoved his hands into his pockets, and left in a hurry. Seeing this, He Xiang and the other two exchanged glances, dropped 300 yuan, and chased after him, clearly wanting to talk to the young man. Auntie Shu, I want to buy a nice house near Haijing University of Technology. If you have any connections, please help me look. Lin Baici felt that a local snake like Nang Gongshu must have a way. What house to buy? Just stay at Auntie Shu place, Nang Gongshu teased. Auntie Shu will take good care of you every day. Lin Baici stayed for an hour before heading home. Don't leave yet. Auntie Shu is going to cook personally at noon and make a few dishes for you. Nang Gongshu whereupon her delicate brows. Boss lady, are you trying to treat me like a dish and eat me up? The bartender teased. Lin Baici left. And about half an hour later, Xia Hongniao arrived. The girl with the high ponytail was a celebrity here. As soon as she walked in, people immediately greeted her. Hongniao, where have you been all this time? We haven't seen you at all. I went to the Bizan God ruins. This single sentence from the high ponytail girl instantly perked everyone up, and they crowded around her. I heard there are gods in the Bizan God ruins. Even the bartender was curious. There are. Xia Hongniao's answer instantly ignited the atmosphere in the bar. Did you see one? What do the Bizan gods look like? Are they also plastic surgery faces? Everyone chimed in with their questions. I saw one. Xia Hongniao sat down, took a sip of fruit wine, and smiled. But I can't tell you, Sister Hongniao. I'll be your dog from now on, woof woof. So can you tell your dog? Just you. You think you could survive seeing a god? Your bragging is even bigger than your chest. That's right. If you can prove you've seen a god, I'll do a handstand and eat poop. Everyone was chattering away, with some deliberately trying to provoke Xia Hongniao. Nang Gongshu came down, and hearing the discussion, she couldn't help but ask. Baici has also seen a god. You're asking that? Xia Hongniao knew some things couldn't be said. Otherwise she would have told Nang Gongshu that little Lindsay hadn't just seen a god, he was the one who killed it. The Statue of Liberty team has been removed from the rankings. Do you know who did it? Someone asked curiously. That was a veteran powerhouse from Europa. Xia Hongniao made a fist with her right hand, extended her thumb, and pointed at herself. The room was suddenly filled with the sound of people gasping. You guys did it. Is that for real? Stop bragging. Your chest is really going to explode from all that hot air. Wake up. You are Xia Hongniao, not Xia Hongmian. Everyone didn't believe her. Hongniao, come up here. Nang Gongshu pulled the high ponytail girl upstairs. Boss lady, don't hug all the fun. Let us listen to. In the bedroom, Nang Gongshu poured tea and chatted with Xia Hongniao. With her emotional intelligence, she managed to pry quite a bit of information out of the high ponytail girl in no time. Listening to the story of their team's trip to Bizan, and how Lin Baici had cut through everything like a hot knife through butter, Nang Gongshu was absolutely shocked. My nephew is actually this powerful. Your nephew? Xia Hongmian was stunned. Lin Baici, I just adopted him as one. Why do you all like adopting nephews? Xia Hongniao was speechless. Who else has adopted Lin Baici as a relative? Nang Gongshu asked curiously. Xia Hongniao didn't say. And even if she did, Nang Gongshu probably wouldn't believe her. After all, that was Shakira. Did you really kill a god? Nang Gongshu was silent for a moment before asking again. It wasn't that she didn't believe her, but the news was just too shocking. To be precise, it was little Lindsay. Xia Hongniao said regretfully. Yingchen and I got in late, so we missed it. Nang Gongshu looked the high ponytail girl up and down. Xia Hongniao crossed her arms over her chest. You didn't even lose a single hair. Nang Gongshu felt like crying. I regret it so much. If only I had followed you guys to Bizen. This is the kind of achievement you can brag about for a lifetime, you know. Haha, it was all thanks to little Lindsay and Guchinkyu. Jia Hongyao laughed heartily. Guchinkyu, Nang Gongshu was puzzled. My new teammate. Super high IQ. By the way, she's taking the license exam next month. I have a feeling she's going to break the record, Jia Hongyao boasted. You really have a lot of confidence in her. Nang Gongshu teased. Of course. It's a pity little Lindsay has to be an examiner this year. Otherwise he would definitely have shattered Ying Bailey's record. Jia Hongyao said with regret. Nang Gongshu was stunned. Little Lindsay is going to do what? Be an examiner. Jia Hongyao said as if it were obvious. With his combat record, it's no problem. Nang Gongshu was dumbfounded. When she thought about how she had openly bought and sold exam questions right in front of the examiner, and even told him that he could bribe the examiner. How embarrassing. Nang Gongshu was so embarrassed she wanted to die. No, I must sleep with Lin Baici immediately and make him one of my own. Nang Gongshu wasn't actually interested in men. But if it were a man who had killed a god, that would be different. I want him to pull my hair with the same hand he used to kill that god. Chapter 463. Gishin Yansti-like remarks. Jia Hongyao had a simple personality and no hidden agendas. Whoever was good to her, she treated as a friend. Before she had ever been burned, she was the type to be completely loyal and devoted. For example, when it came to lending money, as long as a friend asked, the high ponytail girl would rather go hungry for 3 days than fail to help. In fact, one could see this from how she distributed the spoils of war. Jia Hongyao enjoyed the process of purifying the corruption of the rules, not the spoils themselves. Even for top-tier divine favors and divine artifacts, the high ponytail girl didn't care. She would show them off, but the purpose was to prove that she had obtained something good and was an expert. Nang Gongshu had known Jia Hongyao for 4 or 5 years and had taken good care of her. So the high ponytail girl had described their trip to Bizen vividly, except for certain things that absolutely could not be mentioned. Of course, there was also an element of showing off. The high ponytail girl just loved that. How about it? Our 7th star is amazing, right? Jia Hongyao picked up her teacup, gulped down to mouthfuls, and then looked at the boss lady's shocked expression. Only one thought crossed her mind. Awesome, super awesome. It felt like drinking ice-cold beer on the hottest day of summer. It was incredibly refreshing. Nang Gongshu fell silent. Don't ask me. I don't even know how to evaluate this. It was a bit too impressive. Completely beyond the scope of my understanding. Andishu, you must not go around talking about this. Jia Hongyao cautioned her. Why, you achieved such a brilliant record. Why not tell others? Nang Gongshu teased. Is there really some hidden secret? No, it's a genuine, hard-earned record. Jia Hongyao sighed. Xiao Lindsay and Feng Qingqiu are not the type to show off. If they found out I was blabbing everywhere, they would definitely look down on me. Even a team leader like me has a reputation to maintain. This is a record you could brag about for a lifetime. Even the person who cares the least about honor would feel a secret thrill when hearing others discuss their achievements. Nang Gongshu considered herself a good judge of human nature. Then you're wrong. Jia Hongyao chuckled. Xiao Lindsay and Feng Qingqiu are both extremely proud people. We might think clearing the Bizen Divine Ruin is incredibly flashy, but for them, they don't even care for it. It would have to be something like the top 10 divine ruins of the 9 provinces to satisfy their vanity. To put it bluntly, what is getting first place in a grade? It has to be the citywide joint examination. Getting first place there is what you call honor. You have no idea. I was dying of happiness. But in front of Xiao Lindsay and Feng Qingqiu, I had to act all cool and indifferent because I was afraid they would look down on me. Jia Hongyao felt pain just thinking about it. Having team members who are too overpowered isn't necessarily a good thing. I suggested holding a victory banquet, but those two had absolutely no interest. Bring Guchinkyu over another day, let me see her. Nang Gongshu was dying of curiosity. She could tell that the girl with the high ponytail held a genuine, heartfelt admiration and respect for that girl's intelligence. Jia Hongyao and Nang Gongshu could be considered best friends. Now that she had someone to listen, she naturally bragged to her heart's content, venting it all out. Jiahomian wasn't interested in the Bizan trip, and Jiahoniao couldn't go into too much detail with her colleagues. Now that she had finally caught Nangongshu, the girl with the high ponytail finally opened the floodgates. You don't know. In the monster apartment, that female monster fell in love with Xiao Lindsay. Jiahoniao took a sip of wine. Feng Qingqiu said that the female monster must have done something with Xiao Lindsay. I think that's impossible. They are different species. There's reproductive isolation. Okay. Nangongshu listened quietly, very tempted to ask. Jiahomian was also in the team, right? Otherwise, how could your temporarily assembled team possibly clear the Bizan trip? That evening, at the counselor's house, after Lin Baici finished washing up and was preparing to sleep, he received a call from the landlady. Xiao Lindsay, are you doing this on purpose to see Auntie Shu make a fool of herself? Nangongshu feigned anger. You became an examiner and didn't even tell me. No, the atmosphere at the time made it hard to bring up. Lin Baici explained. It's Auntie Shu who underestimated you. The landlady invited him. When are you coming over? Auntie Shu will wash some peaches for you to eat. Peaches? Lin Baici was stunned. That's right, honey peaches. The landlady seemed to have a double meaning in her words. Lin Baici immediately thought of Nangongshu's ample backside, accentuated by her cheongsam. The landlady chatted with Lin Baici for another 10 minutes or so before hanging up. Lin Baici looked at his phone. To be honest, if Nangongshu wanted to engage in some negative distance contact, Lin Baici felt he wouldn't refuse. First, the landlady was very sexy. Even Cao Cao couldn't resist. So there was no need to mention Lin Baici, he would surrender immediately. Second, there was no need to take responsibility. Damn it. I feel like a scumbag. Waking up the next day, there were only 3 days left until the start of the semester. Gu Qingxiang had gone to school to handle some work. Lin Baici had nothing to do. So, he simply returned to the dormitory, preparing to clean up a bit early. Walking on campus, Lin Baici saw that there were already students studying in the teaching buildings, and the library was packed. Lin Baici was filled with emotion. If he hadn't become a god hunter, how could he be this relaxed? He would definitely have started studying early, and in his spare time, he might even have to work a part-time job, dating. The money in his pocket wouldn't even be enough to treat a girl to a few meals. How could he dare? At the dormitory building, Lin Baici returned to his room and found that someone had already arrived. Wenwu. When did you get here? Hu Wenwu was hunched over his desk studying, his hair looking like it hadn't been washed in days. You're here. Hu Wenwu turned his head, so Lin Baici, and stood up to pour him some water. I came back right after the new year. Don't bother, I'm not thirsty. Lin Baici looked at the bloodshot eyes of Hu Wenwu, whose demeanor was also somewhat exhausted and haggard, and couldn't help but frown. Is everything okay at home, young people? Who doesn't have a bit of vanity? You'd at least want to buy a new set of clothes for the new year. Right, but Lin Baici noticed that Hu Wenwu was still wearing the same down jacket from before the holidays. And on the radiator, there was a plastic bag containing two steamed buns. In the trash can, there were several empty instant noodle packets. It's fine. Hu Wenwu's eyes darted away. Old Hu clearly didn't want to bring up this topic, so Lin Baici didn't ask again. Instead, he tidied up his bed, though he estimated that he wouldn't be staying here for too long in the new semester. Ding dong, a message arrived. Lin Baici took out his phone and glanced at it. It was from Ji Xinyan, asking if he had arrived at school yet. Lin Jia Daiyugui arrived. What do you want? Your conscience is lying. Can't I invite you to dinner? Lin Jia Daiyugui, how many people should I call Wenwu? Ji Xinyan's nickname was too long, so Lin Baici added a note for her, changing it directly to T-Sister. T-Sister, in the dormitory. Ji Xinyan looked at the message Lin Baici sent and was speechless. Are you stupid? I'm inviting you to eat alone, and you want to bring a third wheel. Do you have any idea how many men want to spend some one-on-one time with me? Lin Baici was a wealthy man now, so he had no intention of letting Ji Xinyan pay for the meal. He had planned to bring Hu Wenwu along to improve their quality of life. But as soon as he sent that message, he realized it was a bit abrupt. Typing was too much of a hassle. So Lin Baici called Ji Xinyan directly. Hurry up and get going. I'm going to fleece you for a big meal this noon. Eat to your heart's content. If all else fails, I'll sell my blood to support you. Ji Xinyan's words remained as bold as ever. Lin Baici chatted with the tea sister as he walked out. Wenwu, I'm heading out. Hu Wenwu waved his hand after Lin Baici left. He frowned. The voice on the other end of Lin Baici's phone hadn't been loud, but he could tell it was a woman's. People really shouldn't compare themselves to others. Hu Wenwu felt envious and buried his head back into his studies. Lin Baici's car was parked on the curb outside the school. He went to grab a bag and then headed to a cafe called Florence Town. It wasn't quite lunchtime yet, so the two had agreed to meet there. Lin Baici arrived first, ordered a coffee, and waited for over 10 minutes before Ji Xinyan showed up. As soon as the tea sister stepped into the cafe, the gazes of the other customers instantly fell upon her. Today, the tea sister was dressed very sexily. Even the men who had come with their girlfriends couldn't help but steal a glance. She wore a small black leather skirt, white knee-high boots, and sheer nude-colored leggings. On top, she wore a high-neck sweater that accentuated her bust. Layered under a small jacket, Ji Xinyan walked in, and the room, spotted Lin Baici, and trotted over. Lin Baici stood up and pulled out the chair opposite him. Well, look at you. Haven't seen you for a winter break, and you've turned into a gentleman, Ji Xinyan teased. But she didn't sit in the chair Lin Baici had pulled out. Instead, she chose the one right next to him. Lin Baici smiled without a word and signaled the waiter for the menu. Don't I look good? Ji Xinyan pressed her legs together and stretched them toward Lin Baici. The leggings were very thin, revealing the skin tone beneath. Lin Baici was stunned. Seriously, tea sister, you're going full throttle the moment we meet. Not good looking, the tea sister pouted. Then you don't get to touch. It's as if you'd let me touch you just because I said you looked good. Lin Baici rolled his eyes. Oh, to be honest, the tea sister's outfit was indeed quite sexy. Those knee-high boots made Lin Baici unable to resist taking a few extra looks. I've walked so much, my feet are sore. Can you rub them for me? As Ji Xinyan spoke, she bent down and unzipped her knee-high boots, preparing to take them off. I was wrong. I'll pay for lunch today. Lin Baici felt a headache coming on, especially since the couple at the next table was staring at them in shock. The man among them caught Lin Baici's eye and immediately gave him a thumbs up, his face full of envy. With a girlfriend this beautiful, let alone a foot rub, I'd be happy to lick them clean. Ji Xinyan's flirtations were always fleeting, the kind of seemingly unintentional teases that made one's heart race while leaving a lingering regret over a missed opportunity. The tea sister knew exactly how to keep someone wanting more while staying just out of reach. Not bad. You haven't gained any weight. You're still right on point with my aesthetic. Ji Xinyan crossed her arms, looked Lin Baici up and down, then opened her bag, took out a beautifully wrapped gift, and handed it to him. For you, don't you dare gain any weight, or there won't be a gift next time. And fortunately, Lin Baici had already matured. Otherwise, he would have been blushing and heart racing from such a backhanded compliment. I brought you a gift. Lin Baici wasn't as meticulous as Ji Xinyan. He hadn't bothered with colorful paper or ribbons. He just handed the gift box directly to the tea sister. Buying me a bag? I didn't think you were such a vulgar man. As soon as Ji Xinyan saw the Chanel logo on the bag, she guessed what was inside. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow, thinking about saying forget it then. But the tea sister giggled and added, but I just happen to like vulgar men like you. Don't you think I'm cheap? As the tea sister spoke, she glanced at Lin Baici and gave him a wink. In truth, she wasn't usually this full of suggestive talk, but after a winter break, seeing Lin Baici again, she found that this kid had developed even more charisma. Confident, reserved, composed. There was an indescribable brilliance in his eyes when he looked around. It wasn't exactly arrogance, but Lin Baici definitely didn't look at people as his equals. There was just an inexplicable sense of superiority, or perhaps pride. Ji Xinyan always felt that if she didn't take the initiative, Lin Baici would never say a word to her. Wow, a classic Chanel handbag. Ji Xinyan was astonished. She knew Lin Baici wasn't short on money, but giving such an expensive gift so suddenly was a bit over the top. One had to realize that for some girls, receiving a bag worth over 60,000 meant they would be heading to a hotel with their boyfriend that very night. Modesty, in some smaller cities, 60,000 was a year's salary for many people, enough to buy that modesty outright. The girls at the nearby tables couldn't help but steal glances. They didn't know exactly how much the bag cost, but the name Chanel alone meant it was something they couldn't afford. And so, their gazes overflowed with a hint of envy. Damn, not only is the gift expensive, but the boyfriend is also this handsome. One young girl felt indignant. If he had been an ugly guy, she wouldn't have turned into a green-eyed monster. Why did this woman, who looked like a total green tea bitch, get to have all the luck? It was infuriating. Lin Baici unwrapped the gift Ji Xinyan had given him and was somewhat surprised. A belt, do you like it? A Mont Blanc belt, costing over 7,000 for the tea sister. This was the most expensive gift she had given in her 19 years. I like it. Lin Baici didn't really care. He couldn't tell the difference between quality anyway. Actually, I wanted to get you a collar, Ji Xinyan chuckled. But I figured you definitely wouldn't wear it, so I had to settle for a belt instead. I hope it can tie your heart to mine. Oh my, how could she not help but want to flirt with him? Lin Baici was a bit overwhelmed. I've never worn a choker before. The tea art girl flipped through her handbag and suggested, seemingly offhandedly, do you want to buy me one? The waiter was completely stunned. Is this something I can hear without paying? When we go for a stroll on campus tonight, I can wear it. The waiter crossed his legs tightly. Big sister, can you please stop talking? My heart is dying of jealousy. Ji Xinyan glanced at the bag a few times, set it aside, and then looked at Lin Baici with a puzzled expression. Did you get hyaluronic acid injections? Why would I get that stuff? Lin Baici was speechless. But your skin is impossibly good. Ji Xinyan leaned in close to Lin Baici. Let me touch it. Lin Baici swatted her hand away. Stop messing around. What kind of skincare products do you use? Ji Xinyan pressed on. Safeguard soap. I don't believe a word of it. You old rascal. You're so bad. You definitely must have had some professional treatments. Ji Xinyan felt that if Lin Baici were a girl, the phrase naturally beautiful wouldn't even be enough to describe him. Lin Baici suddenly remembered that after consuming gods, his blood and bodily fluids acted like nutritional supplements. They were highly potent and could delay aging. But he certainly couldn't tell the tea art girl that. Chapter 464, Tea Art Master. Teaching online. In the Florence-style town, a rich aroma of coffee drifted through the air, mixed with the scent of freshly baked bread. Lin Baici felt the coffee here was average, but the atmosphere was truly top-notch. The environment was tranquil, the decor was upscale, and it was very romantic for young couples to sit here. Of course, the prices were also high enough to make one's heart ache. If Lin Baici were still the broke college student he used to be, he would definitely have steered clear of such a place. A cup of coffee for 70 or 80 yuan. Wouldn't it be better to go have a barbecue? Ji Xinyan seemed quite like a green tea girl, someone who loved material things and enjoyed luxury. But when Lin Baici gave her the Chanel handbag, she only looked at it for a few seconds when she first opened it, and after that, she didn't even spare it a glance. If she were faking it, hinting to Lin Baici that she wasn't a girl who could be easily bought with a luxury bag, then her acting skills were truly superb. Exquisite living. Who doesn't like it? She just happens to have a little money at home to support her whims. Study hard and find a good job. Be virtuous and obedient, and become a good wife. That doesn't exist. It's all about enjoying the moment and living youth to the fullest. She doesn't care about the future. She just wants to live for beautiful years of college life. The gluttonous god commented. After the two drank coffee for a while, Ji Xinyan started acting up again. Under the table, she rubbed her high-heeled boots against Lin Baici's leg. You gave me a gift worth 60 or 70,000, and yet you haven't even managed to get a kiss. Do you feel like you're losing out? Ji Xinyan teased. Do I look like such a utilitarian person to you? Lin Baici rolled his eyes. Even if it were a gift worth 700,000, he wouldn't blink an eye giving it away now. Giving it to Ji Xinyan was purely because he thought she was quite pretty, and they got along well. There was no helping it. Lin Baici was just a worldly man. If she were an ugly woman, he would have avoided her long ago. Drinking coffee. Isn't it more fun to go beat up flesh men? That's why I hate you, Ji Xinyan pouted. A utilitarian guy would already be hugging and cuddling by now. wondering where to get a hotel room tonight and what positions to make me try. How? Lin Baici was taken aback and looked at the tea art girl. Are you hinting at something? You must be hinting that I can do something, right? Ji Xinyan blinked her beautiful, large eyes. "TCH, straight man," Ji Xinyan muttered. Then suddenly leaned over, aiming to kiss Lin Baici's cheek. "Watch me sneak attack." Lin Baici subconsciously raised his hand and pressed it against the tea art girl's face. With his reflexes, it was impossible for her to make contact. "Damn, are you toxic?" Ji Xinyan was annoyed, even swearing. "I'm offering myself, and you won't even take it." The other couples at nearby tables were stunned by this scene. What is going on here? The men only had one thought. Is that guy an idiot? A beauty is throwing herself at you, and you don't want it. Did your male hormones stop during your second growth spurt? Stop it. I treat you as a friend. If you asked if they were best buddies, certainly not. But it was definitely a step closer than just being classmates. Then I should feel honored, I suppose. Ji Xinyan curled her lip, picked up her coffee, and gulped down to mouthfuls. I need to suppress my anger. Lin Baici didn't respond, seeing Lin Baici's reaction. Ji Xinyan suddenly tossed the Chanel handbag toward him. If you don't like me, don't buy me gifts. Lin Baici frowned. Ji Xinyan lowered her head to play with her phone, but she quickly glanced at Lin Baici from the corner of her eye. When she saw the expression on this straight man's face, her heart skipped a beat. Damn, the crying, making a scene, and threatening to hang oneself routine doesn't seem to work. Being pretty usually comes with privileges. In the past, when Ji Xinyan got angry, boys would immediately come over to fuss over her, and the ones involved would directly apologize and promise not to do it again. But someone like Lin Baici was clearly cold-hearted. Coaxing women. Lin Baici had no interest in that. He placed the handbag aside and prepared to stand up. He certainly wouldn't take back a gift he had already given. But he didn't want to drink this coffee anymore either. He planned to pay the bill and leave. Damn, you're really heartless. Ji Xinyan couldn't tell if Lin Baici was faking it or acting, but either way, she had lost this round of confrontation. With Lin Baici leaving, she feared she would never have another chance to hang out with him. So she leaned over, grabbed his arm, and took the opportunity to press herself against him. How was my acting? Ji Xinyan was all smiles, completely shedding the cold, frosty demeanor she had just displayed. With that little temper tantrum just now, if you haven't dumped 8 or 10 boyfriends, you could never pull that off. Lin Baici did not answer, but don't worry, I've never actually dated anyone. It's mostly because I look down on those guys. They're nowhere near as good as you. Ji Xinyan raised her right hand. I swear, if you don't believe me, you can check. Check. What am I supposed to check? Lin Baici was completely bewildered. Though he had to admit, the way this tea-sister handled the situation was truly impressive. She had absolutely no regard for saving face. Don't tell me, great class monitor, you've grown up this big and never watched any adult films. Ji Xinyan was shocked. Lin Baici felt his entire body go numb, and he stood up, ready to leave. How the hell was he supposed to answer that? Say he had. Wouldn't that just prove he was a lecherous old man? Say he hadn't. How stupid would Ji Xinyan have to be to believe that? Besides, he really didn't want to listen to this kind of crude, provocative talk anymore. Hey, I'm just joking. Is that all the tolerance our class monitor has? Seeing that she had gone too far, the tea-sister quickly apologized. I'm wrong, great class monitor. I used this coffee as a toast to make it up to you. No need. Lin Baici was being tugged by Ji Xinyan and couldn't leave. Besides, this girl was pressing her chest against his arm, wasn't she? He didn't know if they were big or not, but the sensation was quite nice. Actually, I think you're losing out. If you gave this bag to any other girl, you'd at least make it to third base, no problem. If you were a bit smoother with your words, fourth base wouldn't be impossible either. Ji Xinyan probed Lin Baici. I know you look down on ordinary girls. But what about Bai Zhao? She's not bad, right? That skin of hers, so white and tender. I even want to take a lick. I'm not lacking in women. Lin Baici began to counterattack. Throwing luxury goods at women? How tacky. I, the god of hunger, am usually the one being thrown at. But to be fair, Baijiu was indeed quite fair-skinned. As the saying goes, one shade of white hides 100 flaws. And combined with her already decent looks, she and Ji Xinyan were known as the two flowers of the electrical engineering department. Listen to me first. Baijiu actually has a decent impression of you, but her family background is average. And her goal is to find a wealthy husband. He doesn't need to be worth that much. 20 million is enough. Ji Xinyan bumped her shoulder against Lin Baici's. As long as you show a little bit of your strength, you'll be eating dumplings in no time. Don't worry. I've already checked for you. The dumpling is definitely a virgin. And what about you? Lin Baici asked curiously. What's your requirement for a boyfriend? Tens of millions. Ji Xinyan had clearly thought about this question before, and she didn't hesitate at all. As long as it's someone I like. I'd even work as a prostitute to support him. After saying this, the T-sister leaned back against Lin Baici. How about it? Give me a chance to support you. Don't worry. I'm a first-timer too. Listening to Ji Xinyan's words, Lin Baici smiled. Stop messing around. I can't marry you. And I can't even make you my public girlfriend. Why? Ji Xinyan was curious. Could it be that you're a wealthy young master and your family has already arranged a wife for you? No, I admit I'm interested in you. Nonsense. If he wasn't interested, he wouldn't have come to see her or bought her gifts. If you want to play cards, I don't mind. But I definitely won't take responsibility once I pull up my pants. The couples at the nearby tables had lost interest in their own conversations and were all pricking up their ears, listening to the chat between Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan with great excitement. What kind of scumbag man and woman were these? The guys all thought Lin Baici was stupid. That girl was quite pretty. Couldn't he just sweet-talk her and tell the truth after they finished playing cards? The girls, however, felt that Lin Baici was quite sincere. Although he was a scumbag, he was a scumbag who made his intentions perfectly clear. Ji Xinyan looked into Lin Baici's eyes and fell silent, because she realized that Lin Baici was being serious, and her mood suddenly became exceptionally low and painful. Although Ji Xinyan often acted like a tea girl, she also longed for someone to love her and treat her well. She hadn't expected that the first boy she felt an attraction to would be such a scumbag. He only wanted to eat, not to take responsibility. Damn it. The T-sister's low mood only lasted a few minutes. Before she had even finished half her coffee, she became lively again. If I get pregnant, are you going to make me get an abortion? Or will you let me keep it? Whatever. She would tease the class monitor first. Watching a straight-laced guy get flustered was also quite fun. Whose? Lin Baici was stunned. Mine, to be honest. This was a tricky question. He hadn't considered it. Nonsense. I, Ji Xinyan, have my own principles. Of course, I'd ask for child support from whoever the father is. Ji Xinyan puffed out her chest, looking quite proud. Of course. You're the only one so far who could make me, Ji Xinyan, willing to have a child for him. Ji Xinyan laughed and bumped her shoulder against Lin Baici's again. Hurry up and tell me. What do you plan to do? I think with your personality, you'd definitely give me 10 or 20 million in settlement money, right? How about 400 million? As soon as Lin Baici said it, he spat and glared at Ji Xinyan. Damn it. He had even let himself be led astray. Well, 400 million. Ji Xinyan looked excited, her two small hands clapping like a seal, as if she had already received the money. Lin Baici had black lines running down his forehead. But why 400 million? Ji Xinyan was curious. Lin Baici refused to answer. He couldn't very well say that he was giving her all the salary he would earn over his 4 years of university. Could he? Actually, 4 million is fine. That's not a small amount. Ji Xinyan gave Lin Baici a flirtatious wink, her toes rubbing against his calf. How about we go get a room right now, if you perform well? And if I really do get pregnant with your child, I can go find a backup to raise it. Don't worry. I will definitely find a backup who dotes on children and raise them as if they were my own. Ji Xinyan, are you sick in the head? Lin Baici could not take it anymore. He turned his head and kissed the tea girl on the lips. If I don't show my claws, you think I'm a sick cat, right? You want to flirt. I will let you flirt. Exclamations erupted all around them. Lin Baici's technique was quite poor, but Ji Xinyan felt it was pretty good. She just liked this kind of an experienced guy. Dozens of seconds later, their lips parted. Lin Baici looked at Ji Xinyan and smiled triumphantly. Scared now, aren't you? The T-girl licked her lips and pounced on him. Damn it! Lin Baici was stunned. A few minutes later, Lin Baici walked out of the cafe in a hurry. He really had no face left to stay there, and he wouldn't be coming back for the next 3.5 years. He couldn't afford to lose that much face. How about we go to Wanda to watch a movie? Ji Xinyan was acting as if nothing had happened. Not going. Lin Baici intended to go back and sleep. You have already messed with me, and you are not planning to coax me. Ji Xinyan feigned shock. Scumbag. Lin Baici looked at the T-girl. The black leather skirt and leggings were truly sexy. Damn it. She really has the capital to act spoiled. Lin Baici admitted that if an ugly woman acted like this with him, he would have slapped her across the face long ago. Don't think the hunger god has no temper. Do I look good? The T-girl leaned close to Lin Baici. Once we get to the Wanda cinema, I will let you touch me. Ji Xinyan hugged Lin Baici's arm and dragged him to the roadside, preparing to hail a taxi. Do you like black stockings or white ones, suspender style or crotchless? I will wear them for you to see next time. Stop hailing a taxi. Let's drive. Lin Baici was idle anyway, so he decided to just go watch the movie. It is definitely not because he wants to do anything. Ji Xinyan sat in the passenger seat, not only taking off her coat but also her long boots, stretching both feet directly over the center console and resting them on Lin Baici's thighs. My feet are sore. Rub them for me, snack. Lin Baici slapped the T-girl on the back of her foot. Take them away. It hurts, the T-girl complained. Pulled back her 2 legs, propped them up on the dashboard, and then took out her phone to browse MyTuin. Which movie do you want to watch? Because the winter break had just ended, couples and best friends were meeting up again and naturally going out to have fun. So there were many young people in the Wanda Mall. Ji Xinyan bought the movie tickets, choosing a romance film with seats in the very last row. What the hell is the point of watching this? When the movie started, Lin Baici was speechless. The cinema was only a little over half full, and there were still many empty seats. Why didn't you pick the front? Ji Xinyan tilted her head, looking at Lin Baici. Are you really here just to watch a movie? What is wrong? Lin Baici felt a bit unnerved by her gaze. Are you stupid? If we sit in the front, how are you supposed to do bad things? Ji Xinyan rolled her eyes. A lost cause. It is confirmed. Lin Baici is definitely a total virgin. If he had ever been in a woman's bed, I would write my name backward. Lin Baici was shocked. He remembered what Ji Xinyan had said earlier, that once they were in the cinema, he could touch her wherever he wanted. Are you actually being serious? The movie played for 10 minutes, and Ji Xinyan glanced at Lin Baici. She waited another 10 minutes, and the T-girl glanced at him again. Then half an hour passed. Damn, are you Liu Xihui? Ji Xinyan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Should she praise Lin Baici for his noble character, or curse him for being a pathetic loser? I give you the opportunity, and you still can't make use of it. The cinema was quite dark. Because the T-girl had bought tickets for the Dolby Theater, the sound effects were excellent, masking many noises. However, with Lin Baici's enhanced vision, aided by the light from the projector and their seating position, he could see everything clearly. Several couples had their minds on things other than the movie. Cuddling and kissing were the mildest of their actions. The couple on the far left, the woman was crawling on the man's lap, covering her head with a down jacket. Up and down. Damn it. Don't think I don't know what you are doing. A small hand reached over, grabbed Lin Baici's collar, and pulled him to the side. Then, Lin Baici's lips were sealed. In the darkness, the T-girl blossomed even more wantonly. Chapter 465, Lin Baici. Who does not love beauteous movie ended, and Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan mingled with the crowd, slowly walking out. Except for a few lonely singles, those watching movies at this time were all couples. At this moment, even some guys who already had girlfriends could not help but steal glances at Ji Xinyan. Her attire, makeup, hairstyle, and the temperament revealed in her every gesture were simply too lethal for young men. It was certainly not just sexiness, but it was not the awkwardness of a college girl either. It was a kind of generous, tea-like charm that made guys think, I could do it too. If you have money, talent, or even just good looks, You could be sleeping together in a day or two, but in reality, the T-girl had very high standards. She just liked playing these little games that made you feel like you could get it, when in fact, you couldn't at all. Just like now. In the darkened cinema earlier, Lin Baici felt like his mouth was going to be kiss-swollen, but as soon as the lights came on, the T-girl didn't even hold his hand. So, some guys looked at Lin Baici with disdain. If looks could speak, they would be saying 3 words. A simp. The kind who ends up with nothing after all that fawning. Exiting the cinema, the scent of popcorn drifted in the air. Ji Xinyan suddenly hugged Lin Baici's arm, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. Hubby, what do you want to eat? My treat. Swish. Many people's gazes turned toward them. Lin Baici frowned. He was still not quite used to such intimacy in public. How about we go eat Japanese food? Ji Xinyan suggested, resting her head on Lin Baici's arm and whispering, how is it, being envied by so many guys? Don't you feel a sense of superiority? The T-sister had the capital to be proud. Standing there, she was the most beautiful girl around, and taking her out was truly a face-saving experience. If Lin Baici were still in high school, his vanity would have definitely inflated, but now, I am already a mature god hunter. What everyone compares is who can purify the most terrifying and mysterious god ruins. For a god hunter, women, wealth, and social status are merely embellishments of life. The true standard for judging value is the ability to purify rule-based pollution. Whatever. Lin Baici was indifferent to it and even tried to pull Ji Xinyan away. Don't be like that. You don't have a sense of superiority, but I do. Ji Xinyan hugged Lin Baici even tighter instead. Having such a handsome boyfriend. Didn't you see the way those little girls were looking at me? They were practically dying of jealousy, you know. It's a pity your clothes are too trashy. If you changed into luxury brands, my image as a money-grubbing, man-seducing green tea would be absolutely perfect. Maybe someone would even write an online essay to scold me. The tea-sister chattered away, appearing excited, but in reality, she was secretly peeking at Lin Baici. No way. He's this calm. Ji Xinyan was shocked. There were very few men who could withstand her reverse complimenting, but Lin Baici was an exception. The T-sister began to wonder if Lin Baici lacked the concept of vanity entirely, or perhaps the class monitor is a man who has transcended low-level interests. So, the T-sister reached out and suddenly grabbed toward Lin Baici's crotch. Lin Baici caught Ji Xinyan's wrist. His brows furrowed deeply. What are you doing? You don't like my type? The T-sister asked curiously. Lin Baici was stunned. Honestly, he didn't even know what kind of girl he liked. The women he knew flashed through his mind, not even leaving out the headscarved office lady, even with Gu Qingxiang. His thoughts only lingered for a slightly longer moment. You don't call that liking, you just want to eat the counselor. Ji Xinyan observed Lin Baici's expression, and seeing him like this, she sighed. Damn it. He really doesn't like me. But soon, the T-sister adjusted her mindset. So what if he doesn't like me? It's enough that I like him. 4 years of university. As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. Ji Xinyan went shopping often and had been to this mall a few times. So she led Lin Baici straight to the Japanese restaurant called Sansheng. The meal lasted 2.5 hours, cost 2,000 yuan. And then they headed back. Having a car is so comfortable. Every time we finish hanging out, I don't have to carry bags of stuff and stand foolishly on the side of the road waiting for a ride. Ji Xinyan didn't take off her shoes this time and sat properly in the passenger seat. With your family background, a car worth 200,000 or 300,000 should be affordable, Lin Baici said casually. My dear class monitor, do you think everyone is as loaded as you? Ji Xinyan sighed. A car worth 100,000 is too cheap, and I don't want to drive that. After I graduate, I don't know if I'll stay in Haijing, so buying a car for over 300,000 to drive for 4 years isn't worth it. My family gives me plenty of living expenses, but it hasn't reached the point of such extravagance. Of course, the most important thing is that I can't get a license plate. License plates in Haijing required a lottery system. The two chatted all the way back to school. When they were almost at the school gate, Lin Baici parked the car on the side of the road and patted the steering wheel. Take it and drive it. I'm leaving. Ji Xinyan raised an eyebrow. Hey, don't misunderstand my intentions. You're making it look like I was plotting to get your car. No way. You actually care about things like this. That doesn't sound like you. Lin Baici teased. Ji Xinyan was stunned. That's right. Why do I care about this? Given Ji Xinyan's personality, she definitely wouldn't agree. But for some reason, she didn't want to refuse Lin Baici. Yet she didn't want to be looked down upon either. She was conflicted. I rarely use this car. It just gathers dust in the hotel parking lot anyway. Lin Baici wasn't a flashy person. He couldn't bring himself to drive an eye-catching luxury car in and out of school. Besides, it's inconvenient to use. You take it and drive it, but there's one condition. When I need the car, you act as the driver. On call at all times, better not. If I scratch or dent it, my pocket money won't be enough to cover the repairs. Ji Xinyan made an excuse to refuse. In truth, she could afford it, but it would mean buying fewer clothes and cosmetics. Don't refuse, driver Ji. Lin Baici laughed. If you really feel bad about it, send me more photos of you wearing yoga pants. Well, so that's what you like. Ji Xinyan looked as if she had discovered a new continent. If you aren't afraid of other men looking at me, how about I wear yoga pants next time we go out? What about underwear? Do you have any requirements? The T-sister blinked her eyes and even unlocked her phone. Tell me. I'll take notes. Lin Baici gave her the middle finger, got out of the car, and walked away. Hey, where are you going? Ji Xinyan called out. Lin Baici waved his hand without saying a word. Ji Xinyan sat in the passenger seat, watching Lin Baici leave through the rearview mirror, her mind in a mess. The feeling Lin Baici gave her was very different. She felt that even if she took the initiative to suggest hooking up, he probably wouldn't agree. Class monitor. Don't you know that for men, cars and women are never to be lent out? And this is a 2 million yuan luxury car. Many people can't even afford one in their entire lifetime of wages. Ji Xinyan muttered to herself, moved to the driver's seat, and drove back to school. The driving experience is truly amazing. The engine roared like a monster, and the sports car's dazzling design instantly drew the attention of students on the roadside. Yet Ji Xinyan remained calm. T-girl was just like that. She did as she pleased and was not afraid of anyone's gaze. The holiday was over, and it was the first morning of the new semester. Lin Baici woke up. Gu Qingxiang had already left for work, but a hearty breakfast was already prepared on the table. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tea eggs. After finishing his meal, Lin Baici strolled toward the school. As soon as he entered the classroom, Jin Jiayu waved at him. Old Bai, over here. Jin Jiayu was wealthy and generous. In just half a semester, he had already gathered quite a few followers around him. Gangzi, give up your seat for Baici. Fang Gang, who was sitting to the right of Jin Jiayu, was reluctant but still moved to another spot. Since the semester just started and you are not returning to the dormitory, are you planning to live off campus from now on? Jin Jiayu complained a little. He quite appreciated Lin Baici and always felt that this guy had a unique temperament worth getting to know better. If it weren't for that, he would have moved out long ago. Jin Jiayu's voice was not loud, but some students nearby still heard him and could not help but glance over. Not sure yet. Lin Baici did not hide it, however. I probably won't be staying there much. Zhu Daoguan's feet were too smelly, and Lin Baici could not stand it. Besides, living with his counselor meant someone took care of his daily needs and meals. How wonderful was that? Then I won't stay there either. There were too many restrictions in the dormitory. When you go back to the dorm, give me a call, and I will go back to Old Bai. Want to get together tonight? Fang Mingyuan, not far away, called out to him. Lin Baici made an okay gesture. The second lecture of the morning was computer science. Lin Baici was not interested and was wondering whether to go to another class to sit in on an English lecture when a tall girl walked in. She scanned the room, found Lin Baici, walked straight over, and then spoke to Jin Jiayu. Excuse me, classmate, could you give up your seat? As she spoke, she handed over a cup of milk tea. Under normal circumstances, Jin Jiayu would have retorted with a single sentence, "Who are you?" But he knew this girl, Xu Qiunan, a top student from the same grade, because she had been saved by Lin Baici during the military training performance. She had fallen for him. Old Bai, I am leaving. See you at the gathering tonight. Jinjiayi patted Lin Baici on the shoulder, stood up, took the milk tea, nodded at Yukyunan, said thanks for the milk tea, sister-in-law, and then skipped class directly. The classroom erupted in chatter, and many people were looking at Yukyunan. Yukyunan sat down gracefully, inserted a straw into the milk tea, and placed it in front of Lin Baici. Long time no see. Yukyunan looked into his eyes with a faint smile on her lips. Don't you have class? Lin Baici did not touch the milk tea. I was worried that if I came tomorrow, I wouldn't be able to find you. Yukyunan tucked her hair back. As for the courses, you don't need to worry. I will study them on my own. Many people exclaimed when they heard this. Anyone with a brain knew the subtext of Yukyunan's words was I like you. So they looked at Lin Baici to see how he would respond. Why bother? Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. I said it before. No matter who it was that day, I would have helped. You really don't need to take it too hard. You don't owe me anything, but you saved my life. After saying that, Yukyunan began to read her book. Fang Mingyuan, sitting next to them, poked Lin Baici's arm. Old Bai, you skip class often, so you don't know. But classmates you comes looking for you all the time. Fang Mingyuan had seen it many times, last semester. Yukyunan often came to look for Lin Baici, but unfortunately, most of the time, she left disappointed. Lin Baici turned his head to look at Yukyunan. Jeans, white sneakers, and a short down jacket, a simple outfit. Yet she wore it with an elegant and refined air. It was mainly because she was beautiful. Everything looked good on her. Throughout the lecture, Ji Xinyang kept observing them, but she noticed that Yukyunan and Lin Baici had almost no interaction, sharing their winter break lives, non-existent. Ring-a-ling. The bell for the end of class rang. Classmate Lin, I would like to invite you to dinner. Yukyunan got straight to the point. No, I have plans. Lin Baici refused cleanly and decisively. The two of them were not on the same path to begin with. If it were T-girl, whatever happened would happen. And Lin Baici felt that throwing 100 million at it could make up for any hurt. But Yukyunan was different. This was clearly a girl aiming for marriage and starting a family. Lin Baici's bottom line did not allow him to be a scumbag. The students were all surprised to hear Lin Baici's refusal. How about tonight? Yukyunan took a step back. I have plans with classmates tonight. Lin Baici walked away. Goodbye. Yukyunan had originally planned to negotiate a time, but seeing this, she said a regretful bye-bye. The girls packed up their textbooks and went to the cafeteria together. On the way, the topic quickly turned to Lin Baici. Wow, did you guys see that? Lin Baici is so ruthless. Yukyunan is not only a top student but also so beautiful. Yet he refused her so bluntly. Liu Zilu exclaimed. It's a bit like a domineering CEO. Is Lin Baici not wanting to give up the whole forest for one tree? Jojo guessed. That tree, Yukyunan, is worth more than the whole forest. Taonai interjected. If I were Lin Baici, I would definitely choose her. That's right. Having a girlfriend like that for 4 years of college would make so many boys jealous. Pei Fei agreed. She was a traditional student, so she liked girls who were good-looking and had good grades. Why isn't it Yukyunan chasing Lin Baici and making the girls jealous? Ji Xinyang asked in return. Everyone was stunned. That actually made some sense. Apart from being handsome, Lin Baici doesn't really have any other merits, right? Jojo disagreed. I heard that many people are pursuing Yukyunan, and among them are several second-generation rich kids. Ji Xinyang glanced at Jojo. Superficial. Besides, even if we are talking about money, Lin Baici is not lacking in that department either. Joazi, what do you think? Liu Zilu saw Bai Zhou was silent for a moment and asked. If I were Lin Baici, even if I didn't like Yukyunan, I would still spend some time with her, because being with a girl like that would improve one's own taste and perspective. To put it bluntly, it is like fighting monsters to gain experience. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Bai Zhou's view. After a semester together, everyone knew that Bai Zhou was a very rational girl with clear pursuits, but doing that would be very scummy. So, I admire Lin Baici for rejecting her. Bai Zhou spoke her mind. Xinyang, Zhaozi, and Yukyunan all have their own unique charms. Yet the class monitor doesn't pursue any of them. What kind of girls do you think he likes? Liu Zilu was particularly curious. Ji Xinyang is a bit of a tease and a fashionista, while Bai Zhou is shy and quiet. The kind of refined young lady everyone recognizes. You could say they are the top-tier examples of their respective types. Yet Lin Baici doesn't fancy them. Does the class monitor like older sisters? Jojo guess. Older sisters are fine. Just don't let it be an auntie. Liu Zilu imagined an old auntie pinning Lin Baici down and licking him all over with a thick tongue. She got goosebumps from the disgust. That is not the case. That is not the case. Our class monitor doesn't look like the type to live off a woman. I felt that even if Lin Baici went to a construction site to lay bricks, he wouldn't do something like that. Then, why don't we let Xinyan test the class monitor's appetite? Liu Zilu teased. Xinyan, I heard you bought a sports car. Everyone looked over. Ji Xinyan had parked the car downstairs at the girls' dormitory. So many people had seen it. It belongs to a friend, Ji Xinyan chuckled. How could I afford to buy one? A $2 million luxury car for you to drive around as you please. Your friend must be really good to you. There was a hint of sourness in Liu Zilu's tone. She felt that Ji Xinyan must have slept with the person, otherwise, how could she have such a good deal? The tea-sipping girl rolled her eyes. I would actually love it if Lin Baici were to push his luck, but he just won't. The dormitory dinner wasn't remarkable, with topics revolving around girls and games. Ji Xinyan bought a car. Zhu Daoguan sighed, gulping down several mouthfuls of alcohol. How much money do I have to save before I have the confidence to pursue her? What is money worth? Liu Yu curled his lips. He was currently working hard to get into the student council to secure a position, so that after graduating from university, he could go straight into the civil service. When that time comes, Ji Xinyan will know that money is not omnipotent, but power is. Today, you look down on me, but 4 years from now, you will not be able to reach me. Old Bai, come on, let's have one. Fang Mingyuan pulled Lin Baici over to drink with him. Are you heartbroken? Lin Baici saw that Fang Mingyuan was troubled. Fang Mingyuan hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping, and in the end, he could only shake his head. There were some things that could not be said. Come, let's drink. Lin Baici did not pry. He just accompanied him in drinking. After 2 more glasses, Fang Mingyuan could not help but ask, Old Bai, if there was an opportunity to change your life placed in front of you, but it might lead to death, would you do it? You only have opportunities if you are alive. Jin Jiahui heard this and interjected. Nothing is more important than one's life. Fang Mingyuan glanced at Jin Jiahui, remembering what his cousin had told him during the winter break, and could not help but smile. Jin Jiahui, your vision is too shallow. You have no idea that it is an opportunity that can allow one to ascend to the heavens in a single step and enter another world. Money, power, they are all bullshit. I would do it. Questions of life and death had no meaning to Lin Baici, because he lived a life of dancing on the edge of a blade. As long as he was purifying rule-based pollution, there was always a possibility of crashing. Everyone chatted idly, and when the dinner ended, Fang Mingyuan seemed to have made a decision. He picked up a bottle of beer and stood up. Come on, brothers. I toast you all. I have been very happy these past 6 months, thank you. The only regret is that I didn't get to play basketball with Baici. After saying this, Fang Mingyuan tilted his head back and began to drink. The next day, when Jin Jiahui woke up from his hangover, he found that Fang Mingyuan's bed was neatly packed out. He was gone. Lin Baici did not know about this. He had asked Tu Qingxiang for 20 days of leave, and on the 3rd day, he met up with Jia Hongyao and took a flight to Luoyang. Chapter 466 Encountering Candidates on the Road, Rule-Based Pollution. Luoyang was named for its location on the sunny side of the Luo River. With 5,000 years of history in the 9 provinces, it would not be an exaggeration to say that everything started here. It was where the ancestors of the Stone Age lived, and the central region where the Jia dynasty was founded. In the ancient saying of chasing the deer in the Central Plains, the term Central Plains encompasses this very region. 20 years ago, a meteor fell here, polluting the area and creating a divine ruin. After sacrificing the lives of 7 dragon-level hunters and spending a full 13 months, the Security Bureau finally purified the Luoyang divine ruin. However, a small problem remained. In Sanmenxia, there was a film studio. Although it was no longer shrouded in dark mist, the pollution still existed, and no matter how they dealt with it, it could not be cleared. The higher-ups of the Security Bureau were very worried. But after 2 or 3 years, they found that the pollution had not spread and the danger level was very low. Thinking that they had to station a team of god hunters there anyway to keep the area under martial law, they designated it as an examination site. On the plane, Jia Hongyao explained the origins of the 7 towns of Luoyang to Lin Baici. You are the first case in the history of the Security Bureau since its establishment where someone who hasn't even taken the license examination is directly serving as an examiner. Jia Hongyao felt no envy. On the contrary, she felt a sense of reflected glory. Even Ying Baili doesn't get this kind of treatment. Such an awesome newcomer is actually my deputy leader. Just thinking about it makes me feel so hyped. Then I must be quite unpopular, right? Lin Baici chuckled. He knew that the Haijing branch was sending 1 chief examiner and 10 examiners. Logically, everyone should have set off together, but Yuan Jufeng, who was leading the team, didn't even communicate with Lin Baici via phone. He simply had Jia Hongyao relay the message that he should travel on his own and meet up at Sanmengxia. What kind of attitude this was, went without saying. If you aren't envied, you're mediocre. Jia Hongyao patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. Relax. Once we get to Sanmengxia, if anyone dares to touch you, I'll break their teeth. The flight attendant pushed the meal cart over. Sir, would you like the chicken rice or the beef rice? This flight attendant was moderately pretty, a 7 out of 10, with the extra point coming from her uniform and black stockings, but her service attitude was excellent. Neither. Just a glass of juice, please. Thank you. When Lin Baici went to Korea previously, he had eaten airplane food, and it was honestly mediocre. I'll have the chicken rice. Jia Hongyao put down the copy of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes she was holding. And give me a yogurt too. The license examination is generally divided into 2 parts. The first is a written test, and the second is practical purification, which means personally entering the 7 towns of Luoyang. Stop. Lin Baici quickly interrupted the girl with the high ponytail. He glanced at the flight attendant. Although this was first class, and only Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao were sitting there today, he felt that such topics should be kept confidential. I didn't realize you were so security conscious. Don't worry. Ordinary people don't know what we're talking about. Jia Hongyao took the chicken rice, opened it, mixed the side dishes with the rice, and started eating. By the way, don't you want her WeChat? Jia Hongyao asked curiously. Don't you guys like flight attendants? Lin Baici immediately looked awkward because the flight attendant hadn't left yet. However, she had a good temper. Hearing the girl with the high ponytail say this, she just smiled. Once the flight attendant left, Jia Hongyao looked at him with disdain. If you want to, just do it. The girl with the high ponytail stuffed a mouthful of rice into her mouth. Do you have some kind of wrong perception about your own looks? That flight attendant has walked by several times in just this half hour, asking if you want drinks or a blanket. You don't think she's just bored out of her mind, do you? It was just that Lin Baici rarely flew, so he didn't understand these things. Sitting in first class means you have money, and you're also a handsome guy. Getting to know you is perfectly normal, Jia Hongyao analyzed. Look at her age, she's not young anymore. How many more years can she fly before transferring to ground staff? Marrying a rich man is the best way out. Lin Baici was surprised and turned to look at the girl with the high ponytail. Not bad, Yao. You didn't read Sherlock Holmes for nothing. HMPH. Jia Hongyao gave a proud hum. I am the great detective Jia. Next time she comes over, ask her for her WeChat. Lin Baici smiled faintly. Don't dare. The girl with the high ponytail raised an eyebrow. You're asking me to get her WeChat because you want to verify if your deduction is correct, right? Lin Baici curled his lip. If it were a 9 out of 10 flight attendant, he might have done it. But a woman in her 30s even with black stockings and a uniform wasn't enough to pique his interest. Wouldn't it be better to just look for the landlady? Jia Hongyao gave an awkward smile. Oh no. The motive was discovered by little Lin. Eat your chicken rice. Lin Baici leaned back in his chair and picked up a magazine to flip through. Just ask. I feel like my deduction is right. Jia Hongyao liked deduction. And secondly, she really wanted to prove to Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu that she wasn't bad either. Although the girl with the high ponytail was carefree, to be honest. Having to such big shots in the team put a lot of pressure on her. She felt like she couldn't keep them in check. It was all maintained by their relationship. Jiu Hongyao had self-awareness. If she weren't Lin Baici's team leader and didn't have the battle record from the Bizen trip, she wanted to be an examiner, go play somewhere else. That flight attendant did indeed have ideas, but Lin Baici had no interest. At 3 in the afternoon, the plane landed at Luoyang Airport. Lin Baici and Jiu Hongyao each carried a backpack and disembarked light. The reporting day isn't until the day after tomorrow. Let's visit a few tourist spots today and go to Salmengxia tomorrow, Jiu Hongyao suggested. Lin Baici didn't mind. This trip was fully reimbursed by public funds. If Jiu Hongyao were alone, she could stay anywhere. But since she was with Lin Baici, she naturally went for the best. The two hailed a taxi and headed to the Marriott Hotel. In the hotel lobby, while checking in, the receptionist looked at Lin Baici and felt that this guy was hopeless. You brought such a beautiful girl out to play, and you're actually getting separate rooms. A young man pulling an LV suitcase walked in with a flourish. Logically, he should have waited for Jiu Hongyao to finish checking in before going over. But this guy walked straight up to the girl with the high ponytail and rested his left arm on the counter, deliberately showing off the Rolex on his wrist. It was a Cosmograph Daytona, worth over 100,000, very expensive, beauty, outplaying by yourself. The young man struck up a conversation, wearing sunglasses on his forehead even though the winter sun wasn't strong. Jiu Hongyao glanced at the young man, long face, small eyes, thin lips. Overall, he was a 5 out of 10, the type you'd forget the moment you looked away. Beauty is quite cold. The young man continued to hit on her, his skin very thick. Jiu Hongyao took her room card and turned to leave. Hey beauty, how about leaving a WeChat? The young man chased after her. I don't make friends with stupid people. Jiu Hongyao refused. The Rolex-wearing youth was stunned and a bit angry. It's our first time meeting. Which eye of yours saw that I was stupid? I just checked in for 2 room cards. And you actually asked me if I was out playing by myself. If you aren't stupid, who is? Jiu Hongyao rolled her eyes. Damn it. The youth with the Rolex was speechless. Upon closer reflection, it really was like that. Xie Hongyao waved. Little Lindsay, let us go. That is impressive, Yao Yao. This was the first time Lin Baici had seen the high ponytail girl act so cold and aloof. Do not call me Yao Yao, it sounds terrible. Jiu Hongyao nudged Lin Baici with her elbow. Where are we going to have fun later? The youth stroked the Rolex on his wrist, staring at Jiu Hongyao's back with a look of disdain. Laughing at me for being stupid? Wait until tonight. Let us see if you can still laugh. Honestly, that girl's breasts are damn huge. One hand could not even cover them. If I miss out on this, it would be such a pity. The Rolex youth reached into his pocket and felt his cigarette case. Lin Baici and Jiu Hongyao hung out until nightfall. After eating some local delicacies, they returned to the Marriott Hotel. Get some rest early. Jiu Hongyao waved goodbye. After Lin Baici finished washing up and came out, he saw messages on his phone. Jin Yingxin. Another day of missing you. Below was a short video of the Korean girl wearing yoga pants and lingerie, doing Pilates. Jin Yingxin. Next time we meet, you lie down, and I will do the moving. Little fishman shall buy. Is Luoyang 7 towns fun? Sister, you asked for leave right at the start. Even if you have a gold mine at home, you should not be this reckless, right? Sister, where are you? Sister, you are not playing poker with some girl, are you? Sister, I want to play too. Lin Baici replied to Jin Yingxin and went to bed. At midnight, a sudden wave of hunger struck, causing Lin Baici to wake up abruptly and sit up. What the hell? Lin Baici frowned. Is there a divine relic in this hotel? What is this smell? Lin Baici rubbed his nose. There was a faint scent of tobacco in the room. Cough, cough. Lin Baici immediately got up, quickly opened the backpack placed at the head of the bed, took out the Bodhi messenger Kasaya, draped it over his shoulders, and then retrieved the bronze sword and the adultery pipe wrench. The gourmet god commented. Cigarettes soaked in red wine. Once burned, the exhaled secondhand smoke contains alcohol. If others inhale it, they will quickly pass out from intoxication, a heavy drunken stupor. After waking up, they will forget everything that happened within the last 7 days. Lin Baici's expression darkened instantly. Damn it. Someone is messing with me. Is it a god hunter from Sejongjiang? Lin Baici ran through the possibilities. The only ones with a grudge against him were Sejongjiang. But surely they would not dare to cause trouble in Juzhou. The Kowloon Pavilion is also a suspect. Although he had chatted happily with Fishbowl Guy and John Schumann earlier, who could guarantee they would not stab him in the back? After all, he possessed far too many good things. Lin Baici got out of bed, stepped on the carpet, and walked to the door. He peered through the peephole and saw no one. So, he opened the door. In the hallway, the Rolex youth he had seen that afternoon was leaning against the wall, playing on his phone while smoking. Hearing the movement, he looked up, and upon seeing Lin Baici standing at the doorway, he was stunned. What is going on? Why is this kid not passed out? But I only just started smoking, and the secondhand smoke has not drifted into the room yet, so that is normal. The Rolex youth's gaze suddenly landed on Lin Baici, and his pupils constricted sharply. A kasoya, a pipe wrench, a bronze sword. What kind of non-mainstream outfit is this? Is he some kind of Kuaishou streamer? Deng Hao touched the Rolex on his wrist, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and a sinister smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had not intended to bother the friend of that big-breasted girl, but he had changed his mind. When they play poker later, he would just let him watch from the side. Anyway, once he smells the smoke, he will not remember anything that happened. Deng Hao lowered his head and continued playing on his phone. A few seconds later, the youth walked over and stood in front of him. What do you want? The other guy was 1.88 meters, a head taller than him, and most importantly, incredibly handsome, which made Deng Hao very annoyed. Damn it. I will turn your girlfriend into a wilted flower later, the gourmet god commented. A young man who accidentally obtained divine grace. Extremely arrogant. He no longer considers ordinary people as human, doing whatever he wants, lawless and reckless. Likes Rolexes, likes women. Are you here to participate in the license examination? Lin Baici asked. Upon hearing this, Deng Hao was first taken aback. Then his pupils constricted violently, and the muscles all over his body tensed up. You are also an examinee. Damn it. I did not expect to run into a god hunter, but it does not matter. The guy is so young, which means he has no experience. He must be an examinee too. Stay steady. You are. Deng Hao took a sharp drag of his cigarette and then blew the smoke toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici frowned and took a step back. Deng Hao did not treat ordinary people as human, but he was still cautious when facing a god hunter. He looked at Lin Baici's getup. Could these all be divine relics? Deng Hao felt a bit wary and decided to lie low for now. My stomach hurts. I am going to the bathroom first. Let us talk later. Deng Hao wanted to return to his room. He had specifically asked the front desk girl for Jia Hongyao's room number and requested the one directly across from it. Lin Baici reached out with his left hand and grabbed a handful of Deng Hao's hair. Did I say you could leave, brother? I only hit on your girlfriend a couple of times. I did not do anything excessive, right? Deng Hao feigned weakness and took 2 more deep drags of his cigarette. Damn it, pulling my hair. Once you pass out later, I will beat your head until it explodes. Lin Baici smiled, grabbed Deng Hao, and slammed him directly into the wall. Deng Hao struggled, but the opponent's strength was too great. Before he could break free, he saw the wall rapidly expanding in his field of vision. Deng Hao slammed into the wall, and a spray of blood burst out. Lin Baici wasn't satisfied yet and delivered 3 more hits. Bang, bang, damn your grandfather. Deng Hao cursed loudly and released his divine grace. A 2-meter-tall minotaur appeared behind Lin Baici, brandishing an axe as it hacked toward him. Go to hell. Lin Baici didn't move. The muscle Buddha appeared and punched the minotaur. Whoosh! The heavy fist carried the sound of tearing wind as it struck the minotaur's body. The minotaur smashed through the wall and tumbled into the guest room. What the hell? Deng Hao looked at the burly, muscular Buddha wearing only a pair of shorts, and he was completely stunned. Cold sweat instantly broke out, and his heart hammered against his chest. I kicked a steel plate. Don't be impulsive. I'm an examinee too. Deng Hao hurriedly begged for mercy. My uncle is this year's chief examiner. Creak. The door opened, and Jia Hongyao came out, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Seeing the situation in the hallway, she frowned. What's going on? This kid is a god hunter. He used a divine taboo item on us. Intending to commit a crime, Lin Baici explained. When Jia Hongyao heard this, her brows furrowed deeply. Using divine taboo items on ordinary people was strictly prohibited by the Safety Bureau. You too. My uncle is the chief examiner. Let's talk this over properly. I guarantee you'll pass easily and get your license. Deng Hao felt frustrated. How did the cigarette that had always worked without fail this time? But it didn't matter. He would get through this current hurdle first, then find a way to make them inhale the second-hand smoke and pull off a desperate counterkill. Chapter 467, Executing Justice. The difficulty of the written exam. When Jia Hongyao heard this, her beautiful brows arched. Your uncle helps you cheat. The high ponytail girl's temper flared. She was an examiner herself, and she was determined to be fair and impartial to filter out elite talent. Deng Hao didn't answer. But you know what I mean. Smile appeared on his face. Jia Hongyao didn't understand. So she strode over and punched Deng Hao in the stomach. Deng Hao's body immediately convulsed like a boiled shrimp, curling up. What is your uncle's name? Jia Hongyao demanded. You too. I was just smoking in the hallway. How does that concern you? Deng Hao looked aggrieved. Hell, Lin Baici sneered. Where did you buy this cigarette? Deng Hao's heart skipped a beat. What was this kid's background? Why did he see through the secret of his cigarette at a glance? Was he like Lin Baici, a newcomer trained by some branch, or was he bluffing? Deng Hao originally wanted to say he bought it at a roadside stall, but the words died in his throat. He needed to test the other party's background first. Seeing Deng Hao stalling, Jia Hongyao threw another punch. Deng Hao gasped, feeling as if his internal organs had ruptured. He tried to hold back, but couldn't resist blurting out a threat. My uncle is Deng Mingyu, the chief examiner of Xijing. You two bastards hurt me, and you'll never be able to survive in Kyushu again. It hurts. It hurts like hell. I must get revenge. I'm so scared, Lin Baici said while grabbing Deng Hao and slamming him into the wall. Cough, cough. Are you a moron? Deng Hao coughed, wanting to curse his mother. Didn't he hear him report his backing? He's still hitting me. Could it be that this guy's backing is also very strong? Brother, where are you from? Maybe my elders know your uncle. Deng Hao squeezed out a smile. Lin Baici ignored Deng Hao and looked at Jia Hongyao. How do you plan to handle this? According to standard procedure, he should be handed over to the Safety Bureau, Jia Hongyao explained. What about the punishment? Will he die? Lin Baici pressed. Forget about god hunters, even for ordinary people. Would they be sentenced to death for something like this? Jia Hongyao was naive, not stupid. The crime of attempted sexual assault carries a sentence of 3 to 10 years. Jia Hongyao liked being a detective, so she had read the law thoroughly. You two, we didn't know each other before this fight. How about we become friends? Deng Hao apologized with a smile. In his heart, he was thinking about how to turn the tables. His criminal act hadn't even started before this guy stopped him. So, he could completely flip the narrative and claim that the guy coveted his divine taboo item and framed him. Evidence, with his uncle there. That was the greatest evidence. Deng Mingyu, right? Lin Baici curled his lip. I'll remember that. He didn't want to let this guy go easily. If it had been an ordinary girl today, she would have already been taken advantage of. Someone who used their power so recklessly deserved to be punished. Yes, yes. Below dragon level. When Deng Hao reported his rank, his face was full of pride. The so-called below dragon level, also known as half-step dragon level, was a very formidable status within the Kyushu Safety Bureau. However, Deng Hao noticed that there was no shock or fear on the faces of this man and woman. Damn it, what is going on? Could it be that their backer is dragon level? May I ask your esteemed names? Deng Hao's attitude was submissive, appearing as if he had already conceded. When we get to 7 towns, it's my treat. Lin Baici let go and dropped Deng Hao to the floor. Just as Deng Hao was about to crawl up, Lin Baici kicked him in the chest. Deng Hao slammed into the wall. Did I tell you to get up? Lin Baici spoke in a stern voice, ordering the girl with the high ponytail. Go and get the black altar bowl. Jia Hongyao immediately complied. Brother, leave a path for others, so we may meet again in the future. Deng Hao had originally intended to say that he really just had a nicotine craving and came out for a smoke. but looking into Lin Baici's wise and steady eyes, he suddenly didn't dare to say it. His intuition told him, this kid must have already seen through this type of pollution. Jiu Hongyao came out and handed the bowl to Lin Baici. Lin Baici took out the tortoise shell of divination, a spatial-type divine taboo object. Deng Hao's expression turned to shock, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his head. Not to mention that newcomers couldn't get their hands on this kind of thing. Even some veteran god hunters didn't have one. For instance, his own uncle dreamed of getting one. Why you two? You shouldn't be examinees, right? Deng Hao probed. We are examiners sent by the Haijing branch. Jiu Hongyao's expression was serious. Damn it. Deng Hao cursed under his breath instinctively. Damn it. This wasn't just kicking an iron plate. He had kicked the Grim Reaper himself. They were so young, yet they were examiners just like his uncle. How powerful must their backing be? Dragon level wouldn't even be enough. Here, take it. Lin Baici handed the tortoise shell of divination to Deng Hao. Perform one divination, and I will let you go. Deng Hao didn't dare to take it. This tortoise shell was the size of a palm, warm yellow in color, and polished to a smooth, jade-like finish. It looked like a piece of top-tier jade, and it was covered in irregular, mysterious patterns. Not only was it filled with a strange beauty, but it also seemed like the language of gods, conveying some kind of divine revelation. This was definitely a divine taboo object, and a top-tier one at that. Take it, Lin Baici urged. Dear brother, please let me go. Deng Hao was almost scared to tears. This thing definitely carried rule-based pollution. In life, one must reciprocate. Since you wanted to take advantage of us using rule-based pollution, you must bear the corresponding consequences. Lin Baici squatted down beside Deng Hao. Be good. Don't make me say it a second time. Jiu Hongyao crossed her arms over her chest, staring at Deng Hao. No matter what Lin Baici did, she would support him with all her might. Deng Hao reached out and cautiously took the tortoise shell, with 5 body prostrations. Offer the 3 sacrificial animals. Show no respect to the heavens, but show respect to the ghosts and gods. A drawn-out, chanting voice suddenly rang out from the tortoise shell, making it feel as if one were participating in some grand sacrificial ceremony. What? Deng Hao was startled, and his hands began to tremble. A divine taboo object that could speak. How terrifying was that? Be our brother. Deng Hao wanted to adopt a strategic retreat. Divination. Lin Baici twisted his left wrist, and the bronze sword pressed against Deng Hao's chin. Or would you prefer I sever your tendons? The cold blade made the hair on Deng Hao's entire body stand on end. Scum. In just half a year, he has ruined 18 women, one of whom was the wife of his high school classmate. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. A voice also emanated from the bronze sword, though it lacked righteous indignation, sounding more like it was mocking him and exposing his secrets. Holy crap! Deng Hao felt completely numb, instinctively leaning back to get away from the bronze sword. What kind of monster was this? Why did it know about all the filthy things he had done? Deng Hao had begged his uncle, Deng Mingyu, for several years, and only half a year ago did he receive a divine grace to become a god hunter. It was from that moment on that he became arrogant and stopped treating ordinary people as human beings. It seems you are even worse than I thought. Lin Baici pushed the tip of the sword forward, wanting to run this guy through. Don't. I'll do the divination. Deng Hao hurriedly begged for mercy. He looked at the tortoise shell, thinking he should be able to cleanse this rule-based pollution. I want to ask if I can succeed in this license examination. A few seconds later, a voice rang out. Tortoise shell divination, asking the divine spirit. Today is a great omen of disaster. Avoid travel. Travel leads to death. Avoid reckless speech. Speech leads to death. Avoid female company. Contact leads to death. You will not reach the examination. Die. The tortoise shell hadn't performed a divination in a long time. This time it was firing on all cylinders, with no intention of letting Deng Hao live. When Deng Hao heard these divinatory words from the shell, his face turned green, and he shivered in fear. However, he immediately wondered if he was being too cowardly. Could 9 sentences really kill him? That was impossible, right? He had never heard of such rule-based pollution. Lin Baici took back the tortoise shell and stood up. Get lost, brother. We shall meet again. Deng Hao scrambled up, not daring to return to his room to get his luggage. His wallet was on him anyway, so he hurried downstairs. Once he entered the elevator, Deng Hao immediately called his uncle. Beep, beep, pick up, pick up. Deng Hao was impatient. He wanted to ask his uncle what kind of rule-based pollution this tortoiseshell could cause. The elevator doors opened, and Deng Hao stepped out. Hello. The receptionist at the lobby greeted him politely. Deng Hao didn't dare to respond, not even glancing in the receptionist's direction. He remembered the tortoiseshell's divination. Deng Hao walked to the entrance and looked at the glass door, then stopped. That monster had said to avoid travel. I'll make the call first and ask about the situation before deciding. Deng Hao made his decision. A young couple was passing by, and the woman accidentally bumped into Deng Hao. Hello. The call connected. Uncle, it's me. Xiao Hao. I want to ask. Before Deng Hao could finish, a BMW 3 Series suddenly surged onto the curb and slammed violently into the hotel entrance. Crash! The glass door shattered, and shards of glass scattered everywhere. The driver of the BMW 3 Series floored the accelerator. After sending the couple flying, the car did not lose momentum and slammed directly into Deng Hao. As Deng Hao was sent airborne, he heard only a roar. You bitch! You dare to cheat on me? Go to hell! Deng Hao crashed onto the ground, blood blurring his vision, before he lost consciousness. Only one thought remained in his mind: rule contamination. It is so terrifying. I was wrong. I will never contaminate anyone ever again. When he used the divine taboo item to take advantage of others, Deng Hao had been ecstatic. Now that it was his turn to be contaminated, he finally tasted that horror. In the hotel lobby, screams erupted everywhere. A quarter of an hour later, police cars arrived. Hearing the sirens, Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao went downstairs to watch the commotion. The situation was quickly clarified. The BMW 3 Series driver had discovered his wife was at the hotel with another man. He had come to catch them in the act, and upon seeing them, his rage flared, leading him to drive straight into the building. That couple, along with Deng Hao, had been incredibly unlucky and were killed on the spot. The hotel guests were all discussing how the driver was too impulsive and that it wasn't worth ruining his entire life over a woman. Jia Hongyao, however, was clicking her tongue in wonder, her focus entirely on the divine turtle shell. Is this thing really that divine? It felt a bit like killing without leaving a trace. It only works on ordinary people. If it were a god hunter, who wouldn't be able to dodge a car coming at them? Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Besides, once you use this thing, you'll be plagued by all sorts of minor bad luck for the next few days. For example, twisting an ankle, choking on water, getting a fishbone stuck in your throat, or catching a cold from the air conditioning. It was only because Lin Baici had consumed the Bizan deity and his physique had strengthened that he felt slightly confident in using this item. Then we should use it less in the future, Jia Hongyao cautioned. Lin Baici had seen enough killing. His heart was hardening. Furthermore, he was killing a piece of human trash. So he felt no guilt or psychological discomfort. He didn't even have a nightmare that night. The next morning, after eating breakfast at the hotel, the two took a bus to Samangxia. After spending the day touring, they waited in front of the museum entrance the next morning as agreed. This Yuan Jifeng guy, aside from being arrogant and obsessed with saving face, actually has decent strength. Jia Hongyao introduced the lead examiner for this mission to Lin Baici at 10 o'clock. Two Mercedes-Benz sedans and two SUVs pulled up to the road in front of the museum. Bang, bang, car doors opened, and 6 people stepped out. 2 others rolled down their windows to wave at Jia Hongyao. Hongyao, you've been waiting a long time, right? Why did you come on your own? Wouldn't it have been better to travel together? Hongyao, you have to tell us all about the Bizan trip. Everyone greeted Jia Hongyao, but their gazes kept drifting toward Lin Baici. They were very interested in this newcomer recruited by Jia Hongyao under the genius clause, especially after learning he had been appointed as an examiner for this license assessment. Their curiosity was piqued. On what grounds? Surely they couldn't be giving him special treatment just because he was the brother-in-law. Jia Hongyao was certainly not that kind of person. So everyone assumed Lin Baici must have some real skills. Sisters Yan, Brother Wan, Brother Zhao. Jia Hongyao greeted them one by one. As the mascot of the hygiene branch, The girl with the high ponytail could get along with anyone. Come, let me introduce you. This is Lin Baici, my deputy team leader and also my good buddy, the kind we share everything with. Lin Baici immediately broke into a cold sweat. High ponytail. What kind of messy metaphors are you using? However, he didn't act arrogant. With a smile, he followed Jia Hongyao's lead, greeting each of them in turn and initiating handshakes. He didn't act proud or conceited just because he had conquered the Bizan God ruins. The group wasn't overly enthusiastic, but they were polite. Lin Baici felt that, on one hand, they weren't familiar with him yet and were being cautious, and on the other, they were showing respect to Jia Hongyao. That phrase of hers about sharing everything didn't sound very professional, but the meaning was clear. Lin Baici is one of us. Looking at a girl as guileless as Jia Hongyao, everyone could tell that her words came straight from the heart. Little Lin, I've heard Hongyao talk about you for a long time. And Yixian smiled and gave a well-intentioned reminder. Shall we go see the team leader first? The team leader is here too. Jia Hongyao was surprised and peered toward the cars. How come I don't see him? Lin Baici's expression remained unchanged, but he let out a cold snort in his heart. Putting on airs for me? Are you worthy? Yuan Jifeng hadn't stepped out of the car. Wasn't that just waiting for his subordinates to come over and ask for instructions? Team leader Yuan. Jia Hongyao called out twice. Out of respect for Jia Hongmian, Yuan Jifeng finally rolled down his window. Hongyao, how old are you now? Still so boisterous. Can't you be more steady? As for Lin Baici, Yuan Jifeng didn't even glance at him. I'm already very steady. Jia Hongyao pouted. Steady enough to conquer the Bizan trip. Can you do that, team leader? What are we doing now? Are we heading straight to the 7 towns? Jia Hongyao hadn't yet noticed Yuan Jifeng's deliberate disregard for Lin Baici. To the 7 towns. Yuan Jifeng was a man of few words. Then, I'm riding in Sister Xian's car. Jia Hongyao turned and headed toward the 3rd SUV, not forgetting to call out to Lin Baici. Come quickly, let me tell you. Sister Xian's massage techniques are amazing. As everyone got into their cars, they secretly kept an eye on Lin Baici. Lin Baici smiled. Logically, as a team member, he should have taken the initiative to greet Yuan Jifeng. However, the gluttonous god did not indulge such foul habits. Except for Jia Hongmian, no one was going to act like a big shot in front of him. If they pushed him too far, he would just cut them down. Lin Baici walked over to the SUV. Instead of getting in immediately, he smiled and asked An Yixian, Sisters Yan, is it convenient? Of course it is. And Yixian felt a surge of joy. Well then, he is also quite an unruly character. It looks like there is going to be a good show to watch this time. Lin Baici sat in the back row and slammed the car door shut with a bang. Yuan Jifeng, who cares? Yuan Jifeng's expression darkened. Though he did not scold Lin Baici for his lack of respect for hierarchy, it does not matter when the assessment begins. And I see you struggling and fumbling in the 7 towns, unable to handle things. Will you come begging for help? Yuan Jifeng believed that Lin Baici was definitely incapable of performing the duties of an examiner and would inevitably mess things up. So there would be plenty of opportunities to punish him. The motorcade set off, and Yixian was driving. After thinking for a moment, she still offered a word of advice. Little Lin, team leader Yuan is not an easy person to get along with, and he is quite strict with his subordinates. The implication was, don't butt heads with him. Just go along with him. Otherwise you will be the one to suffer. Thank you for the reminder, Sisters Yang. Lin Baici did not care at all, let alone the fact that his backer was Jia Hongmian. Even if she weren't, he still wouldn't give a damn about Yuan Jifeng. Seeing Lin Baici's attitude, and Yixian realized he hadn't taken her words to heart. She sighed silently and stopped trying to persuade him, instead changing the topic to the train to Bizan incident. Young matron style, a favorite of Cao Cao. Likes sweets, likes horror movies, and likes men with rougher moves. Skilled in massage, has miraculous effects when it comes to bone alignment. The God Eater commented. The examiners from Haixing all had average appearances. No one would ever guess that these people were actually god hunters. Of course, and Yixian stood out. On a scale of 10, she could be an 8, and with her voluptuous figure, that added a lot of points. Lin Baici sat in the back row, and a delicate, Elegant fragrance wafted toward him. The Luoyang Seven Towns was a county town 60 miles east of Sanmenxia, which had now become a military base, housing a full regiment of soldiers. No unauthorized personnel allowed. The motorcade passed through 3 checkpoints before entering the military base. But it did not stop there. It continued for another 5 miles before finally pulling into a small military camp. Although there is no radiation risk in the 7 towns, those soldiers are ordinary people, so they are camped 5 miles away. This base here is reserved for the examinees, and Yixian explained. The military camp was not large, consisting of 5 small buildings, the tallest of which had 7 floors, dormitories, a cafeteria, a teaching building. Everything one could need was there. Lin Baici saw a few men playing basketball on the court. Judging by their physical fitness, each one capable of dunking, they were clearly god hunters. When everyone parked their cars, a middle-aged woman was already waiting. She exchanged a few words with Yuan Jifeng before leading the way toward the main building. "We are going to see Regiment Commander Pan now. Everyone, perk up and don't lose face for Haijing." Yuan Jifeng turned back and gave a stern instruction. The chief examiner was definitely a dragon level, and with the surname Pan, everyone already knew who it was. "I didn't expect Pan Yangshan to be the chief examiner," Jia Hongyao muttered. "What's wrong?" Lin Baici asked in a low voice. "Old Pan is a rigid person who doesn't like to joke and has very few friends," Jia Hongyao explained. "Then it seems this invigilation mission won't be easy." Such a superior was usually quite strict, though for a license assessment, it was better to be strict. The key is that his combat record isn't impressive enough. Jia Hongyao shook her head. Having hoped to see people like Prime Minister He or Shengtian Banzi, he's a dragon level regardless. Isn't that enough? Lin Baici followed the others into an office. A middle-aged man in his 40s was holding a watering can, watering the pot hose on the windowsill. "Everyone, please sit. Xiaojing, serve tea." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he did not immediately attend to the group, but spent another 10 minutes finishing watering the row of potted plants before coming over. "Team Leader Yuan, hello. How is Department Head Jia doing?" Pen Yangshang's temples were slightly bald, but paired with his square face, he looked quite imposing. Yuan Jifeng stood up, his expression respectful. "Department Head Jia asked me to convey her greetings to you, dragon-level powerhouse, skilled in frontal assaults and purifying rule-based pollution from evil spirits and ghosts. Does not get close to women, but keeps female ghosts in captivity, cautious and suspicious. Does not easily trust others, likes watching others wet their pants." And Yixian and her group sat up straight, like good students listening to a lecture, not daring to scrutinize Pen Yangshang. "You may go and rest. Once all the examiners have arrived the day after tomorrow, I will conduct a round of written exams. If anyone fails, then I am sorry. But you can go back the way you came." When Pen Yangshang said this, his gaze swept over everyone present, and Yixian and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. They were a bit numb. People would be coming from all 6 branches of the Security Bureau. So for this kind of written exam, one not only had to pass but also had to be faster than the others. Otherwise, they could just wait to be embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jifeng's expression froze, then darkened. He subconsciously looked at Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. "Damn it! Don't you dare drop the ball on me, otherwise, even if you are Jia Hongmian's own sister and brother-in-law, I won't be polite. Of course. If it could be avoided, that would be even better." Regiment Commander Pan. This step wasn't part of the process in previous years, was it? Yuan Jifeng asked. "What? Do you have an opinion?" Pen Yangshang stared at Yuan Jifeng. "No." Yuan Jifeng lowered his head. "Go and rest." Pen Yangshang stopped paying attention to the group, turned around, picked up the watering can, and continued watering the flowers. Everyone followed Xiaojing to the dormitory building. The men stayed on the 3rd floor and the women on the 4th. To people to a room. The chief examiner stayed on the 6th floor, in a single room. After Jia Hongyao finished unpacking, she came to find Lin Baici. "Let's go. I'll take you for a walk around the base." Jia Hongyao wanted to help Lin Baici get familiar with the environment. Yuan Jifeng stood by the window, watching Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao wandering around the base without a care in the world. His face was as dark as water, And he clenched his fists tightly. If you to fail the written exam or end up at the bottom of the rankings, just wait and see how I deal with you. In the evening, Lin Baici's roommate arrived. He was a young man. Hello, my name is Duke, and I am from Xijing. The young man took out a piece of chewing gum and handed it to Lin Baici. Chapter 468 Haunted Apartment. The test begins. The twilight light filtered through the window panes, spilling into the dormitory. Duke had an average appearance, a common face that would be hard to pick out in a crowd, but he had a certain refined quality, much like a freshman who had just started college. Come on, take it. Duke held the chewing gum out toward Lin Baici again, his tone friendly and brimming with an easygoing familiarity. Thank you. Lin Baici took the chewing gum and, in return, pulled a pack of Haoyu cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to him. He meant no harm. He simply wanted to build a rapport with his roommate to avoid any petty conflicts. When ordinary people live together, there are all sorts of minor dissatisfactions in daily life, let alone god hunters. They were all wealthy and powerful individuals. None of them would be willing to put up with anyone else. Smoke mine, smoke mine. Duke pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and insisted on offering one to Lin Baici. Showing an incredible amount of enthusiasm, Lin Baici smiled and gave up on offering his own cigarette. At least for now. Duke seemed like a pretty friendly guy. Which branch are you from? Duke unwrapped the chewing gum, tossed it into his mouth, and started chatting while he went to put away his suitcase. Haijing, Lin Baici. Lin Baici sized up his new roommate. They would be living here together for over half a month. Haijing. Upon hearing the name of the city, Duke turned around instantly, his eyes widening as he looked at Lin Baici. Is department head Jiaholmian very beautiful? Duke's gaze was fanatical. He was clearly a fan of Jiaholmian. Very beautiful. Lin Baici smiled. But when you see her, you tend to overlook her appearance. Every time Lin Baici had met Jiaholmian, he hadn't focused on her looks because there was an inexplicable pressure. Much like the first time he met the great shaman. I get it. I get it. For big shots like her, their aura is too strong. Looks are just an embellishment. It doesn't matter if they are good looking or not. Duke nodded and adjusted his glasses. But of course, it is better if they are a bit prettier. Do you need any help? Lin Baici asked, tucking his cigarettes back into the pack. No, you just sit. Duke waited for less than a minute before he couldn't hold back anymore. With a look of embarrassment and curiosity, he started to probe. Do you have any photos of Jiaholmian? Lin Baici was speechless. Was Duke really this desperate? Even if he did have them, he couldn't show them to him. Such behavior was a bit sleazy. Besides, they had just met and were complete strangers. Work photos, group photos. You don't have any. Duke looked like a pug waiting to be fed. Lin Baici shook his head. Brother, you. Duke adjusted his glasses, unable to hide his disappointment. If it were me, I would have definitely snuck a few photos to enjoy like a feast under my covers every night. What is up with your glasses? Lin Baici changed the subject. God hunters all had their bodies strengthened, and since he was here as an examiner, his strength certainly wouldn't be low. So Lin Baici found it a bit surprising that Duke wore glasses. This. Duke tapped the frame of his glasses with his finger and pushed them up the bridge of his nose. My face is too small, making me look too immature. So, I wear glasses to look more mature. And don't you think this gives me a scholarly air? Duke was quite proud. After putting on the glasses, his attractiveness increased by 10%. Yes, very handsome. Lin Baici offered a polite compliment. Duke bent down to tidy his quilt, and after a few seconds, he turned back around. That, Jiaholmian has a younger sister named Jiahongyao. I heard she is also very beautiful. Very beautiful. Lin Baici chuckled, thinking to himself that her only problem was that she wasn't very bright. Do you have any photos? Duke was full of anticipation. It was a pity that dinner at the cafeteria was free. Otherwise, he would have paid to treat Lin Baici to a big meal. Lin Baici thought about it. He really didn't have any photos with the girl in the high ponytail. Brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but even if you don't get the girl, you should at least feast your eyes, right? Duke originally wanted to ask if he had ever been in a relationship, but one look at Lin Baici's face. Well, he probably had more girlfriends than he could count on one hand. Is there someone named Deng Mingyu in your Shijing examiner team? Lin Baici inquired. Yes, she is the lead examiner for our team this time. Do you know her? Duke finished making his bed and took a set of toiletries from his backpack, placing them in the washroom. I've heard the name. They say she is very powerful, Lin Baici replied perfunctorily. Duke smiled. Though Lin Baici didn't understand what he meant by it, the two chatted idly. And at 6 o'clock, a buzzer sounded in the camp. Ding dong, a message arrived. Great Detective Jia. Let's go, time to eat. Meet downstairs. Are you going to eat? Lin Baici stood up and called out to Duke. Let's go. Duke didn't bother calling his Shijing colleagues. He went downstairs with Lin Baici. And just as they reached the main entrance of the dormitory building, he nudged Lin Baici's arm with his elbow. Duke muttered. Standing at the entrance were 6 women. One of them was wearing sportswear, her long black hair tied into a ponytail. She had the vibrant, athletic aura of a young girl, much like a healthy, spirited horse. She is really big, Duke blurted out, even holding his hands up as if holding a basketball, then placing them near his head to compare. Little Lin, Jiahong waved. Come over here quickly. I want to introduce you to some sisters. Swish, except for Yixian. The gazes of the remaining 5 women all turned over. They swept past Duke first, then began to scrutinize Lin Baici. Damn it! Duke muttered a curse, feeling a bit annoyed. It was obvious that these older sisters were treating him like air. Duke really wanted to shout that he wasn't ugly, and that the bookish, puppy dog type was very popular right now. Everyone introduced themselves. When Duke heard the name Jiahong Yao, he was shocked. You are Jiahong Yao. The girl with the high ponytail didn't mind, because of her sister. She was also the center of attention at the security bureau. Duke glanced at the high ponytail girl's ample chest, his lips twitching. He almost couldn't resist asking, is your sister also this big? If she were, that would be simply perfect. Let's eat, let's eat. We can chat while we eat. Jiahong Yao was very happy. She could make some new friends again. The food in the cafeteria was very hearty. And since Lin Baici and his group had arrived early, there weren't many people around. Regarding the written test, are you all confident? Jiahong Yao got a steamer of buns and ate them dipped in vinegar. She was feeling a little panicked, mainly because if she ended up in last place, it would be difficult to recruit teammates in the future. I don't know what kind of madness team leader Pen has caught. There hasn't been this kind of assessment in previous years. Liu Lanking, a mature woman with big wavy hair, acted as if she were chewing on Pan Yangxiang's thigh bone instead of a chicken leg. When this topic came up, everyone's interest waned. If there was an assessment, there would be rankings, and naturally, one could distinguish the superior from the inferior. Everyone who came this time represented not just themselves, but the face of their branch, let alone being in last place. Even a middle-of-the-pack ranking wouldn't be enough. After eating, everyone walked back. When they reached the 3rd floor, Lin Baici and Duke prepared to say goodbye and return to their rooms. But Liu Lanking called out to them. It's boring at night anyway. Why don't you come up and hang out? Duke really wanted to go. Just as he was about to politely decline and then accept, he saw Liu Lanking looking at Lin Baici. Well, her target was clearly Lin Baici. The older sisters heard this and immediately became interested. Baici, come play cards. Are you sure it's just cards, not doing anything else? What do you mean by anything else? Is it what I'm thinking? The sisters teased and joked, completely ignoring Duke. First, Duke had a baby face and looked like a newcomer with no status. Second, he looked average. So the sisters weren't interested. Third, everyone often faced life and death situations while purifying rule-based pollution. So they were quite free-spirited in their daily lives and didn't worry much about others' feelings. No thanks, I want to sleep. Lin Baici smiled and politely declined. What time is it? What are you sleeping for? Besides, I've never seen a god hunter who lacks sleep. Liu Lanking grabbed Lin Baici's arm and dragged him upstairs. A young woman with dyed red hair also grabbed Lin Baici's hand. That? Liu Lanking wanted to call Duke's name, but she hadn't remembered it at all. Why don't you come play too? Duke wanted to go, but he was thin-skinned. Seeing that the sister's target was Lin Baici, he didn't want to tag along. Damn it, being handsome really means you can do whatever you want. Lin Baici was dragged up to the 4th floor. As soon as they entered the room, the bold sisters took off their coats. One aunt, about 40 years old with big eyes, was even more fierce. She took off her sweater directly, leaving only her undergarment. In the room, the scents of various perfumes mixed together, irritating his nasal cavity. Lin Baici felt like he had entered the cave of the spider spirits. Come on, let's play cards. Liu Lanking took out a deck of poker cards, intending to fish for information from Lin Baici while they played. She wanted to know some details about the Bizan incident. It is a pity that an older sister who has had an abortion is not worthy of being written on your menu. However, her driving skills are excellent, so you can enjoy that, the gluttonous god commented. Auntie is good, Auntie is wonderful. Squeeze Auntie and she will squeal. Although she is 40, she knows how to cherish a man. Occasionally having a quick meal is also a nice pastime. Lin Baici glanced at the aunt who had taken off her top. The aunt's sixth sense was quite sharp, and she immediately looked over. Tsk, little Lin, you actually like this type? Liu Lanking teased. Lin Baici played for an hour, found a random excuse to leave, and returned to his dormitory. He saw Duke reading a book on computer programming seriously. How was it? Duke sniffed. Lin Baici was covered in several different perfume scents. Damn it. They even started an party, didn't they? Envious. I just played a few rounds of poker. Lin Baici finished washing up, lay on the bed, and replied to messages one by one. Sister, Huo Yuyu, and Jin Yingshan all sent video calls to chat with Lin Baici. Duke had no intention of reading anymore. He secretly stared at Lin Baici in shock. Chatting with several girls in one night. This must be what a scumbag is, right? Damn it. Envious. Duke took out a cigarette, and when Lin Baici hung up the phone, he immediately leaned over. Great God. Can you teach me some experience in flirting with girls? Lin Baici gave a bitter smile. I don't have any experience. It's always others flirting with me. After chatting with Duke for a while, Lin Baici went to bed. The moonlight poured down, scattering a layer of Lin Bai's frost. Occasionally, the cawing of a few crows made the late night feel even more desolate. Lin Baici fell into a dream. He became a pirate king who roamed the seven seas, plundering his whole life and accumulating countless wealth, until he robbed a princess named Jin Yingshan. This spoke to Hornet's Nest. The Royal Navy dispatched Commander Gu Qinkyu, who led a fleet composed of 12 large sailing ships to encircle and suppress King Lin of the Sea. Boom, boom, the cannons roared, and explosive shells flew through the air, piercing masts, smashing decks, and taking away the lives of many sailors. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. On Lin Haiwang's shoulder stood a blue and yellow macaw named Jia Hongyao, screaming at the top of its lungs, spare me, spare me. Lin Baici, exasperated, grabbed the parrot by its beak and tossed it away. Boom, boom. Smoke filled the air, carried by the sea breeze into his nostrils, triggering a fit of choking coughs. The warship had been sunk. Lin Haiwang fell into the water. He tried to dive and swim away, but the naval commander, Gu Qinkyu, struck him in the chest with a Vulcan cannon. Glug, glug. Lin Haiwang sank toward the seabed, a string of bubbles escaping his mouth. Am I going to die? A powerful, overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over him, like a grim reaper's noose tightening around his throat. So, this is what death feels like. Lin Haiwang gradually gave up struggling. If you do not swim up, you really will drown. An octopus swam over, its large tentacles covered in suckers wrapping around Lin Baici and carrying him toward the surface. There are so many gods alive and kicking that haven't been eaten yet. It would be a huge loss to die now. As they neared the surface, the giant octopus flicked its tentacles with force. Splash! Lin Baici shot upward like a cannonball, breaking through the surface of the sea and appearing in the air. Fresh air immediately rushed into his mouth and nose. Lin Haiwang opened his mouth wide, breathing greedily. I will not die, even if it is a dream. I will slaughter them all. Lin Haiwang looked toward the flagship, but everything before his eyes suddenly shattered like broken glass. Whoosh! On the bed, Lin Baici sat up abruptly. The dormitory was not quiet. Duke, clutching his quilt, was tossing and turning, emitting muffled, stifled gasps. Something is wrong. Lin Baici's pupils constricted sharply. He thought he had just had a nightmare, but now, that sense of suffocation had not vanished. It felt as if an invisible ghostly hand was gripping his throat with force. Duke. Lin Baici wanted to call out to his roommate, but his mouth opened, and no sound came out. Damn it, it is rule pollution. What is the source? Is it a test? Is it the pollution radiation from the 7 towns of Luoyang? Or has someone come to assassinate me? Lin Baici got out of bed. Because of the reduced oxygen intake, he felt dizzy, and his limbs were weak. Still, he forced himself to stand and rushed to Duke's bedside. Get up! Lin Baici still could not make a sound, but he clenched his fist and pounded on Duke with force. Bang, bang, whoosh! Duke threw off his quilt and sat bolt upright. His mouth was wide open, clearly wanting to scream, but no sound emerged. He turned his head to look at Lin Baici. In his eyes, there was terror, panic, and a trace of gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Baici, I probably would have been killed in my sleep, right? Those who could serve as examiners were all talented. Duke also understood the situation the moment he woke up. Damn it, I have been polluted. Who did this? When I find out, I will definitely kill that little bastard. But the top priority was to escape. Because he could not speak, Duke pointed at the bedroom door while scrambling out of bed in a panic. Due to the lack of oxygen, his steps were unsteady. This feeling of suffocation was truly unbearable. Duke hurried to the door and grabbed the handle. Creak. Fortunately, the door opened. He was not trapped inside the room. He rushed out, but after taking a few steps, he realized something was wrong. There were no footsteps behind him. Duke looked back and saw that Lin Baici had not come out. What is going on? Duke thought for a moment, then walked back, leaning against the doorframe to look inside. Lin Baici had opened the window. The cold winter wind blew in, bringing a chill that cleared his head, but he still could not breathe. Bang bang! Duke knocked on the door twice, the meaning self-evident. He was signaling Lin Baici to hurry up and leave. Lin Baici grabbed his backpack and stepped out. The two of them leaned against the wall and walked quickly. When they passed the room next door, Lin Baici stopped and punched the door lock. The lock shattered. Lin Baici pushed the door open. On the beds, two people were flailing their limbs. They were also trapped in a nightmare, suffering the torture of suffocation. It seems this pollution is not just targeting me. The coverage area is quite large. Lin Baici did not go in to save them but instead stumbled forward. He needed to find Jia Hongyao. When they reached the stairwell, Duke went downstairs, only to find that Lin Baici was heading upstairs. He was startled and wanted to call out, but no sound came from his mouth. Lin Baici pointed downward, signaling for Duke to hurry and escape the dormitory building. Duke did not know if he understood or not. He watched Lin Baici go upstairs, his expression uncertain. Finally, gritting his teeth, he followed him up. He knew Lin Baici was going to save Jia Hongyao. Since the man had saved him, it would be too heartless to run away alone. Room 412 was more than 30 meters away from the stairs. Before Lin Baici reached it, he heard footsteps behind him. He was speechless. Why are you following me? Lin Baici looked back, met Duke's gaze, and pointed downward with his finger. Duke shook his head, wearing an expression that said, I am loyal and will not abandon you. Lin Baici felt completely numbed out right now. Every breath only allowed a tiny bit of oxygen in. If this continued, they would die. So time was precious. Lin Baici wanted Duke to try and see if he could leave the rule pollution after escaping the dormitory building. If that didn't work, they would have to think of other ways immediately. Duke clenched his right fist, looked at Lin Baici, and pounded his chest with force. This kid didn't understand what he meant. Lin Baici couldn't be bothered to insist anymore. He hurried to find Jia Hongyao. Room 412. They had arrived. Lin Baici slammed his fist into the doorknob and crashed into the room. Main building. Monitoring room. Pen Yongxiang sat behind an executive chair, watching the footage on the computer screen. Beside him stood a man and a woman. The man was in his 30s. His leather shoes polished to a mirror shine, paired with a crisp suit, giving off the image of a successful professional. The woman was also 27 or 28, dressed in a black leather jacket that accentuated her curvaceous figure to the fullest. She held a cigarette between her lips, watching the monitor with keen interest. Every move Lin Baici made was captured in her eyes. What is this kid's name? He is pretty impressive, isn't he? Zhang Hao exhaled a ring of smoke. The contamination had been unfolding for less than 10 minutes. Yet this kid had already noticed. His perception was ridiculously sharp. Because of privacy concerns, there were no hidden cameras inside the dormitories, otherwise Zhang Hao would have really liked to see how Lin Baici had woken up. Lin Baici, from Haijing, the man in the suit, Xiyan Chun, held a tablet in his hand, tapped it a few times, and found Lin Baici's file. After a quick glance, he couldn't help but be surprised. What? Only 19 years old. He has only been a god hunter for half a year. The man in the suit looked up at Lin Baici. To be honest, this kid was quite remarkable. To encounter rule-based contamination so suddenly and remain calm and collected without a hint of panic just for this iron nerve alone, he deserved praise. No way. I thought he was some old man who had undergone plastic surgery. Zhang Hao was astonished. That file is outdated. Previously, Jiu Hongyao entered the Bizan God ruins, and this Lin Baici was her core team member. Pen Yongxiang was a dragon-level investigator after all, and he had his own intelligence channels. There is information suggesting they purified the Bizan God ruins. I didn't quite believe it at first, but looking at it now, this kid really has some skills. Every time a team of examiners arrived at the base, Pen Yongxiang would tell them there would be a written test to eliminate those who failed. But in reality, this was a ruse to make these examiners lower their guard. The real trial began today. Once all the examiner teams had arrived, Pen Yongxiang had not expected that the first person to wake up would actually be this Lin Baici, even faster than the chief examiners. It is a pity. I really want to know what happened inside that dormitory. Zhang Hao froze, looking at Pen Yongxiang with a look of disbelief that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" The Bizan God ruins was a 10-year level great ruin. Just being able to walk out alive was a sign of a master. And they purified it. It must have been Jiu Hongmian who took action, right? The contamination has just begun. Being fast now does not necessarily mean he will be fast later. Xiyan Chun's expression was steady as he continued to focus on Lin Baici. This young man had piqued his interest. Just as Lin Baici kicked open the door to dormitory 412, on the 5th floor, 3 other examiners had also woken up from their nightmares one after another. They did not panic or rush to flee for their lives, but instead calmly thought of solutions. It was clear that this was a test. Underneath the squirming quilt was Jiu Hongyao, kicking her legs around wildly. Lin Baici certainly could not wake her up like he did with Duke by punching her twice. So, he ripped the quilt away. Beneath her high ponytail, she was wearing only her panties and a loose-fitting camisole. A bra. The high ponytail never wore one. That thing was too constricting. It was uncomfortable. Hongyao. Lin Baici shook the high ponytail, causing an immediate wave of motion. Whoosh! Jiu Hongyao sat up. Though her eyes were still a bit dazed, she had dreamed that she had turned into a macaw, standing on the shoulder of Lin, the king of the sea, who wore an eye patch, squawking every day. And her favorite thing to shout was, "Fire the cannons, damn it." What kind of messy dream was that, however? Jiu Hongyao quickly sobered up. She did not act like an average girl, rushing to cover her chest to prevent exposure. Instead, she wanted to ask Lin Baici what was going on. Lin Baici grabbed the clothes Jiu Hongyao had left at the head of her bed, tossed them to her, and turned to wake Liu Lanking in the adjacent bed. This time, Lin Baici did not hold back. He landed 2 solid punches. Liu Lanking sat up. She wasn't wearing a bra. The suffocating, near-death sensation made her subconsciously open her mouth wide, gasping for air. As a result, her chest heaved. Chapter 469. Leaving others in the dust, a perfect performance. Judging by her appearance alone, Liu Lanking looked to be about 30. Her skin was fair and tender, as smooth as silk. As she sat up, the quilt slid down silkily, and her breasts, though not large, they were firm, trembling slightly, with a beautiful curve. If not for the gluttonous god's commentary, who would have guessed that this mature beauty, Liu, had undergone an abortion? You cannot judge a book by its cover. Lin Baici was not a lecherous person, and he was not short of beautiful girls around him. So, he didn't pay any attention to Liu Lanking's body. Seeing that she was awake, he immediately stopped caring and turned to look at Jiu Hongyao. The high ponytail was quick and efficient, having already put on her sportswear. The feeling of suffocation intensified, even with forced breathing. Almost no air was entering her lungs. This reminded Jia Hongyao of her childhood, when she practiced holding her breath while diving, and Jia Hongmian would pin her to the bottom of the swimming pool, not letting her come up. It was stiflingly uncomfortable, but this time, the high ponytail did not panic. Instead, she looked excited. Because little Lin was by her side, there was rule-based contamination again. It was time for our 7th star to perform again. Jia Hongyao tugged on Lin Baiqi's arm, asking what to do next. Lin Baici jerked his head toward the door, the meaning self-evident: get out first. Liu Lanqing was experienced. She scanned the dormitory, immediately calmed down, grabbed the trench coat from her bedside to drape over herself, and chased after them. Seeing Lin Baici come out, Duke immediately turned and headed downstairs. Liu Lanqing's gaze shifted back and forth between Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. These two young people were quite impressive. Jia Hongyao was truly worthy of being Jia Hongmian's sister, faced with sudden rule-based contamination. Not only did she not panic, she was actually excited. People who enjoy thrills and treat their lives lightly are naturally suited for the profession of a god hunter. The other young brother is even more impressive. Not only is he calm, but the fact that he could detect the rule-based contamination so quickly and rush to save others. Just how strong must he be? Liu Lanqing considers herself an elite, so by using herself as a benchmark, she can clearly see Lin Baiqi's excellence. Looking at Duke in front, who is rushing to get out, he is clearly a tier below Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. Liu Lanqing is not panicked because she has already figured things out. In a place like this, it is impossible for a real rule-based contamination to break out. So, this must be a test set up by Pan Yu and Xing. If one fails, the examinee certainly won't die. At most, they will be disqualified. Jia Hongyao passes by every door, and although she doesn't go inside, she bangs on each door 3 times with force. Bang, 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 bang. Whether they can wake up from their nightmares depends on their luck. Not far away, a door opens, and the 40-year-old aunt with big eyes and the older sister with red hair walk out. They are somewhat surprised to see Lin Baici and Duke appearing on this floor, because this means that those two discovered the rule-based contamination even earlier. Neither of them had time to get dressed, so they both came out wearing only coats. The group strides forward and soon arrives at the first floor, where Lin Baici stops in his tracks. The aunt and Liu Lanqing are puzzled to see Lin Baici stop. The red-haired woman gives Lin Baici a push on his back, urging him to keep moving. Lin Baici frowns slightly, and a few seconds later, he turns around and heads back upstairs. He doesn't dare to run because he has inhaled too little air. If he were to run, it would be extremely uncomfortable. Hearing the commotion, Jia Hongyao looks back, sees Lin Baici running, and immediately follows him. Liu Lanqing grabs the arm of the girl with the high ponytail. Let go. The girl with the high ponytail pulls her arm away from Liu Lanqing and goes to chase after Lin Baici. Liu Lanqing, the aunt, and the red-haired woman look at each other in confusion. What is little brother Lin going crazy about? But they soon understand, because from here, they can see the apartment lobby. A man is standing there, and the glass door leading outside has already been smashed. This indicates that the man had gone out, but because the feeling of suffocation did not disappear, he came back. Since that is the case, there is no point in everyone else going over there. His observation skills are truly sharp. The 3 older sisters sigh in admiration, based on their experience. If they had gone over and looked at the scene, they would naturally have figured this out immediately. But little brother Lin realized it from such a distance and took action right away. In terms of time, running over would only be a difference of about 10 seconds. It doesn't seem like much, but sometimes, those 10 seconds could determine life or death. Furthermore, Lin Baiqi's performance shows that even under such heavy suffocation, he remained calm, observing the environment and thinking carefully. Into words, excellent. Once the 3 older sisters realize this, they immediately turn around to chase after Lin Baici. Duke rushes to the lobby and glances at the man standing there thinking. He wants to turn back to call out to Lin Baici, but finds that no one is there. Duke doesn't have time to think it over. He immediately rushes out through the glass door and runs into the courtyard. He feels like a drowning man, nearly suffocating to death. But when Duke tries to take a deep breath of fresh air, he finds that he cannot inhale at all. Damn it, escaping didn't work. The night wind is cold, and a chill surges. Achoo! Duke sneezes. He is wondering if he needs to run further away to escape the rule-based contamination. But he soon discovers that the feeling of suffocation is intensifying. It is like a noose around his neck, tightening. Duke realizes instantly that he cannot leave the apartment, or he will be strangled to death. So, he hurries back. Damn it! Running like that made it even more uncomfortable. Duke enters the lobby, wanting to find Lin Baici quickly. He feels a little resentful, yet also a little envious. He resents that Lin Baici discovered that leaving the apartment was useless but didn't call out to him. And he envies that Lin Baici is more capable than him and handled the situation with more composure. The man standing in the lobby grabs Duke as he runs past him. What are you doing? Duke cannot make a sound, so he just forms the words with his mouth. The man presses his hands down, signaling Duke to stay calm and not to run. Duke shakes off the man's arm and goes to find Lin Baici. The handsome man shakes his head. He is a lost cause. He had woken up from his nightmare and discovered the rule-based contamination. So, he immediately escaped the apartment, only to find that the suffocation did not disappear. So, he returned to the lobby. He stopped to think about the key to purification, and after 30 seconds, he discovered that as long as one does not move around recklessly, does not get agitated, and remains calm, the feeling of suffocation weakens. Although it is still there, it is not so uncomfortable that one's face turns red. Therefore, the man wanted to tell Duke to walk slowly to reduce the damage from the rule-based contamination. But the other party clearly did not understand his intention. This kid is also quite good. In the monitoring room, Ziyoungchen looks at the man standing in the lobby and casually checks his file. Shen Nan, from the Yujing branch, 26 years old. He already has a record of 2 solo purifications of god runes. He's also quite handsome. Pen Yongxiang chuckles. After Lin Baici and Duke went upstairs, Shen Nan woke up. He was the first to leave the apartment, and he clearly also discovered the method to temporarily reduce the rule-based contamination. Zhang Hao crosses her arms and pouts. Looking at Shen Nan alone, he is indeed handsome. But compared to Lin Baici, he is a tier below. Moreover, this mature woman who likes to wear leather jackets and pants analyzed from the performance of Lin Baici and Duke that Duke is just a tag-along. If not for Lin Baici's help, he would still be trapped in his nightmare right now. Lin Baici returns to the 3rd floor and sees that 7 examinees have woken up and are all heading downstairs. Some of them stopped in their tracks when they saw Lin Baici, while others continued walking forward. Lin Baici ignored them and returned to the room, starting with the bed to conduct a thorough search. Jia Hongyao followed him inside to help look for clues. The 3 older sisters, Liu Lanqing and the others, did not wait at the doorway but entered as well, though the dormitory was small, making it feel crowded instantly. As he stopped moving and ceased his vigorous activity, Lin Baici noticed that the suffocating sensation had weakened slightly. He immediately grabbed Jia Hongyao, who was running around, and pressed her down onto the bed. Don't move. Lin Baici mouthed the words, picked up a pillow to examine it for a few moments, and then tore it open with force, pulling everything out from inside. The stuffing from the pillow flew everywhere. There were no suspicious items. Lin Baici knelt on one knee on the floor and leaned his head in to inspect the space under the bed. The dust was thick, and there was even a used condom, damn it, which had already shriveled up like a long-dead mummy. The corner of Lin Baici's eye brightened. The bed frame was made of plywood, with clear signs of joints. In the corner near the wall, Lin Baici saw a small tuft of hair embedded in the gap of the bed frame. It was late at night, and although the lights were on in the room, it was still very dark under the bed. If Lin Baici's eyesight hadn't been sharp enough, he would have missed it. He took out his phone, wanting to use the flashlight, but the phone was no longer working. Damn it, Lin Baici cursed. He wanted to take a flashlight out of his black alms bowl, but he could not speak. This was troublesome. Fortunately, Duke had returned. Lin Baici immediately went over and reached into his pocket. Duke was startled. What was he doing, however? He did not struggle. Lin Baici obtained the lighter and returned to the underside of the bed. Then, by the light of the flame, he saw it clearly. It was a tuft of hair, about a dozen strands, tangled together. This must be it. Lin Baici did not move them rashly but crawled under Duke's bed frame. Sure enough, there was also a tuft of hair there. The female water ghost's hair. Once stuck to the bottom of the bed. Anyone who sleeps on this bed will have their neck strangled by the invisible long hair of the female water ghost. Most people will have nightmares and die of suffocation in their dreams, which means they will also die instantly in reality. Some lucky ones with vigorous vitality will wake up in a start. If they remain quiet and sit still, they can live a little longer. The more violently they move, the tighter the ghost hair strangles them, and the faster they approach death. The food god's commentary. Water and fire are mutually destructive. Burn it, and it will be destroyed. Lin Baici immediately lit the lighter and brought it close to that tuft of hair. After about 7 or 8 seconds, with a whoosh, the clump of hair ignited. Soon, it burned into ashes and fell to the ground. Holy crap! Duke realized the suffocating sensation had suddenly vanished. He was ecstatic and blurted out, "What did you do, Swish?" The 3 older sisters immediately stared at Duke, then looked at Lin Baici, who was crawling out from under the bed, their gazes filled with shock, to find the key to purifying the rule-based contamination so quickly. He is truly impressive. Lin Baici crawled out from under Duke's bed, waved at the 3 older sisters, and then crawled under his own bed frame. Liu Lanking, the other 2, and Jia Hongyao all crowded over. Because there were so many people, they inevitably bumped into each other. Lin Baici first pointed out the hair under the bed frame for the 4 of them to see, then ignited it. The suffocating sensation disappeared, and a large amount of air entered his lungs, giving Lin Baici the feeling of having come back to life. Liu Lanking patted Lin Baici's shoulder firmly. This favor, this sister will remember, because she was only wearing a trench coat and was in a kneeling position. Liu Lanking's neckline was wide open, and Lin Baici saw a vast expanse of scenery, rolling hills and layered forests. It was even more dazzlingly white than Lin Bai's frost. The 3 sisters had already left, but Jia Hongyao was still waiting for Lin Baici. "Hurry up and burn the hair. Why are you spacing out?" Lin Baici handed the lighter to Jia Hongyao. Duke's shout had attracted several examiners. Seeing that this kid could speak and looked relaxed, it meant he had resolved the rule-based contamination. They wanted to know the answer. Duke said nothing and looked at Lin Baici. This was purified by him. He had no right to explain it. The examiners looked at Lin Baici. This rule-based contamination was likely a question set by the chief examiner. "I can tell you the answer, but I am not sure if you will be considered to have passed by using this method," Lin Baici explained. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several examiners darkened. Most of them walked away, but 2 entered the room, clearly intending to check for traces. Lin Baici did not stop them and went out to the corridor to wait. "This goddamn chief examiner. I am here to be an examiner, not a candidate." Duke was annoyed and also a bit anxious, as he had only passed because of Lin Baici. He didn't know if it counted as passing. Duke watched those examiners suffocating, their faces ugly and their expressions pained. He felt that being assigned to the same room as Lin Baici was truly lucky. "Thank you. When the work is over, I will treat you to a big meal," Duke said gratefully. 3 minutes later, Jia Hongyao and the others came down. "Little brother." Liu Lanking's eyes were filled with affection as she came over and gave Lin Baici a fierce hug. "Thank you so much this time." Lin Baici immediately felt a mass of softness. "Little Lin, you are the best." The red-haired sister gave a thumbs up. "Have you hugged enough? It is my turn." The oldest aunt licked her red lips, eager to try. Jia Hongyao stood to the side, her little expression looking so smug. "Look, my little Lin is amazing, right?" What Liu Lanking and the other 2 were most grateful for was Lin Baici's thoughtfulness and consideration. He did not tell everyone the answer directly, but instead let them crawl under the bed frame to see for themselves. It was clear he was worried that the act of simply being told the answer would cause them to lose their eligibility as examiners. "Do you think there will be more tests?" Duke rolled up his sleeves, ready to put on a good performance. Given Pan Yongxiang's style of doing things, there definitely will be. Liu Lanking knew that Commander Pan was quite strict with his subordinates. In the monitoring room, Zhang Hao studied Lin Baici. Although they could not see the situation inside the room, through the reactions of Liu Lanking and the others, They understood that it was this young man who had found the female water ghost's hair and purified it. "Commander, this kid is quite impressive. Why don't we poach him?" Zhang Hao suggested. "Wait and see a little longer." Pen Yongxiang remained unmoved. He felt that poaching a newcomer from Jia Hongyao's hands was simple and could be done at any time. Maybe it was just dumb luck. Ziyan Chun watched as Shen Nan finished inspecting the mailroom and began to walk back. In normal times, he would have praised him for being mature, steady, and calm under pressure. But now, with Lin Baici as a comparison, Shen Nan's actions seemed quite foolish. "Let's go." Lin Baici called out to Jia Hongyao and started walking forward. "What for?" Jia Hongyao followed. "Don't go. You'll offend people." The oldest aunt advised him. "You've already purified the rule-based pollution. Just stay put. Walking up to others like this. What is the meaning of it? Are you showing off?" "I just want to see the strength of the examiners sent by the various branches." Lin Baici didn't care about making enemies, and besides, as far as he could see, there were very few who could make him take them seriously. Liu Lanqing and the other two exchanged glances. "Let's go. At a time like this, we have to back up our little brother." The oldest aunt chased after them. Shen Nan walked up the stairs and saw this scene. Lin Baici surrounded by 4 women, with Duke following behind. This sight made him pause, and then he frowned. The other party had solved the rule-based pollution, and faster than him. Lin Baici saw this handsome man and also frowned slightly. He was very calm. The way the man walked up the stairs was as leisurely as a stroll in the countryside. One couldn't tell at all that he was currently suffocating. "Did you solve it?" the red-haired sister asked. "Definitely not," Liu Lanqing reasoned. "He was standing in the lobby on the first floor just now. It's obvious he went out the first chance he got, found it useless, thought about the clues, and is now planning to go back to his room to take a look. It's not that complicated. If he doesn't speak, it proves he hasn't purified it." Jia Hongyao giggled and looked at Lin Baici. "How about it? My deduction was right, wasn't it?" Her high ponytail seemed like a puppy waiting for praise, wagging its tail, wanting to hear Lin Baici's compliments. Lin Baici gave a thumbs up. Jia Hongyao immediately puffed out her chest with pride, her face beaming with joy. Lin Baici walked around the 3rd and 4th floors. He didn't go upstairs because the chief examiners from the various branches lived there, and he had to give them some face. However, 2 chief examiners had also purified the rule-based pollution and were walking down, one fat and one thin. Their gazes landed on Lin Baici and his group. So fast. Looking at their calm expressions, it was clear they had already dealt with the rule-based pollution. "Commander." Duke immediately greeted the fat man. Lin Baici looked over. Clearly, this was Deng Mingyu, the chief examiner from Xijing. "Well done," Deng Mingyu encouraged him. Duke felt awkward. He glanced at Lin Baici and bit the bullet to explain. "It wasn't me. I couldn't do it. It was all thanks to Lin Baici. I just benefited from his success." Duke felt embarrassed to take credit for this. Deng Mingyu was stunned. His round, small eyes looked at Lin Baici with a scrutinizing attitude. Jia Hongyao knew who this guy was. Remembering his nephew who had done all sorts of evil, she immediately lost her pleasant expression and rolled her eyes at him. "Hello, I am Wan Lei from the Yujing branch." Wan Lei reached out his hand, first extending it toward Lin Baici. Judging by the positioning of the group, this young man was the core. "Hello, Lin Baici." One does not hit a smiling face, so Lin Baici shook his hand casually. After everyone introduced themselves, Wan Lei asked with a smile, "Where is our Shen Nan? Does anyone know which room he is staying in?" The 2 examiners' gazes fell on Jia Hongyao. "Shen Nan, the genius who single-handedly purified to God ruins, he came too." Liu Lanqing was surprised. Wan Lei nodded with a smile. It seemed Shen Nan's reputation was indeed very loud. Liu Lanqing and the other 2 exchanged glances, then looked at Lin Baici. Their eyes filled with shock. "My goodness. Little brother Lin is even faster than that Shen Nan in the security bureau." There were some young people with outstanding records and great fame, such as Lin Baici and Shen Nan. Although Jia Hongyao was also famous, it was mainly because she had a powerful older sister. Wan Lei noticed that the gazes of these people were off, and he suddenly thought, could it be that Shen Nan hadn't purified the rule-based pollution yet? But thinking about it, Among the 6 chief examiners, there were still 2 who were racking their brains. Wan Lei's expression turned sour. If Shen Nan was lagging behind now, if he didn't get first place, it was a disgrace. After all, among these examiners, he had the greatest fame. In fact, the 2 of them had come down just to give their team members a reminder, not expecting to run into Lin Baici's group of 6. Commander Yuan is still looking for the hair. Wan Lei laughed heartily and patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. You are much more capable than him. Lin Baici dodged backward, causing Wan Lei to pat empty air. Wan Lei's expression stiffened. Commander Wang, Commander Deng, you to go ahead with your business. We'll be leaving first. Liu Lanking smoothed things over and pulled Lin Baici away. Once they had walked a fair distance away, the oldest and immediately warned, Little brother Lin, that Wan Lei is harboring malicious intent. You must be careful. Wan Lei appeared to be praising Lin Baici, but if those words reached Yuan Jufeng's ears, he certainly wouldn't be able to stomach them. It would be a miracle if he didn't try to make things difficult for Lin Baici afterward. Just because little brother Lin was faster than Shen Nan, he wants to set him up. That is truly narrow-minded, Yu Lanking sighed. Shen Nan is the ace of Yu Jing. Now that he is about to become a stepping stone for little brother Lin, I would be anxious too if I were in his shoes. The red-haired sister chuckled. In less than a quarter of an hour, most of the examinees had found the female water ghost's hair and successfully purified the corruption. The remaining 6 unlucky ones were running around in a panic. These people were either here to gild their resumes through connections, or were pure newcomers brought along to gain some experience. Now that they were caught off guard, they were incredibly embarrassed, wishing they could crawl into a crack in the ground. This is the world of god hunters. Everything is determined by strength. Liu Lanking was filled with emotion. Backgrounds and connections are all useless. Once you encounter rule-based corruption, you find out who is swimming naked. Duke patted his chest, feeling a lingering fear. Without Lin Baici, he would have been one of the embarrassing ones too. The crowd gathered in the corridor, whispering to each other, their gazes drifting toward Lin Baici from time to time. Suddenly, a burst of singing rang out. The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky reflect the Big Dipper. A burly man, 7 feet tall and shirtless, walked onto the 3rd floor, carrying a large water vat in his right hand. No way. And damn it. Is there no end to this? This is so frustrating. Complaints erupted everywhere. The burly man was wearing coarse linen clothes, clearly of an ancient style. There was no need to ask. It was another instance of rule-based corruption. Those standing near the burly man wanted to leave, but it was too late. 3 brothers, don't rush off, don't rush off. The burly man strode forward, laughing as he chased after them, grabbing a man with short hair. Today happens to be a joyous occasion, and I am in high spirits. I wonder if the 3 brothers would be willing to drink a few cups with me. The 3 examinees exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Should they agree, or should they refuse? Chapter 470, Making Friends Through Wine. In the corridor, the light from the energy-saving lamp was somewhat dim, making the corpses of mosquitoes smashed against the wall look like a smear of cinnabar. The examinees moved lightly, all keeping their distance from the shirtless burly man. They didn't go downstairs, partly because the rule-based corruption had already broken out, and they likely wouldn't be able to escape it by fleeing, and partly because everyone had guessed that this was likely a test from the chief examiner, Pen Yongshan. If they failed, their qualifications as examiners would almost certainly be revoked. Little brother Lin, Liu Lanking tugged at Lin Baici, wanting him to step back and not stand so close, lest they be next after these 3. When most god hunters encounter rule-based corruption, the most common method is to let others go first while they observe from the shadows, searching for the key to purification. Lin Baici did not move. Little brother Lin, there is no need to play the hero at a time like this. The oldest aunt advised him. Failing probably wouldn't mean death, but it would certainly mean losing face. You all should step back, Lin Baici warned. He smelled a heavy aroma of alcohol, so he guessed that the corruption was likely related to liquor. Since he possessed the wine pool and meat forest, it might just be the perfect remedy. Liu Lanking didn't know how to persuade him further upon seeing Lin Baici's demeanor. The red-haired sister made a prompt decision, immediately flashing away to a distance of more than 10 meters. Hong Yao, Liu Lanqing and the eldest aunt looked at Jia Honyao. Don't panic. With little Lin here, we are perfectly safe. The girl with the high ponytail gave a thumbs up. The two older sisters wanted to leave, but doing so would make them seem less courageous than a newcomer of only half a year, which would be too shameful, so they stayed put. As expected of someone who completed the Bizen trip, he is so composed. Liu Lanqing sighed with emotion, for confidentiality reasons. Jia Honyao hadn't told them that they had killed a god and purified the Bizen divine ruins. She only said that she had completed the Bizen trip. However, even so, this record was already quite dazzling. Little brother Lin, then let this big sister witness your brilliant performance. The oldest aunt patted Lin Baici's arm and stopped trying to leave. Liu Lanqing curled her lips and grabbed Lin Baici's butt. Giving it a firm squeeze, Lin Baici's body stiffened, and he turned around in shock. What the hell? Liu Lanqing looked at Lin Baici and licked her finger. The oldest aunt covered her mouth and giggled. Lin Baici wanted to say, "You are so flirtatious. Does your husband know?" The others didn't have the mood for playfulness. They were all staring at the burly man and the three examinees. "Three brothers. Why are you not speaking? Do you look down on me?" The burly man wore coarse cloth trousers and a pair of cloth shoes with 1,000-layer soles. His upper garment was wrapped around his waist, revealing six-pack abs as hard as steel. The burly man placed a large wine vat in his hand onto the floor, emitting a heavy sound. This thing was as tall as a person and half a meter in diameter. If filled with water, it would be enough for a family of 3 to use for several days. But at this moment, it was filled with slightly murky liquor. It looked like yellow rice wine. "Brother, you are overthinking it. It is just that we are not good at holding our liquor, and we fear we cannot keep you company to your satisfaction." The short-haired youth carefully chose his words. He wanted to see if they could avoid drinking first. If they truly couldn't escape it, then they would drink. Brother, as the saying goes, when meeting a soulmate, 1,000 cups are not enough. Come, drink up, drink up. As the burly man spoke, he reached his hand into the wine vat. When he pulled it out, he was holding 2 black glazed porcelain bowls. After scooping a bowl of wine for each, he handed them to the short-haired youth. "Please," the burly man laughed, looking every bit like a drinking buddy. The short-haired youth smelled the strong aroma of alcohol in the air and took the bowl. He felt that if he didn't agree, the other party might change his expression on the spot. "I am Wusan Lang, at your service." After the burly man finished speaking, he tilted his head back and drank the wine in his bowl in one gulp, then showed the bottom of the bowl to the short-haired youth. "Brother this, brother that, and using terms like this, humble one, why does it smell so much like the water margin?" Jia Honyao muttered in a low voice. To be precise, "It smells like the Song dynasty," Liu Lanqing corrected. Aside from the forms of address, the burly man's attire, as well as the wine jars and bowls, were all in the style of the Song dynasty. With this heroic spirit of Wusan Lang, I am afraid that once he finishes drinking, he will be dragging people off to rob the birthday gift convoy and head up to Mount Liang, the oldest aunt remarked sarcastically. The short-haired young man looked at the roughly 3 taels of yellow wine, took a deep breath, and drank it all down. Of course, the short-haired young man played a trick. He tilted his head back to drink. His movements were quite aggressive and fast, so some of the wine flowed down the corners of his mouth. He would spill as much as he could. Seeing this, Wusan Lang was displeased and threw a punch. Bang! The short-haired young man took the punch, and with a wail, he not only spat out the wine he had just swallowed but also stumbled backward and fell to the ground. "You damn bastard, you birdman! Are you looking down on this humble one?" Wusan Lang glared with wide eyes. Cough, cough. With his little trick seen through, the short-haired young man coughed and cursed inwardly, but his face wore a look of confusion. "What do you mean? This is top-quality daughter wine. Cellar aged for 20 years, do not spill it," Wusan Lang explained, then casually scooped a bowl from the jar and walked over to the short-haired young man. "It was this humble one who was reckless. I apologize to you." The short-haired young man watched as Wusan Lang's thumb dug into the rim of the bowl, soaking in the yellow wine. And he really did not want to drink it, but he had no choice. When one is under another's roof, one must bow one's head for the time being. So, he took the bowl and drank. A burst of spiciness entered his throat. Damn it. You tell me this is yellow wine when it is this spicy. The short-haired young man was full of complaints, but this time, he did not dare to spill any. After finishing it, he showed the bottom of the bowl to Wu Sanlang. Refreshing. Wu Sanlang laughed loudly and pulled the short-haired young man up again. This round of drinking lasted for 6 bowls, nearly to gin down his throat. May I ask for your honorable name, brother? Wu Sanlang filled the short-haired young man's bowl again. Zhou. The short-haired young man exhaled a breath of alcohol. This kind of wine was quite harsh on the throat, but it was not very strong in any case. He was only a little dizzy now, and not yet drunked out. Brother Zhou, please. Wu Sanlang continued to urge him to drink. And he drank first as well. How long is this going to go on? Zhu Hongyao asked curiously. It should not be until death, right? Liu Lanqing had a decent tolerance for alcohol. If passing the test meant just drinking, she would have no problem. I suspect there is some kind of key point. Once that is reached, we should not have to drink anymore. The oldest and guest stopped by the 9th bowl. Zhou Xian was still not drunk, but his stomach felt uncomfortable, churning like a stormy sea. And then he could not hold it back. Whoa! Zhou Xian bent over and vomited. A stench of alcohol and fermented dinner filled the corridor. Wu Sanlang's expression turned angry. His left hand immediately formed a fist and slammed into Zhou Xiang's stomach. Bang! Zhou Xiang was knocked to the ground, clutching his stomach and twitching. You bird man! Your tolerance is too poor, not worth befriending. Wu Sanlang shook his head and looked at the 2 examiners nearby. 2 brothers. Come, bottoms up. Li Bo and Yangzi had not left while Zhou Xiang was drinking, mainly because they were too close. Once they left, they might be targeted immediately. Aha, brother Wu. My tolerance is not good. Can I drink a little less? Li Bo suggested tentatively. Wu Sanlang's answer was simple. He threw a punch. So much nonsense. Drinking should be done to one's heart's content. Wu Sanlang was dissatisfied and hated people who claimed they could not drink. I drink 1 bowl. You drink 2. If you cannot finish, I will beat the crap out of you. Li Bo had no choice but to drink. Yangzi accompanied him. If I had known, I would not have opened my mouth. Li Bo looked at Zhou Xiang, who was lying on the ground. The kid did not crawl up but started snoring, pretending to be dead. Cunning. But if he could survive the rule contamination just by taking 2 punches, it was acceptable. The bodies of god hunters were all strengthened at Li Bo's level. Drinking 2 or 3 gin of hard liquor was usually no problem. When Yangzi reached the 8th bowl, he felt so sick he wanted to vomit. Brother Wu, can I go to the restroom? Yangzi requested. A lazy donkey on the millstone has too many bathroom breaks. Go quickly and come back quickly. Wu Sanlang waved his hand in disgust. Yangzi trotted a few steps, preparing to go to a room further away to use the restroom. But he was grabbed by Wu Sanlang. Just be inside. Wu Sanlang pointed to the bedroom nearby. Yangzi had no choice but to obey. He entered the bedroom and closed the door, but it was pushed open by Wu Sanlang, though fortunately, Wu Sanlang did not make him pee directly in the bedroom. Ugh! Yangzi squatted on the toilet, dry heaving, trying his best not to make a sound. After vomiting for about a minute, Yangzi washed his face and hurried out. He did not dare to delay too long, lest he trigger more severe rule contamination. However, Wu Sanlang was still not satisfied. Why so long? Quick, 3 penalty bowls. Wu Sanlang urged. Drink up. By the time Yangzi finished the penalty bowls, Li Bo had already reached the 20th bowl. After swaying a few times, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. He was drunk. You damn bird man. This little bit of tolerance is not even as good as the young lady who sells steamed buns in our county. After Wu Sanlang finished speaking, he walked over to Li Bo, grabbed his hair with his left hand to pull him up, then grabbed his collar with his right hand and tore it with force. Rip! Li Bo's clothes were torn off. Wu Sanlang was still not satisfied. He did not even leave him his underwear, stripping it all off. Then, he took a rope from his pants pocket, tied Li Bo up with a few loops, and hung him from the ceiling. Li Bo wanted to resist, but the wine had a numbing effect that left him unable to struggle, forcing him to submit to Wu Sanlang's whims. Liu Lanqing and the eldest aunt shivered at the sight. Damn it, Pen Yongxiang really had no shame. If they were stripped naked and hung up, it would be social suicide. Hong Yao, let's go upstairs. Liu Lanking urged in a low voice. Why go upstairs? Hong Yao was confused. We can't avoid the contamination. Liu Lanking wanted to say, do you have a brain? Of course we can't avoid it. But the rooms upstairs are all occupied by female examiners. Being stripped there wouldn't be as embarrassing. Do you want to be seen by men? The oldest aunt asked back. Hong Yao understood. But she wasn't worried at all. With little Lindsay here, we are perfectly safe. The two sisters were speechless. You trust Lin Baici way too much, don't you? The male examiners also looked grim. But Shen Nan was an exception. Yangzi was numb. He looked at Li Bo, then at Zhou Xian, and suddenly bent over to vomit. He would rather be beaten than hung up. You bird-brained fool. You're wasting my good wine. Wu Sanlang cursed loudly and punched Yangzi in the face. Yangzi stumbled backward, his nose bleeding profusely. He clenched his fists, wanting to fight back, but held himself in check. What if fighting back provoked an even more ferocious counterattack? Forget it. I'll endure it for now. Wu Sanlang, however, did not let him off and continued to beat him, because he had drunk a lot and vomited a lot, naturally wasting more. This was intolerable. Yangzi curled into a ball, shielding his head, just as he reached his limit and was about to fight back. Wu Sanlang finally gave up. Ptoi, trash. Wu Sanlang spat a glob of thick phlegm onto Yangzi, then looked left and right, his gaze landing on Lin Baici. Brother, do you dare to drink with me? Wu Sanlang issued an invitation. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Baici smiled slightly. Splendid. Wu Sanlang clapped his hands. Brother Wu, how about I go first? A voice interrupted Wu Sanlang. Wu Sanlang turned around and saw that the speaker was a handsome young man. I am Shen Nan from Yuzheng, and I love making friends through wine. Shen Nan cupped his hands in a salute. This kid lost a round just now, so he definitely wants to win it back, Hong Yao analyzed. For a proud genius, being unable to accept falling behind others was common. Lin Baici didn't mind. If the other party wanted to go, then let him. Haha, splendid. Wu Sanlang let Lin Baici off, grabbed his wine jar, picked up a black glazed wine bowl, and walked over to Shen Nan. He scooped the wine and handed over the bowl. Shen Nan took it and drank it in one gulp, not spilling a single drop. Magnanimous, splendid. Wu Sanlang laughed heartily and drank a bowl along with him, without any nonsense or tricks. Shen Nan drank bowl after bowl, going head-to-head with Wu Sanlang. It wasn't until the 18th bowl. Brother, you have a massive capacity. Wu Sanlang cupped his hands. We shall continue if fate allows. Whoosh, in the corridor. The watching examiners let out a gasp of surprise. The monster's words meant that Shen Nan had passed the test. Shen Nan nodded and smiled, looking very much the gentleman. It seems that drinking 18 bowls is enough. Hong Yao crossed her arms. She was relieved. Her own drinking capacity wasn't bad either. That Li Bo who got hung up drank more than 18 bowls. Liu Lanking frowned. He was being punished with wine. According to Wu Sanlang's logic, he probably needs to drink 36 bowls, Lin Baici explained. Wu Sanlang grabbed his wine jar and walked toward Lin Baici. In the monitoring room, Ziyang Chun nodded, very satisfied with Shen Nan's performance. Shen Nan must possess a divine favor related to alcohol, Pen Yangxiang commented. No matter how good a god hunter's physical fitness is, after drinking 18 bowls of yellow wine, they wouldn't be drunk. But they would definitely vomit, and certainly take 2 or 3 punches. Pen Yangxiang was just giving the examiners a warning. If they couldn't break the contamination and got beaten, no one would dare to cause trouble. But Shen Nan had handled it. It's Lin Baici's turn. Zhang Hao didn't care about Shen Nan. She just wanted to see Lin Baici's performance. She really hoped Lin Baici would get drunk, then get stripped and hung up. She didn't have any malice. She just wanted to see Lin Baici's body and collect some dark history to tease him with later. Making friends through wine. 18 bowls reveal true feelings. Do not vomit. If you vomit, you will be beaten. And the more you vomit, the harder you will be beaten. Do not get drunk. If you get drunk, you will be stripped naked and hung up for public display. Drink 36 bowls. And Wu Sanlang will grant you one small request. Punching Wu Sanlang will make you 1 part drunk. After 10 punches, you will be completely dead drunk. As long as the wine jar is not empty, Wu Sanlang will not die. If you kill Wu Sanlang, you can obtain a divine favor called making friends through wine. When you offer a toast, no one can resist your toast speech. The gluttonous god commented in one breath. Lin Baici had already seen many bizarre rule contaminations, but hearing this, he still found it interesting, especially the last part about making friends through wine, which made him raise an eyebrow. If he obtained this, wouldn't he be invincible at any drinking table? If he wanted to force someone to drink, who could stop him? Lin Baici frowned. This rule contamination was most likely summoned by Pan Yongshang's divine taboo. If he killed Wu Sanlang and obtained the divine favor, Pan Yongshang would probably be furious, but it doesn't matter. Let's do it. Liu Langking and the eldest aunt watched as Wu Sanlang approached, and they still took a step back, leaving Lin Baici exposed. On the other side, Duke couldn't withstand the pressure either and retreated even further. Wu Sanlang saw this and immediately glared at Liu Langking and the other woman. However, because they were women, Wu Sanlang did not want to bicker with the fairer sex. So, he turned his glare toward Duke. What is the meaning of you retreating, you birdman? Do you look down on me? Wu Sanlang snorted coldly. Duke looked toward Lin Baici. Drink. There is no avoiding this. Lin Baici whispered a reminder. Brother Wu, my legs were just feeling a bit uncomfortable. I meant nothing else by it. Come, let's drink. Duke forced a smile and reached out to grab the wine bowl. Wu Sanlang swatted Duke's hand away and even splashed the wine from the bowl onto Duke's face. You birdman, you are not worthy of drinking with me. Duke's face turned green instantly, and he felt mortified to the point of wanting to die. Kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times, and your grandfather will spare your life. Wu Sanlang barked the command. Duke suddenly gritted his teeth and lunged at Wu Sanlang. He would rather take a beating than bark like a dog, otherwise, he would never be able to hold his head high in the security bureau again. Duke let out a shout, stepped forward, and threw a punch at Wu Sanlang. Liu Langking and the eldest aunt wanted to warn Duke to strike the wine jar first, but they were afraid of being looked down upon by Wu Sanlang and losing their chance to drink, so they stayed silent. Duke had a bit of cleverness. He appeared to be launching a fierce assault on Wu Sanlang, but just as his fist was about to land, he suddenly kicked out like a spear, aiming for the wine jar. Wu Sanlang raised his hand and lifted his leg. Bang, bang! He blocked Duke's attacks with ease. Duke was not discouraged and continued his fierce assault. Wu Sanlang held the large wine jar and fought with Duke. No matter how he dodged or shifted, not a single drop of wine spilled from the jar. Bang, bang! The two traded blows, exchanging punches and kicks continuously. Duke felt his head spinning, as if he had consumed a large amount of strong liquor. By the 10th time he struck at Wu Sanlang, his eyes suddenly rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, dead drunk. Duke began to snore softly. What the hell? Everyone was startled. How did he lose so suddenly? Wu Sanlang stripped Duke bare and hung him from the ceiling, then walked over to Lin Baici. Without a word, he scooped up a bowl of yellow wine and handed it over. Lin Baici activated his wine pool and meat forest ability while taking the black glazed bowl. He downed it in one gulp, and then, without waiting for Wu Sanlang to urge him, he helped himself. Splash, gulp, gulp, brother. You are straightforward. Wu Sanlang laughed heartily and drank along with him. 1 bowl, 2 bowls. Jiu Hongyao and the others counted silently. Soon, Lin Baici had finished 18 bowls, and he was completely fine. Enough, Jiu Hongyao cheered, then rubbed her hands together, preparing to step up. But she noticed Lin Baici hadn't stopped and was still drinking. What's the situation? Liu Langking and the eldest aunt were confused, but the girl with the high ponytail understood. My little Lindsay has found a way to crack it. Jiu Hongyao covered her mouth with her small hand and boasted happily to the two of them. Chapter 471, New Divine Grace Acquired, shocking everyone with skill. Liu Langking and the eldest aunt looked on with confusion as Lin Baici and Wu Sanlang engaged in a drinking contest. They recalled everything that had happened since the monster appeared. There was nothing unusual, was there, in any case? The two of them couldn't see anything, and only 5 people had drunk the wine. The sample size was neither large nor small. Don't worry, it's in the bag. Jiu Hongyao's confidence in Lin Baici was much stronger than her confidence in herself. The two older sisters exchanged glances. still not quite believing it, as the purification speed was simply too fast. Under the enhancement of the wine pool and meat forest, Lin Baici drank 18 bowls of yellow wine more easily than drinking plain water. He was completely unaffected, his eyes clear and his steps steady. Drunk, that didn't exist. Wu Sanlang wiped his mouth and patted Lin Baici's shoulder firmly with his fan-like hand. Refreshing, refreshing. It has been a long time since I met a friend with such a massive capacity for alcohol. It's a pity that time is limited today. Let's gather again another day. Wu Sanlang looked toward Liu Lanking. The older sister's nerves tightened instantly. Brother Wu, allow me to say a word. Lin Baici smiled and held Wu Sanlang's hand. These four are my friends. They have a poor tolerance for alcohol, so I ask that you spare them. Wu Sanlang frowned. They are women. Their capacity is too small, and it's not satisfying to drink with them. Look at these people here. They are all waiting to drink with you. Lin Baici persuaded him further. In the corridor, there were quite a few examiners who hadn't left yet. Fine, I will give you this face, little brother. After Wu Sanlang finished speaking, he let Jiu Hongyao and the others go and went to find the nearest male examiner. Seeing the monster walking away while holding the wine jar with one hand, the oldest aunt was astonished. It actually really left. Little brother Lin, why did it listen to you? Liu Lanking asked curiously. Little Lindsay, thank you. The red-haired woman walked over to thank him, feeling a bit embarrassed because she had avoided the challenge earlier. I told you. Little Lindsay is super amazing. Jiu Hongyao stood with her hands on her hips. Shen Nan stood not far away, scrutinizing Lin Baici in the monitoring room. The three of Pen Yangxiang were also clicking their tongues in wonder. He must have guessed it. Right, Zhang Hao muttered. She knew the background of Wu Sanlang. Whoever drank 36 bowls of wine would have one request granted by it. It shouldn't be a guess. Otherwise, why would Lin Baici stop after drinking exactly 36 bowls? Ziyang Chen opened the tablet to check Lin Baici's file. Jiu Hamian must have hidden some information. Regardless, he is bold, meticulous, and calm. These traits are undeniable. Pen Yangxiang saw it very clearly, from beginning to end. Lin Baici had been calm to an extreme degree. The others who showed similar composure were Shen Nan and Jiu Hongyao. These three individuals had absolutely limitless futures. Continue watching. And for those who perform poorly, let them serve as guards for the outer perimeter. Pen Yangxiang leaned back on the sofa, sipping his coffee in a leisurely manner. A show of force was absolutely necessary. I wonder if anyone will be able to kill Wu Sanlang. Zhang Hao was curious. Are you dreaming? Ziyang Chen curled his lip. Whoever punches Wu Sanlang gets a dose of drunkenness. It is impossible to kill him. Zhang Hao chuckled and glanced at Pen Yangxiang. She felt that Wu Sanlang could be killed. It was just that everyone didn't know the method yet. Perhaps among those lead examiners, there was someone who could. On the third floor, Wu Sanlang was still enthusiastically inviting people to drink. After the previous rounds, the examiners had figured it out. Drinking 18 bowls of yellow wine meant passing safely. If you passed out in the middle, you would be stripped naked and hung up by Wu Sanlang. And if you vomited, you would be punched a few times. Everyone naturally wanted to pass. But as bowl after bowl of wine went down, they discovered that while the stuff tasted spicy, it didn't seem to go to their heads. However, after drinking more than 10 bowls, the alcohol would suddenly surge, causing one to pass out instantly. In other words, it wasn't a linear progression, it was a sudden collapse, with no stage of drunken madness at all. After analyzing this, many examiners chose to vomit voluntarily. With the physique of a god hunter, taking to punches wasn't a big deal, at most a broken rib, but being stripped naked and hung from the ceiling would make them a laughingstock. As for attacking Wu Sanlang, no one tried, because Duge was a prime example. Half an hour later, all the examiners on the third floor had finished their wine. Everyone, until we meet again. Wu Sanlang dragged the wine jar with his right hand and headed upstairs. Finally, it's over. Seeing that Wu Sanlang didn't come for her, Liu Lanking smiled and poked Lin Baici with her hand. Do you want to go up and take a look? Liu Lanking teased. There are a few female examiners who look average, but they have great figures. Not interested. Lin Baici was quite picky now. He wouldn't even bother looking at anything less than a 7 out of 10. Liu Lanking flirted. Do you want to go play cards with Big Sister? Lin Baici ignored her and, watching Wu Sanlang walk past, called out to stop him. Brother Wu, could we step aside for a word? Swish. The gazes of all the examiners converged on Lin Baici. What is this kid trying to do? Liu Lanqing and her two companions raised their eyebrows, sensing that Lin Baici was about to stir up trouble. What is it? Wu Sanlang stood still. I have a bottle of fine wine and would like to invite you to taste it. I hope you will do me the honor. Lin Baici cupped his hands, his tone sincere. This, Wu Sanlang hesitated. Brother, this wine of mine has been cellared for 30 years. Even a drunkard would be intoxicated just by the scent. I wonder how many cups you can handle. Lin Baici grabbed Wu Sanlang. Let's go. Let's go. Lin Baici pulled Wu Sanlang toward the public restroom on the 3rd floor. Jia Hongyao followed immediately. Liu Lanqing and the others exchanged glances and, out of curiosity, followed as well. At this moment, Lin Baici had already donned the Bodhisattva messenger's kasaya, with the pipe wrench tucked into his wristband. Once inside the restroom, his melee combat ability would triple. What is this kid doing? Ziyan Chun was completely confused. He had already passed the test. SOY create extra trouble. Could it be that he found a way to kill Wu Sanlang? Zhang Hao speculated. Impossible, Pen Yongshan immediately retorted. Except for him, no one knew the key to the purification. Whatever he is trying to do, he is going to hit a wall this time. What should we do? Should we go over? Zhang Hao asked. There were no cameras in the public restroom, so no one could see what was happening inside. No need, just wait. Pen Yongshan leaned back against the chair, calmly sipping his coffee. Want to purify Wu Sanlang? Just wait to be beaten to a pulp. Brother Lin, let's drink another day. I have things to do. Wu Sanlang tried to refuse, but Lin Baici was quite strong and spoke so persuasively that he was dragged into the public restroom. Just 2 cups. Give me your critique. It will take 3 minutes at most. After Lin Baici said this, he suddenly looked behind Wu Sanlang. Wine God, why are you here? I heard you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Wu Sanlang turned his head instinctively. In that split second, Lin Baici pulled the pipe wrench from his waistband and smashed it fiercely toward the wine jar in Wu Sanlang's hand. Break for me. At the same time, the muscle Buddha, wearing only shorts, appeared and threw a punch at Wu Sanlang's head. Hongyao, Lin Baici roared. The girl with the high ponytail moved like a rabbit, flashing forward to close the distance, her black-bladed short sword slashing toward the back of Wu Sanlang's head. A 3-pronged attack. Damn you. You actually tried to ambush your grandfather. Wu Sanlang cursed loudly. The wine jar was his life, so he naturally had to protect it first. He flicked his wrist, his 5 fingers moving like springs to deflect the jar. Swish. The wine jar was tossed away like a basketball. Then, Wu Sanlang shook his arms, hitting the muscle Buddha's fist with 2 loud bangs, deflected Lin Baici's pipe wrench, and then whipped his head around, biting down with his teeth. Clang! Wu Sanlang's mouthful of large teeth caught Jia Hongyao's black-bladed short sword firmly. Holy crap! At the entrance of the restroom, Liu Lanqing and the others saw this scene and gasped. So strong! The explosive power displayed by the 3 of them in that instant would have made even Liu Lanqing break into a cold sweat. Yet this monster caught it with ease. Attack him! Jia Hongyao's fighting spirit ignited. She twisted her wrist, spinning the short sword to try and shave off Wu Sanlang's teeth. The muscle Buddha's second punch came crashing down. Lin Baici didn't attack. Instead, he teleported and appeared beside the wine jar that hadn't landed yet. Slamming his pipe wrench into it with all his might, the wine jar shattered, and the remaining half of the wine inside splashed onto the floor with a loud splash. A rich, intoxicating aroma of alcohol immediately permeated the restroom. Teleportation. The 3 older sisters were shocked. So envious they felt like they were withering away. This kid actually possessed such a top-tier divine favor. Others who heard the commotion in the public restroom crowded over, but they stood at the entrance and did not come in to help. Wu Sanlang, whose wine jar had been smashed, shrieked in rage. Abandoning Jia Hongyao and the muscle Buddha, it turned and lunged at Lin Baici, launching a frenzied attack. Lin Baici immediately activated his mountaineering boots. Dog King slide, swish, swish, swish. All of Wu Sanlang's attacks missed. while Lin Baici's pipe wrench landed squarely on its body every time. Bang, bang. Each strike was a critical hit, one strike, one fracture. Wusan Lang possessed a divine favor where, if injured, it could quickly heal by taking a large gulp of wine, and it could also unleash drunken fists to boost its combat power. But now, its wine jar had been destroyed. The attack power of Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao was no joke, and they quickly suppressed Wusan Lang. Don't hold back, beat it to death. Lin Baici activated Lightning Flash. His left hand wielded the pipe wrench for meat-shattering strikes, while his right hand used the winter-chanting Long Fist. Every punch that landed left a layer of frost on Wusan Lang. Swish! Jia Hongyao's short blade pierced into the back of Wusan Lang's neck. Half-life. Wusan Lang's body stiffened abruptly. The next instant, Lin Baici's pipe wrench tore through the air like a home run swing, slamming heavily into Wusan Lang's head. Wusan Lang's skull was completely shattered, looking like a rotten watermelon. Its corpse swayed unsteadily for a few steps before crashing to the ground with a thud. Two slender arms formed from spots of light extended from Lin Baici's shoulders. They grabbed at the corpse and pulled out two glowing orbs the size of walnuts. Divine favor. Jia Hongyao raised an eyebrow. Holy crap, divine favor. We hit the jackpot. Won't something happen if you eat that divine favor? Seeing this scene, everyone began to whisper among themselves. Now that the rule contamination had progressed this far, everyone understood that this was definitely Pan Yongxiang's trial. Therefore, Lin Baici killing his monster and consuming the divine favor would, in all likelihood, invite trouble. However, recalling the pain of being beaten just moments ago, they suddenly felt a sense of gratification. Trying to give us a show of force, were you? Look at the huge loss you've taken now. Open your mouth. Lin Baici signaled for the girl with the high ponytail to hurry. Jia Hongyao was very obedient and immediately parted her red lips. The glowing arms grabbed one of the orbs and shoved it directly inside. Cough, cough. Jia Hongyao immediately coughed from the force of it. That was intense. It felt like it had gone straight to her stomach. Thanks to the gifts of nature, Lin Baici pressed his palms together, bowed, and then opened his mouth. As the orb entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a warm current that surged toward his stomach before spreading to his limbs and bones. The next moment, his mind felt like it was being churned by a stormy sea. Intense pain flared as some mysterious knowledge abruptly appeared, branding itself onto his neurons. Drinking with friends, at the wine table. When you toast someone, even if you use the clumsiest drinking toast, the other party will feel your enthusiasm and drain their cup. As long as you drink with me, you are my good friend. I'll finish mine. You drink as you please. Not bad at all. Lin Baici was very satisfied. This divine favor didn't increase combat power, but it could be used to make friends. Paired with his friendly cigarettes, he would have brothers all over the world in the future. Ha ha. Another divine favor added. Jia Hongyao was very happy. She ran to Lin Baici's side and reached out to high-five him. Little brother Lin, that Pan Yongxiang is quite strict. Doing this might provoke him, Liu Lanking warned. The oldest sister gave a thumbs up. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't have killed Wusan Lang. Nor would she have eaten the divine favor. There was no helping it. That was a dragon-level entity. Not someone you could afford to offend. Hey! Lin Baici curled his lips. So what if he was provoked? I've even eaten a god. Why would I be afraid of him? Besides, wasn't Jia Hongyao here? Could Jia Hongyao just watch her own sister get picked on? The oldest sister had thought of exactly that, which was why she gave Lin Baici a thumbs up. Pan Yongxiang was destined to swallow this bitter pill. In the monitoring room, the three people including Zhang Hao could not see what was happening inside the public restroom, but they could see the examiners gathered at the entrance acting startled, and they could even hear some sounds. Crack! In the quiet monitoring room, the sound of porcelain cracking suddenly rang out. Zhang Hao and Ziyang Chun turned their heads and saw that the black glazed bowl next to Pan Yongxiang on the table had suddenly split into 5 pieces. Pan Yongxiang was stunned at first, then his hand trembled, and he spilled coffee on his pants. But he didn't even notice. Staring fixedly at the wine bowl instead, his expression quickly turned gloomy, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Zhang Hao and Ziyang Chun were dumbfounded. The god-forbidden object had shattered. This meant that Lin Baici had purified Wu Sanlang. That was impressive, my divine favor. Pen Yongshang shouted, stood up in a hurry, and rushed toward the dormitory building. Team leader, Zi Yangcheng called out. The god-forbidden object was already ruined. What was the point of going now? Zhang Hao grabbed Zi Yangcheng's hand and muttered in a low voice, "Don't meddle. Didn't you hear Pen Yongshang say my divine favor? He had clearly suffered a massive loss. What do we do now?" Zi Yangcheng looked at the monitor. According to the plan, there was still one more assessment. But with this kind of mishap, it certainly couldn't continue. Just let it be. Those female examiners upstairs could consider themselves lucky. Otherwise, being stripped naked and hung up would have definitely been a dark stain on their lives forever. Zhang Hao followed quickly. His footsteps hurried. Let us go. We need to persuade the team leader. Things had already reached this point. Throwing a tantrum would be useless. If the divine favor was lost, it was lost. Since this was a secret test, one could only say that Lin Baici was simply too strong. Zhang Hao intended to curry some favor. A person like Lin Baici would undoubtedly become a pillar of the safety bureau in the future. As for poaching him, what a joke. Even if Lin Baici agreed, Zhao Hongmian would never let him go. Such an expert, placed in any branch, would be considered an ace. Someone the director would treat like a prized possession. On the 4th floor, the female examiners were gathered together, discussing countermeasures. "And how is it going?" One of the female examiners asked An Yixian. An Yixian possessed a divine favor that allowed for remote surveillance. So even from the 4th floor, she could see what was happening on the 3rd. It is over. That monster has been beaten to death. An Yixian was dumbfounded. This development was far too unexpected. Lin Baici's performance was far beyond just excellent. Purifying the rule-based pollution was already impressive enough. But he had actually killed Wu Sanlang and obtained two divine favors. What is going on? Who did it? The female examiners chattered incessantly. Lin Baici. After An Yixian finished speaking, she immediately headed upstairs, needing to notify Yuan Jufeng quickly. Pen Yongshang had lost to divine favors. She feared he might try to find fault. On the 5th floor, the 6 chief examiners were gathered together, eating peanuts and smashed cucumber salad, sipping on some liquor, and waiting for the next instance of rule-based pollution. As chief examiners, they naturally had to maintain their air of superiority. It was just that Yuan Jufeng's expression was not very good. He was not the first to crack the female water ghost's hair, so he felt a bit embarrassed. "What is the background of that Lin Baici of yours?" Wang Lei inquired. "I am not sure," Yuan Jufeng answered truthfully. "Is he very close with the Zhao Hongmian sisters?" Deng Mingyu asked curiously. "Zhao Hongyao probably likes him, right?" Yuan Jufeng felt that Lin Baici only received Zhao Hongyao's favor because of his high-level appearance. Tap tap, footsteps sounded urgently. Team leader, An Yixian arrived. "Lin Baici has purified the second instance of rule-based pollution. You should go down and take a look." The 6 examiners looked at each other in dismay. Was Pen Yongshang's trial really that simple? As soon as An Yixian saw their expressions, she guessed their thoughts. She thought to herself that it was not that the rule-based pollution was too simple, but that Lin Baici was too strong. "Let us go down and take a look." Deng Mingyu stood up. "How did my Shen Nan perform?" Wang Lei asked, fishing for information. "He was also excellent." An Yixian smiled slightly. If not for Lin Baici, he would indeed be outstanding. But when it came to people, one feared comparison. The 6 examiners went down, but before they could understand the situation in detail, Pen Yongshang arrived. "Chief examiner." "Good evening," everyone greeted him. Pen Yongshang ignored them and walked to the public restroom. Lin Baici had not left and was waiting there. Pen Yongshang glanced at Lin Baici, his gaze falling on the shattered wine jar. As for Wu Sanlang, the corpse had already turned into a puddle of liquid. Damn it, the divine favor is gone. Pen Yongshang felt a pang of intense regret. Why did I have to use Wu Sanlang to try and intimidate him? In reality, it was because this type of rule-based pollution caused little damage that Pen Yongshang had chosen it. Otherwise, if the examiners had been injured, it would have looked bad on his reputation. Pen Yongshang scrutinized Lin Baici, wanting to say many things, but when the words reached his lips, they ultimately turned into a single sentence. "Do you want to join my team?" The entire scene erupted in an uproar. No one had expected that Pan Yongxiang would not blame Lin Baici, but instead, actively try to poach him. Chapter 470 to From now on, call him God Lin. Jiu Hongyao instantly became nervous. Dragon-level hunters were recognized by all nations as the strongest god hunters, belonging to the very top of the food chain. When such a big shot tried to poach someone, an average god hunter simply could not resist. A powerful team leader usually possessed an excellent team. For a god hunter, the three most direct ways to increase their strength were to harvest more meteor stones, divine favors, and god-forbidden objects. Even a fool knew that in a powerful team, the speed of acquiring resources would be faster and much safer. Jiu Hongyao had self-awareness. In her 7th-star team, Lin Baici was the real pillar. She, as the team leader, was just a fighter. Many things were earned by Lin Baici himself, so she simply could not be mentioned in the same breath as Pan Yongxiang. Little Lin. Jiu Hongyao wanted to persuade Lin Baici to stay, but when the words reached her lips, she held them back. She was reluctant to let him go, but she could not hinder his development. People climb to higher places, and water flows to lower ones. This was human nature. Among the colleagues watching from the outside, many had eyes red with envy. Dragon-level team leaders were rare, and they were very picky. Ordinary people could not get into their teams at all. Many thanks for the kind offer, Team Leader Pan, but I am currently very comfortable in Hongyao's team and do not wish to switch. Lin Baici refused. Are you kidding? With so many secrets of his own, exploring god ruins with a dragon-level hunter would certainly increase his efficiency, but it would also expose him. Furthermore, how beautiful was that high ponytail? Lin Baici was a worldly man, of course. He chose to hang out with a beauty. The crowd of onlookers erupted in an uproar once again. He refused. Is there something wrong with his brain? What is wrong with it? If my team leader had breasts that big, I would not leave either. Everyone whispered and muttered, and some even started making jokes. However, everyone knew that the size of her chest was not the reason. Lin Baici came from Haijing, who was his direct superior, Xiu Hongmian, the person with the chance to sit on the throne of the Director General of the Safety Bureau, the former strongest newcomer in Kyushu, and the undisputed #1. Given Lin Baici's performance, he was clearly highly valued by Xiu Hongmian, so why would he ever want to jump ship? Pan Yongxiang was a dragon-level hunter, very powerful, but compared to Xiu Hongmian, he simply didn't measure up. Zhang Hao and Zi Yangchen arrived just in time to hear this, and they immediately felt incredibly awkward. I presume Minister Jia thinks very highly of you, Zhang Hao chimed in. At the same time, she was subtly reminding Pan Yongxiang, team leader, it is not that your influence is lacking. It is just that the big shot behind the other party is too formidable. Upon hearing Lin Baici's words, Pan Yongxiang's expression sank immediately, and a flash of displeasure crossed his heart. But he was not a fool. Without needing Zhang Hao's reminder, he had already figured it out. Very good. We shall have the opportunity to explore God Ruin together. Pan Yongxiang said this as a polite formality, maintaining a magnanimous demeanor. For him, losing a rare and powerful God-forbidden item, as well as to divine graces, was quite painful. But he still had to save face, right? After all, this was a trial he had secretly orchestrated. If he were to retaliate against someone just because he had been humbled, his reputation would be completely ruined. He could only blame the fact that Lin Baici was just too damn strong. He had originally thought it would be good enough for these people to just pass the test, but he never expected them to completely shatter Wusan Lang. It was simply absurd. Thinking of this, Pan Yongxiang's polite remark actually carried a hint of sincerity. He truly wanted to explore God Ruin with Lin Baici. Thank you for your appreciation, Team Leader Pan. Lin Baici looked at Pan Yongxiang's receding hairlines and felt a bit emotional. Even god hunters couldn't escape balding once they reached a certain age. By the way, what was it that the gluttonous god said about him? He doesn't get close to women, but likes to keep female ghosts in captivity. Honestly, Lin Baici wanted to see what Pan Yongxiang's female ghost looked like. The performance of certain individuals is truly beyond words. Pan Yongxiang turned around, looked at everyone, and said with a serious face, I will arrange duties based on everyone's performance today. Everyone go and rest. The day after tomorrow, I will arrange a written test to let everyone familiarize themselves with the assessment. So you don't lose face when you get to the actual exam site. Dismiss. After nodding toward Lin Baici again, Pen Yongxiang left the dormitory building. Zi Yangchun went to clean up the broken wine jars to handle the aftermath. Slap, slap. Jiu Hongyao was very satisfied with Lin Baici's answer and patted his back hard. Ever since they came out of the Bizan God ruin, Jiu Hongyao had been worried that Lin Baici would be poached, often suffering from insomnia. Now, after this test, she finally felt relieved. My little Lindsay is truly excellent. As a reward, I am definitely going to be his godmother. If he has no milk to drink, he can come to me. I will definitely feed my godson until he is plump and healthy. Hello. My name is Zhang Hao from the Shangjing headquarters. Zhang Hao smiled and reached out to Lin Baici. Poaching people was not something that could be rushed. If it didn't work once, you could try twice. Besides, the hole was just sitting there idle, so she might as well keep digging slowly. Moreover, Lin Baici's performance was worth Zhang Hao's time and energy. When everyone heard this name, there was another gasp. They then sized up the woman. A set of black leather clothing accentuated her curves, making her look incredibly sexy. Lin Baici shook hands with Zhang Hao. Seeing the expressions of the onlookers, he guessed that the person in front of him must be a celebrity within the security bureau. Why didn't you go to the Qin Palace? Jiu Hongyao asked curiously. Zhang Hao, Huang Tingzi, and another person named Lin Zixin were known as the three heroes of Shangjing. They were in the 26 to 27 age bracket, the generation just before Jiu Hongyao, and were the three people with the most outstanding and impressive combat records. The bureau chief was worried I would die inside the Qin Palace. Zhang Hao shrugged her shoulders with a helpless expression. She actually quite wanted to explore the Qin Palace. Understandable, understandable. Jiu Hongyao nodded. No one looked down on Zhang Hao or called her a coward. The Qin Palace was a place where one could only enter and never leave. No one was willing to waste a god hunter like Zhang Hao, who was destined to grow into a dragon-level powerhouse. Little brother Baici, the night is long. Would you like to come to my room for a drink? Zhang Hao invited him. So sour, so sour. Many male examiners felt as if they had eaten lemons. They were so envious they were practically withering away. Zhang Hao's face wasn't top tier, but her figure was absolutely amazing. Those long legs that could crush a man, that peach-like bottom, and that slender waist, one look, and you could tell she was a fitness-type beauty full of power. Once her little motor started running, a man probably wouldn't last 3 minutes. Queen personality. Likes to play some stimulating games. Do not let her put handcuffs on you. Otherwise you are finished. You will become a slave to love. Whipping brings me joy. Life is about conquering, or being conquered. No thanks, I'm too tired. I want to sleep. Lin Baici immediately refused. He didn't want to be played until he broke down by Zhang Hao. Oh, then next time, get some rest early. Zhang Hao felt a bit regretful. But she immediately turned her gaze to Jiu Hongyao. Little sister Hongyao, want to go have a couple of drinks with big sister? Lin Baici was speechless. You've got to be kidding me. You like women too. I'll treat you after the assessment is over. Jiu Hongyao actually quite wanted to go. Maybe after a few drinks, she could poach Zhang Hao over. But since little Lindsay was so great today, she had to give him a reward first. All right, I will sweep the bed and wait for you. Zhang Hao nodded at everyone and left. Zi Yangchun, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, was much colder. After cleaning up the shards of the wine jar, he glanced at Lin Baici and left without saying a word. TCH, what's he acting so high and mighty for? Jiu Hongyao curled her lips. His name is Zi Yangchun. He is Pen Yongxiang's deputy team leader. Of course he has the right to be proud. After Liu Lanking finished introducing him, he hugged Lin Baici, affectionately ruffling his hair as if he were teasing a little brother. How are you so strong? Let's get to know each other. I am Yangzi from Shijing. Hello, Zhouxiang, sister Yixian. Is he really a newcomer? Everyone crowded around, taking the initiative to greet Lin Baici. Even the friends of people like Yixian asked curiously. Not just a newcomer. He has only been a god hunter for half a year. And Yixian clicked her tongue in wonder, genuinely shocked herself. When the others heard this, There was another wave of gasps. Could it be that Haijing is about to give birth to another Xiaohongmian? And Yixian thought to herself, I haven't even told you guys that this kid completed the Bizon run. Why was Pan Yangshang so polite to Lin Baici despite suffering such heavy losses? This achievement also served as a certain level of deterrence. Little brother Lin, how did you discover the key to killing that monster? The big ant asked with a humble, learning attitude. Judging by the situation where Duke fought with Sam Lang, every punch he took made him a degree drunker. So, why were Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao unaffected? The others pricked up their ears upon hearing this question. This was precious experience. Shen Nan stood in the crowd, waiting quietly for an answer, showing none of the arrogance of a genius. That monster cared a lot about its wine jar and kept handling it with extreme care. Plus, this rule-based pollution was related to alcohol. So, I definitely had to destroy the wine jar first. Even without the gluttonous god's commentary, Lin Baici would have done the same. All right, it is getting late. Everyone go back to your rooms and get some sleep. Lin Baici did not want to be surrounded anymore. Sleep? What sleep? Come back to the dormitory with Big Sister and play cards. Liu Lanking extended a warm invitation. Lin Baici did not go. He helped the unconscious, dead drunk Duke back to his room. The examiners were also watching from the sidelines. After the excitement died down, they couldn't help but ask Yuan Jifeng about Lin Baici's situation while heading upstairs. I don't know. There was undisguised embarrassment in Yuan Jifeng's eyes. He had previously complained to Jia Hongmian about not wanting Lin Baici, assuming he was the type who relied on connections. But he never expected him to be this capable. Damn it, I misjudged him. No wonder Jia Hongmian was so blunt with him back then. She probably thought he was a blind fool. But fortunately, he hadn't done anything to Lin Baici, other than not giving him a good look when they first met. Small matter. Small matter, logically speaking. Treating Lin Baici to a meal should have smoothed things over. But as a god hunter below the dragon level, Yuan Jifeng was too proud of his status to lower himself to that. The next morning, Duke woke up feeling achingly sore all over, especially his head, which felt like a lump of paste, the typical pain of a hangover. Who am I? Where am I? What did I do yesterday? Slowly, Duke recalled everything. He looked down and saw himself lying on the bed, with 2 lunch boxes on the table nearby. There was a note on top. Duke took a look. I bought you breakfast. Eat it when you wake up. No need to ask. This must have been left by Lin Baici. It seemed the guy had performed very well yesterday and passed the trial. As for himself, he was likely carried back by him as well. Duke was in no mood to eat. He went to find his colleagues from Xijing to ask about what happened yesterday. Your roommate is truly impressive. Not only did he kill the monster, but he also obtained 2 divine graces. He hit the jackpot. Exactly. Pen Yangshang didn't give him a hard time and even invited him to join his team. It seems he really appreciates him. You are his roommate. You have the advantage of proximity. So try hard to become friends with him. It will definitely be worth it. As long as that kid doesn't die in a god ruin, he will surely become a branch director of the Security Bureau in the future. The colleagues chattered away, and the information they relayed left Duke first bewildered, then shocked. So many things happened after I passed out. At noon, in the cafeteria, Duke went to eat with his colleagues. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, he saw a large group of people gathered not far ahead, with Lin Baici at the center. Those who were well informed had already learned through inquiries that Jia Hongyao's team had completed a Bizon run, and Lin Baici was the main force among the main forces. So everyone came to dig for first-hand intelligence. God Lin, the hottest topic on the Origin forum right now is the Bizon run. I didn't expect you guys to be participants. Yanji's eyes were burning with intensity. The Bizon god rune had been purified, so the topic had surpassed the Qin Palace in popularity, as everyone wanted to know what kind of god-forbidden objects were inside and what divine graces had dropped. And who was the biggest winner? I heard the Bizon god rune was purified by the great shaman of the Yellowstone group. Have you met her? I heard she is very beautiful. Zhou like mature women. Shakira's divination is said to be the best in North America. And you are actually concerned about whether she is pretty. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Liu Lanking rolled her eyes. Honestly, can these stinking men just get lost? So annoying. Liu Lanqing wanted to have a quiet meal with Lin Baici to improve their relationship. Are there really gods in the Bizan god ruined Shen Nan, holding his food tray, sat in the back row and suddenly interjected. This topic instantly sparked a wave of inquiries, as everyone wanted to know. Stop surrounding me. Go ask my team leader. Lin Baici was getting a headache from the annoyance. He shoveled food into his mouth, planning to finish quickly and leave. Swish! Everyone looked at Zhao Hongyao, who was sitting nearby. Because Liu Lanqing, the big N, and the red-haired sister were sitting next to Lin Baici. The high ponytail girl had been squeezed aside. The great shaman is very beautiful, possessing both beauty and wisdom. Zhao Hongyao took a bite of fried rice, thinking to herself that no matter how powerful she was still little Lin's partner, the kind who would never betray him. What about the Bizan god? Shen Nan pressed on. Is there one or not? There is. Hearing Zhao Hongyao's firm and decisive answer, a wave of gasps erupted in the cafeteria. Have you seen it? Yangzi urged. Tell us quickly. Zhao Hongyao smiled slightly. That is confidential. I have already submitted the report on the Bizan run. Once your clearance level is high enough, you will be able to view it. The scene was immediately filled with boos, but everyone knew this was the rule of the Safety Bureau, so they didn't ask further. However, they began to regard Lin Baici and Zhao Hongyao with a bit more importance. I can only tell you that little Lin is super amazing. Calling him God Lin is not an exaggeration at all. Zhao Hongyao beamed with joy. Her own team was finally in the spotlight. How gratifying and worth celebrating. Duke stood in the crowd, listening to their conversation, and only then realized how strong Lin Baici was. He wanted to express his gratitude, but it wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that Lin Baici returned, and there was even an unclean lipstick mark on his cheek. Such popularity with women. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. God Lin, thank you so much for yesterday. Duke's tone was respectful. Why call me God Lin? That's too formal. Lin Baici smiled. Just call me Baici. Duke was also very curious and wanted to inquire about the situation in the Bizan god ruins. But people from other dormitories heard that Lin Baici had returned and rushed over as well. Well, there was no way to get to sleep early again. This chat lasted until 2 in the morning. If it weren't for the fact that they had to get up early the next day to participate in the assessment, everyone could definitely have talked all night long. The next morning, at 9 o'clock, 70 examiners from the 6 branches plus the headquarters gathered in the main building's conference hall. After everyone was seated, Zhang Hao and Zi Yangchun handed out the test papers. They and the chief examiners did not need to participate in the assessment. The crowd immediately became nervous. If they didn't do well on this, it would be too embarrassing. The 6 chief examiners were scattered throughout the classroom, but their gazes were all fixed on Lin Baici, occasionally glancing at Zhao Hongyao, and only lastly at the genius Shen Nan. As for the others, they weren't worth mentioning and were completely ignored. The exam time is 60 minutes. Pen Yangxiang checked his watch. Begin. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of paper turning rang out. Lin Baici did not immediately touch the test paper, but observed it first. It was the size of a standard A4 sheet, with 5 pages in total. The first page listed some math problems. Mathematics is the cornerstone of human civilization. As a god hunter, one should understand this discipline more, rather than thinking it is useless for anything other than calculating money. The first sentence on the paper reminded the candidates of the importance of mathematics. Following that were philosophy, politics, history, and aesthetics, with 1 page for each section. Lin Baici scanned through them roughly. They were all strange and peculiar questions. Interesting. Lin Baici felt that once a candidate finished these questions, their personality and academic background would be more or less revealed. Whether the answers are correct or not probably isn't important. Lin Baici pondered as he began to answer the questions. Pen Yangxiang crossed his arms and watched these candidates. The written test was not difficult. It was a small-scale contamination, and at the same time, a way to collect data so that the Safety Bureau could have a general understanding of these people. Lin Baici carefully examined the questions, but the more he examined them, the tighter his brows furrowed. I don't know how. I don't know how. Still don't know how. Damn, what is all this? Lin Baici felt that he should know. But when his pen tip touched the paper, He couldn't write a single word. He had a feeling of drawing his sword and looking around in confusion. 12 kung 15 3 kung 16 equals. I should know this, right? Who? Lin Baici's breathing became heavier and heavier. The more he wanted to calculate it quickly, the more his brain became a mess. This state made him feel as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing down on him, and cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. Lin Baici felt as if he had returned to the college entrance examination hall, working on the last big math problem. The question was very difficult, and there wasn't much time left. If he gave up, he would lose more than 10 points. But if he tried to solve it, he might not succeed. It would be better to save the time to check other questions. Who? Lin Baici felt his chest was very tight, and he couldn't help but punch his chest a few times. Bang, bang. On the paper, those words seemed to twist, forming a vortex that could swallow a person's vision and soul. Out of instinct, Lin Baici activated the Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo, beginning to chant the Diamond Sutra. Forget it. He had to calm down first, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer the questions in this state. This divine grace was very effective. After only 5 or 6 lines, Lin Baici's head instantly cleared, and he regained his composure. He then looked at the questions on the paper again. Isn't this just mixed operations and binary linear equations? It's simple as hell. Why didn't I know how to do it just now? It's rule contamination. Lin Baici was shocked and looked around. Sure enough, the examiners were either grabbing their hair hard, muttering like charlatans, or banging their heads against the desks one by one. The paper of these test sheets has been contaminated and belongs to the mental type. When humans think, God laughs. For the insignificant humans, the world is unknowable, and the universe is full of mysteries. Stop thinking, and you can pass. The gluttonous God commented. What does this mean? Is it telling the candidates not to pursue the truth of the world, or is it just a simple question? Lin Baici pondered while answering the questions. His actions immediately caught the attention of the chief examiners. Pen Yongshan, hindered by his status, did not come over to check, but the fact that Lin Baici started answering meant that he had purified the rule contamination on the test paper so fast. At this moment, Pen Yongshan really wanted to recruit Lin Baici. Amazing. Wan Lei patted Yuan Jifeng on the shoulder. No wonder Department Head Ji gave him a genius contract. You have to admire her eye for talent. Yuan Jifeng felt awkward, but then felt a bit proud. After all, he was also from the Haijing branch, and Lin Baici's performance was a great face-saver for everyone. Zhang Hao walked to Lin Baici's side and watched him answer the questions. The handwriting is excellent. Zhang Hao was full of admiration. In truth, she wanted to say that the person himself was even more impressive. Just 5 minutes after Lin Baici began answering the questions, Shen Nan also managed to break free from the rule-based contamination on the test paper. He glanced around and, upon discovering that Lin Baici had already started answering, a flash of surprise crossed his face. He is actually faster than me. At this moment, the disparity in the strength of God Hunters became apparent. Everyone began to regain their senses one after another. To Lin Baici's great surprise, Jiu Hongyao was actually the 9th person to finish. He had estimated that the girl with the high ponytail would be at least after the 20th place. Li Bo, who had been stripped naked and hung up yesterday, performed decently today, taking 40th place, while Du came in 52nd. After 30 minutes had passed, all the examiners had successfully broken free from the rule-based contamination. Pen Yongshan immediately announced the end of the exam. Since everyone present was an examiner, there was no one to grade the papers, so there was no point in continuing once finished. Let's go. The second round is next. Pen Yongshan led the group toward the underground air raid shelter. The examiners followed immediately, whispering among themselves in low voices. Who got first place? I don't know. By the time I woke up, Lin Baici, Shen Nan, and the others were already awake. Damn, is that any way to address Lin Baici? Call him God Lin. Everyone soon received the news from their respective team leaders. Lin Baici had taken first place, finishing 5 minutes faster than Shen Nan. Is he seriously that strong? The crowd exclaimed in shock. From now on, everyone call him God Lin, someone joked. Jiu Hongyao happily patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. My little Lin is the #1 of the new generation. Even if Ying Baili were here, it wouldn't matter. Shan Nan clenched his fists. In the second round, he had to take first place. The group followed Pan Yangxiang into the underground air raid shelter, and a gloomy, damp, and cold aura immediately rushed toward them. Chapter 473. I know God Lin is amazing, but I didn't expect him to be so amazing that he has no friends. Inside the underground air raid shelter, old light bulbs emitted a dim, yellowish light that spilled onto the walls and floor, as if they had been coated in a layer of corpse oil. A scent of decay hit them in the face. Some people wanted to cover their noses, but seeing that the examiners' expressions remained unchanged, they quickly lowered their hands. The ground sloped downward, and there was an elevator. But Pan Yangxiang did not let anyone use it. Consequently, various shoes stomped onto the 200 steps, creating a dense and chaotic sound of footsteps. After finishing the stairs, they entered a long corridor. At first glance, it looked like the esophagus of some monster, or perhaps a path leading deep into hell. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled. He felt a sense of hunger, the kind that couldn't be satisfied without a large bowl of noodles. Pan Yangxiang remained silent, so no one else dared to speak. They followed him in silence for 5 minutes until they finally arrived at an open space. On the left, there were 3 12-meter-high arched stone gates, each 6 meters wide, representing 3 storage rooms. Groups of 5. Go in one by one and record everything you believe to be a God-forbidden item. Pan Yangxiang introduced the exam task. You are only allowed to stay in each storage room for 5 minutes, and no whispering is allowed. Begin. Zhang Hao and Ziyanchen stood in front of the first storage room. They held stacks of paper and pens, handing them out to whoever entered. The examiners looked at each other, and finally, their gazes fell upon Lin Baici. God Lin, you are the best. You go first. Shan Nan walked up to Zhang Hao and took a paper and pen, but Ziyanchen did not let him push the door open because they had to go in groups of 5. Hurry up, Pan Yangxiang urged, his expression displeased. Don't dawdle and waste time. Lin Baici glanced at Zhao Hongyao and walked toward Zhang Hao. The girl with the high ponytail wanted to follow, but as soon as Lin Baici moved, the others moved as well, striding forward. Although Pan Yangxiang forbade whispering, he could still analyze some intelligence by observing the gazes and expressions of Shan Nan and Lin Baici. TSK, in just one day, your Lin Baici's influence has already surpassed Shan Nan's. Wan Lei remarked with emotion, muttering to Yuan Jifeng. Yuan Jifeng remained expressionless, feeling uncomfortable all over as he recalled his attitude toward Lin Baici that day. Zhao Hongyao didn't manage to tag along. Duke, Zhou Xiang, and Li Bo followed behind Lin Baici, entering in the same group. But the girl with the high ponytail didn't care about that. She was simply used to being with Lin Baici and had never thought about relying on him to cheat or anything of the sort. Once the group was complete, Shan Nan pushed the door open and entered. The first warehouse was as large as a basketball court and was piled with a lot of miscellaneous items. Old sofas, wall paintings, antique shelves, flower pots. As soon as Lin Baici entered, he felt his skin become uncomfortable, experiencing a stinging sensation. He looked up at the energy-saving lamp under the ceiling. Slave lamp. When it is turned on, you feel as if you were working in a cotton field under the scorching sun. After basking for half an hour, your skin will develop pigmentation and become tanned. If you bask for an hour, you will be darker than a black person, the gourmet commented. Damn. Lin Baici looked around and found a hat, but it was too dirty and covered in dust, so he gave up. He found a cattail leaf and covered his head with it. When Pan Yangxiang entered, he happened to see this scene. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. Is he really this fast? He looked at Shan Nan, who was completely unaware. However, Shan Nan was clever. Seeing Lin Baici's behavior, he immediately looked up, examined the energy-saving lamp overhead, and then revealed a thoughtful look. 5 minutes was too short. There was no way to look through everything. So Lin Baici moved through the storage room, observing everything generally before finishing. In any case, given his performance yesterday and on the written test, there was no problem with him becoming an examiner. However, the gourmet's mouth did not stay idle. Lazy sofa. When you lie on it, you will become a lazy bones. So lazy that you won't even want to eat and will need someone to feed you. Even if I starve to death, I won't feed myself. If you want to ruin someone, give them this sofa. Truth-telling diary. When you write in this diary, as long as you put pen to paper, what you write will inevitably be your most authentic desires, money, status, wealth. You will be enabled to help yourself from fabricating a story, fantasizing that you have already achieved success and obtained all of this. Even if you have no literary talent, you can still write a personal biography that reads like an urban power fantasy novel. The Death God Alarm Clock. When the scheduled morning alarm rings 3 times and you still haven't gotten up, your eardrums will burst. Lin Baici recorded them casually. These were all harmless divine relics that would not cause terrifying pollution. The 3 people, including Duke, kept stealing glances at Lin Baici. Seeing him writing things down frequently, they were shocked. No way. There are that many divine relics. How come I only saw 1 alarm clock? It feels like he found even more than Shen Nan did. He shouldn't be allowed to just write whatever he wants, right? Various thoughts swirled in the minds of the 3. Stay focused, Pan Yangshan scolded. The reactions of all 5 people were under his observation. So, he was also surprised and curious about exactly how many items Lin Baici had written down. Beep, beep. The watch sounded. The 5 minutes were up. Pan Yangshan clapped his hands. You can head to the next warehouse now. Duke and the other 2 hunched their heads and walked past Pan Yangshan, terrified of being reprimanded. When Lin Baici walked by, Pan Yangshan reached out and stopped him. Let me see your answers. Lin Baici handed them over. Shen Nan followed behind, watching this scene, unsure whether he should walk past or also hand over his answers. Pan Yangshan took 1 glance, and he couldn't help but gasped out a full 7 items. This is too intense, right? You have to realize it was only 5 minutes. If Lin Baici had been given enough time, wouldn't he have discovered even more? Simply a divine eye. Are you relying on feeling or experience? Pan Yangshan's curiosity could kill a litter of cats. He knew he shouldn't ask at this moment, but he asked anyway. However, after asking, he felt that this question was quite substandard. Lin Baici had only been a god hunter for half a year. How much experience could he have accumulated? Feeling. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Pan Yangshan always felt that Lin Baici was hiding something. Zhang Hao and Ziyang Chen had already arranged the next group of examiners. But seeing that Lin Baici and Shen Nan hadn't come out, they came in to check the situation. Lin Baici, do you want to come and be my deputy team leader? Pan Yangshan invited him. Zhang Hao and Ziyang Chen were stunned. What the hell? What did Lin Baici do? To make team leader, Pan not only want to poach him but also offer him the position of deputy team leader. The 2 cast suspicious glances at Lin Baici. Lin Baici was just about to speak when Pan Yangshan was suddenly startled, sensing that the other party was about to refuse. So, he immediately found a way to step down. No rush. I'll give you time to consider it. Answer me after this assessment ends. If he were to be rejected again, to be honest, it would be a bit embarrassing. After all, Pan Yangshan was a man who cared about his reputation, but he really wanted to have him. For god hunters, the ability to purify rule-based pollution is naturally the stronger the better. But there is another aspect that must also be strong. That is the ability to find divine relics that have not yet triggered rule-based pollution. Most god hunters rely on experience, and a small minority rely on intuition. This small minority are the prized assets that every team strives to recruit. Although the god hunter organizations of various countries have not stipulated any standards for team leaders, there is a potential bottom line. One must be able to keenly find divine relics before they radiate pollution. Shen Nan pursed his lips, looking at Lin Baici. Although his expression was calm, there were some strange emotions fluctuating in his eyes. Go ahead. Pan Yangshan patted Lin Baici on the shoulder to show closeness. By the way, you don't need to participate in the subsequent tests. The warehouse door wasn't closed, and Pan Yangshan didn't intentionally lower his voice. So the examiners gathered outside all heard it. Upon hearing this, there was an immediate uproar. Damn, exempted from the test. Is he actually that badass? He was personally recruited by Xiao Hongmian and given a genius contract. He must have some real skills. I know Godlin is very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful that he has no friends. Everyone chattered away. Lin Baici nodded and walked out of the warehouse. Liu Lanking threw a flirtatious wink at Lin Baici. Shen Nan felt awkward. Actually, his performance wasn't bad, but compared to Lin Baici, he was a notch lower. Most importantly, he was the one carrying the title of a genius. Shen Nan, give me your answers. Pen Yongxiang knew how to handle people. He called out to Shen Nan, who was about to leave, and glanced at them casually. You don't need to participate in the tests anymore either. Shen Nan knew that his answers hadn't stunned Pen Yongxiang. The man was just giving him some face. The others continued, while Lin Baici and Shen Nan went to the side to wait. Want one? Shen Nan offered a cigarette. I don't smoke, thank you. Lin Baici declined. Shen Nan lit the cigarette, puffing out clouds of smoke. And there were no further words. 2 hours later, the assessment ended. After everyone came out of the underground air raid shelter, Pen Yongxiang announced the dismissal. Swish! Everyone immediately surrounded Lin Baici, chatting enthusiastically. God Lin, let's go. I'll treat you to a meal, a crappy cafeteria. What's there to eat? After work is done, I'll make arrangements, both meat and vegetables. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, God Lin. I have a younger sister, she's 18 this year. If you have strength, you will be respected, from the chief examiner to the regular examiners. Everyone wanted to get to know Lin Baici. Jealousy and envy, of course, existed, but smart people wouldn't show it. At 7 p.m. The bulletin board under the main building posted the list. 20 examiners, including Duke and Li Bo, were responsible for patrolling the grounds and ensuring security. In a place like this, what kind of danger could there possibly be? Therefore, this job was essentially a roundabout way of saying that they were not qualified to be examiners. That night, Duke burrowed under his covers, hiding his head, feeling too embarrassed to show his face. The next day, Pen Yongxiang gathered all the examiners in the main conference room to introduce the entire process of the license examination. The examination would last for 10 days and consist of 3 rounds in total. The first day, the first round, was a written test. The second day, the second round, involved identifying divine taboo items in an air raid shelter. Starting from the third day, they would purify the 7 towns of Luoyang, 1 town per day. Although the examinees had to sign a death waiver before the assessment, the Security Bureau still had to try its best to avoid injuries, disabilities, or deaths among the candidates. Go back, eat well and rest well. The examinees will be arriving tomorrow. In principle, you are forbidden from having any contact with them. Pen Yongxiang announced the end of the meeting. The focus of the examination was in the 7 towns of Luoyang, which the examiners themselves did not know about. So it did not matter even if they did have some contact with a few candidates. March 12th, sunny. Fang Mingyuan arrived by bus. After getting off in front of a large military camp, he was told that he had to continue walking along the road for 5 miles to reach the next camp. We have to walk, petite, chubby girl, about 1.6 meters tall, grabbed a handful of potato chips and stuffed them into her mouth, chewing with a loud, crispy crunch. Her small white teeth looked like a sharpening blade, and no matter how you looked at it, she seemed to be harboring some resentment. Miao Miao, it is only 5 miles. Fang Mingyuan tried to persuade her. This girl was someone he had met on the road, and to his surprise, she was also going to participate in the God Hunter license examination, which made Fang Mingyuan very happy. Finally, he had a companion. It was just a pity that she was too fat. Long Miao Miao was actually quite pretty. Her small, round face was full of richness and cuteness, much like an orange cat. However, she was too short, and combined with being overweight, she looked like a ball after putting on her thick down jacket. I don't even want to walk 100 meters. Long Miao Miao looked ahead, already feeling like giving up. We are already here, and the fare has been paid. We can't just go back, right? Here, Fang Mingyuan did not know a single person, so he did not want Long Miao Miao to leave. He took the initiative to reach out and take Long Miao Miao's backpack. Come on, I'll carry it for you. But it is really so far. Long Miao Miao sighed repeatedly. You wait, I will go rent a car. Long Miao Miao had only taken a few steps before she was stopped by the soldiers. Rent a car? That was impossible. No amount of money would work, because the camp ahead was off limits to ordinary people. The two of them had no choice but to walk. Lin Baici walked very slowly, showing signs of wanting to give up at any moment. Fang Mingyuan could only promise her lots of delicious food. Today was registration day. Because Lin Baici walked so slowly and had to rest every few hundred meters, people passed them from time to time. However, everyone just glanced at each other, and no one took the initiative to say hello. God hunters are indeed all very arrogant, Fang Mingyuan lamented. Lin Baici was still better, although she was a bit lazy and a bit fat. She was a good person, thinking about it now. The fact that he had treated her to that big meal was truly a stroke of genius, otherwise, he would not have gained her friendship. After spending quite a bit of time, Fang Mingyuan and Lin Baici finally arrived at the base. At the main gate, two people stood on the left and the right. Fang Mingyuan immediately became nervous. Follow the road signs on the ground and go to the dormitory building to wait. Duke and Li Bo did not interrogate Fang Mingyuan and his companion because they knew that everyone coming here for the examination was an insider and was aware of the dangers involved. If they died, no one would pay compensation. After walking into the camp, Fang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then became excited again. Looking around at the base, it is just a dilapidated military camp. What is there to look at? Lin Baici finished the potato chips, tilted her head back, pressed the bag against her mouth, and shook it. Some chip crumbs fell into her mouth. Fang Mingyuan did not answer. He was excited because he felt that this was where his dreams began. The place where he would welcome a life of glory. Old Bai, you are very outstanding. But that kind of excellence is only relative to ordinary people. And here, this is the world of the transcendent. Fang Mingyuan muttered to himself. The only person in the entire dormitory who could make Fang Mingyuan look up to him was Lin Baici. If it were before, he would have felt that Lin Baici had achieved great things and that he could not catch up to him. But now, there was no comparison. I will become a god hunter. Let's go. Let's go to the dormitory. Fang Mingyuan tightened the straps of his travel bag. But after walking a few steps, his gaze fixed on the cafeteria area, and he suddenly stopped. What is wrong? Lin Baici bumped right into Fang Mingyuan. I think I saw a friend. Fang Mingyuan was surprised, looking at the bag. It seemed to be Lin Baici, but that shouldn't be. It was impossible for him to appear here. Then, why don't you go say hello? Lin Baici took a lollipop out of her pocket. I must have seen it wrong. Fang Mingyuan chuckled. In this world, there were many people who looked alike. Not to mention that it was just a back view. It is a pity that my brother's strength is too poor and he is not qualified to be an examiner. Otherwise we would have someone to look after us. Can we cheat? Lin Baici's eyes lit up. Double quotes. No. Fang Mingyuan was startled and quickly looked around. Fortunately, no one was there. I mean, it would provide a sense of psychological security. The two followed the road signs painted on the ground and found the dormitory building. At the entrance, Zhou Xiao reminded them of the precautions. The first floor is the male dormitory. The second floor is the female dormitory. You are not allowed to go to the third floor. Violators will be disqualified. Zhou Xiao was very stern. Fang Mingyuan nodded quickly, indicating that he understood. Half an hour later, once everything was settled, Fang Mingyuan sat on the bed, looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, still finding it hard to believe. Did I really come to participate in the God Hunter examination? Ever since his brother Fang Tianhu got drunk and accidentally let slip about this place, Fang Mingyuan had spent the entire winter break in a state of inner turmoil. Watching his brother, who had always been physically weaker than him, suddenly become a God Hunter capable of effortless slam dunks that shattered basketball hoops. Fang Mingyuan's worldview had been shattered. He used to want to be a basketball star and conquer the NBA. Now, he wanted to be a God Hunter and explore the eerie and mysterious God ruins. The dormitory door was pushed open. A young man dressed in trendy streetwear with a parted hairstyle walked in. Hello. My name is He Zhang. Hello. I am Fang Mingyuan. Fang Mingyuan quickly stood up to help He Zhang with his things. Less than a quarter of an hour later, a lean and muscular young man arrived. He was wearing only a compression tank top and a down jacket. Should we go up and check on Tianchen? Tan Yang was worried. Gu Tianchen had little interest in the license examination. The two of them had practically dragged her here. Getting this license means becoming one of the elite. Tianqian just can't see that. Ying sighed. Those tens of millions her family has. What does that even amount to? The number of examinees grew, some remaining silent, others busy networking. Finally, it was dinner time. Fang Mingyuan waited for Long Miao Miao at the entrance of the dormitory building, and they went to the cafeteria together. The dinner was sumptuous, but to Fang Mingyuan, it tasted like chewing wax. This was because he had heard Yang say earlier that this kind of examination intentionally weeds people out to maintain a 50% acceptance rate. Fang Mingyuan felt a bit panicked. After eating, Fang Mingyuan saw a basketball court in the military camp. Instead of returning to the dormitory, he walked over, lit a cigarette, and watched a few people playing basketball. The sun set, and the evening glow stretched across the sky. The scenery was beautiful. It was a pity his phone had been confiscated, or he would have loved to take a few photos. Fang Mingyuan watched for over half an hour and was preparing to head back to the dormitory when he suddenly saw a familiar figure carrying a large cardboard box walking toward him. Old Bai. Fang Mingyuan was dumbfounded. How did this guy end up here to take the license examination too? Chapter 474. He is actually an examiner. In most places, outstanding people always become the center of their circles. After 2 rounds of testing, Lin Baici was truly on a level of strength that left everyone else in the dust. If anyone didn't understand that, they only needed to look at Chen Nan. This widely acknowledged genius from Yujing had actually performed quite impressively, burning the female water ghost's hair, cracking the Wu Sanling puzzle, and identifying god-cursed items were all done perfectly. If the chief examiner had stepped in, they would have only achieved that much. But what had Lin Baici done? Not only was his purification speed the fastest, but he had also killed Wu Sanling. Most importantly, he possessed a natural sensitivity to god-cursed items. For such a person, the word genius was no longer enough to describe him. He was the next Jia Hongmian. As long as Lin Baici did not fall, he was destined to be a rising star. Who wouldn't want to get to know such a person? Even if they didn't explore god ruins together in the future, bragging about it would be a credential in itself. Once Lin Baici reached the dragon level in the future, everyone could tell their friends at the dinner table that they were there with God Lin during the license examination back in the day. They ate in the same cafeteria and sat at the same table. Moreover, after so many days, those with connections already knew that Jia Hongyao's team had completed the Bizan train mission, and Lin Baici was the core of the core. As a world-famous 10-year-old god ruin, everyone was extremely interested in the rule-based pollution within it. Lin Baici was annoyed beyond measure. He didn't dislike normal socializing, but with people coming to his dorm in waves, smoking, chatting, and talking nonsense for an entire day, bombarding him with all sorts of questions, who could stand that? Everyone was a colleague. So Lin Baici didn't want to give them the cold shoulder. Now that he saw the delivery Liu Lanking had ordered online had arrived, he took the initiative to come out and help her get it, and to get some fresh air while he was at it. Old Bai. As Lin Baici walked past the basketball court, he suddenly heard someone call him. The voice sounded quite familiar. So, he stopped and turned his head to look. Old Bai. Fang Mingyuan looked at Lin Baici's face, which was handsome enough to make a living off his looks, and was shocked. Is it really you? You actually came to take the license examination to Mingyuan? Lin Baici was stunned. He never expected to see Fang Mingyuan here. When the semester first started and the dorm had a dinner party with drinks, he hadn't noticed that Fang Mingyuan had undergone any physical enhancement, let alone possess divine grace. Ah, that's great. We can fight together now. Fang Mingyuan rushed over excitedly. If Lin Baici hadn't been holding the delivery box, he would have hugged him. After the initial shock, surprise, and confusion, only excitement remained in Fang Mingyuan's heart. He had a very good impression of Lin Baici, so taking the license exam together gave him a sense of security. Of course, deep down, Fang Mingyuan still felt a tiny bit of disappointment, because he couldn't surpass Lin Baici and face him with a sense of superiority as a god hunter, giving Lin Baici a deep shock. Men, after all want to win once. It is human nature. How did you find out about this place? Fang Mingyuan asked, unable to contain his excitement. As long as we pass the examination, we will be colleagues in the future. Lin Baici didn't know how to answer. He couldn't exactly say, I am the examiner, and you can only become my colleague if you pass the exam. That would be too arrogant. What? Is it confidential? Fang Mingyuan paused, noticing Lin Baici's troubled expression. No. Lin Baici put down the delivery box. Did you sneak in here? Fang Mingyuan's expression turned serious, his tone grave. You probably don't know the dangers of this examination yet, right? Let me tell you. People die here. So if you aren't mentally prepared, you should go back. The reason Fang Mingyuan had been so preoccupied during the opening dinner was that he was debating whether to come here and gamble his life. You know it's dangerous, yet you still came. Lin Baici asked in return. How many divine favors do you have? How many meteor stones have you absorbed? Fang Mingyuan glanced to the right, weighing his words. Got it. The moment Lin Baici saw that little expression, he knew his roommate was about to lie. Because most people had that exact reaction before lying. One divine favor. And I've strengthened my body once, Fang Mingyuan spoke up. Not wanting to be looked down upon. He is just an ordinary person. Not even qualified to be a rookie. This is a textbook case of seeking death. Hearing the gluttonous god's commentary, Lin Baici's expression tightened immediately. Mingyuan, take my advice and go back. This was ridiculous. Without even a single divine favor. How could he withstand rule corruption? Was he trying to become a dead meat man? What? You think I can't do it? Fang Mingyuan frowned. In studying, playing basketball, and picking up girls, I'm not as good as you. But as a god hunter, I'm not necessarily incapable. You won't know until you try. If he hadn't known about this profession, that would be one thing. But now that he did, and had a chance to become someone superior to others, you wanted him to give up. During the summer vacation, Fang Mingyuan had seen Fang Tianhua. His cousin was truly high-spirited and wealthy, and Fang Tianhua was merely a bottom-tier god hunter. You have no idea how dangerous this job is. Lin Baici felt helpless, seeing his roommate's attitude. It was clear he couldn't be persuaded. My cousin is a god hunter, I know, Fang Mingyuan emphasized, a hint of superiority appearing on his face because he had mentioned Fang Tianhua. He didn't have the heart to say that it was actually Lin Baici who didn't understand. God Lin, come over and play basketball with us, on the basketball court. A man shouted in this direction. Hearing this, Fang Mingyuan turned his head to look. Who was he calling? God Lin? Could it be Lin Baici? No, he was just an examiner. He shouldn't have such a title. Hey, you examiner in the blue down jacket by the basketball court. Why are you wandering around? Go back to your dorm quickly after eating. The patrolling examiner, seeing that Fang Mingyuan was not sticking to the route between the cafeteria and the dormitory, immediately scolded him. Fang Mingyuan still wanted to say a few more words to Lin Baici, but the patrolling examiner roared again. Hurry back, or you'll be disqualified. Fang Mingyuan reached out to help Lin Baici carry his delivery box. Let's go quickly. You go back first. I still have things to do. He was an examiner himself and should avoid suspicion. It wouldn't look good for people to see him chatting with an examiner, especially someone he knew. But they told us to go back. As Fang Mingyuan said this, he suddenly paused. It seemed the person had only been calling him. Think about it carefully. I suggest you give up. It's too dangerous. Lin Baici urged him earnestly. I'm in room 109. Come find me tonight. Seeing the patrolling examiner walking toward them, Fang Mingyuan was so scared that he ran toward the dormitory building. As he brushed past the patrolling examiner, he quickly nodded and offered a fawning smile. You only have 10 seconds. The patrolling examiner was expressionless. Fang Mingyuan rushed into the dormitory entrance in one breath. Looking back, he saw the patrolling examiner talking to Lin Baici and even reaching out to help his roommate carry the delivery box. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Baici was an examiner? Impossible. Even his cousin Fang Tianhua, who was explosively powerful, wasn't qualified to be an examiner. But why was Lin Baici able to pick up a delivery? He really didn't seem like an examiner. Fang Mingyuan was completely confused. What are you all wandering around for? Go back to your respective dorms and get in bed. The patrolling examiner began walking through the hallway to maintain order. Fang Mingyuan returned to his dorm. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Baici didn't look like an examinee, however, last semester. Although Lin Baici often skipped classes, he was at school most of the time. If he were a god hunter from the Security Bureau, he would surely have work to do, right? Otherwise, how powerful would he have to be to get his superiors to allow him to attend school and work at the same time? His cousin had said that Jia Hongmian, the director of the Haijing branch, was the most serious and cold-hearted superior in the Security Bureau. What's wrong? He Zhuang lay on his bed, his right leg crossed over his left, looking at a magazine scared. "Heard my foot." Fang Mengyuan rolled his eyes, and He Zhuang chuckled. Look at these people, anxious and uneasy, and like him, who had gotten the answers early. The first 2 rounds were guaranteed passes. He Zhuang happily hummed a little tune. Because the examiners were patrolling, the examinees couldn't wander around anymore. Coupled with the fact that the assessment did indeed carry the risk of death, the atmosphere on the first and second floors was exceptionally oppressive that night. The next morning, the rising sun was as red as a piece of burning iron. There was no wind, and the sky was deep blue. It was a good day for a decision. At 7:30, after the examinees washed up, they headed to the cafeteria to eat. The meal time was half an hour, after which the patrolling examiners took them to the teaching building to be randomly assigned to exam rooms. Because of the Qin Palace God ruins, the Security Bureau had transferred many experts away, so the strength of this year's examiners was much lower. Some people who hadn't originally planned to take the assessment had all come. Some felt this was an opportunity. Even if they cheated, those examiners wouldn't notice. Others thought that the Security Bureau didn't have the energy to design questions this year, so the assessment should be simple. In short, many people came with the intention of picking up a bargain. As a result, the total number of examinees reached 623. According to the plan, for the written portion, there would be 30 people per classroom, 1 person per desk, with 3 examiners proctoring and 6 chief examiners patrolling at any time. Lin Baici was assigned to classroom No. 2, and the other 2 examiners were Liu Langking and An Yixian. Fang Mengyuan sat in his chair, both excited and nervous. From time to time, he would turn his head and look through the window at the hallway. To be honest, he was truly afraid that Lin Baici would enter the classroom as an examiner. Crunch, crunch, in the classroom, the sound of someone biting into potato chips suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their heads subconsciously and saw a short, chubby girl sitting upright, but her cheeks were bulging, clearly chewing on something. "Don't eat anymore. Hold it in." Fang Mengyuan mouthed the words. Long Miao Miao thought Fang Mengyuan wanted some too, so she immediately tossed a small bag of potato chips over to him. Fang Mengyuan felt completely numb. Right in the midst of this anxious waiting, 8:45 a.m. arrived, and the examiners entered the examination hall with the test papers. Fang Mengyuan took one look, saw that Lin Baici was not among them, and subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. He then sat up straight, gathered his focus, and prepared to start the exam. He Zhao was sizing up the other candidates, analyzing who among them was qualified to become his colleague. My luck is fucking amazing. He Zhao felt delighted inside. He hadn't even thought about taking the exam, but while hanging out at the Dragon and Beauty Bar the other day, he accidentally met a guy named Zhuwei and, after spending some money, managed to get the answers in advance. He was guaranteed to pass the first 2 rounds. As long as his luck held up for the 3rd round, he would become a god hunter and be able to work for the Security Bureau. Thinking of this, He Zhao turned his head to look at Zhuwei, who was sitting in the last row. Look at that. He had even been assigned to the same exam room as Brother Zhu. It would be hard not to pass. Once I get my license, I will go and chat up that bar owner. Up until now, He Zhao had dreamed of Nangongshu several times, especially that big butt of hers, which had already claimed billions of his soldiers. If this were a normal bar, he would have used his money power long ago, but unfortunately, in the world of god hunters, money was useless. Creak, the door sounded. All 30 candidates looked up in unison. 3 examiners walked in one after another. When He Zhao saw the young man who entered last, he couldn't help but be stunned. It's actually him. He Zhao remembered him very clearly, not because he was handsome, but because that big-butted owner was very close to him. He is so young, Yet he is already an examiner. He Zhao was surprised. But that was all. After all, he didn't know Lin Baiqi's identity. However, Zhu Wei, who was sitting in the back row, was completely dumbfounded. Holy shit, holy shit. Why is this guy an examiner? Zhu Wei felt a chill run from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, making his sphincter tighten. That day he went to the Dragon and Beauty Bar to buy the exam questions. This young man was sitting right next to Nangongshu. At the time, he was worried about the news leaking. So, he asked Nangongshu to keep it a secret. Nangongshu said, "He is my nephew." Then she asked this young man, "Are you going to take the driver's license exam?" The young man shook his head and said he wasn't. At the time, Zhu Wei had even mocked the young man, thinking he was afraid of death. As it turned out, not only did he show up at the exam hall, but he was here as a fucking examiner. Damn it, he really wasn't taking the exam, but he was the one examining others. I bought the test questions right in front of the examiner. Was I a dung scooper for the last 10 lifetimes? Zhu Wei lowered his head, feeling depressed and agitated, wishing he could crawl under the desk. What terrible luck. I don't need to panic. He is so young. He probably doesn't have much experience dealing with godly taboo items. He shouldn't be able to discover our cheating methods, right? Thinking of this, Zhu Wei forced himself to calm down again. As soon as Lin Baici entered the exam hall, he saw the young man wearing the Arcturix jacket. Although they had only met once, this guy had bought exam questions right in front of an examiner. With such a level of bad luck, how could Lin Baici not remember him? 8:55 a.m. The electric bell rang. It was time to distribute the papers. "God Lin, you rest. I will handle it." Liu Lanking pressed Lin Baici down into his chair, taking the initiative to share the workload. "God Lin, the two of us are enough." And Yixian smiled. "Sister King, Sisters Yan. Stop calling me God Lin." Lin Baici gave a bitter smile. "Don't be shy, you deserve it." Liu Lanking teased. "What the hell?" He Zhao picked at his ear. "God Lin? This kid seems to be a big deal." The test papers were soon distributed, but they were all placed face down on the desks. Looking at them in advance was not allowed. At 9:00 a.m., the electric bell rang 3 times in a row. Liu Lanking and Yixian looked at Lin Baici. "You make the announcement." This was respect. This was prestige. Lin Baici cleared his throat and announced loudly, "The exam begins." Swish, swish, swish. The candidates flipped their papers over. He Zhao glanced at the first 2 questions, and his face immediately lit up with joy. They were the same as the answers he had bought. It's in the bag. Chapter 475. No one is allowed to cheat in front of me. The atmosphere in the exam hall was heavy. Everyone was hunched over their desks, working on the questions, not wanting to waste even a single second. If one achieved excellent results, they would be directly recruited by the Security Bureau. This was even more comfortable than being a civil servant. It was no exaggeration to say it was a step up to the heavens. A leap across social classes. When someone first becomes a god hunter, they know nothing, cannot earn big money, and their personal safety cannot be guaranteed. Entering the Security Bureau to work for a few years and building some connections would help them find a decent team even if they decided to go solo later on. He Zhao had some brains, worried that the examiners might notice something unusual about him. He immediately restrained his expression. However, he still couldn't help but sneak a glance at the 3 examiners. When his gaze landed on that young man, the 2 of them locked eyes. He was looking right at him. Holy shit! He Zhao immediately felt a jolt and quickly lowered his head. A small fry like me. He shouldn't even remember me, right? He Zhao muttered to himself and began to answer the questions. However, he knew that the questions themselves were not difficult. The real challenge was the rule-based contamination that would erupt while answering them. Fortunately, he had methods to counter it. As the candidates focused their attention on the test questions, the rule-based contamination on the papers began to erupt. The more invested and focused they were, the faster they became contaminated. This eruption period was also part of the assessment. Though Lin Baici did not need to record it, the 6 cameras installed in the examination hall would handle that. After Zhu Wei finished 15 questions, his head suddenly throbbed, and his vision blurred. When he looked at the questions again, they seemed to have turned into alien symbols. Forget about answering them. He couldn't even read the questions. Zhu Wei immediately grew tense. his heart pounding wildly as he looked down the page. He didn't know it. He didn't know it. He still didn't know it. Zhuwei felt completely numb. Just as he thought he was finished, a sudden chill emerged from his left wrist. It felt like a slippery little grass snake, slithering up his arm, crawling over his shoulder and neck, and finally entering his brain. Zhuwei shuddered, his mind clearing up significantly. After 5 waves of that cooling sensation, Zhuwei had completely calmed down and snapped out of the hallucination. Looking at the questions again, he could only describe them into words. Simple. Zhuwei twisted the Bodhi bead bracelet on his left wrist. This thing looked completely unremarkable. It wouldn't even make it into a proper antique shop. It was the kind of trinket sold at roadside stalls or tourist attractions to scam visitors. Yet, this bracelet had cost Zhuwei a small fortune, because 2 of the Bodhi beads on it had been contaminated by a divine object, granting it the effect of clearing the mind and sharpening focus. It was a cheat device Zhuwei had specifically purchased for this written exam, and honestly, it worked quite well. Next, it's time for the second round. Zhuwei let out a sigh of relief and continued answering the questions. Footsteps approached. The examiner was coming. Zhuwei didn't pay it much mind. He assumed the examiner was just doing a routine patrol. As for himself, he hadn't done anything wrong, so the examiner couldn't possibly arrest him, right? Lin Baici walked past Zhuwei, glanced at him, and didn't stop. Instead, he walked a bit further and stood beside Hexiang's desk. This kid hadn't triggered the rule-based contamination yet because he felt confident about this round. So he kept getting distracted and observing others. Of course, there was also a hint of anxiety. After all, since becoming a god hunter, he had never experienced rule-based contamination before. Fear and worry were normal psychological reactions. "What are you looking around for?" Lin Baici asked. "I'm not," Hexiang argued. Lowering his head, "Take off the bracelet," Lin Baici commanded. Hexiang was stunned, then felt a sense of dread. "If I take off the bracelet, how am I supposed to take the exam?" He quickly explained. "This is just an ordinary bracelet. Take it off," Lin Baici scolded. "I will keep it safe for you and return it after the written exam ends. I can't give it to him, otherwise I'm definitely finished." Hexiang took a deep breath and put on a wronged expression. "You are deliberately targeting me and trying to mess with my head. How am I supposed to answer the questions like this?" A few people looked over, but most did not, as they were caught in the rule-based contamination and couldn't spare their attention. "Stop looking around and answer your questions," Liu Lanking barked. And Yixian immediately walked over and sized up Hexiang. "What's wrong with him?" Lin Baici leaned into Yixian's ear and whispered, cheating. "What?" And Yixian's brows furrowed immediately. "No way. This isn't like a school exam where you can use cheat sheets. You have 2 choices now." Lin Baici looked at Hexiang, his tone stern. 1. Hand over the bracelet and rely on your own ability to answer. Or 2. I will kick you out of the exam hall. Of course, that also means you lose your eligibility and cannot participate in the subsequent assessments. Hexiang's head was spinning. Wasn't I supposed to be safe? Why did this unexpected situation happen? Hexiang didn't understand. If those 2 older ladies had spotted his cheating method, that would be one thing, given their age and experience. But why could this young man, who was even younger than him, see it? "I'll give you 3 seconds to consider." Lin Baici didn't count out loud. Instead, he tapped his index finger on the desk. This finger was slender and fair. It would be a waste not to play the piano, but at this moment, Hexiang wished he could find a hammer to smash it. Then came the second finger, his middle finger. Although the examiner was silent, a tremendous pressure bore down on him. Hexiang looked up at Lin Baici. The man was expressionless, as cold as Arctic ice. Those eyes were deep and clear, as if they could see through everything. Hexiang swallowed hard. He was feeling a bit cowardly. 3. Lin Baici extended 3 fingers, tapped the desk twice, and reached for the test paper. "Don't." Hexiang slumped over his desk. "Get up." And Yixian scolded. "I'll hand it over." Hexiang took off the bracelet from his left wrist. Being kicked out of the exam would mean everything was over, and he might even end up on the Security Bureau's blacklist, making it difficult to pass future assessments. It was better to just be a coward now. This really is just an ordinary bracelet. Hexiang was still feigning innocence. A Bodhi bead bracelet that can clear the mind and prevent one from being misled by hallucinations. However, because it is a contaminated object, wearing it for a period of time will cause chronic migraines that can never be cured for the rest of one's life. Lin Baici held the bracelet in his right hand, turning the beads one by one. Suddenly, he stopped. He Xiang's heart skipped a beat, because the bead Lin Baici's thumb was pressing on was the very one Zhu Wei had sold to him. The seller didn't tell you that after wearing this thing for more than 20 days, you'll have migraines for the rest of your life, did they? Lin Baici sneered. What? He Xiang's expression changed instantly, and he subconsciously began to recall how many days he had been wearing it. So there really are cheaters. As soon as An Yixian saw He Xiang's expression, she knew that Lin Baici had not misjudged. This examinee with the parted hairstyle in front of her had cheated. What is going on? Liu Lanqing also walked over. Cheating. An Yixian explained in a low voice. Liu Lanqing's face darkened. She looked at He Xiang, then at Lin Baici, hesitating to speak. Sister King, I understand. No need to say more. Lin Baici did not drive He Xiang out of the examination room immediately because he was considering the reputation of the Safety Bureau. If news spread that someone had leaked the questions, it would greatly diminish the prestige of the Safety Bureau and damage its reputation. Just like the college entrance examination. Why is it checked so strictly? Because in everyone's hearts, it is the fairest and most just stage. Once someone succeeds in cheating, the 12 years of hard study by the students become a joke. It is equivalent to smashing the upward mobility channels left for ordinary people. Who could stand that? Of course. There was another reason why Lin Baici did not drive He Xiang out. If this kid knew shame and voluntarily withdrew from the exam, that would be fine. If he continued, then let him taste the terror of rule pollution. Did he really think this was child's play? Lin Baici scanned the entire examination room and then walked in front of Zhu Wei. Because Zhu Wei had walked out of the illusion, he had witnessed everything Lin Baici did from start to finish. Now, seeing the other party standing beside him, his heart was pounding wildly. Trash, even speaking a word to it dirties the tongue. I suggest charcoal grilling it and feeding it to stray dogs. Your bracelet is not bad. Lin Baici examined his wrist. One want to buy one too. It is too trashy. It cannot even satisfy my hunger. You are joking. This is just a street stall item. Zhu Wei squeezed out a smile. Lin Baici nodded and turned to leave. This kind of guy who tries every possible way to cheat must be severely punished. He cannot be scared away just yet. Zhu Wei was stunned for a moment when he saw that Lin Baici did not make him take off the bracelet. And then he realized something. Could he be the insider the seller mentioned? Thinking back to when Nangongshu sold the test questions, he did not avoid him at all. It seemed there really was such a possibility. Thinking of this, Zhu Wei's mindset immediately relaxed. Sister King, Sister N, you keep watch. I'm going to take a turn around the other examination rooms. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he walked out of the examination room. Don't try to persuade him. And Yixian saw Liu Lanqing wanting to stop Lin Baici and advised, a genius like him, would he listen to you? I am afraid he will suffer a loss. Liu Lanqing sighed. Inside the Safety Bureau, there are also factions and cliques. For example, Qin Shanwei and Zhao Halmian do not get along. Those who are qualified to know the assessment questions in advance are all big shots. Lin Baici cannot afford to offend them. Don't worry, Lin Baici is not a small fry, and Yixian did not take it too hard. Lin Baici was one of Zhao Halmian's people, not some nobody without a background. If Zhao Hongyao knew what An Yixian was thinking, she would definitely laugh out loud. Does little Lin need a thigh to hug? He is a thigh himself, the kind that has killed a god. The corridor was very quiet, and the sound of Lin Baici's footsteps was clearly audible. After leaving the classroom, he headed straight for the next one. Starting from examination room now, Shen Nan stood by the window with his arms crossed, looking at the scenery boredly. He seemed not to care about everything in the examination room, but if anyone cheated, he would immediately lock onto them. Lin Baici suddenly stood at the door, immediately attracting the attention of a few examinees. An examiner surnamed Zhao saw Lin Baici and walked over, asking in a low voice, "What is the matter? God Lin, someone is cheating." Lin Baici reminded him. He originally wanted to drag the cheaters out, but doing so seemed like he was showing off his own prowess, which was very offensive. Every examiner had their own examination room. Lin Baici was overstepping his authority. And the most troublesome part was that this behavior would embarrass the examiners. We didn't catch the cheating examinees, but Lin Baici did. Doesn't that make us look incompetent? Examiner Zhou was stunned. No way, I caught two, Lin Baici explained. Examiner Zhou gasped, his expression becoming solemn. He nodded, I understand. Lin Baici scanned the examination room, found no problems, and left. Examiner Zhou immediately went to Shen Nan's side and told him about Lin Baici's discovery. Shen Nan's brows furrowed, and then he stopped standing like a statue, instead crossing his arms and beginning to patrol the room. If someone obtained a license through cheating under his nose, that would be the shame of his life. The examinees did not know what had happened, but they clearly felt that the atmosphere in the examination room had become oppressive, caused by this young examiner. Lin Baici went from one examination room to another, notifying the examiners and observing their expressions, wanting to know who exactly was involved in this cheating. Examination room no. Fang Mingyuan felt like he was going crazy. He was, after all, a university student who had been admitted to Haijing University of Technology. But facing these questions, there was almost not a single one he knew how to answer. And the more anxious he got, the less he knew. And his head became a mess. He couldn't even read the questions anymore. Fang Mingyuan shouted out loud, suddenly lowering his head and slamming it hard onto the desk. The huge sound shook the entire classroom. Some examinees looked up, then lowered their heads again, continuing to answer the questions as if it were none of their business. In the God Hunter assessment, going crazy, dying, or becoming crippled, anything could happen. There was no need to pay attention. Bang, bang. Fang Mingyuan smashed his head against the desk, one blow after another. The big An and the red-haired sister immediately looked over. Why do I get the feeling that he is just an ordinary person? The red-haired sister was puzzled. God Hunters have enhanced bodies. When facing the exam papers, they might break into a cold sweat, tremble, or have a nosebleed, but they shouldn't be self-mutilating. It really seems like it. Dandy was speechless. What should they do now? Should she wake this examine up? Or let him continue with the assessment? Shall we go and call the chief examiner over? Dandy ordered, then decided to wait and see a little longer, because she felt that an ordinary person would never be brain dead enough to come and participate in a licensing assessment. In the off chance that this examine was a late bloomer, waking him up now would delay his assessment and affect his future. Just at this moment, two muffled coughs suddenly rang out in the classroom. Cough, cough. Dandy and the red-haired sister didn't feel anything, but Lin Baici, who was standing at the door of the adjacent classroom, suddenly felt a wave of hunger. He wanted to eat something. Look, he is fine now. The red-haired sister saw Fang Mingyuan break free from the hallucinations and regain consciousness. She felt that she had indeed overthought it. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to shake off rule-based contamination so quickly. Fang Mingyuan was drenched in sweat and panting. His entire body was soaked, and his clothes were sticking to him, which felt very uncomfortable. As expected of a God Hunter's written exam. How terrifying. Fang Mingyuan rubbed his forehead, wincing in pain. But as he looked at the paper, a surge of excitement welled up in his heart. I can do this. The written exam. I have no problem with it. Fang Mingyuan turned his head to look at Long Miao Miao. The little chubby girl was hunched over her desk, working on the questions. Her left hand held a bag of potato chips hidden under the desk, and from time to time, she would grab a handful and stuff it into her mouth, chewing rapidly like a hamster. Perhaps sensing Fang Mingyuan's gaze, the little chubby girl looked up, met his eyes, and smiled at him. Go for it. Fang Mingyuan clenched his fist and mouthed the words. Do not whisper to each other. The red-haired sister scolded. Fang Mingyuan immediately shrank his neck in fear. That girl, stop eating. Put the potato chips down. The red-haired sister warned otherwise. I will kick you out of the exam hall. Upon hearing this, Long Miao Miao shoved her right hand directly into the bag, grabbed a large handful, and stuffed it into her mouth. Crunch, crunch. Long Miao Miao ate 3 handfuls in a row, then tilted her head back, pressed the bag against her face, and poured the remaining chip crumbs into her mouth. Mom said, We cannot waste food. The little chubby girl explained. The red-haired sister's face turned black immediately. Is this a matter of wasting food? Forget it. The auntie persuaded the red-haired sister, then warned Long Miao Miao, have some public spirit. Don't affect others, MMHMM. Long Miao Miao nodded and began to answer the questions. Fang Mingyuan took a deep breath and lowered his head to answer the questions. This time, it went much more smoothly. Little brother Lin, why are you here? The auntie was surprised. I came to notify you. Someone is cheating. Lin Baici's voice was not loud, but Fang Mingyuan heard it. He looked up subconsciously, and then he was dumbfounded. His roommate was standing at the entrance of the exam hall, talking to that charming auntie. Old Bai. He is actually an examiner. If Lin Baici were not an examiner, he would have no right to walk around the exam hall. Furthermore, he couldn't possibly be an examinee, because those two examiners would never be so amiable toward an examinee. Look at the smiling faces of those two ladies. If the roommate wanted to have some intimate contact with them tonight, they certainly wouldn't refuse. Another group of people arrived. The man walking at the very front looked like the one with the highest status. He asked Lin Baici, "You are not invigilating. What are you doing here?" Pen Yongxiang appreciated Lin Baici, but that didn't mean he could accept Lin Baici being arrogant and breaking the rules. Invigilating, this time, Fang Mingyuan heard it clearly, although he had had a certain premonition since yesterday. Hearing it for real still made his heart churn with turbulent waves. His roommate is actually a god hunter from the security bureau. Since when? I couldn't tell at all. Moreover, judging by the fact that his cousin wasn't qualified to be an examiner, Lin Baici's strength and his position in the security bureau must be far higher than his cousin's. In Fang Mingyuan's heart, his cousin Fang Tianhua was like a god, with a very lofty image, but now, it had collapsed instantly. Damn it! Fang Mingyuan thought about all the things the people in the dormitory had said and done in front of Lin Baici. They were as naive as fools. All those things that a group of ordinary people cared about: money, women, finding a good job in the future, and so on. To Lin Baici, they were all trivial matters not worth mentioning. Because he is a god hunter, he heard from his cousin that god hunters never chase after female celebrities. It is always the female celebrities chasing after them. His cousin also said that gold, jewelry, and houses, these recognized hard currencies, were all trash. They couldn't buy meteor stones or divine grace at all. Meteor stones could strengthen the body, and divine grace was a superpower. Fang Mingyuan suddenly understood. No wonder Lin Baici's slam dunks were so fierce. His body must have been strengthened. Lin Baici spoke the truth. Cheating. Before Pen Yongxiang could speak, Deng Mingyu's brows furrowed. First, are you sure? I found two. Lin Baici's tone was calm as he observed Deng Mingyu. Then you should report it directly to Team Leader Pen. What is the meaning of you patrolling the hall yourself? Do you not trust everyone? Deng Mingyu's expression was serious. Or are you implying that you suspect everyone has been bought off? Baici didn't mean that. The auntie and the red-haired sister glanced at Deng Mingyu and explained in unison. This guy has such a foul mouth. His words were really inciting hatred against Lin Baici, making him appear arrogant and conceited. Then what did he mean? Deng Mingyu retorted. What I mean is, someone is working from the inside out to help these candidates cheat. Lin Baici looked at Deng Mingyu. It was a pity that he had been too quick with his hands, using the divine turtle shell to finish off Deng Mingyu's relative. Otherwise, if he had dragged that brat out on the spot, he would have loved to see how Deng Mingyu would try to argue his way out of it. Even if we examiners were blind, we still have Team Leader Pen presiding over the venue. Who would dare to cheat? Deng Mingyu sneered. Or are you suggesting that Team Leader Pen is too incompetent to notice? Why are you targeting me like this? Do you have something to hide? Lin Baici's temper flared up as well. I just think you are looking for trouble where there is none. I admit you are very capable, but could you stop showing off so much? Deng Mingyu mocked. If you have the guts, go into the Qin Palace. Baici, say less. His aunt quickly pulled Lin Baici back, terrified that he would fall for Deng Mingyu's provocation, and agreed to go to the Qin Palace. That would be no different from walking to his death. Chief Examiner Yuan, do all the people from Haixing like to act on their own initiative like this? Deng Mingyu shifted his fire, beginning to attack Yuan Jufeng. This is not acting on one's own initiative. This is being dedicated and responsible to the job. Yuan Jifeng retorted directly. He didn't like Lin Baici, but since they were away from home and he was the team leader, he had to protect his subordinates. My people, I can scold them, but outsiders cannot. Hey, impressive. Deng Mingyu gave a thumbs up, his sarcasm reaching its peak. Everyone, please stop arguing. It is affecting the candidates taking the written exam. Ziyan Chun, who was holding a tablet, whispered a plea. Some candidates were staring in their direction. After all, the word cheating carried too much weight for any candidate. God Lin, over here. Zhang Hao wanted to get Lin Baici away, but that casual title made Deng Mingyu start with his snide remarks again, trying to stir up trouble for him. Wow, God Lin, such great prestige. Deng Mingyu clapped his hands, clearly afraid that Pan Yangshan wouldn't dislike Lin Baici enough. Damn it, he didn't know which two unlucky bastards had been assigned to exam room now. Two and gotten caught by Lin Baici. This kid really has some real skills. Deng Mingyu felt frustrated. You are just here to slack off and treat this like a vacation. Why be so serious? Running into a guy who is both diligent and exceptionally capable is truly a headache. Can't you just turn a blind eye? Zhang Hao grabbed Lin Baiqi's arm, preparing to leave first to avoid escalating the conflict. But Yuan Jifeng was not happy. To catch a thief, you must catch them with the stolen goods. If Lin Baici didn't personally drag out a cheater in front of all the chief examiners, there would be endless bickering after the assessment ended. After all, there was no sufficient, weighty human evidence. Yuan Jifeng looked at all the candidates. Lin Baici, since you said someone is cheating, now, find me one immediately. Otherwise, I will revoke your examiner qualifications. Zhang Hao curled her lip. Good grief. That is killing two birds with one stone. If Lin Baici found a cheater, Yuan Jifeng would have an explanation. If Lin Baici didn't find one, he could take the opportunity to teach Lin Baici a lesson. Zhang Hao had heard that there was some bad blood between Yuan Jifeng and Lin Baici. Pan Yangshan remained silent. As a big shot, he didn't want to make a decision before the situation was clear. Go ahead. Zhang Hao gave Lin Baici a gentle push. She naturally understood what Yuan Jifeng was thinking. This younger brother was young, handsome, and capable, so Zhang Hao naturally leaned toward him. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders, walked into the exam room, and stood on the podium. Well, there is a familiar face. Lin Baici didn't even need the gourmet god's commentary or to search for himself. He saw the young man who had been with He Zhang right away. He was wearing a down jacket, and because the heating in the exam room was turned up high, it was left open, revealing a compression vest underneath. Lin Baici walked over and first looked at the name on the test paper. Tan Yang. What are you doing? Tan Yang was a bit panicked. Roll up your left sleeve, Lin Baici commanded. Tan Yang's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. Was he discovered? Do you want me to help you? Lin Baici's expression was cold and stern, and no need. Tan Yang slowly rolled up his sleeve, praying in his heart that Lin Baici was young and inexperienced, and wouldn't be able to see the mystery behind the bracelet. Take it off. Lin Baici barked. It's over. Tan Yang's heart went cold. Lin Baici took the bracelet, but he didn't let Tan Yang leave. Instead, he continued walking forward. Many of the people like Pan Yangshan were old foxes with rich social experience. Seeing Tan Yang's reaction, they knew that Lin Baici had almost certainly caught a fish. Lin Baici walked 5 meters and stood next to a male candidate, looking at the ring he was wearing on his left hand, sleep ring, wearing it. You will never dream and will not be disturbed by hallucinations. What you see will always be the truth. The male candidate's face stiffened. To choices, take off the ring, or be kicked out by me. Lin Baici's voice was calm, but the male candidate was scared to death. I won't take the exam anymore. The male candidate stood up, wanting to leave. Walk. Lin Baici pressed his hand on the male candidate's shoulder and forced him back into his chair. You can only leave after the written exam is over. For now, sit quietly and don't disturb others. Behave, or the consequences will be more than you can bear. The male candidate slumped into his chair, looking dejected. If he had known the examiner was this capable, he wouldn't have tried to cut corners. Lin Baici walked past Fang Mingyuan and turned his head to glance at him. Fang Mingyuan was shocked. Is this the true face of his roommate? so cold, so powerful. His whole body exuded the aura of a big shot. Lin Baici stopped next to a little girl with a chubby build. The little chubby girl looked up at Lin Baici, blinking her eyes. Her gaze filled with innocence and curiosity. Did Lan Miao cheat? Fang Mingyu frowned. That shouldn't be right. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Lan Miao was definitely not that kind of person. For some reason, Lin Baici felt this girl was a bit special, but she hadn't cheated. So, Lin Baici returned to the doorway. Lan Miao watched Lin Baici's back and swallowed hard. Hungry. I really want to eat something, too. That's enough. Lin Baici handed the bracelet and ring to Deng Mingyu. If we keep searching, it will affect the candidate's written exam. Deng Mingyu didn't respond. Everyone looked at Lin Baici with expressions of surprise. This kid is quite impressive. Chapter 476. I advise you to withdraw from the exam. They are all this kind of bracelet. The same method of cheating. If you tell me this is just an individual act, I don't believe it. Lin Baici's voice was not loud, but the implication behind his words was somewhat alarming. You three continue to invigilate. Everyone else come out. Pen Yongxiang gave the order. The group walked out into the corridor. Zhang Hao was the last to come out and pulled the door shut. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. The invigilators who were quick-witted had already realized the severity of the situation. For a cheating method like this, they must have known the exam questions in advance. And who leaked those questions? One must know that those qualified to know the questions in advance were all big shots. I think everyone here is clear that the licensing examination for God Hunters is not like those school exams. Pen Yongxiang spoke up. It is reasonable and compliant for candidates to use divine grace or divine taboo items to pass the assessment. But in the first 2 rounds, they are not allowed to be used. Everyone fell silent. The first round, the written exam, tests individual physical fitness and mental willpower. In a divine ruin, the closer one is to the divine remains, the stronger the pollution radiation. At such times, the speed at which a person turns into a dead flesh man is related to their physical fitness and willpower. Some people, when touching the divine remains with their bare hands, only feel dizzy, have a headache, or feel weak all over, while others cannot maintain their human form after just entering within dozens of meters of the divine remains. A candidate can certainly pass the test using divine grace and divine taboo items, but that does not include the first 2 rounds. The significance of the Security Bureau arranging the written exam is to screen out those with poor physical constitutions. Otherwise, the risk of them turning into dead flesh men when encountering rule-based pollution in the future would be too great. Why candidates are required to sign a death waiver before the second round of testing. You all understand. So listen well to what I say next. Pen Yongxiang's tone was stern. I don't care who they are, whether they are candidates or invigilators. I will act as if this cheating incident never happened, but from now on, I will investigate strictly, and no withdrawal from the exam is allowed. Do you understand? Pen Yongxiang scolded. Understood. The invigilators replied in unison, their hearts trembling. Pen Yongxiang is truly ruthless. During the assessment, once a candidate's cheating method is broken, they have to rely on their true ability, and most of these people certainly won't be able to manage that. Therefore, there is a high probability that they will be contaminated by the rules. And if they don't die, they will at least be crippled. In any case, they are going to suffer a major loss. The corners of Lin Baici's mouth curled slightly. Pen Yongxiang's handling of the matter seemed upright and unyielding, intending to teach those cheating candidates a lesson. But the problem was, the invigilators might not necessarily discover the candidates' cheating methods. Furthermore, even if they did discover it, would they point it out? Lin Baici had already researched the 7 towns of Luoyang, and there were simply too many loopholes that could be exploited. I think everyone is making a mountain out of a molehill. Deng Mingyu chuckled, looking through the glass window at the candidates inside the exam hall. This isn't the college entrance exam, nor is it a civil service exam. So what if it's unfair? Once they get the license, they are qualified to deal with rule-based pollution, or even enter the divine ruins. If the candidates have no ability, then they die, right? It's not like they are our relatives anyway. The invigilators were stunned for a moment, suddenly feeling that what Deng Mingyu said was quite right. Everyone was invigilating seriously purely out of habit developed since childhood, feeling that cheating was a bad behavior. But the licensing exam was truly different from the college entrance exam. It's not like passing it guarantees a good job opportunity, right? Of course, that possibility exists. But one must be clear, in the profession of a god hunter, the more often one deals with divine taboo items, the greater the risk of being contaminated. The original intention of the licensing exam is to select the elite. We just need to find them. As for the others, whether they live or die is none of our business. Deng Mingyu glanced at Lin Baici. The reward for selling the test questions, although not small, was something the big shots wouldn't bother to earn. It was purely a favor. But the person who received the questions wanted to take the opportunity to make some money. After all, who would complain about having too many meteor coins? As for the talk of good jobs, only with a license can one enter the security bureau. And there are administrative positions within the bureau as well. The salaries for these administrative staff include meteor coins. They absorb the divine energy within them, which can strengthen the body and prolong life. That is the greatest benefit. True top-tier big shots. If they want to arrange for someone to enter the security bureau, it doesn't matter if they have a license or not. And they wouldn't even look down on such jobs. Those with less personal influence can only take this path to arrange for their descendants. For example, those below the dragon level. Baici, let's go back to the exam hall. Zhang Hao grabbed Lin Baici's arm and pulled him away. This Lin Baici, his ability and talent are fine, but he is too young and doesn't understand the ways of the world at all. Deng Mingyu scoffed. Young man, being serious in his work. Isn't that a good thing? Yuan Jifeng retorted. Does he have to turn into a slippery character? With a personality like Lin Baici's, he'll be shot in the back sooner or later. Deng Mingyu mocked out. Stop arguing. Pen Yongshang gave Deng Mingyu a deep look and waved his hand. Go and patrol the hall. Pen Yongshang couldn't be bothered to go. He did not emphasize a strict investigation again. Not because Deng Mingyu had persuaded him, but because he was simply not the type of person to be broad-minded. Since you all cheated, then continue participating in the assessment. Let the 7 towns of Luoyang teach you how to behave. Even if someone wanted to withdraw from the exam now, Pen Yongshang would not agree. He would throw their corpses into the exam hall even if they died. At noon, the electric bell rang, and the written exam ended. Fang Mingyuan stretched, then immediately stood up and ran over to Long Miao. How did you do? Not great. Long Miao took a lollipop out of her pocket, peeled off the wrapper, and shoved it into her mouth. Fang Mingyuan wanted to comfort Long Miao, but the little chubby girl didn't seem too disappointed. It's 12 o'clock, time to eat. Right. Long Miao packed up her things and dragged Fang Mingyuan toward the exit. Let's go to the cafeteria. The food picked first is the most delicious. As soon as Fang Mingyuan stepped out of the building, he saw Lin Baici and a group of examiners carrying test papers toward another building. Moreover, looking at their positioning, everyone was clearly standing on both sides of Lin Baici, taking the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. My roommate really is an examiner, and it looks like he is in the center position. Do you know him? Long Miao sucked on her lollipop and rubbed her stomach. She followed Fang Mingyuan's gaze and saw Lin Baici. Fang Mingyuan hesitated for a moment and shook his head. He looks a lot like one of my roommates. I wonder how he tastes compared to a big pig's trotter. Long Miao muttered. What? Fang Mingyuan was stunned. I mean, all men are big pig's trotters. Long Miao sneered, looking that handsome. The number of girls he has deceived must be more than what can be counted on two hands. No, he doesn't even have a girlfriend. Fang Mingyuan subconsciously defended his roommate. Lin Baici was quite popular in class. If he were more proactive, winning over Ji Xinyan would be no problem. Didn't you say you didn't know him? Long Miao asked suspiciously. How do you know he doesn't have a girlfriend? Physiognomy. Fang Mingyuan made it up. Look at the way he walks. He is definitely a gay guy. So that's it. Long Miao suddenly realized. There was no test in the afternoon, but candidates were not allowed to run around and had to stay in their dormitories. Some candidates were mentally exhausted and didn't even bother to eat lunch, going straight back to take a nap. The news about some people cheating had already spread among the candidates, but because they were not allowed to wander around, it was still kept within a certain range. The candidates were like they were in solitary confinement, but the examiners were living the good life. Because there was funding issued by the headquarters, the dinner on the first day of the assessment was quite sumptuous, and they directly held a self-service barbecue party. When the aroma of cumin mixed with roasted meat drifted to the dormitory building, the candidates stood by the windows, drooling with hunger. Poisoning people in the middle of the night. What a heartless thing to do. After eating, Lin Baici packed 2 large portions of barbecue, returned to the dormitory building, and knocked on the door of Fang Mingyuan's room. He Zhang opened the door. Seeing Lin Baici, his neck immediately shrank like a mouse seeing a cat. He was just wondering if he should say hello. Lin Baici glanced at the bed. He Zhang understood instantly and immediately returned to his bed, even covering his head with the quilt. Fang Mingyuan. Because there were outsiders present, Lin Baici found it inconvenient to act familiar and could only address him by his full name. Fang Mingyuan did not expect Lin Baici to come over and didn't know how to start the conversation for a moment. After all, he was not only his roommate but also a rare god hunter. Finish the barbecue, and tomorrow, withdraw from the exam and go home. Lin Baici handed the dinner to Fang Mingyuan. Take my advice. You won't pass the assessment. Fang Mingyuan smelled the scent of cumin wafting from the bag and shook his head. This is an opportunity that will change my life. For those in sports, let alone the national team, even getting into the provincial team is not easy. My best path is just to graduate, find a school, and become a pay teacher. But what is the point of a life that you can see the end of at a single glance? Fang Mingyuan was unwilling to give up. He felt that what his cousin could do, he could do too. What else could Lin Baici say? Tell him he would be corrupted. People who haven't experienced a brutal beating always think they are capable. Suit yourself then. Lin Baici walked away. Thank you. Fang Mingyuan knew that Lin Baici was genuinely concerned about him. When Fang Mingyuan closed the door, He Zhang immediately lifted the quilt, eyes wide, looking at Fang Mingyuan. You know each other? He Zhang was curious. The sense of oppression that young men gave him was truly too strong. I don't know him. Fang Mingyuan changed the subject. Come and eat something. You don't know him and he brings you barbecue. He Zhang moved a stool and sat over. Do you think I'm stupid? Are you going to eat or not? Fang Mingyuan frowned. Eat. He Zhang ate 5 lamb skewers in a row, wiped his mouth, and couldn't help but advise. That examiner is quite powerful. I think you should listen to him. What about you? Fang Mingyuan asked back. I want to try. What if I pass? Besides, even if there is danger, those examiners won't just watch the candidates die. Right, He Zhang sighed. I don't want to be an ordinary person. Yeah, who wants to be an ordinary person? Fang Mingyuan lamented. After a night of tossing and turning, at 9 o'clock the next morning, all 623 candidates gathered in front of the entrance to the underground air raid shelter. Pen Yongshun took out a stack of personal death liability waivers and asked everyone to sign them. He didn't mention the words withdraw from the exam at all. The second assessment is to identify God-forbidden objects. Each candidate has 1 hour. The more God-forbidden objects you find, the higher your score. The examiner teams from Haijing and Shijing go first. As for the examinees, 100 per batch depart. Pen Yongshun stood at the main entrance, his voice resonant and his gaze like torches as he watched the examinees. Let us go. Yuan Jifeng was the first to walk down the steps, and Yixian and her group looked toward Lin Baici. Without realizing it, Lin Baici had already won everyone's respect through his strength, becoming their leader. Lin Baici entered the air raid shelter. The examinees were silent, some stretching their necks to peer inside. Should they observe first, or just go straight in? Would those who entered in the first batch receive extra points? The examinees were conflicted. Zhu Wei felt that since Lin Baici hadn't dragged him out yesterday, he must be an insider examiner who had taken bribes. So, he immediately walked out. Seeing Zhu Wei move, He Xiang hurriedly nudged Tan Yang and Gu Qianshan with his shoulder. Go on, stick close to him, it will be fine, He Xiang urged. Should we just forget it? Gu Qianshan was a bit panicked. Tan Yang was not very enthusiastic either. At least finish this round to gain some experience, He Xiang persuaded them. Zhu Wei had said the first 2 rounds were not difficult. They were practically freebies. Miao Miao, let us go. Fang Mingyuan figured that if there were any danger, Lin Baici would definitely save him, so he followed along. Long Miao Miao had a lollipop in her mouth and her hands tucked into the pockets of her down jacket, making her look even more like a ball. A pair of young twins, around 20 years old, attracted everyone's attention the moment they appeared. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful, the kind who could be idol stars. There were not many female examinees this year, so a pretty one was very eye-catching. Once someone started moving, the others followed. Zhang Hao counted to 100 and reached out to block the way, but a tall young man in a red down jacket slammed into her. "What the hell? Trying to take advantage of me?" Zhang Hao frowned and shoved him back hard. The young man was pushed, stumbled back a few steps, then looked up and scrutinized Zhang Hao. 100 people is enough, Zhang Hao warned. "Do not move any further forward." The young man in the red down jacket lowered his head and stood still, not retreating back into the crowd. Inside their raid shelter, the air was filled with a light like corpse oil, and there seemed to be a smell of rot in the atmosphere. Lin Baici, Jiu Hongyao, and Yixian, you three guard the first room. Yuan Jifeng assigned the tasks. Everyone stood in front of the warehouse doors. Enter these 3 warehouses and record the items you believe to be divine taboo objects. No talking, no teaming up, no using secret signals. Violators will be immediately disqualified from the assessment for 5 years. Time limit is 1 hour. Begin. Yuan Jifeng checked his watch. Fang Mingyuan strode toward the warehouse on the left. "Shall we go to the middle one?" Long Miao Miao shouted. Yuan Jifeng immediately glared over. Fortunately, Fang Mingyuan acted as if he had not heard and did not look back. "Shut up," Yuan Jifeng warned the little chubby girl, watching Fang Mingyuan approach. Lin Baici raised his arm for one final attempt. "I suggest you withdraw." Lin Baici looked at a few other examinees and pointed at them. You had better withdraw." Everyone stopped and looked at each other in dismay. Lin Baici, why are you running your mouth? Yuan Jifeng was speechless. God Lin, why are you worrying about them? Brother Zhou felt that Lin Baici was too kind-hearted. When Zuwei entered the warehouse, he winked his left eye at Lin Baici. He Zhang, on the other hand, bowed and offered a fawning smile. Chapter 477, Contamination Outbreak. God Lin takes action. All 100 examinees entered the 3 warehouses and began searching for divine taboo objects. This round tested an individual's sensitivity to divine taboo objects. Some people could find them through intuition alone. One could say they were born with a gift from the heavens. Lin Baici stood by the door, too lazy to go in. If one were to cheat in this round, they would only need to know in advance what the divine taboo objects were. The rest was just finding them and confirming the existence and specific location of these items. Jiu Hongyao was diligent and conscientious, while Lin Yixian was slacking off, moving closer to Lin Baici. "You are quite popular with women, aren't you? What is the matter? Is Hongyao not beautiful enough to satisfy your appetite?" And Yixian teased. "Sisters Yan, please do not talk nonsense. I do not care about my reputation, but Hongyao still needs hers," Lin Baici hurriedly explained. "She and I are just friends. What a coincidence. I do not care about my reputation either." And Yixian chuckled and rolled her eyes at Lin Baici. Was he being flirted with? Lin Baici knew nothing and dared not ask anything, so he could only smile and play dumb. To be honest, and Yixian was quite attractive. And being a young married woman, she had a significant lethal charm for a cow thief type. It was just a pity that Lin Baici had seen too many beauties, and someone like Lin Yixian could not pique his interest. Lin Baici could not help but think of the landlady. And Shakira was not bad either. "You have only been with a few Korean girls, yet you are so arrogant that you look down on this young woman. Who gave you that confidence? As a king at the top of the food chain, the entire world is your hunting ground. Procreating is your responsibility, and if you do not eat it, others cannot eat it either. A king should have the dominance of a king. Do not worry about your kidneys. They can handle it. Go for it." The gluttonous god commented, "The woman before you is healthy, gentle in nature, and knows how to cherish a man. She is a fine female companion. I'm just teasing you." Seeing Lin Baici looking embarrassed, and Yixian thought he was quite shy. "That should not be right. Based on your looks and your background, you should have dated at least a platoon's worth of girlfriends by now." I have never had a girlfriend. Lin Baici felt a massive headache whenever he thought about this matter. Fortunately, Jin Yingxin came from a wealthy conglomerate family and was accustomed to all sorts of marital discord. So she had no specific requirements regarding the status of being a girlfriend. As long as Lin Baici was willing to be with her, she was very satisfied. Who are you trying to fool? I bet you already had intimate contact with a female classmate back in high school, right? And Yixian poked Lin Baici in the chest. Although he was wearing clothes and she couldn't see it, he really had a great physique. My family was very poor. In high school, I studied every single day, wanting to get into a good university, find a good job, and earn a lot of money. Lin Baici looked at the examinees, filled with deep emotion. If it weren't for the accident of becoming a god hunter, I basically wouldn't have had the time to date during my 4 years of college. To put it bluntly, I wasn't worthy. And Yixian heard the bitterness and sadness in Lin Baici's words and patted his arm to show her understanding. Actually, she wanted to pat Lin Baici's shoulder, but this guy was just too tall. Damn it. If we went shopping together, it would look uncoordinated. It feels like I am raising a little puppy, thinking of this. And Yixian smiled and couldn't help but tease him. If you are lonely and cold, this big sister can keep you company. This company implies the kind that is very proper. How about it? And Yixian poked Lin Baici. Are you looking forward to it, sisters Yan? I am afraid of being beaten by your husband. Lin Baici dodged slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not even married. And Yixian rolled her eyes. This lady is a decent woman. Once I am married, I will absolutely not mess around. Yes. Sisters Yan is a good woman. Lin Baici nodded quickly. However, even if I did have a husband, I could still make an exception for you. And Yixian looked up at Lin Baici's face. I really want to have a taste. And Yixian did not want to have children. After becoming a god hunter, she didn't even want to get married anymore. Because finding a husband who she liked and who was also a social equal was simply too difficult. It was better to stay single and do whatever she wanted. Anyway, she wasn't short on money. Lin Baici didn't even know how to respond. If he weren't currently proctoring the exam, he would have found an excuse to slip away. Speaking of Jia Hongyao, why are you being so serious? Didn't you see that I am being targeted? Hurry up and come save me. The girl with the high ponytail turned her head, happened to lock eyes with Lin Baici, and then made an okay gesture. You to go ahead and slack off. I can handle this by myself. Hongyao is so well endowed, and I like her. So what is going on with you? And Yixian was curious. Are you worried that department head Jia will kill you? Before Lin Baici could answer, and Yixian nodded again. Given department head Jia's personality, killing you would be the least of it. She would definitely make you get contaminated 8 or 10 times, leave you broken and insane, then heal you, only to let you get contaminated again. Sisters Yan, stop talking. Lin Baici curled his lips. If she kept talking, he would actually start to get scared. Given Jia Hongmian's strength and status, she could easily do such a thing. It seems that being the boyfriend of the girl with the high ponytail is a high-risk job. Hey, seriously, after the assessment ends, want to grab a drink? And Yixian extended an invitation. It wasn't because she wanted anything romantic, but rather because she wanted to build a closer relationship. Lin Baici would most likely do well in the future, so making connections now was a plan for the future. Lin Baici replied perfunctorily. He saw a pair of fraternal twins wearing matching couple outfits, their faces full of nervousness, eyes wide as they searched through the clutter for God-forbidden objects. Gurgle. Lin Baici was hungry. This meant there were good things nearby. But he rubbed his stomach and didn't take it too hard. This was the 7 towns of Luoyang, and there were so many god hunters here, there was no telling who might be carrying a top-tier god-forbidden object. Lin Baici certainly couldn't go around killing people to loot their belongings. Who do you think will pass? And Yixian's topic finally returned to the examinees. I don't know. Lin Baici looked at his watch. Why was he getting hungrier and hungrier? He really wanted to eat something filling right now. There is still an hour and a half left. Just hang in there. And Yixian walked away. I am going to patrol the grounds. You just rest. Lin Baici looked toward Fang Mingyuan, but a second later, His gaze suddenly returned to Yixian. Why is the way she walks so strange? Lin Baici frowned, unable to figure out what was wrong. And the troublesome part was that his thinking was so slow. Just like when one has a high fever and simply cannot use their brain. Even trying to calculate 1 plus 1 felt like his CPU was about to burn out. It was agonizingly slow. Could it be rule-based contamination? Lin Baici felt a jolt of alarm in his heart and immediately activated the Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo, whispering the Diamond Sutra. After chanting 3 lines, his brain felt a sharp, stabbing pain, as if a steel rod had been forcefully driven into his skull. However, this pain also caused Lin Baici's head to spin, bringing him back to clarity. In his eyes, inside the warehouse, everyone's movements were as if they had pressed the slow-motion button, turning their heads, looking around, taking steps. Everything was extremely slow. And Yixian, who had just left, took 3 seconds to take a single step. "Sister Xian," Lin Baici called out to her. But he was startled because every word he uttered took a full second. "Hong." Lin Baici tried again, and it was indeed the case. And Yixian and Jia Hongyao heard Lin Baici's call and turned their heads. Just this single action took 5 seconds. Why did rule-based contamination break out here? Lin Baici felt completely numb. How did the Security Bureau prepare for this assessment? Even though their focus was diverted by the Qin Palace, it shouldn't have been this sloppy, right? Something has gone wrong, Lin Baici shouted. Though he guessed it wouldn't be of much use, the people outside might have been contaminated as well. "Go out." Lin Baici turned his head and looked at the door. He didn't dare. What if he went out and the contamination worsened? The most urgent priority was to search this warehouse first. Lin Baici moved with hurried steps, but under the influence of the rule contamination, every one of his actions was several beats slower than in a normal state. Cough, cough. Lin Baici coughed once and began to chant the Diamond Sutra. "What is wrong?" And Yixian asked, wondering what Lin Baici was doing. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than she noticed that her own speech had become much slower, and her limbs were also beginning to stiffen. Rule contamination. Jia Hongyao was not panicked. Instead, she looked delighted and peered around. "Little Lin, did you discover something?" Lin Baici did not answer her and continued his chanting. Under the influence of the Sanskrit-like Buddhist sounds, the examinees gradually regained their self-awareness, or rather, they realized that all of their movements were slowing down. "Little Lin, find a way to notify team leader Yuan," and Yixian urged. She was now filled with lingering fear. It was all thanks to Lin Baici, otherwise, everyone would have been contaminated and died without even realizing it. "What is happening to me? Did something go wrong? Is this rule contamination? Is this also part of the assessment?" The examiners discussed it among themselves, their speaking speeds having slowed down significantly. "Shut up, everyone, stay quiet," and Yixian scolded, though her tone lacked much of its usual authority due to her slowed speech. "Miao Miao, how are you feeling?" Fang Mengyuan asked with concern. He felt very uncomfortable. His body was too stiff, as if it had rusted. "It isn't comfortable." Long Miao Miao pulled out a lollipop. Clever examinees like Zui and He Zhang had already realized from the grave expressions on the faces of Lin Baici and his 2 companions that this was an unexpected crisis. "This is troublesome." Jia Hongyao had strong combat abilities and understood her own body very well. She could feel that with every passing minute, her muscles, heartbeat, and vocal cords were becoming a bit stiffer. Even her thoughts were gradually slowing down. Outside their raid shelter, everyone sat on the ground, silently waiting for the first group's assessment to end. Suddenly, Zhang Hao turned his head to look at their raid shelter, then looked at Pan Yongxiang. Pan Yongxiang also sensed the abnormality. He, who had been sitting in a chair drinking tea, stood up abruptly, walked to the entrance of their raid shelter, and peered down. Ziyan Chun locked his tablet screen and walked over. "It seems like rule contamination has broken out." "Not seems like, it is certain." There was a hint of a smile in Wang Lei's eyes. Was that kid named Lin Baici just too unlucky? However, I love watching arrogant people get humbled and lose face. Pan Yongxiang turned back and scanned the examiners and examinees. Many of them looked confused, not knowing what had happened, but a few had grave expressions and were lost in thought. "Shen Nan, what do you think?" Wang Lei asked. wanting to give his subordinate a chance to show off. "Wait." Shen Nan was concise and to the point. "How can we wait?" Ziyang Chen disagreed. If examinees were contaminated in the 7 towns of Luoyang, that was due to their own lack of strength and could not be blamed on others. But being contaminated during the second round was a dereliction of duty by the examiners. Because this type of rule contamination erupted suddenly, the examiners had a responsibility to deal with it immediately. "We have no idea what the situation is down there. Rushing in blindly is meaningless," Shen Nan explained. "Wait first." The examiners fell silent. In truth, everyone understood what Shen Nan meant. Use the cannon fodder to find the key to purifying the rule contamination below. If there were no examinees down there, the examiners would definitely not act rashly. "Oh my, what are those expressions? Lin the god is down there. He should be able to purify this rule contamination very quickly." Wan Lei comforted everyone. "There is nothing to worry about." Zhang Hao glanced at Wan Lei and decided not to deal with this person in the future, and to avoid offending him as much as possible. Lin Baici had just overshadowed Shen Nan's limelight, and now this guy was taking every opportunity to undermine him. He was truly afraid that Lin Baici would not lose face. It is a good chance to see the strength of Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. Right. I have long wanted to see what kind of strength Jia Hongmian's younger sister has. Don't forget there are 2 chief examiners down there. Maybe they will have it handled before anyone else even has a chance to act. The examiners chattered away. The examinee in the red down jacket who had been stopped earlier and prevented from entering stared blankly at the entrance of their raid shelter. "Give them 45 minutes. If they cannot solve it, we go down." Pen Yongxiang looked at his watch. If not for the concern for the examinee's safety, he would not go down at all. If the chief examiners could not even handle this kind of contamination, they might as well be dead. Are we just too unlucky? Ziyang Chen was speechless. Before a God-forbidden object was activated, there were no signs. Therefore, from a probabilistic standpoint, it was possible for rule contamination to break out in the second round. But the last time such a thing happened was 7 years ago. It had been a long time. And that time, Xiao Hongmian was the examiner. She had solved it cleanly and efficiently, without causing any major destruction. I think those down there are the most unlucky ones. Zhang Hao curled his lip. Jia Hongyao's team had completed the train to Bizan, but everyone had not seen it, however. Now, the headquarters and the 6 major branches were all watching. If they could not solve this quickly, then any talk of the train to Bizan would definitely be bragging. They would be mocked. Among the examinees, Gu Qingqiu and Huo Yuyu gathered together, whispering. It seems like something happened. Huo Yuyu was worried. In order not to cause trouble for Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao, and to avoid suspicion so that no one would say Lin Baici was showing favoritism, Huo Yuyu and Gu Qingqiu had been avoiding them ever since they entered the camp. Lin Baici is down there. What could possibly go wrong? Gu Qingqiu was completely unperturbed. Rest easy, beauty. What is your name? Someone nearby tried to strike up a conversation. Gu Qingqiu acted as if she had not heard, not even bothering to lift her head. What kind of small fry or weakling dares to hit on me? Gu Qingqiu was only full of interest when facing Lin Baici. As for others, she was truly cold to the bone. Even if they were to die right in front of her, she would not feel the slightest psychological fluctuation. Inside their raid shelter, in the first storage room, the sensation of one's limbs becoming increasingly stiff was terrifying. The entire body felt numb, like a rusted robot discarded in a pile of trash. Some examinees could not withstand this pressure and sprinted toward the main gate, wanting to leave as quickly as possible. The chief examiner was right above, and being by his side was definitely the safest place. You cannot escape. Once you leave 50 meters, you will immediately turn into a human sculpture. You can go out, but don't go too far, Lin Baici shouted, his eyes rapidly scanning the entire area. Generally speaking, the closer one is to a divine taboo item, the higher the degree of contamination. Lin Baici soon discovered that the few examinees in the direction of 11 o'clock to his front left were moving slower than the others. Don't come over here. Lin Baici walked over, and Yixian had clearly deduced the location as well. She did not listen to Lin Baici and walked straight toward it. Jia Hongyao trusted Lin Baici and did not go over to join the fray. choosing instead to check for any missed spots. If Lin Baici were wrong, she could still make up for it in time. There was a lot of debris on the ground. Some of it piled up, and Lin Baici could only bend down to rummage through it. And Yixian came over. What do you think it is, except for Pen Yangshan? Not even the chief examiner knew the list of all the divine taboo items in the storage rooms, let alone people like Lin Baici. Of course, that excluded those who were cheating. For example, Deng Mingyu. However, he had not heard Lin Baici chanting, so he had not yet broken free from the influence of the divine taboo item and felt that everything was normal. In other words, the people in the other two storage rooms still did not know they had been contaminated. I don't know. His body was too stiff, which caused his search efficiency to drop significantly. Lin Baici regretted not wearing the Bodhisattva messenger Kasaya down here. It seems he would need to acquire a summoning-type divine favor in the future. Your contamination has worsened. Retreat quickly, Lin Baici warned, and Yixian had also noticed this, which left her very confused. She had been a god hunter for much longer than Lin Baici and had certainly absorbed more meteorite stones. Logically, her physical fitness should be far superior to Lin Baici's. Why was she less resistant than him? Retreat, Lin Baici urged, continuing to rummage through the items. Hizou and his group were using all their strength, yet they still moved like slow-motion zombies, inching toward the stairs step by step, slower than a 1,000-year-old turtle crawling. Hurry up! Everyone was sweating profusely with anxiety, as no one wanted to die. Zue usually liked running and working out, so his body was relatively strong. Coupled with the fact that he had absorbed meteorite stones, his ability to resist contamination was the strongest. So, he walked the fastest. However, after moving a certain distance away, his body suddenly stiffened and stopped moving. Whoosh! This scene terrified everyone, and no one dared to move forward again. Woo! I don't want to die, Gu Qianshan cried. Hizou's expression was uncertain. Lin Baici lifted a plastic chair and rummaged out a backpack from under a pile of trash, opened it, and turned it upside down. Clatter! A pile of books fell out. Dust filled the air. Cough, cough. Lin Baici choked. Gurgle! His stomach growled. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow and immediately searched through the books. Soon, a palm-sized plastic doll came into view. Found it. His intuition and hunger told Lin Baici that this was the thing. Doll model. Once activated, it will turn nearby people into dolls to play with it. I hate being lonely. I also hate being played with by others. Just as the God Eater finished its commentary, the people in the warehouse suddenly accelerated and rushed over. And Yixian was the fastest. And she had even activated her divine favor. Her fist, wreathed in flames, smashed toward Lin Baici's head. Damn it! Lin Baici was still under the contamination of the doll model, so his limbs were stiff. It was already too late to block or defend. Chapter 478, Lin Baici's foresight. Dodge quickly, and Yixian was shocked. Just a moment ago, it was only limb stiffness. But after Lin Baici found the doll model, she immediately lost control of her body and launched an attack on him. The examinees also moved, swarming toward Lin Baici. The most terrifying part was that it wasn't just the people in this storage room, the group led by Zue who wanted to leave, as well as the people in the other two storage rooms, were now like zombies who had discovered a living person, rushing over at top speed. Bang! Bang! A few unlucky ones crashed into the main gate. They felt pain, but they couldn't control their bodies at all and kept charging, because they were all running in a swarm. Some people were squeezed together, and there were unlucky ones who were knocked over and trampled. Damn! It's rule-based contamination. Such intense stimulation allowed Yuan Jifeng's consciousness to recover, and he discovered the abnormality, but it was useless. In such a short time, he simply could not regain control of his body. Deng Mingyu was the same, and a black panther appeared in front of him and pounced out. This was his divine favor. There was no need to ask. It was definitely going to attack someone. If even the chief examiner was like this, there was no need to count on the other examiners. Quickly teleport, Zhu Hongyao shouted. Lin Baici watched as Yixian's flaming fist smashed toward his head. He did not panic and subconsciously wanted to use nobody to teleport and dodge the attack, but his calmness and rationality stopped him from doing so. Seeing the reactions of An Yixian and Jia Hongyao, Lin Baici thought not only of the immediate crisis but also of what would follow. This doll model could control others, so if he didn't resolve this divine taboo item within a few seconds, the examiners from the other rooms would arrive. Duge and Brother Zhao and those people could be ignored. But Yuan Jufeng and Deng Mingyu were tough nuts to crack. And it was possible that their divine favors had already been activated. What if there were summoning types, long-range sniping types? The time left for Lin Baici was estimated to be less than 5 seconds. So, he activated the red rolling stone. The little clay figurine appeared on Lin Baici's shoulder, its sling spinning rapidly in its hands. Once sufficient acceleration was reached, it launched a flying stone toward the doll model clutched in Lin Baici's right hand. The moment the walnut-sized stone struck the doll model, Lin Baici activated Lightning Flash. The flow of time slowed down, but he had not yet regained control of his body. However, the force of the flying stone was immense, knocking the doll model out of his hand and sending it flying. The little clay figurine followed up with another flying stone, bombarding the doll model. But before it could hit, Jia Hongyao stared at the doll model, and a short, scorching black helium flash suddenly erupted from her eyes. Whoosh! It struck the doll model. The doll model instantly burst into flames. After using her divine favor, the high ponytail girl's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. This was her trump card, one she didn't use lightly because using it would instantly deplete the divine power in her body, turning her into a burden. Squeak! Squeak! The burning doll model let out a shrill cry, and the contamination intensified once more, ordering those puppets to protect it. The little clay figurine's flying stone arrived. Because the doll model's head had been severely damaged by the black helium flash, it had become fragile, and this flying stone shattered its head directly. Lin Baici's physical fitness was strong, and he immediately regained his freedom. But people like An Yixian were not so lucky. Moreover, Sister Xion's fist was too close to Lin Baici. Due to momentum, it was definitely going to land squarely on him. At the warehouse entrance, a black panther lunged out, as swift as lightning. Fortunately, Lin Baici, under the effects of lightning flash, had time to react. He tilted his head and quickly swiped his right hand upward, while pushing An Yixian's arm away. Lin Baici turned and swung his leg, sweeping toward the black panther. The black panther took a kick to the head and was sent flying. The little clay figurine did not attack the black panther but continued to bombard the doll model with flying stones, ensuring that the thing was completely destroyed. After kicking the black panther, Lin Baici, who had reached An Yixian's side, grabbed her wrist with one hand and twisted it hard, while his other hand grabbed her neck and slammed her downward. Keep the black panther under control, Lin Baici roared, because they were colleagues. He held back his strength, otherwise, he could have smashed An Yixian's head into a crushed walnut against the floor in one go. The little clay figurine fired a barrage of stones, attacking the calves of the other examinees. Given their attack power, even if they hit Lin Baici, he wouldn't be injured. But why should he care about them? Consequently, the examinees cried out in pain one after another and collapsed to the ground. This was still the little clay figurine holding back, otherwise, it would have broken their legs. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, An Yixian screamed. The black panther rolled a few times, scrambled up, and with a sprint, lunged over, its sharp fangs and large mouth wide open, biting toward Lin Baici's neck. If that bite landed, his cervical spine would be snapped. Lin Baici did not dodge. He clenched his left hand into a fist and swung it out. The black panther's head was struck, and the moment it hit the ground, it looked like a mural, plastered onto the floor, lifelike, with every hair clearly visible. It was the hand of the Grand Impression. Holy crap! Seeing this scene, An Yixian let out a very unladylike curse. What kind of divine favor was this? So terrifying. If this hit her, she would be done for. Yuan Jufeng and Deng Mingyu entered the warehouse just in time to see this scene, and their eyes couldn't help but twitch. Oh my god, terrifying. Are you guys okay? Yuan Jufeng asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Baici let go of An Yixian and ran toward the high ponytail girl Hongyao. How do you feel? Exhausted. Jia Hongyao sat up panting, but then she winked at Lin Baici. How about it? Is my little partner qualified? Quite qualified. Lin Baici gave a thumbs up. In that situation just now, no one had control over their own bodies, but fortunately, their consciousness remained their own. Jiu Hongyao was able to go all out and use a long-range ultimate move to attack the doll model, which was not only a swift and accurate response, but more importantly, it showed her loyalty. One had to know that if the doll model hadn't been destroyed, the high ponytail girl, having lost her mobility, would have been like a sitting duck. Don't use that divine favor in the future, Lin Baici advised. Don't treat me like an idiot, I trust you. Jiu Hongyao whispered in explanation. I never use this unless I'm teamed up with my sister. Jiu Hongmian had warned the high ponytail girl about this several times. What about the divine taboo object? Yuan Jifeng asked. It seemed the crisis was resolved, but he still didn't dare to be careless. Deng Mingyu walked over to the Black Panther mural, rubbed the floor with the sole of his shoe, and glanced at Lin Baici again. This kid was even more formidable than he had estimated. The examinees were thoroughly frightened by this turn of events. After regaining control of their bodies, they all sat down, their legs still trembling. The scene just now was truly thrilling. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Baici. If he couldn't solve it, would we have beaten him to death? Are you kidding? We would have been beaten to death by him. No way. There are so many of us. What's the point of having many people? The examinees whispered among themselves. And there was clearly much more in their eyes and on their faces toward Lin Baici. To find the divine taboo object and purify it so quickly, he was truly amazing. Of course, putting that aside, just the fact that Lin Baici slapped that Black Panther onto the ground was enough to scare the life out of anyone. The examinees present didn't think they were fiercer than that Black Panther. Is it solved just like that? So fast? As expected of someone Jiu Hongmian has taken a fancy to, several examiners exchanged glances. Their faces filled with shock. Compared to these examinees, they, as experienced examiners, had a much deeper understanding of Lin Baici's capabilities. The rule pollution had erupted so suddenly that before anyone else could even react, he had already resolved it. It is shattered. Lin Baici pointed at the remains of the doll model. Yuan Jifeng immediately walked over and carefully collected the fragments. What do we do now? Continue the examination. And Yixian looked at the examinees, who seemed to have been quite terrified. Notify the chief examiner and let him make the decision. Deng Mingyu clapped his hands. You all go and check the status of every examinee. If any are heavily polluted, register them. Outside the warehouse door, someone was peeking in, looking timid. Hu Yu was worried about Lin Baici, so she looked openly. After confirming he was uninjured, she let out a sigh of relief and immediately felt very proud. When trouble happens, you still have to count on little Old Bai. Someone in the crowd spoke. It was Fang Mingyuan. Swish. The examiners immediately looked over. Fang Mingyuan was startled and quickly took the lollipop out of his mouth. Next to him, Long Miao Miao was biting on a lollipop, looking at Lin Baici with curiosity. I am fine. How about you? Lin Baici looked Fang Mingyuan over, feeling somewhat surprised. His roommate was actually unharmed. This physical constitution is quite impressive. Logically speaking, he was an ordinary person. After experiencing pollution, he should be at least a little weak and exhausted. But Fang Mingyuan looked full of vigor. Quite good in Fang Mingyuan's mind. He was still replaying the thrilling scene of Lin Baici taking down that young woman and smashing the Black Panther to death. He wanted to be that cool too. I heard the last time a divine relic caused trouble was 7 years ago. Our luck is truly something else. Fortunately, Godlin handled it in time. If people had died, we would have lost so much face. I hope everything stays peaceful from here on out. The examiners muttered to each other, but no one was certain whether the divine relic would continue to erupt with pollution. It all depended on luck. Baici, thanks to you, Yuan Jifeng praised him. It is only right. Lin Baici smiled slightly, not taking credit for himself. Team leader Yuan, I feel the intensity of the pollution is a bit high, and Yixian suspected, for the sake of the examinee's safety, the divine relics chosen by the Safety Bureau usually do not have a very high intensity, even if rule pollution erupts. But just now, it was clearly not right. If Lin Baici had been even slightly weaker, he would already be dead. In reality, The most terrifying aspect of this doll model was that it caused everyone to lose control of their bodies and turn into wandering dolls. The standard way to handle it was to use summoning-type divine relics and divine favors to control it remotely and seal the doll. But now, the pollution had escalated. Whoever touched the doll would be besieged. Tell me in detail. As soon as Yuan Jifeng finished speaking, he saw An Yixian's eyeballs suddenly rotate 360 degrees toward the side. Yuan Jifeng's heart skipped a beat. No way. There is more pollution. Because this was definitely not a movement a normal human could make. I want to give up. Gu Qianchen was scared. Hey, what is that on your face? Hexian wanted to console her, but he saw something like scales on Gu Qianchen's face, shimmering with eerie colors under the corpse oil-like lighting. Is there something? Gu Qianchen touched her cheek. It is slippery and cold. What is this, Examiner? An examiner ran to Lin Baici in a panic and showed him his hand. I have grown scales. Seeing the examiner go to Lin Baici instead of him, Deng Mingyu's expression darkened slightly. Lin Baici looked down and saw that some scales the size of fingernails had grown on the back of the examiner's hand, just like those on a lizard. And they were gradually spreading. Check each other, Yuan Jifeng shouted. Little Zhao, go notify team leader Pan. Deng Mingyu stopped him. What are you trying to do? Yuan Jifeng stared at him. Team leader Yuan. Deng Mingyu lowered his voice. When you encounter such minor pollution, you go running to Pan Yangshan. You may not care about your face, but I do. Yuan Jifeng narrowed his eyes. Furthermore, can you guarantee that team leader Pan will definitely come down? Deng Mingyu sneered. Then what do you want to do? Yuan Jifeng retorted. Of course, we handle it ourselves. Deng Mingyu scanned the surroundings and instructed the examiners. Examinees, stay where you are. Examiners, go search for the source of the pollution. But the safety of the examinees? Yuan Jifeng was worried. If they cannot even withstand this little bit of risk, what kind of god hunters are they? They might as well go home and drink milk. Deng Mingyu snorted coldly. As someone below the dragon level, he also had his pride. The rule pollution he encountered should, of course, be purified by himself. Besides, he knew all the divine relics here. Looking at the scales on these examinees, it should be that mummified corpse that had been activated. Next, they just needed to find the divine relic and seal it. What are you still standing there for? Deng Mingyu scolded. Move out. The examiners mobilized. We will go look too, Gu Qingqiu said to Ho Yuyu. And they walked into the warehouse. Come over. Lin Baici beckoned to the two of them. Gu Qingqiu shook her head at Lin Baici, signaling that she was fine. Gu Qianchen ran in, bumped into Ho Yuyu, rushed in front of Lin Baici, and grabbed his arm. I beg you, hurry up and purify the pollution. I do not want to become ugly. Girls all love beauty. The moment Gu Qianchen thought about the disgusting scales growing on her body, she wanted to kill Hexian. Hoo-hoo. Gu Qianchen was breathing rapidly. Because she was emotionally agitated, her body temperature rose, causing the scales on her body to grow even faster, quickly spreading across more than half of her face. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps tingle. Calm down first. Lin Baici comforted her. Aren't you very capable? Hurry up, I beg you. Gu Qianchen grabbed her face with both hands. The areas with scales didn't hurt, but they were incredibly itchy, just like having a skin fungus. As she scratched, she felt scales in many other places, which made her panic even more. Woo-woo. I don't want to become ugly. Gu Qianchen wept, clutching her face with both hands. Seeing her like this, everyone else was also deeply frightened. Lizard's ribs, intense emotional fluctuations, increased heart rate, and elevated body temperature will accelerate the growth of the scales. Once the entire body is covered in scales, you will completely transform into a reptile and spend the rest of your life crawling. A low-temperature environment can slow down the growth rate of the scales. The food god commented. Everyone stay calm. The more nervous you are, the more severe the contamination will be. Listen to me, take deep breaths, and relax. Lin Baici shouted. You've already figured out the cause, and Yixian was shocked. How is that possible? He's just trying to pacify these people. Deng Mingyu mocked. The contamination had just broken out, and nothing had been investigated yet. How could he have figured it out? Could it be that Lin Baici was a prophet? Stop crying, I'll treat you. After saying this, Lin Baici threw a punch at Gu Jianshan. What the hell? Dang Mingyu thought to himself. You really know how to put on a show. Do you even know what kind of divine taboo item caused this rule contamination? You're just spouting such big talk. Lin Baici's right fist was emitting white freezing mist as it struck Gu Jianshan's chest. The force wasn't great, but white frost immediately formed where he hit. Gu Jianshan was stunned. After being struck, she shivered violently, feeling a chill travel from her heart to her skin, as if she had been thrown into a freezer. God Lin, if you think the girl is pretty and want to take advantage of her, just say so. Don't make up such excuses, Deng Mingyu teased. In truth, there was also a hint of mockery in his tone. Look at this face of our little Lin. Does he need to use this kind of method to take advantage of women? Jia Hongyao curled her lips. Who are you looking down on? Do you think everyone is as ugly as you? With no luck with women. Deng Mingyu's face darkened immediately. Lin Baici was genuinely handsome. There was no way to refute that. Yuan Jifeng stared at Gu Jianshan. How do you feel? It's not itchy anymore. The unbearable itch that made her want to tear her skin off was gone. Gu Jianshan touched her cheeks in pleasant surprise. What about the scales on my face? Are they still there? Before Lin Baici could answer, the other candidates immediately crowded around. God Lin, give me a punch too. I'm so itchy. Save me, God Lin. I'll kowtow to you. Please help me stop itching. The candidates scratched at their scales. He actually managed to do it. Deng Mingyu was stunned, then frowned. Lin Baici's arm also started to itch. He rolled up his sleeve and saw scales beginning to grow. Though the speed was slow, God Lin, hit me again. Hit me on the face. Gu Jianshan hugged Lin Baici's arm and pleaded in a low voice. I don't want to become a monster. Don't worry. Before Lin Baici could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Jianshan. I'm not afraid of pain. Hit me hard. Gu Jianshan thrust her face in front of Lin Baici. As long as she could get rid of these scales, she didn't care if Lin Baici beat her into a pig's head. Stop making noise. Lin Baici pressed his hand against Gu Jianshan's forehead and pushed her away. Everyone disperse. I need to go find the divine taboo item. God Lin, help me stop itching first before you go. The candidates didn't disperse. Get lost. And Yixian didn't have as good a temper as Lin Baici and started scolding them directly. The later the rule contamination is purified, the more severe the after effects might be. If you don't want to grow scales for the rest of your life, get lost immediately. This sentence carried significant weight, causing everyone to scatter. Lin Baici searched through the debris for the suspicious divine taboo item. When Jia Hongyao approached, he pulled her by her high ponytail and whispered instructions. Help me watch the other candidates and see whose reactions are abnormal. All right. If there's a risk of death, I'll notify you immediately. Jia Hongyao nodded. That's not it. Lin Baici wrapped his arm around the high ponytail's neck and pulled her closer. I suspect these two instances of rule contamination are man-made. Keep an eye out. Lin Baici couldn't divide his attention, otherwise he would have done it himself. What? Jia Hongyao was stunned. Man-made? What for? If I knew that, would I still need to observe? I would have just moved to arrest them. Lin Baici rolled his eyes. Of course. It's possible I'm overthinking it, but regardless, pay more attention. Chapter 479. That's impressive. My God Lin. Jia Hongyao knew that Lin Baici would definitely be able to handle the rule contamination. So she focused all her attention on observing the candidates. Most were very nervous, but there were a few exceptions. First was the pair of twins, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, who immediately caught the high ponytail's attention. They were searching in the second warehouse, their expressions calm, occasionally whispering to each other, looking quite reliable. A tall young man, with his jacket open, sat outside smoking boredly. He noticed Jia Hongyao observing him, took out a cigarette case, and held it out. Huozi, want one? I don't smoke. Jia Hongyao shook her head. Smoking is good. It pays taxes to the country. Every extra pack I smoke adds a screw to an aircraft carrier. The tall man sighed. He didn't use his hands, just held the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep drag, and held his breath for 5 or 6 seconds. Only after the smoke had circulated through his lungs did he exhale, perhaps to show off. He actually blew 5 smoke rings in one go. Jiu Hongyao ignored the chain smoker and continued her observations. Fang Mingyuan, Lin Bai's roommate, had also come to participate in the licensing examination, and it seemed his aptitude was quite good, as there were not many scales growing on his body. However, he was still somewhat panicked, although he was feigning composure. The way his eyes darted around everywhere betrayed him. Beside him was a little chubby girl, her small, pink tongue darting in and out as she licked a lollipop, because she was bundled up in a thick, extreme cold down jacket and was quite short. She looked just like a ball. Is she really that fat? Jiu Hongyao was shocked. Generally speaking, as long as one had absorbed divine grace or meteor stones, the body would be strengthened, and with just a little exercise, one could maintain a decent physique. To grow as round as this little chubby girl, how greedy must she be for food? What do you think the divine taboo item is? Huo Yu asked in a low voice. Something with scales. Gu Qingqiu was rummaging through the clutter. The chief examiner definitely knew the list of divine taboo items, and calling him down would be the fastest solution. But those two examiners hadn't done so, clearly harboring their own hidden agendas. It was just the examinees who suffered, having to endure the torture of ditching. Doesn't it feel much better with a lollipop in your mouth? The little chubby girl boasted. Let me tell you, sweets can make your mood better. Every time I eat sweets, I feel like the happiest person in the world. It's a pity there's no ice cream. Long Miao licked her tongue. When we get out, I'll treat you. Fang Mingyuan had no ulterior motives toward Long Miao. It couldn't be helped. She was just around. And he didn't like that. However, if she were to lose weight, her looks should be quite decent. Okay. Long Miao was too lazy and didn't want to rummage through the clutter, so she just kicked things around with her feet. When she kicked aside an old desk lamp, the lamp flipped over, and she saw a lizard specimen stuck to the underside of the umbrella-shaped lampshade with adhesive tape. It was the kind of animal mummy that had been processed and dried out. A part of it had rotted away, and its rib cage was completely exposed. Fang Mingyuan, look at this. Could this be the divine taboo item? Long Miao squatted on the ground and picked up a screwdriver, wanting to poke the mummy. Fang Mingyuan wasn't sure. I feel like it is, Long Miao reasoned. This is clearly a reptile with scales, right? Fang Mingyuan felt this reasoning made sense. So, he hurriedly stopped the little chubby girl. Don't touch it, it's dangerous. Fang Mingyuan didn't understand anything, so he prepared to call Lin Baici over to take a look. But he was worried that this thing might be picked up by other examiners. In Fang Mingyuan's view, if Lin Baici could resolve the divine taboo item and perform outstandingly, he would definitely be able to receive a commendation from the Security Bureau. Such a good thing should, of course, be left for his roommate. So, after hesitating for a moment, Fang Mingyuan grabbed the base of the lamp, picked it up, and hurried toward Lin Baici. Examiner Lin, look at this. Fang Mingyuan's shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Deng Mingyu looked over, and her eyes lit up immediately. That's right. It was this thing. Deng Mingyu hurried over. Put it down quickly. Do you have a death wish? Lin Baici was nervous. Regardless of whether this thing was the culprit or not, ordinary people shouldn't touch it. Cannot be destroyed by force. Otherwise you will grow scales all over your body. Low temperature freezing can purify the rule-based contamination. What's wrong? Did you find it? Hearing the commotion, everyone came over. Just as Lin Baici caught the lamp, Deng Mingyu rushed over in a few large strides and also grabbed onto the lamp. Give it to me. Deng Mingyu's tone was forceful, but Lin Baici didn't let go. What is the meaning of this? Worried that I'll steal your credit? Deng Mingyu let out a scoff, mocking Lin Baici. Rest assured, what is yours will be yours. I don't stoop to doing such things. It has nothing to do with credit. I just want to ask you, what do you plan to do? Lin Baici didn't let go. Of course, I'll seal it in a black coffin, and then find team leader Pan to report it. He should know the purification methods for these divine taboo items, Deng Mingyu explained. Sometimes, violent dismantling is not feasible and could cause even more terrifying contamination. Then forget it. You might as well give it to me. Lin Baici curled his lip. What do you mean? Deng Mingyu frowned, staring at Lin Baici. Don't tell me you know how to purify it. That's right. Lin Baici gave the lamp a forceful tug. Dang Mingyu felt embarrassed to keep holding on this time, and her face was full of doubt and disbelief. Is he bluffing? You just saw this thing, and you already know how to purify it. You can't possibly have the divine grace of foresight, can you? Lin Baici tore off the tape, threw the lizard mummy onto the ground, and then, with frost emitting from his right hand, slammed it down, winter chanting long fist. Crack, crack. The lizard mummy immediately froze, covered in a layer of ice, looking just like an ice sculpture. Lin Baici felt it wasn't safe enough, so he threw another punch. This time, the ice layer was even thicker, like a block of ice. All right, go ahead and seal it in the black coffin. Lin Baici stood up and instructed. Dang Mingyu was stunned, and then her expression darkened. Damn it, ordering me your own. Does he not know the hierarchy of superior and subordinate? Does he not know that I am a half-step dragon level? Seeing that Dang Mingyu's expression was unfriendly, and Yixian hurriedly smoothed things over. I'll do it. I'll do it. Team leader Dang, you should hurry and report to the chief examiner. Wait a moment. Yuan Jifeng walked over and observed the lizard mummy, worried that it wasn't the source of the rule-based contamination. How are you all feeling? If this turned out to be a false alarm, Lin Baici would become a laughingstock. It seems like it's not as itchy anymore. I'm not itchy anymore either. What about these scales? When will they fall off? The examinees chattered away, and upon discovering that the maddening, skin-crawling itch had vanished, they all let out a sigh of relief. It should be fine now. Yuan Jifeng glanced toward Lin Baici. Don't look at me. He was the one who found it. Lin Baici patted Fang Mingyuan on the shoulder, wanting to give his friend some credit. He might be able to rely on this to become a god hunter. It wasn't me. Fang Mingyuan quickly waved his hands and pointed at Long Miao Miao. She was the one who discovered it. Fang Mingyuan had an upright character and felt embarrassed to take credit that belonged to his friend. It wasn't me. Long Miao Miao, with a lollipop in her mouth, shook her head. Yuan Jifeng frowned. He took one look at Long Miao Miao and then looked away in disgust. He hated people who lacked self-discipline the most. This girl was so fat. She was practically like a pig. There is no need to be modest. In any case, you cannot get your license just by discovering one god-forbidden item. If you had purified it, that would be a different story. After Yuan Jifeng finished speaking, he sized up Lin Baici. It was not just him. The examiners were also astonished, looking at Lin Baici with a mix of shock, confusion, and envy. Is this what a genius is like? Everyone is in this state, so I imagine they have neither the mood nor the energy to continue the assessment. Why not go up and rest first, and hold a makeup exam after the Luoyang 7 towns is over? Jiu Hongyao suggested. I feel that the outbreak of these two rule corruptions is a bit suspicious. We should stop the assessment and conduct a comprehensive inspection. Lin Baici was worried that if they continued, there would be deaths, making a mountain out of a molehill. It was just an accident. Dang Mingyu used flattery to set him up. Besides, if rule corruptions continue to break out, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity for you, God Lin, to show off your skills? I have already taken the money. If the assessment is cancelled, what am I supposed to do when the examinees come to me for refunds? You all wait here, Yuan Jifeng instructed. I am going up with team leader Deng to report how dangerous it is here. Jiu Hongyao curled her lips. The two chief examiners ignored the girl with the high ponytail. If she weren't Jiu Hongmian's younger sister, she would have been scolded to pieces long ago. Outside their raid shelter. I wonder how things are down there. It has only been a short while. Just wait patiently. I hope there are no casualties. The examiners whispered among themselves. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from their raid shelter, growing louder. And then Yuan Jifeng and Deng Mingyu walked out. Team leader Deng. How is the situation down there? Wang Li asked. It is already over. There were no casualties, though the contamination on everyone's bodies has not yet been eliminated. Deng Mingyu cut in before Yuan Jifeng to report to Pan Yangxiang. The matter was quite simple, and Deng Mingyu had strong verbal expression skills, explaining everything clearly in just a few sentences. Two rule corruptions broke out down there. Zhang Hao looked at his watch. How much time had passed? There were actually two. And what was even more shocking was that Lin Baici had handled them both. That is impressive. My God, Lin, Deng Mingyu nodded. Are you sure Lin Baici solved them all? Pen Yongxiang stared at the two of them. He was worried that they were trying to curry favor with Jia Hongmian by praising her person so highly. Everyone saw it. You can ask anyone. Although Yuan Jifeng had been annoyed with Lin Baici earlier, when it came to credit, he had to fight for it. After all, Lin Baici was also a member of the Haijing branch. For something like today, Lin Baici would certainly receive commendations from headquarters. Go and bring them up. After Pen Yongxiang finished giving orders, he announced to the examinees present, the second group, get ready. Team leader. Should we wait a few days? Zhang Hao suggested. Wait for what? Pen Yongxiang glared at him. If Lin Baici could solve those rule corruptions, there is no reason you cannot solve them, right? Of course we can. Wang Lei looked at Shen Nan. Damn it, that Lin Baici is so lucky. If Shen Nan had been in the first group, how would it have been his turn to shine? 10 minutes later, the first group of examinees all came out. Scales could be seen on some people's faces, and others were listless and dispirited. The examiners were used to it, but the waiting examinees were all a bit nervous. When Lin Baici and his group came up, the examiners immediately surrounded them, asking one thing after another. Pen Yongxiang waved his hand, letting the second group begin, and then called out, Lin Baici, come here. Pen Yongxiang knew what kind of god-forbidden items were in their raid shelter below, and he also knew the purification methods. Understanding that those rule corruptions were not difficult, however, for Lin Baici to purify them so quickly, he was truly a bit too strong. Tell everyone about your purification process. Pen Yongxiang looked at the calm and composed Lin Baici and felt it was such a pity. He let Jia Hongmian snatch him up first. No process. I just relied on my gut. Lin Baici did not want to waste his breath. God Lin, just say a few words. Zhang Hao tried to smooth things over, stealing a glance at Pen Yongxiang. The chief examiner is asking you to speak to give you face and a chance to show off. And you come back with that, effectively killing the conversation. Examiner and the others worked very hard. I was just lucky and happened to be a tiny bit faster. Lin Baici did not care about such credit. All right. You all go and rest. Pen Yongxiang waved his hand impatiently. This Lin Baici really has no awe for the dragon level at all. The first group was dismissed, and the examinees returned to their dormitories. The examiners were free to move about, but everyone kept looking for Lin Baici to chat, wanting to ask for some experience. Lin Baici felt mentally exhausted. He would rather have gone into the god ruins. The subsequent assessments did not have any more accidents and passed by peacefully. At dinner time, a notice was posted on the wall next to the cafeteria entrance. The Luoyang 7 towns would begin tomorrow. Xiang, I want to quit. Gu Qianshan looked at the sumptuous dinner in front of her, but she had absolutely no appetite. A significant number of the scales on her face had fallen off, but there were still some reddish marks on her skin, looking like scars. It wasn't clear whether they would disappear in a few days. I am also quitting. Tan Yang did not want to take the exam anymore either. We have already taken 2 rounds and suffered through the hardships. Is it not a huge loss to quit now? He Xiang held a spoon and stuffed a mouthful of shredded pork with green pepper over rice into his mouth. He actually regretted it too, but the sunk cost was a bit high to quit now. How about we try again tomorrow? He Xiang looked left and right, then lowered his voice. Did Zhu Wei not say that the first town is quite simple? Let us go in and take a look. Even if we go back later, we will have something to brag about. I am not taking the exam. Gu Qianshan was very firm in her stance. What if something happens again? Tan Yang was worried. I have asked around. Accidents like this only happen once every 7 years. We just have bad luck. He Xiang persuaded. Besides, in the 7 towns of Luoyang, you can quit the exam at any time. The examiners will definitely protect our safety. Forget it. I think only that Lin Baici is capable. Gu Qianshan poked her tray hard with her chopsticks twice. Everyone else is just a noob. Zhu Wei walked over with his tray. You guys are not really going to quit, are you? He dipped his steamed bun into the vegetable soup to soak it, then took a bite. In the 7 towns, everyone can cooperate with each other. The pass rate is very high. He Xiang and Tan Yang looked at each other. At least participate in 1 town and see how it goes. Zhu Wei wanted a few cannon fodder, so he did not want them to quit. and thus began to explain the benefits of obtaining the license. Fang Mingyuan, what are you struggling with? Are you going to quit? Long Miao was stuffing her face, with rice grains stuck to the corner of her mouth. You saw it too. Facing the situation today, I knew nothing and could do nothing, Fang Mingyuan sighed. I felt like a fool. Newcomers are all like this. Long Miao was not surprised. Stop comforting me. Fang Mingyuan gave a self-deprecating smile, looking at his roommate's performance. Explosive. In this world, no kind of success is easy. Long Miao shoveled her fried rice. Giving up is simple, but persistence will always yield rewards. Fang Mingyuan, whose hand was under the table, clenched it tight. Chapter 480. The 7 towns of Luoyang. The god ruins reopen. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was filled with oppression and heaviness. It was not just candidates like Xing and Fang Mingyuan who were unsure of themselves that were worried. Even those who had performed well so far were full of anxiety. After all, they were about to enter the 7 towns of Luoyang, and the risk of death would increase significantly. Who could guarantee with 100% certainty that they would not have an accident? Gu Qingqiu sipped her porridge slowly. Xiaoyu, are you going to quit? Huo Yuyu had been zoning out. Hearing this, she was startled for a moment and shook her head. Is it for Baici? Gu Qingqiu teased. With Gu Qingqiu's intelligence, she could certainly tell. So there was no need for Huo Yuyu to hide it. I know you like being a streamer and are not interested in exploring god ruins. It is not worth it just to follow Lin Baici around, Gu Qingqiu advised. You should know that with Lin Baici's looks and strength, he will never lack women chasing after him. Even if you stay by his side, you will not increase his favorability much. But as long as we are together, there is a chance, right? Huo Yuyu gave a bitter smile. Also, I do not like streaming. What I like is money. If I were financially free, I would end the stream every day as soon as I earned 200. No one would be able to make me stream for even 1 extra minute. Not even the top donor. You still have one night to consider. Gu Qingqiu only gave this advice because she treated Huo Yuyu as a friend. She really was not suited for this line of work. And to put it bluntly, the little merman was a burden to the team. She was not even as good as Jin Yingjin. I hope we can pick out a few teammates this time. Gu Qingqiu observed the candidates in the cafeteria. That pair of twins was quite calm. And that little chubby girl was not bad either. Her mouth was a bit greedy. But she was quite bold. She dared to steal food right in front of the examiners. That tall chain smoker was also okay. But he smoked way too heavily. In just these 10 minutes or so, he had finished 3 cigarettes. Once the candidates finished eating, it was the examiner's turn. Although it was the same cafeteria, the richness of the food doubled. God Lin, come, I toast you. Lin Baici had become the center of the circle, and many people surrounded him to offer toasts. The first town was very simple, so everyone was not panicked at all. Keep partying, however. Pen Yongxiang would not tolerate such behavior. At 8 o'clock, he arrived at the cafeteria on time. You have 5 minutes to eat, then go back to your dorms to sleep. If I see anyone lingering outside before 8:30, I will strip them of their examiner qualifications for tomorrow. Everyone finished the food in their bowls in a flash and scattered like birds and beasts. Being an examiner was a cushy job. It came with subsidies, broadened one's horizons, and allowed one to brag. If they went back and colleagues asked how it felt in the 7 towns of Luoyang, only for them to admit they never even went in, that would be a huge loss of face. The moonlight was soft that night, with the occasional chirping of insects, conveying peace and indifference. Yet many candidates suffered from insomnia. At 8 o'clock a.m. the next morning, the candidates gathered on the playground under the morning sun. 10 buses were already parked there. Pen Yongxiang's sharp gaze swept over the candidates in front of him. Those who want to quit, stay behind. Once you start participating, you are not allowed to quit halfway. A slight commotion broke out in the crowd. Get on the bus, Pen Yongxiang roared. Gu Qingqiu glanced at Huo Yuyu and walked toward the bus. Huo Yuyu gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Baici, who was standing among the examiners. Lin Baici was naturally watching the two of them. After meeting Huo Yuyu's gaze, he shook his head. I can also become your right-hand person. Huo Yuyu pursed her lips and quickly caught up to Gu Qingqiu. I can shout 666 louder than anyone else. The little chubby girl shoved a lollipop into the hand of Fang Mingyuan, who was on her right. Goodbye. Fang Mingyuan clutched the lollipop, struggled for a few seconds, and then chased after them. I cannot be inferior to even a girl. Damn it, if you die, you die. And if you don't, you live for 10,000 years. Fang Mingyuan cheered himself on. Once I get the license, from now on, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. The examinees began to move and board the buses. Regiment Commander Pan is so cunning, Liu Lanking muttered in a low voice. How cunning? Jiu Hongyao asked in confusion. How did you figure that out? Are you willing to be a coward in front of everyone? Liu Lanking retorted. Most people care about their reputation. Every examinee who walked onto the bus was like a slap in the face to those who stayed behind. Those who were originally hesitant, once provoked like this, would certainly have many choose to enter the 7 towns of Luoyang. Soon, there were only about 30 people left at the examination site. They kept their heads down, but they could still feel many examinees looking at them through the bus windows. This made their faces flush and their hearts race. They were incredibly embarrassed. Hyunshin, Tan Yang asked in a low voice. I'm not going. Gu Qianshan's answer was very firm. I don't want to die. Tan Yang felt incredibly miserable. Tan Yangshan looked at his watch. 1 minute. Deadline. Tan Yang cared about his pride, but he was also afraid of death. He felt like he was dying of distress. Time is up. Let's go. Tan Yangshan announced out. Boom boom. As the engine started, Tan Yang actually felt a sense of relief. Get back to the dormitory and stay there. No wandering around, Li Bo barked. He felt even worse because, due to his poor performance, he and another examiner named Sum were left behind to guard the camp. The bus drove for 2 miles when a massive structure resembling a bird's nest suddenly appeared ahead. With tall walls isolating everything from outside prying eyes, the bus drove inside, traveled another 50 or 60 meters, and stopped in a small plaza. The examinees got off the bus, followed the examiners through a passageway, and arrived in front of a massive stone gate that looked like an ancient city gate. Zhang Hao and Ziyanshan pushed the stone gate open just enough to create a gap, then stood to the side and opened a backpack. Inside is the 7 towns of Luoyang, Pan Yangshan explained. I will distribute a magnet to each of you. If you encounter danger, crush it, and the nearby examiners will know and come to rescue you. Zhang Hao took a magnet out of the backpack and showed it to everyone. It was slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin and made of some kind of stone. However, using the magnet means you are forfeiting. The examinees had breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that someone would save them, feeling their safety was guaranteed. But the word forfeit made them struggle once again. Examiners go in first, Pan Yangshan ordered. Yuan Jifeng took the lead without hesitation. He was the first to walk out, received a palm-sized magnetic compass from Ziyanshan, and entered the stone gate. God Lin, please go first. Deng Mingyu looked at Lin Baici and offered a compliment. He used this phrasing on purpose to provoke Shen Nen and make him clash with Lin Baici. Everyone looked over. Those with high emotional intelligence guessed Deng Mingyu's trick, but most didn't have that kind of insight. They just felt that based on Lin Baici's performance, he deserved Deng Mingyu's respect. But why didn't Lin Baici move? And why wasn't he saying anything? What's wrong? The great ant was surprised and gave Lin Baici a nudge. Why are you spacing out at a time like this? Lin Baici came back to his senses, smiled, and walked toward the gate. However, his mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, because upon reaching this gate, he had suddenly felt a powerful sense of hunger. This meant that there were definitely top-tier divine taboo items inside this divine ruin. It could also be divine remains, should he find a way to get his hands on them. Chapter 481. The first town. Those who turn right shall die. Lin Baici clutched the small magnetic compass and, under the gaze of everyone, walked calmly into the stone gate. The moment he crossed the stone gate, the scenery before Lin Baici's eyes changed. The original suburban buildings and withered winter landscape transformed into tiled alleys and 10 miles of spring rain. Interesting, Lin Baici exclaimed in wonder. What appeared before him was a stone-paved path extending forward, flanked by houses like those in an ancient Jiangnan town. The spring rain, as precious as tung oil, drizzled onto the ground. Moss grew in the corners of the walls, and the noisy croaking of frogs could be heard. Not far ahead was Yuan Jifeng. Lin Baici looked back. There was no stone gate, only a dilapidated city gate. He walked forward while checking the small compass in his hand. It was made of magnetite. The principle should be similar to an ancient Sinan, Virgil. Lin Baici's hunger intensified, making his stomach start to cramp. He used the sensation of hunger to discern a direction, and fortunately, it wasn't here. Jiu Hongyao and the Great Ant followed closely behind. It hasn't changed much since I took the assessment back then. Jiu Hongyao sighed. This could be considered revisiting an old haunt. Baici, are you alright? The Great Ant felt that something was off with Lin Baici. Lin Baici waved his hand. When all the examiners had entered the first town, they scattered along both sides of the long street, waiting for the examinees to enter. Afterward, they would follow the examinees, accompanying them in secret to supervise and provide protection. Fang Mingyuan entered. Relying on his tall and sturdy frame, he could still see plenty of the scenery even though the place was crowded with people. Is this the 7 towns of Luoyang? Fang Mingyuan murmured. How does it feel? Long Miao Miao handed Fang Mingyuan a lollipop. Pretty good. Fang Mingyuan didn't take it. He didn't like sweets. And it didn't feel right to keep eating snacks from a girl. The examiners said nothing, watching the candidates quietly. There were no hints. Everything depended on individual exploration. The candidates looked at one another, their faces filled with worry. No matter how thick-skinned someone might be, it was impossible to feel relaxed in a place like this. Let's go. Zhu Wei gave Hezhang a look. After the two of them had walked more than 10 meters, Pen Yongxiang saw that no one was following. So, he immediately pointed at one of the examiners. Gu Qingqiu and Huo Yu also set off, but this time, more than a dozen examiners took the initiative to follow them. It couldn't be helped. When someone is beautiful and has a great figure, they can just do whatever they want. Gu Qingqiu was cold and arrogant, while Huo Yu was sweet and cute. Both were perfect 10s. So, who wouldn't want to get to know them? There were no fixed assignments for this proctoring duty, since it made no difference who they followed. Why not pick 2 beautiful girls, at the very least? It was easy on the eyes. God hunters had the capital, and they were more confident when it came to pursuing women. However, Pen Yongxiang would not allow the examiners to crowd together. All of you, stop. You Lanking, you go. Lin Baici wanted to protect them, but Fang Mingyuan was still in the crowd. Let's go. Long Miao Miao grabbed Fang Mingyuan and went to chase after Gu Qingqiu and the other girl. What for? Fang Mingyuan felt embarrassed. He wasn't used to proactively crowding around beautiful women, but others were used to it, and their goal wasn't just to get to know Gu Qingqiu and her companion. Consequently, a full 30+ candidates went straight after the little fish girl and her friend. Stop! Pen Yongxiang was helpless and had to shout. Who told you to group up? A team can have at most 5 people. The candidates were frightened by Pen Yongxiang's reprimand and didn't dare to follow anymore. Aya, you idiot! Long Miao Miao was so angry she poked Fang Mingyuan with her small fist. Fang Mingyuan didn't understand and was still a bit unconvinced. How am I an idiot? In this world, regardless of gender, good-looking people are always treated a bit better. Even I, a girl, feel envious when I see those two. So what do you think those examiners are like? Long Miao Miao retorted. Fang Mingyuan suddenly realized the little chubby girl just wanted to tag along with Gu Qingqiu and Huo Yu to benefit from them. For example, if they encountered a mortal danger, the examiners would be nearby and could naturally arrive in the shortest time possible to save them. As for beautiful people being favored, Fang Mingyuan believed it. He had once seen an illiterate boy who knew nothing, but because he was handsome, he became the spokesperson for his hometown, and from then on, he lacked neither money nor fame, his life taking off. I'm sorry. I held you back. Fang Mingyuan apologized. What are you apologizing for? Hurry up and go. Long Miao Miao poked Lin Baici. No. Fang Mingyuan again. So stupid. The chief examiner wouldn't let them group up, but they could just happen to run into them again after half an hour. Take care of yourself. Lin Baici gave Jia Hongyao a word of advice before catching up with Fang Mingyuan. Those alleyways were sometimes only half a meter wide, allowing only one person to pass at a time. It was raining, and the walls and corners were covered in moss, looking deep and eerie. If it were night, it could serve as a filming location for a horror movie. Move out. Pen Yongxiang barked at the candidates. As he walked along the main street, he directed them, "Turn here, you lot. Go in here." Pen Yongxiang drove the candidates into the various small alleys. Lin Baici, carrying a backpack, jumped onto a rooftop and followed Feng Mingyuan and the girl from a distance. Gurgle. He was so hungry. It felt as if he hadn't eaten for days. Lin Baici took a bag of whole wheat bread from his black alms bowl to fill his stomach. After walking for about 10 minutes like this, Feng Mingyuan and the little chubby girl stopped at an intersection. On the wall to the right, a flag was stuck, with 4 characters written on it. "Those who go right shall die." The dark purple handwriting had a strange, jagged beauty, as if it had been written with the blood of the dead. "What should we do?" Feng Mingyuan looked at the little chubby girl. "What do you think?" Long Miao Miao was licking a lollipop. Feng Mingyuan wanted to say that they could go any way except the alley on the right, but he was worried that Long Miao Miao would think he was afraid of death. Seeing Feng Mingyuan hesitate, a flash of disappointment crossed the little chubby girl's eyes. This new friend was a bit indecisive. "I think we should go right." Long Miao Miao stood on her tiptoes and peered toward the right. "What's the reason?" Feng Mingyuan looked down every alley. Intuition. After saying that, Long Miao Miao walked into the alley. Feng Mingyuan wanted to dissuade her, but after following her in, he gave up. That flag might just be a bluff. Lin Baici felt relieved when he saw the choice Feng Mingyuan had made. If they kept going like this, the first town would be secured. Lin Baici had only learned the way to exit the first town yesterday, in the 7 towns of Luoyang, because of the existence of the god remains. Although the pollution had not spread, the rule-based pollution within the 7 towns changed every year. Sometimes the changes were subtle and imperceptible, and sometimes a few extra rules would appear. Pen Yongxiang had said yesterday that this year was quite good, with no changes from last year. Why did we choose this way? Huo Yu looked back. The flag had said not to go this way. It's exciting. Gu Qingqiu's reason was simple and blunt. Since there are examiners secretly following us anyway, of course, we have to see what the 7 towns of Luoyang are all about. This stage allowed the use of God-forbidden items, which was why Gu Qingqiu had brought the red ghost Maru. That gave her more confidence. "See, I was right, wasn't I?" Zhuwei raised his eyebrows at Hejian, showing off triumphantly. "This round is in the bag." One only needed to walk through 9 streets while continuously heading toward the death flag to pass the test. Is it too simple? Hejian was worried. It's not difficult for those who know, and it's difficult for those who don't. Zhuwei curled his lip. If they knew nothing, who would dare to walk toward the alley marked with the word death 9 times in a row? Chapter 482, Ghost Hand Snatching Life. A deadly turn of events. The first town of Luoyang was an ancient town. One could simply walk out of it. The key point lay in finding the correct route, and those flags inscribed with characters were the hints. Lin Baici stood on a rooftop, looking out into the distance from his vantage point. Dandy was also on a nearby rooftop. Seeing Lin Baici, she leaped over. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing much." What Lin Baici was actually thinking about was, what kind of God-forbidden item had caused this rule-based contamination? Did it contain any divine grace? Still thinking about that cheating business, Dandy clearly misunderstood and tried to comfort Lin Baici. You're still too young and full of a sense of justice. For us old-timers, this isn't even an issue." "How?" Lin Baici was startled. "What do you mean?" "The job of a god hunter is fraught with danger. It's inherently short-staffed. Yet there's no way to expand the numbers through normal recruitment," Dandy explained. "Taking ordinary people into a god ruin to purify rule-based contamination is too inhumane. If word got out, it would be bad for one's reputation, but it's different for those with a license." Dandy curled her lip. "If they die, it's just because their strength was insufficient, but in reality, without someone to guide them, a newcomer rashly joining a team is nothing more than cannon fodder." Lin Baici was stunned. When an industry is short of people, the barrier to entry is lowered. Dandy realized that Lin Baici didn't understand the significance of the license examination at all. All we need to do is 2 things. First, register the god hunters and bring them under management. Second, find the elites and recruit them into the security bureau. So that's why everyone's reaction to the cheating was so indifferent. Lin Baici asked in return. This isn't like the college entrance exam where there's an admission cutoff. And if you get in, you take my spot. Dandy chuckled. It's all about individual strength. Besides, in years when the Security Bureau loses many people, the pass rate for the license exam increases the following year. Don't take the dragon level hunters for fools, selling test questions. Making things convenient, earning that kind of money is harmless. If it were truly a hot potato, no one would touch it. Lin Baici fell silent. This was the disadvantage of not having a seasoned master to guide him. Jiu Hongyao was too young and had a high-ranking sister, so she never came into contact with such underhanded dealings. As for Lin Baici, his starting point was too high. He had never participated in an examination, so he had absolutely no channels to learn about these unspoken rules. Any candidate with a background will be looked after by someone. Dandy lowered her voice. Likewise, candidates without a background who show exceptional performance will also be looked after by the examiners. Of course, that doesn't mean helping them cheat, but they will definitely lend a hand or provide a hint or two. You just didn't participate in the exam. Otherwise, given your talent, those chief examiners would fight over you. There might even be a dragon-level hunter who would specifically come to be an examiner just for you. That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Lin Baici felt it was a bit much. Ying Baici was fought over before. The chief examiners were practically at each other's throats. Dandy felt it was necessary to emphasize this to Lin Baici. This kid had no idea how high his value was. We enter the God Ruins risking our lives. Who doesn't want 2 or 3 companions they can entrust their life to who also possess exceptional strength? Lin Baici nodded. If he had to choose one companion to enter a God Ruin with, he would choose Jiu Hongyao. Although the girl with the high ponytail wasn't very bright, he dared to entrust his life to her. Jin Yingzhen's strength was lacking. Actually, the person Lin Baici wanted most was Gu Qingqiu. She had top-tier intelligence and could clear a God Ruin solo. But unfortunately, her loyalty was insufficient. To put it bluntly, Gu Qingqiu would weigh the pros and cons and have her own ideas, whereas Jiu Hongyao would strictly execute Lin Baici's orders. So don't overthink it. Even if someone is picked for the Security Bureau and becomes our colleague, so what? Dandy patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. Only our own interests are worth maintaining. Thank you, Andy, I understand. Lin Baici nodded, truly having learned something. Who are you calling Andy? Dandy rolled her eyes, but she didn't correct Lin Baici's form of address. Why did she say so much about these unspoken rules? Of course, it wasn't because she was bored. She was doing him a favor. Lin Baici was so outstanding that there was no chance for them to explore a God Ruin together. But if they built a deep rapport, getting some information or receiving some care shouldn't be a problem. Just turn a blind eye. Making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for yourself. Dandy looked at Fang Mingyuan, who was walking into the alley entrance. You know that candidate, right? There are no cameras inside the God Ruin. You understand what I mean, right? Haha. Lin Baici gave a dry laugh. Of course, he understood. With no cameras, giving a candidate a hint naturally wouldn't get anyone caught. Go on, go on. After the exam is over, I'll treat you to a meal. Dandy gave Lin Baici a one-arm hug and then went off to follow the candidate she was responsible for. Lin Baici hunched over and followed Fang Mingyuan and the chubby girl along the rooftops. This way, Long Miao Miao took the lead. The words written on the flags told her not to go a certain way, so she insisted on going that way. Her style was pure stubbornness. After walking through 3 small streets in a row, Fang Mingyuan, whose face had been filled with trepidation, felt his anxiety diminish significantly. It doesn't seem dangerous, Fang Mingyuan muttered. But how long is this going to take? I don't know. Long Miao Miao was sucking on a lollipop, feeling bored. How about we climb into those houses and take a look? Fang Mingyuan was startled. The examiners didn't say we couldn't climb over walls, did they? Long Miao Miao was a woman of action. She stopped, looked at the wall on the right, and prepared to climb up. Come here and be a human cushion. Maybe we shouldn't. Fang Mingyuan was worried. Lin Baici squatted down. If the examinees did not know how to clear the stage, there was a high probability they would give up halfway. He could only wait slowly. Being an invigilator is actually quite relaxing. If only I could scroll on my phone to kill time. Lin Baici had forgotten to ask his aunt how much the stipend for being an examiner was. With Lin Baici's current salary, he certainly did not lack this bit of extra money. He just felt that this kind of money was easy to earn and felt incredibly satisfying. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach started growling again. Even the bread he had just eaten was of no use. What is that over there? What is going on? Dark fog. Lin Baici had excellent hearing, and several exclamations and questions immediately reached his ears. He looked up and saw a large expanse of thick black fog in the southwest, sweeping over like a sandstorm, rapidly engulfing the ancient town. A strong sense of crisis struck him. Lin Baici did not hesitate at all. He immediately accelerated and sprinted toward Fang Mingyuan and the little chubby girl. Hearing footsteps, Fang Mingyuan looked up and saw Lin Baici appearing above him. Old Bai. Fang Mingyuan felt grateful in his heart. His good friend must have been worried about his safety. Lan Miao blinked, took out a lollipop, and handed it to Lin Baici. Want some? Thanks, no need. Lin Baici refused and looked up into the distance. In less than 2 minutes, the dark fog surged over, swallowing the surrounding light and leaving behind a pitch-black darkness where one could not even see their own fingers. The moment the black fog engulfed him, Lin Baici jumped down, pitter-patter. Inside the black fog, there was also rain dripping onto his body, bone-chillingly cold. Lin Baici instinctively wanted to take out the ghost spirit oil lamp, but he gave up the next second. He could not see anything right now. If he dropped it, he would never find it again. Moreover, he was worried that if he lit it, he would become a target. Let's just wait. Heavens. Why did it suddenly get dark? Fang Mingyuan was a bit nervous. It must be rule-based pollution. In the darkness, Lan Miao's voice was crisp. Should we keep moving? We can't see anything. How are we supposed to walk? Fang Mingyuan hated the night. You guys decide. Lin Baici reached into his backpack, pulled out a pipe wrench, then stepped back, bumped into a wall, and squatted down. He did not hear anyone shouting. This was not right. The examinees would definitely not be this calm, which meant that this dark fog could also block sound. It is pitch black. We will trip. Let's wait a while, Fang Mingyuan suggested. Okay. Lan Miao squatted down. In the darkness, only the sound of her licking her lollipop could be heard. Time passed second by second. Lin Baici counted silently in his heart. After a full half hour, the dark fog finally became a bit thinner. He could vaguely see things 2 or 3 meters away. Waiting like this is not a solution, right? Fang Mingyuan looked around, but unfortunately, he could not see anything. We cannot keep waiting. At this rate, the black fog would not dissipate even after 6 or 7 hours. And Lin Baici was also worried about the safety of Gu Qingqiu and Huo Yuyu. Pen Yongxiang had not mentioned this situation. 9 times out of 10, something had gone wrong. Let's go. Lin Baici stood up, gripped the pipe wrench, and pressed himself against the wall. Screech. As Lin Baici moved forward, the pipe wrench scraped against the wall, creating some harsh sounds. Old Bai, slow down. Fang Mingyuan was worried. Andy, Lin Baici shouted, but no one responded. After walking about 50 meters, suddenly, a pale light appeared on the right, like ghost fire floating in a mass grave. The 3 of them walked over. When they got closer, he saw that the light was actually an apricot yellow flag. On it were 4 inverted characters, which read, "Those who move forward will die." Lin Baici frowned. This did not match the description of the first town given by the chief examiner. Pen Yongxiang said that by following the words on the flags and walking through 9 streets and alleys, one would pass the stage. But now these characters were inverted. So, should we go back? Lin Baici looked back. He did not set off immediately but instead studied the flag. He watched it for a full 3 minutes. And after making sure he would not miss any details, he moved forward. Lin Baici counted his steps, looking back at the light. When he suddenly could not see it anymore, he immediately took a step back. The light was gone. Lin Baici retreated 3 more steps, but still nothing. He did not give up and walked back another 20 meters, but still saw nothing. It seemed he had no choice but to continue forward. Old Bai, what are you doing? Fang Mingyuan did not understand. He felt that his roommate had suddenly become cautious, which made his own nerves tighten. Something happened. Follow me closely. Lin Baici walked forward. After another 10 minutes or so, another light appeared ahead. He was not in a hurry and maintained a steady pace until he reached the light. It was another apricot yellow flag with 4 inverted characters. Those who move left will die. Just now, he had followed the instructions on the flag. And there had been no change. This time, Lin Baici chose the opposite direction. He walked to the right. The dark fog was slowly dissipating, and visibility was now 3 or 4 meters. The surroundings were deathly silent. Apart from Lin Baici's footsteps, he could hear nothing. It was like being in a graveyard at midnight. Lin Baici walked, looking back from time to time, just as he was wondering whether he should go back and see if the flag had changed. The black fog in front of him suddenly surged like a tide. A pair of pitch-black hands, like the sharp claws of an evil ghost, suddenly reached out from the front and clamped onto Lin Baici's throat. Lin Baici instantly found himself unable to breathe. Moreover, this pair of ghostly hands did not just choke him, they lifted him upward, causing his feet to leave the ground. He was suffocating. It was not just Lin Baici. Fang Mingyuan and Long Miao were also struck. 2 pairs of powerful, ghostly hands had clamped onto their necks with lightning speed. Fang Mingyuan's tongue was forced out by the choking grip. And even though he was tall and sturdy, he was lifted until his toes dangled off the ground. Lin Baici gripped the pipe wrench and smashed it fiercely toward the pair of ghostly hands. One ghostly hand shattered into blackness. It worked. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow and quickly struck again. The other ghostly hand was dispersed. Lin Baici landed on the ground, gasping for air, while simultaneously swinging the pipe wrench to strike the ghostly hands gripping Fang Mingyuan and Long Miao. Bang! Bang! They were all smashed to pieces. The 2 were freed. Lin Baici had intended to retreat immediately, but he hesitated and stopped, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Could it be that his guess was wrong, even though the flag had reversed? Were they still supposed to follow the instructions on the flag? Move! Lin Baici shouted. His footsteps hurried as he returned beneath the apricot blossom flag. Fang Mingyuan and Long Miao followed in a rush. Those who go left shall die. A pale, sickly light emanated from the words. Like sun-bleached bones weathered by wind and rain. Old Bai cough. Thank you for that just now. Fang Mingyuan clutched his neck, looking distressed. But you are an examiner. Won't there be trouble if you help us? An accident has occurred, Lin Baici explained. Fang Mingyuan did not understand. This shouldn't be part of the assessment content. Our current task is to find a way out first. As soon as Lin Baici finished speaking, Fang Mingyuan drew a sharp breath. He could feel the gravity in Lin Baici's tone. I am doomed. I am doomed. If even the examiner is this nervous, doesn't that mean the examine, am definitely finished? It could also be that my roommate is just too weak and lacks experience. What are you thinking about? Keep up, Lin Baici urged, walking toward the left. In this pitch-black darkness, if they got separated, they might never find each other again. Fang Mingyuan was still worried about the little chubby girl. Miao, stay close to me. As he walked, Lin Baici turned his head from time to time to observe the apricot yellow flag. There was no abnormality. Just as Lin Baici began to think he was overthinking things, a pair of ghostly hands suddenly reached out from the black mist behind him and clamped onto his neck. The strength of the ghostly hands was immense, pushing Lin Baici forward while pressing him downward. Damn it! Lin Baici stumbled, nearly pushed to the ground. Fang Mingyuan and Long Miao were not spared either. They were also grabbed by the necks by ghostly hands reaching out from behind. Chapter 483. Our team leader has won another round against me. Long Miao had a heavy build, was short, and had a low center of gravity, so those ghostly hands failed to push her over. Fang Mingyuan, however, was not so lucky. After stumbling to steps, his entire body was pressed forward onto the ground by the ghostly hands choking his neck. The ghostly hands smashed Fang Mingyuan's head fiercely against the ground. Fang Mingyuan screamed, frantically swinging his right hand backward, trying to strike his attacker. But he didn't even touch a single hair. Ghostly hands claiming lives. A terrifying brush with death. Lin Baici swung the pipe wrench backhanded, but the ghostly hands were behind him, completely out of reach. He used one hand to grab at the ghostly hands on his neck while simultaneously activating his divine grace. Red rolling stone. A small clay figure appeared. The sling rotated, and stones flew in rapid succession. Fortunately, the ghostly hands were not hard enough and were shattered into a mass of black mist. Lin Baici broke free and immediately lunged toward Fang Mingyuan, striking twice with the pipe wrench. Bang! Bang! The arms of the ghostly hands suffered heavy blows and shattered completely. Cough! Cough! Fang Mingyuan immediately regained his breath. He lay on the ground, gasping heavily, feeling the relief of someone who had just survived a disaster. Get up! Keep watch on the surroundings. As Lin Baici growled this, he also shattered the ghostly hands behind Long Miaomiao's neck, rescuing her. Ow! Fang Mingyuan hurriedly responded, widening his eyes as he stared behind them. But apart from the slowly flowing black mist, he could see nothing. Lin Baici rubbed his neck. That thing pinched so painfully. But what made him even more irritable was the question. Was going to the left also wrong? Don't rush, stay calm. Lin Baici took 2 deep breaths and took the Bodhi Messenger's kasaya from his backpack, draping it over his shoulders. Because Pen Yongshan had said the first town was safe, he hadn't even considered fully arming himself, thinking his hiking boots and pipe wrench would be enough. Furthermore, he didn't want to expose too many divine taboo items and divine graces in front of so many outsiders. But now it seemed his judgment had been wrong. The fact that those ghostly hands could reach out from behind was troublesome. Without help, the risk of death was too high. This situation also indicated that with the appearance of the dark mist, the intensity of the rule pollution in the first town had increased. Old Bai, thank you for that just now. Fang Mingyuan was still shaken. Rule pollution was terrifying. Without Lin Baici, he and Long Miaomiao would have already died twice. Why be so polite? Lin Baici smiled. From now on, follow me closely. If you discover anything unusual, speak up immediately. MMHMM. Fang Mingyuan nodded repeatedly. Big brother, you are so amazing. Long Miaomiao looked at him with admiration. The 3 of them walked back to the apricot yellow flag. Those who go left shall die. It was still the same for characters, nothing else had changed. Lin Baici thought for a moment and continued to walk toward the alley on the left. But this time, he walked backward. Old Bai, why don't we try a different direction? Fang Mingyuan was a bit panicked. They had just walked this way and had almost been choked to death by the ghostly hands reaching from behind. Long Miaomiao's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Baici's actions. Let's go. We have to try all 4 directions anyway. Since we've already walked forward to the left, let's try walking backward. Then watch your back. Fang Mingyuan mimicked Lin Baici, walking backward. And every second or 2, he would hurriedly glance behind him. Stop looking. Those ghost hands reach out too quickly. Even if you see them, you won't be able to block them. Just wait for Big Brother to save us. Long Miaomiao felt that if Fang Mingyuan kept turning his head so frequently, he was going to break his neck. Fang Mingyuan felt looked down upon. He felt a bit uncomfortable, a bit annoyed, and a bit dejected. After all, he had met Long Miaomiao first. It wasn't that he liked the little chubby girl. He simply felt that Long Miaomiao should be closer to him and shouldn't say things that made him feel embarrassed. 10 minutes later, they finished walking through an alley. That kind of ghost hand didn't appear. Fang Mingyuan was overjoyed. But then he felt puzzled. Why is that? Because Big Brother found a way to crack it. Long Miaomiao also let out a sigh of relief. These few minutes of walking were more tiring than climbing a mountain. There was no other way. Everyone had to stay fully focused on the black fog. Otherwise, they wouldn't know when a ghost hand might suddenly reach out and grab them. Then, does that mean we are safe? Fang Mingyuan looked at Lin Baici. I don't know. Let's try again. Lin Baici looked at the apricot yellow flag stuck to the top of the wall. It was glowing with a pale, sickly light, and the words "Death to those who move forward" on it looked like a road sign leading to hell. Don't leave my side, Lin Baici instructed, then set off forward. Though he continued to walk backward, Fang Mingyuan was trembling with fear as he followed Lin Baici, still constantly looking back. Aren't you afraid that ghost hands will suddenly appear from the left or right? Long Miaomiao reminded him. Right. Fang Mingyuan nodded hurriedly, then began turning his head in circles. Not daring to delay for even a moment, Lin Baici didn't tell Fang Mingyuan that there was no need for this. Let him experience the terror of rule-based pollution, then he would extinguish any thoughts of becoming a god hunter. Finally, the 3 of them arrived at another crossroads. On the wall to the left, a flag was slanted, with the words "Death to those who move left" written on it. Continue. Lin Baici continued to move forward while walking backward. As the distance increased, that apricot yellow flag in the churning black fog looked like a flickering ghost fire, as if it were summoning spirits and attracting ghosts. Another alley was finished. The three of them appeared at another street corner. This time, when they looked at the apricot yellow flag on the wall, the fear in Fang Mingyuan's heart had diminished significantly. Lin Baici looked down at his watch. 9 minutes. Continue, Lin Baici urged. Everyone continued to move forward using the same method. After walking about 40 meters, suddenly, Long Miao shouted, "Big brother, there is something on the ground." Swish. Fang Mingyuan stopped immediately and turned his head to look. "It's fine. It's a corpse." Lin Baici had excellent eyesight and had already seen it clearly. 5 or 6 meters away, a corpse lay on the ground. After walking closer, Lin Baici discovered it was a candidate. There were bruised handprints on his neck. His cervical vertebrae had been crushed, and his head was tilted to the side. Fang Mingyuan swallowed hard. There was no need to ask. This was definitely an unlucky soul who had been strangled by those ghost hands. "Thank heavens, ancestors protect me," Fang Mingyuan muttered, looking at Lin Baici with gratitude. If his roommate hadn't helped him, he would definitely be dead by now. "Let's go." Lin Baici was worried about the safety of Guqinkyu and Huoyuyu. Plus, since he had already verified the method to get out of the first town, he was moving very quickly now. Long Miao followed without a word. Will it be too fast? Fang Mingyuan didn't want to be treated as dead weight, so he spoke up. Besides, he felt his suggestion was sound, steady and solid. "It's not fast. I'm going to get you two out first," Lin Baici explained. Fang Mingyuan was stunned, then understood. Lin Baici was an examiner and still had to save others, unlike himself, for whom just surviving was enough. Thinking of this, Fang Mingyuan felt a sense of frustration again. He was the same age as Lin Baici, but the gap between people was actually this huge. Fang Mingyuan suddenly didn't want to be a god hunter anymore. No, wait. It seemed he couldn't become one anyway. Fang Mingyuan looked at Long Miao and found his new friend sucking on a lollipop, glancing at Lin Baici from time to time. She was clearly interested in him. Fang Mingyuan looked at Lin Baici again. In the darkness, Lin Baici was calm and composed, his expression steady. Those eyes were like morning stars, bright, wise, and deep like the light from a lighthouse on the coast, bringing a profound sense of security. Not to mention Long Miao. Even Fang Mingyuan himself felt that Lin Baici was incredibly cool. The three of them continued walking backward according to the words on the apricot yellow flags. More than half an hour later, they had walked through 8 streets and alleys and encountered 2 corpses. "You to go ahead. This should be the last one. Once you finish this, you'll be out." Lin Baici looked into the depths of the alley, but unfortunately, it was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. What about you?" Fang Mingyuan didn't want to be separated from Lin Baici. "Saving people," Lin Baici urged. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and go. In a god ruin, ordinary people will be polluted by monsters within a few hours. Then take care." After Fang Mingyuan finished speaking, he saw Lin Baici preparing to leave, and he couldn't help but ask, What if we're wrong?" Without Lin Baici, if he encountered ghost hands again, he would be dead for sure. Walk backward and find life in death. Walk through 9 streets and alleys, and you can enter the second town, the gluttonous god commented. "Can't get out. Is the next part the second town?" Lin Baici frowned, but at this moment, he could not afford to worry about much else. "You to go ahead. The second town is about beating the flesh men to death. It is best to find a place to hide." Lin Baici left, and until his figure disappeared from sight, Fang Mingyuan immediately felt a sense of immense panic wash over him. He became nervous. His heart was pounding wildly. Let's go. I will protect you." Fang Mingyuan tried to encourage Long Miao. "Your voice is trembling." Long Miao handed Fang Mingyuan a lollipop. "Have this to calm your nerves." Fang Mingyuan felt awkward, but he said nothing. He walked backward, moving quite quickly, trying to make good time. He wanted to get out of this hellish place as soon as possible. This alley was so long, as if it had no end. Fang Mingyuan felt anxious and increasingly panicked. He raised his arm to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Even the clothes on his back had long been soaked through. Suddenly, with a thud, Fang Mingyuan bumped into a door. He let out a cry, then immediately clamped his mouth shut. There is a door. Long Miao looked delighted and immediately went to push it. Wait, Fang Mingyuan stopped her, wanting to observe first. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open, and the rusted hinges let out a teeth-gritting sound. A beam of light shone through. Let's go. Long Miao squeezed through. Fang Mingyuan gritted his teeth and followed. After he passed through, the wooden door slammed shut with a bang, just like a monster closing its mouth after finishing a meal. What is this place? Fang Mingyuan was dumbfounded. Appearing before him was a small plaza. About 10 meters ahead, there was a city gate tower, and beneath the tower were 3 arched gateways left, center, and right. There were no doors, and there was no telling where they led. We didn't get out. Fang Mingyuan felt completely numb. He hadn't managed to escape, and Lin Baici was no longer here. From now on, he could only rely on himself. He felt like he was done for. Long Miao looked around. There was no one there, which made her very happy. We are in first place. First place. Fang Mingyuan was stunned, then speechless. At a time like this, you are still thinking about that. But being first is useless. It was your friend who brought us here. Long Miao looked at the 3 gateways. Tell me, which one should we choose? Ha! Fang Mingyuan was startled, then fell silent. He dared not choose, because choosing wrong would likely mean death. How about we wait a little longer? Old Bai knows how to clear the level. Once he finishes saving the other examinees, he will come here. Long Miao shrugged, non-committal. The waiting time was agonizing. Fang Mingyuan wore a watch, but it was not mechanical, so it had broken inside the god's ruin. He could only guess how much time had passed. After about 10 minutes or so, 2 girls suddenly appeared out of thin air. Wow, Chinkyu, you are amazing. We made it out. Huoyuru was very happy and gave Gu Chinkyu 2 thumbs up. Gu Chinkyu did not show pride. She first scanned the surroundings. Then her gaze fell upon Fang Mingyuan and Long Miao, observing them carefully. They are actually faster than me. Fang Mingyuan, who had been sitting on the ground, stood up immediately upon being stared at by Gu Chinkyu, looking somewhat awkward. This girl is so beautiful. Wait, the other one isn't bad either. And she looks so much like that little fish person from the shark platform. Fang Mingyuan didn't watch many live streams, but he recognized top streamers like her because they were frequently pushed to his phone's homepage. Chinkyu, someone was actually faster than you. Huoyuru also saw the 2 of them and couldn't help but be surprised. When the dark mist had enveloped them, Gu Chinkyu hadn't panicked at all. The apricot yellow flag indicated which direction meant certain death, so she had deliberately walked in that direction. During the journey, she encountered ghost hands seeking lives, but as soon as the red ghost blade was unsheathed, she cut them down directly. Something is not right. Gu Chinkyu frowned. What's wrong? Huoyuru was puzzled. That boy's expression is too anxious. He doesn't look like an expert at all. And that girl is a bit too carefree. Gu Chinkyu walked toward Long Miao, intending to chat. Perhaps they could form a team later. Big sister, you 2 are so pretty. Long Miao pulled a lollipop from her pocket. Do you want one? No, I'm on a diet. I don't eat sweets. Gu Chinkyu offered her congratulations. Congratulations on taking first place. It's not us. Examiner Lin helped us get here. Long Miao spoke the truth. Fang Mingyuan felt regretful. If he had done it himself, he would be so glorious right now, able to save face in front of 2 beauties. Huoyuru was stunned. The examiner helped. Could it be cheating? But surely one wouldn't be so blunt about cheating. And the examiner's surname is Lin. Could it be Xiaobai? Gu Chinkyu raised an eyebrow and then asked, what did that examiner say? Did something go wrong with the examination? Gu Chinkyu had instantly considered all the questions Huoyuru was thinking of, and from there, she deduced that there was trouble. There must have been an accident. He said that once we went through the door, we would be out of the first town, but we weren't. Long Miao told her everything she knew, and Examiner Lin said he still had to go save others. If nothing had gone wrong, he surely wouldn't have needed to save anyone. You are very smart. Gu Chinkyu complimented her. Hee. Long Miao smiled so wide her mouth almost reached her ears. She loved hearing people praise her intelligence. Is that examiner Lin named Lin Baici? Gu Qingqiu asked again. Yes, Long Miao nodded. Gu Qingqiu looked at Huo Yuru and pouted slightly. Our team leader has won another round against me. Chapter 484. Please leave the opportunity to team up with God Lin to me. Did you to make it here on your own strength? Long Miao was curious. They were clearly just two girls, yet they were this impressive. It was Qingqiu who found the way. Huo Yu was just a little sidekick, the type responsible for cheering them on from the sidelines. Gu Qingqiu didn't take this achievement to heart at all. She looked up toward the 3 city gate arches. Which one should she take? Long Miao studied Gu Qingqiu, her curiosity deepening. Do you plan on continuing forward? Is that not allowed? Gu Qingqiu loved life-threatening adventures the most. Can I come with you? Long Miao was full of hope, even holding out the lollipop in her hand. Here, I will treat you to a lollipop. It is too dangerous. Fang Mingyuan tried to persuade them. Old by. Examiner Lin went to save people. Which means the examination must have gone wrong. We should just stay here and wait peacefully, otherwise, we might die. Fang Mingyuan was worried that these 3 girls didn't understand the gravity of the situation. So, he deliberately emphasized the word die. However, he noticed that the girl holding the katana didn't care about such things at all. Long Miao stuck out her little tongue, while the other girl, suspected to be the famous streamer Huo Yu, looked toward the girl with the katana. Clearly, she followed her lead in everything. It seemed to not exist for them. Huo Yu was indeed not afraid. She had already survived the train to Bizan. So what was a mere Luoyang 7 towns? Although Lin Baici and Jiahong Yao were not by her side, there was still the crazy Qingqiu. Her combat power was average, but her brain was incredibly sharp. Huo Yu had one advantage. She knew she was a noob, so she never made reckless decisions. Following the powerful thighs she had latched onto was all she needed to do. Gu Qingqiu thought for a moment and looked back. Wait a moment. Gu Qingqiu walked to the side. Fang Mingyuan let out a sigh of relief and smiled. That is more like it. What are we waiting for? Long Miao looked at Gu Qingqiu's expression, and her intuition told her that this girl wasn't waiting because she was afraid. At this moment, Huo Yu had a flash of insight and realized what Gu Qingqiu's goal was. She wanted to observe the examinees who arrived to judge their strength and see if there was anyone worth recruiting. Forgive me for asking, but you look so much like that top streamer on Shark platform. Fang Mingyuan struck up a conversation. He was not an introverted person. During middle and high school, because he was tall, handsome, and on the school sports team, he had received many love letters. Dating was just a drizzle to him. Fang Mingyuan was long past being a virgin. Huo Yu gave a polite smile and nodded. From the other person's question, she could tell he was not her fan. Fang Mingyuan exclaimed and reached for his phone, wanting to add her on WeChat, but he grabbed at empty air. Only then did he remember that when he entered the Divine Ruins, he had left his phone in the dormitory, because the examiners did not allow them to bring them. I have a roommate who really likes you, Fang Mingyuan urgently wanted to say. I have a roommate who is your big spending fan. The kind who drops dozens of big rockets in one night. But he thought better of it. That money wasn't something he had tipped himself. And saying it like that felt like he was using Jinjiahui to gild his own lily. Thank your roommate for his appreciation. Huo Yu thought to herself. There are so many people who like me. What is so strange about that? But there is only one person I like. And that is Lin Baici. If only Lin Baici liked watching live streams. How great would that be? Aside from that, she really didn't have any other advantages to attract him. So sad. I want to cry. Why don't we all stick together from now on? It will be easier to look out for each other. Fang Mingyuan proposed forming a team. If he went back and told Jin Jiahui that he had purified rule pollution together with Huo Yu, he would definitely be green with envy. Gu Qingqiu didn't mind. Cannon fodder delivered to her doorstep. It would be a waste not to use it. Suddenly, more people successfully arrived. The 4 of them turned their heads and saw a pair of twins. The boy handsome and the girl beautiful. Brother 5th and 6th. The girl curled her lip, not knowing if she was unhappy with the ranking or for some other reason. Hello everyone. My name is Izuri. And this is my younger sister, Izuyu. Please take care of us. Izuri smiled very brightly and had a very approachable personality. Fang Mingyuan's heart sank instantly. Damn it, a handsome guy. Fang Mingyuan felt like he had been overshadowed in an instant. He felt that if he had to compete with him for these girls, he would definitely lose. However, he soon discovered that the three girls, including Guchinkyu, all had indifferent expressions. They didn't look at Izuri differently just because he was handsome and outstanding. Do you want to team up? Izuri walked over, heading straight for Guchinkyu. He scanned the group and knew immediately that this girl was the backbone, while the others were merely followers. Lin Baici was running through the alleyways shrouded in black mist. Occasionally, a pair of ghost hands would abruptly reach out and grab his throat. The next instant, the muscle Buddha would appear and throw a punch, turning any demons or ghosts into powder. Stay where you are, do not move. As long as they stopped, they wouldn't die. Lin Baici knew that shouting was useless, but he still tried. Perhaps he could save someone. On the compass, the needle began to spin, locking onto a direction. This meant an examiner had used a magnet. The needles on the examiner's compasses would point toward the nearest magnet. Damn, Nangongshu actually lied to me. So untrustworthy. Zhu Wei cursed loudly. He had bought intelligence from the proprietress of the Dragon and Beauty Bar, including the strategy for the Luoyang 7 towns. He had just used it, but he couldn't get out at all and was almost choked to death by ghost hands. What do we do now? He Zhong looked at the alleyway where the black mist was churning, his eyes full of terror. He didn't dare to move forward. Damn it. I really should have listened to Chanshan and Tanyang. I shouldn't have come. Should we use the magnet and wait for the examiners to come and help? He Zhong suggested. Damn, then wouldn't our money have been spent for nothing? Zhu Wei panted heavily, gritted his teeth, and continued forward. Let's try again. He Zhong was incredibly stressed. Walking in front of or behind Zhu Wei made no difference. The ghost hands appeared completely at random. No one could escape them. The two had only taken a few steps when they suddenly heard footsteps behind them, and they immediately stopped. There is someone. He Zhong panicked. The footsteps were moving from far to near, and they were fast. He wanted to hide, but there was nowhere to go. And as for climbing over the walls, he didn't dare to even consider it. It should be an examiner. Zhu Wei remained relatively calm. Soon, Lin Baiqi's figure appeared in their field of vision. It's you? He Zhong gasped. This examiner was very formidable and had caught him cheating. But he immediately let out a sigh of relief. Since the examiner was powerful, he should be safe now, right? Just as he was about to ask how to get out, Zhu Wei had already started smiling. Examiner Lin, hello. Zhu Wei reached out his hand. During the written exam, Lin Baici hadn't caught him, so he assumed the other man was an examiner who had taken bribes, and he wanted to ask for a favor now. We met before at the Dragon and Beauty Bar. I am very familiar with Boss and Angong. In truth, they weren't familiar at all. But at this moment, Zhu Wei needed to use a big name to back himself up. I spent a large sum of money buying some things from your aunt. You understand? Zhu Wei winked at Lin Baici. He remembered Nangongshu saying that Lin Baici was her own nephew, and judging by the boss lady's attitude, the two were very close. In his view, since his aunt was involved in such black market business, her own nephew must surely be getting a cut of the profits. Lin Baici raised his hand and slapped Zhu Wei across the face, forcing the rest of his words back down his throat. Zhu Wei was dumbfounded. Why did you hit me? If you dare to spout one more word of nonsense, I will revoke your candidate qualification, Lin Baici scolded. The burning pain on his cheek made Zhu Wei want to explode. At worst, they could go down together, and he would expose them. But as he looked into Lin Baiqi's eyes, he ultimately forced out a smile. I was wrong, forget it. Endure for a moment and the storm will pass. I should find a way to get the license first. After you see the flags, if it says where you will die if you go that way, then walk backward in that direction. You will be able to get out after 9 alleys. Lin Baici waved his hand impatiently. Get lost. Many thanks, Examiner Lin. Zhu Wei was beaming with joy. Damn it. You want to act like a saint after doing something dirty, but in the end, didn't you still tell me the answer? If you had the guts, you shouldn't have said anything. Lin Baici left those words behind and continued to look for others. Safe travels. Examiner Lin, Sue bowed respectfully. Once he saw Lin Baici disappear, he boasted to Hejan, "How about that? Listening to your big brother was the right move, wasn't it? That's for sure." Hejan gave a thumbs up. This time, it should be a sure thing. Lin Baici followed the compass needle and found his way over. But he was one step late. Shen Nan had arrived first. Behind him followed more than a dozen candidates, along with 2 other examiners. Red-haired sister and Zhang Hao. Little brother Lin. Red-haired sister waved. "Let's go. Continue the search and rescue." Shen Nan didn't engage in small talk with Lin Baici and instructed the group. After being grabbed by the ghost hands, do not panic. Even if you are empty-handed, if you swing hard a few times, you can break the ghost hand's arms. It's inconvenient to bring so many candidates. Let them go first, and we will split up to find people, Lin Baici suggested. Red-haired sister was startled, then surprised. "You know how to get out." Lin Baici explained the method. Ever since the black fog appeared, Shen Nan hadn't thought about clearing the level quickly, but had instead been searching for and rescuing candidates. He hadn't expected Lin Baici to find the answer so quickly, as expected of God Lin. Red-haired sister patted Lin Baici's shoulder hard. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Baici with burning eyes, sizing him up. "Did you all hear that? Hurry up and go," red-haired sister urged. "Wait, Examiner Lin. Will there be other dangers?" "Exactly. Those ghost hands are terrifying. Can you send us over first? You have an obligation to ensure our safety, right?" A few candidates didn't dare to leave. They were truly terrified of being choked by the ghost hands. That feeling of suffocation was just too scary. "We've already told you the method, and you still don't dare to go. What a bunch of cowards," red-haired sister scolded. "Get lost. Hurry up and get lost." The candidates dawdled, and willing to move. "Forget it. Don't bicker with these people. You take them over," Zhang Hao arranged. "I'm leaving first." Shen Nan took his leave, not wanting to team up with Lin Baici. "Go quickly." Zhang Hao gave red-haired sister a push. Red-haired sister curled her lip, thinking to herself, "Why don't you go and leave the chance to team up with Lin Baici to me?" However, Zhang Hao held a higher position and had greater strength, so red-haired sister didn't want to defy her. "Then I'm going. You guys be careful." Red-haired sister left with the candidates. Zhang Hao patted Lin Baici on the back. "Let's go, God Lin. Let me see what you're capable of." Chapter 485, Surrounded by Crisis. The fog had dissipated a little more, and visibility had reached about 10 meters. In the streets and alleys, footsteps hurried by. "Hurry, hurry," red-haired sister urged. After sending off this batch of candidates, she still had to go help others. Everyone walked backward. They had been anxious and fearful of being choked by the elusive ghost hands, but they had already walked through 8 alleys without any issues. This proved that Examiner Lin's method was correct. For a moment, many people's hearts were filled with gratitude toward Lin Baici, while at the same time, they felt a bit of envy, because Lin Baici was too young, even among the candidates. He was in the youngest bracket. Not to mention that he was already an examiner. He truly had a limitless future. It would be a great opportunity to team up with God Lin and explore the God runes together. The red-haired sister was experienced, compared to the examinees. She had a much clearer understanding of how exceptional Lin Baici was. It was a pity that they belonged to different branches, otherwise, she would have insisted on purifying a few rule-based pollutions together, setting aside how much loot they might gain. Being able to rack up some combat records would be great. Not only did promotions and bonuses within the Security Bureau depend on combat records, but the rank advancement of God Hunters also relied on them. This was why powerful colleagues were always so sought after. Who wouldn't want their companions to be super elites capable of clearing God runes solo? Whoosh! The people walking backward in front suddenly stopped. Because visibility was low and everyone was afraid, they were all walking very close to one another. Their sudden stop caused quite a few people to bump into each other, though fortunately, no one was injured. What is going on? Are there ghost hands? Examiner. There is someone in front. The examinees were noisy. The red-haired sister was in the latter half of the group. Upon hearing this, she immediately pushed the examinees aside and moved to the front. In front of them stood a tall examinee wearing a red down jacket. Whether he had been scared silly or something else was wrong, He was standing blankly in the middle of the alley, not moving an inch. The red-haired sister shouted. The examinee in the red down jacket remained indifferent. The red-haired sister certainly wasn't afraid of an examine. Moreover, she had observed him carefully, other than looking dazed and foolish. There was nothing unusual about him. So she walked straight over. Hey, stop spacing out. According to the hint from the apricot yellow flag, if you walk backward through 9 alleys, you can get out. The red-haired sister explained at a very fast pace. Did he get scared silly by the ghost hands? Definitely. Why bother with him? Let's just go. We only have 1 alley left. The examinees were clamoring. Everyone was about to get out, and the guy in the red down jacket would take a long time, so there was no way to team up. Besides, they didn't know each other, so there was no need to look after him. The young man in the red down jacket remained indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a thing. The red-haired sister figured this young man had been scared into a mental breakdown. She didn't have time to waste here, and since she had already said what needed to be said, she raised her right hand and nudged him. She wanted to make him stand to the side. The young man in the red down jacket was pushed to steps, then immediately turned his head to look at the red-haired sister. Let's go. The red-haired sister turned back to call out to the others, ignoring the young man, but the next instant, the hair on her entire body stood on end, just like an antelope being targeted by a ferocious beast. There is danger. The red-haired sister instinctively retreated, wanting to fall back into the crowd of examinees so that even if she were attacked, there would be plenty of targets to share the incoming fire. But she was half a beat too slow. Puchi. A hand pierced into the red-haired sister's left chest and punched through to the other side. At the fingertips, bits of flesh were stained, and fresh blood dripped down. The red-haired sister's body stiffened, and she looked at the young man before her in shock. She never expected that this young man's sneak attack would be so swift and ferocious. The most terrifying thing was that there was no emotional fluctuation on his face, as if he had just casually swatted a fly to death. The red-haired sister tried to activate her divine grace to fight back with her dying breath, but the young man's right hand, which had pierced through her chest, suddenly lifted her up, then swung her down and smashed her into the ground. Fresh blood splattered in a radial pattern. Every bone in the red-haired sister's body shattered. Below her pelvis, her 2 legs were twisted irregularly, looking like a braided dough twist. The sound of the violent impact stunned a dozen examinees. Then, seeing the red-haired sister, who was now a pile of mangled flesh, they shook violently and turned to run. What is wrong with this examinee? Has he been polluted? Killing an examiner in 1 strike? This is truly terrifying. The somewhat dazed young man chased after them at an extremely high speed. Within seconds, he caught up to the 2 examinees running at the very back. He was still holding the corpse of the red-haired sister, so he used it like a human mace and swung it out. Bang, bang. Some examinees were sent flying. The red-haired sister's corpse also slammed into the wall, shattering even more severely. The examinees fled in a panic, screaming for help, but their voices could not penetrate the black fog to spread outward. Even worse, the ghost hands suddenly appeared. A running examinee suddenly felt his neck tighten. This caused him, who had been breathing rapidly, to become like a balloon with its opening tied shut. He was instantly suffocated, his face turning bright red. In less than 10 seconds, over a dozen examinees were all strangled by the ghost hands. One of them struggled and ran for over 10 meters, but his knees eventually went soft, and he knelt on the ground. This time, even if they wanted to call for help, they couldn't make a sound. Some clever ones walked backward, wanting to see if that would make the ghost hands let go, while others huddled toward the person closest to them, hoping they could help knock the ghost hands off. And fortunately, in times like these, everyone only thought of self-preservation. There was no spirit of mutual aid. The young man in the red down jacket stopped chasing. He squatted on the ground, watching these examinees struggle. Round his own neck, a pair of ghost hands had also appeared, tightening frantically. The examinees saw this scene and felt a sense of grim satisfaction. Good, if we are going to die, we die together. But they soon discovered that the young man remained indifferent. A minute later, all the examinees had been strangled to death, lying scattered all over the ground. The young man waited for a while longer, then stood up and walked forward in a daze. The ghost hands were still around his neck, but they had no way to strangle him to death. Lin Baici and Zhang Hao were running through the alleys, gathering the examinees. When they encountered ghost hands trying to take lives, they didn't panic at all, as each of them could handle it on their own. The rule-based pollution of the 7 towns of Luoyang has changed before, but it never harmed lives. This time, it seems much more serious. Zhang Hao was worried. This place probably couldn't be used as an examination site in the future. Why not completely purify these god ruins? Lin Baici asked curiously. Can't you find the divine remains? Zhang Hao nodded. We can't find them. Lin Baici rubbed his stomach, wondering if he could rely on this sense of hunger to locate the divine remains. The problem was, with so many examiners around, how could he consume it without anyone noticing? Someone is there. Zhang Hao saw a red dot in the blackness ahead, flickering on and off, and she immediately quickened her pace. When they ran over, they saw it was an examinee walking while smoking a cigarette. Shut your mouth and follow us, Zhang Hao warned. She had no interest in talking to a bottom-tier examinee. Lin Baici looked at the young man, whose teeth had turned yellow from smoking too many cigarettes. His cheeks were sunken, and he had dark circles under his eyes, looking every bit like a sickly wretch. For a god hunter to let their physique deteriorate to this state, it was clear how undisciplined this examinee was. Want one? The examinee offered a cigarette. My name is Li Xiang. Thanks, I don't smoke. Lin Baici refused. As time passed, some examinees used their magnets one after another, choosing to give up on the exam. This actually made it easier for Lin Baici and Zhang Hao to use the compass to search for other examinees. Although the pollution intensity had increased, these examinees were giving up too quickly. So Zhang Hao did not have a pleasant expression for these weak-willed losers. While passing through an alley, Lin Baici's group ran into a crowd. God Lin and Yixian waved. God Lin. Liu Lanqing glanced at the group of examinees behind Lin Baici, then looked at Zhang Hao. Everyone could tell from the other party's calm expression that they had found a way to pass the level. You lot, take these examinees over first, Zhang Hao ordered. Just let them follow along. Let them feel the atmosphere and broaden their horizons. Liu Lanqing casually hugged Lin Baici's arm. Finally, I can purify the rule pollution with God Lin. Have you seen Hong Yao? Lin Baici pulled his arm away from Liu Lanqing. Seeing this, a smile curled on the corner of Zhang Hao's mouth. With your looks, you dare to throw yourself at Lin Baici. Everyone shook their heads. So many examiners gathered together is a waste. Let's split up, Zhang Hao arranged. And after speaking, she dragged Lin Baici away. Is having a high rank so great? Liu Lanqing was annoyed. This bitch is clearly abusing her power. Forget it. Saving people is more important, since Zhang Hao had given the order. And Yixian was happy to slack off and left with the examinees. However, after walking through 9 streets and alleys, she realized they hadn't left the divine ruins. On the small plaza, quite a few people had already gathered. The examiners were huddled together, discussing. Looking at it this way, we have to finish all 7 towns to leave this divine ruin. The pollution has intensified, so the radiation from the divine remains must have increased. Do you think we can take this opportunity to find the divine remains? These examinees are truly miserable. If 1/3 of them survive in the end, we should thank the heavens. The examiners were debating whether to set off now. Wait for team leader Pan. Ziyangchun wasn't afraid of danger. He just didn't want everyone to be scattered and go in their own ways. But just as he finished speaking, he saw Shen Nan walking toward the city gate tunnel. Shen Nan, what are you doing? Ziyangchun shouted. Purifying the divine ruins. Shen Nan didn't look back, saying only those 4 words. Is he doing this to compete with Lin Baici? Duke guessed. Do you know? I asked just now. The first ones to arrive were those 2 examinees, and they were led by God Lin. Big Auntie revealed. Everyone was a bit surprised to hear this. God Lin is indeed strong. Do you know how long it took them to get here? Big Auntie boasted. Only about 20 minutes. So fast, surprise turned into exclamation, because everyone could compare it to the time it took them to find the method to pass. And they could tell just how outstanding Lin Baici was. A commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. The examiners turned their heads and saw 3 women and 1 man walking toward the city gate tunnel. I think it's better to wait and go with the main force, Fang Mingyuan advised. You can stay behind. Gu Qingqiu's tone was flat. Tsk. Among this year's examinees, there are a few with guts, Ziyang Chun praised. The pollution has worsened. We should stop them, Pig Auntie reminded. Stop them for what? Maybe another Ying Baili will emerge. Ziyang Chun saw that two of the girls were very beautiful, so he immediately followed. Preparing to enter the second town. Chapter 486. What kind of divine grace is this? Isn't it too strong? The floor in the alley was wet and slippery from the accumulated rainwater, and one would occasionally slip if not careful. More than a dozen examinees followed Lin Baici and Zhang Hao. Standing at a fork in the road, looking nervously at the apricot yellow flag stuck on the wall, Zhang Hao raised her left hand and checked her watch. It has been 3 hours since we entered the first town. I think we can head out now. For the last 15 minutes, there had been no reaction from the magnets on the compass, and neither she nor Lin Baici had found any new examinees, which meant most of them had likely been saved and had already passed through. Let's go. The other examiners were also very capable. Lin Baici wasn't arrogant enough to think that only he could help these examinees survive. From now on, walk backward, without my permission. You are not allowed to turn around. If you fall, you are absolutely not allowed to take a single step forward after standing up. Otherwise, you will fail halfway, Zhang Hao instructed. The examinees had been wanting to leave for a long time, so they nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Everything went smoothly. 15 minutes later, Lin Baici's group walked out of the first town and arrived at the small plaza. Why haven't we left the divine ruins? Don't tell me we have to keep going. A young man wearing a windbreaker sighed. Zhang Hao and Lin Baici looked at each other. There was no one on the small plaza. It seems everyone has already gone to the second town. Zhang Hao examined the 3 gate tunnels ahead. Which one should we take? The left side is the most dangerous. After passing through, you will encounter monsters in a short time. The middle path is of medium difficulty, and the right side is the easiest. The God Eater commented. What do you think? Lin Baici asked in return, wanting to test Zhang Hao's luck. Furthermore, if she chose the right side, he could simply agree and do her a favor. That way, when he made decisions later on, she would feel embarrassed to object. The left side, Zhang Hao chuckled. My luck has always been very good. Great. It was the answer he least wanted to hear. Just as Lin Baici was pondering how to persuade Zhang Hao to change to a different gate tunnel, she spoke up. All right. Just say which one you want to choose. I will listen to you. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. You geniuses always have strong opinions. You must be thinking about how to convince me to follow your plan, right? Zhang Hao gave him a wink. Don't waste the effort. This time, I will listen to you completely. Lin Baici kept a calm expression, but he felt suspicious in his heart. Zhang Hao was being so agreeable. Could she be plotting something? Don't overthink it. I just purely want to see your personal capabilities. Zhang Hao signaled for everyone to set off. Besides, for me, it makes no difference which gate tunnel we choose. There was an air of absolute confidence in Zhang Hao's tone. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Lin Baici did not stand on ceremony. Let's take the right side. Hurry up. Zhang Hao urged the group. As one of the 3 heroes of Shangjing and a celebrity in the security bureau, if she didn't value Lin Baici, she wouldn't be this polite to anyone below the dragon level. Poaching him probably wouldn't succeed. But building a good relationship now would allow for future cooperation. I think taking the middle path is the safest, the young man in the windbreaker suggested, wanting to decide his own fate. But Lin Baici and Zhang Hao completely ignored him. Because in the divine ruins, one's influence is determined by one's strength. Lin Baici and Zhang Hao walked into the gate tunnel one after the other. The view in front of them immediately darkened, pitch black and impossible to see through. After walking for about 50 or 60 meters, a fine, drizzling rain began to sprinkle on their faces. A mountain breeze carrying the stench of rotting corpses blew past. The sensation coming from the soles of their feet was no longer concrete flooring, but had turned into soil. Lin Baici looked down to check. Sure enough, his hiking boots were stepping on soft, black mud. There were some sparse trees and weeds around. Because of the rain, the ground was muddy, and after only a few steps, his shoes were covered in dirt. Don't panic. This place is called Crow Ridge. It is shrouded in fog all year round. As long as you find a dragon gate in, you can leave, Zhang Hao explained. Because of the presence of the black fog, light could barely penetrate it, and visibility was only about 10 meters, making this Crow Ridge look like a winter morning before dawn. Watch your surroundings. Dead flesh men will appear, Zhang Hao warned. This sentence caused the examinee's nerves to tighten instinctively. How do we find that in? Are there any clues? Lin Baici scanned the surroundings. This was just a desolate mountain wilderness in a horror movie. It would definitely be the kind of place where evil spirits lurk. Zhang Hao explained. This stage tests the examinee's combat power. In the process of searching for the Dragon Gate Inn, it is inevitable to encounter dead flesh men. The strong will fight their way through, while the weak will run away, consuming more stamina. Once the sun comes out and the morning mist dissipates, you will be able to see the inn. However, I feel that the pollution intensity has increased. The fog will most likely not dissipate. If the visibility remained like this, finding the inn would purely be a matter of luck. The God Eater did not provide any commentary or guidance, so Lin Baici chose to head up the mountain. 2 examiners. I think we should find a place to rest and wait for others to purify the rule pollution. Then we can just pick up the ready-made results, the young man in the windbreaker suggested. Judging by the situation, there would be more trouble ahead, so he wanted to save his energy. At the very least, those people will definitely kill some dead flesh men on their way to find the inn. This way, if we act in 2 hours, we will encounter fewer monsters. You can stay behind. Zhang Hao didn't even bother to turn her head. I won't force you. The young man in the windbreaker looked displeased, thinking that these 2 examiners were quite stupid, just as he was thinking about what arguments he could use to persuade them. The mud under his feet suddenly splashed open with a swoosh. A fat, rotting hand reached out from the soil. Damn it! The young man in the windbreaker was startled and hurriedly tried to run forward, but it was too late. Smack! The large hand grabbed his ankle. Whoosh! A large, fat man crawled out from underground. It was not wearing any clothes, and its rolls of fat were an eyesore. Examiners. The young man in the windbreaker was dragged down. While shouting, he used his other foot to kick the fat man's arm, but to the monster. This attack was like a tickle. Get out of the way, Zhang Hao shouted. The examinees scattered in panic to avoid being targeted by the monster. Whoosh! The monster grew annoyed from being kicked. Its other hand balled into a fist and, like swatting a cockroach, smashed toward the stomach of the young man in the windbreaker. The young man screamed. Whoosh! A muscular, knotted Buddha appeared beside the dead flesh man, its palm, as large as a fan, slapping onto the monster's head. The dead flesh man's head was smashed to pieces. Fresh blood sprayed from the severed neck cavity like a fountain, splattering everywhere. However, the dead flesh man did not die. Its fist continued to descend. With one punch, the young man's pelvis and both legs were smashed into a pulp of meat. The young man shrieked. Shredded flesh mixed with blood spurted more than 3 meters out from his pant legs, soaking the soil. The dead flesh man raised its blood-soaked fist, preparing for a second strike. But the muscle Buddha slammed a fist into its shoulder. The dead flesh man was sent flying, and the area where it took the punch was fractured and sunken. The muscular Buddha pursued it. Save me, save me. The young man in the windbreaker had snot and tears streaming down his face, shouting for help toward Lin Baici and Zhang Hao. This big Buddha is quite strong. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, and she left the monster to Lin Baici. She glanced at the lucky young man and gave up on rescuing him. Half of his body was already rotting. He was undoubtedly going to die. Lin Baici was gripping his bronze sword. Just as he rushed over, the muscular Buddha suddenly turned around and swiped its large palm toward him. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed toward his face. Lin Baici leaned backward, his body becoming parallel to the ground. Once the muscular Buddha's massive hand swiped past, he relied on his powerful core strength to straighten his upper body back up. TSK. With that kind of core strength, if his girlfriend were an ordinary person, she would probably be exhausted and paralyzed before half the night was over. Zhang Hao admired Lin Baici's heroic fighting posture. She was not surprised that the muscular Buddha had suddenly attacked Lin Baici, as many supernatural items were just that troublesome. Lin Baici swung his sword in a continuous flurry of slashes. Swish, swish, swish. Every strike left a 3-finger-deep wound on the dead flesh man. In less than a minute, this monster had been hacked into a bloody mess by Lin Baici. It doesn't die even without its head. That is a dead flesh man. Its vitality is incredibly vigorous. Has it mutated? The examinees gathered behind Zhang Hao, watching this scene with trembling hearts. As Lin Baici suppressed the monster, they gradually relaxed. The muscular Buddha landed another punch on the dead flesh man, causing it to stagger. Lin Baici immediately performed a jumping slash, flesh-shredding strike. Swish. The bronze sword cut down from the dead flesh man's left shoulder, carving over a foot deep into its chest. The dead flesh man let out a miserable shriek, and the muscles all over its body suddenly began to twitch and convulse. Lin Baici had originally intended to deliver a finishing blow, but seeing this situation, he immediately retreated and warned everyone, "Be careful." Suddenly, with a bang, the dead flesh man self-destructed. Its fat body exploded into hundreds of pieces, flattering in all directions, making the area look as if it were raining minced meat and blood. The stench became even more pungent. Lin Baici and Zhang Hao managed to hide behind a large tree in time, but the other examinees did not have such reflexes. The minced meat and blood from the dead flesh man splattered onto them, immediately corroding their skin and emitting wisps of white smoke. These things are corrosive. An examine screamed and hurriedly stripped off his clothes. Several other unlucky ones failed to protect their heads in time and were splattered all over. Immediately, a searing, intense burning sensation made them cry out in pain. Even more troublesome was that the skin stained with the minced meat began to break out in bumps, feeling both painful and itchy. Some examinees couldn't stand it and reached out to scratch, only for their skin to tear at the slightest touch. The intensity of the contamination has indeed increased. It wasn't like this before. Zhang Hao's expression was grave. "Examiner, save us. It's so itchy, so painful. What should we do? Why did I even come to take this licensing exam?" Everyone was clamoring, and several examinees were already regretting their decision. The flesh and blood of the dead flesh man contain toxins. Once touched, it will cause normal bodies to become infected and mutate. The liver of the dead flesh man, if boiled and eaten, can dispel this toxin. Go find the dead flesh man's liver. That thing can stop itching. Lin Baici shouted out. The dead flesh man had just exploded, and its internal organs were scattered everywhere. However, since these monsters were formed by the contamination of humans, the shape of their livers was similar to that of humans. Some examinees hurriedly took action, but others stood where they were, motionless. "Examiner Lin, are you sure?" "Examiner Zhang, is that so?" The examinees were not stupid. They wanted an explanation from Lin Baici. Furthermore, Examiner Zhang glanced at Lin Baici, hesitating to speak, seemingly having doubts about his answer. Believe it or not, Lin Baici walked over to the young man in the windbreaker. The kid had lost too much blood and was already dead. "You all hurry up and find the livers. We need to hurry on our way in a moment," Zhang Hao urged, then walked to Lin Baici's side. "How did you know that?" Lin Baici was clearly not the type of man to spout nonsense. So she really wanted to know why he knew the way to stop itching the very first time he faced a mutated dead flesh man. "Secret," Lin Baici gave a perfunctory reply. He began to worry about Guqinkyu and Huoyuyu. Suddenly, from the 2 o'clock direction, the sound of thumping footsteps arrived. The examinees looked up, and a few seconds later, they saw over a dozen dead flesh men crashing through the fog and appearing in their field of vision. They had hideous faces and quivering fat, charging over with a bizarre, loping gait. Without needing Lin Baici to give an order, the examinees immediately turned and ran for their lives. There were too many monsters. They didn't dare to fight at all. "Let's go." Lin Baici did not want to waste his divine power fighting these small fries. The examinees were unfamiliar with the terrain and ran stumbling and falling, coupled with the fact that the dead flesh men were running very fast. The distance between them was closing rapidly. "Examiner Lin, please think of a way. We are going to be caught. I beg you, don't leave us behind." Some examinees pleaded, sobbing and crying. "You all go first. I will hold them off." As an examiner, Lin Baici could not just abandon these examinees and run away himself. "Thank you." Examiner Lin. Some examinees were overjoyed. They shouted and ran away immediately. However, 3 of them stayed behind. They were thinking a bit more deeply. In a place like this, leaving Lin Baici and Zhang Hao would drastically increase their risk of death. "Run! Why are you just standing there?" Zhang Hao urged. She found these examinees to be a nuisance and was happy to take the opportunity to shake them off. Lin Baici stopped in his tracks. Waiting until the monsters were within 10 meters, he immediately summoned the muscular Buddha, having it smash a poplar tree with one punch and carry it to create a loud commotion, drawing the attention of the dead flesh men. The dead flesh men all charged over. Lin Baici crouched low and maneuvered his position. Once the dead flesh men surrounded the muscular Buddha, he activated his divine grace. A fine rain began to drift through the woods. As the droplets landed on those monsters, their heads erupted into flames with a whooshing sound, as if they had been ignited like candles. A massive Buddha appeared behind Lin Baici, then lowered its head and bent its waist. It blew out a single breath, whoosh, floating life night rain. Wild Buddha blows out the lamp. The flames on the heads of the dead flesh men were extinguished in an instant, brushed away as if they had suddenly died of a stroke. They collapsed to the ground, hitting the earth with dull thuds. Thump, thump, thump. What kind of divine ability is this? The lethality is just too high. Zhang Hao was filled with shock and blurted out, "Floating life night rain." Wild Buddha blows out the lamp. Lin Baici answered casually, "As long as it is a living organism, this divine ability can take effect, which is why it is useless against zombies, ghosts, stone statues, and other such monsters. It looks like this stage is secure." Zhang Hao felt that Lin Baici was like a great treasure, always revealing new charms to be unearthed. The few examinees who had stayed behind were dumbfounded to see Lin Baici kill those monsters in a single strike. Those who had run ahead, seeing the monsters die, also stopped in their tracks. Just as they were about to turn back, those dead flesh men lying on the ground stood up one by one. They began to sprint wildly, like crazed bulls, charging toward Lin Baici. Chapter 487. The kept Manling Crow Ridge, shrouded in thick fog, was permeated with the scent of rot and death. Those dead flesh men scrambled up and charged toward Lin Baici with great momentum. Their brains seemed to be broken, even when there were large trees in front of them. They did not know how to dodge, crashing straight into them. Crack! The trees fell to the ground, splashing mud everywhere, and many leaves that had been chewed by insects flew about in disarray. Lin Baici roared. The examinees turned and fled for their lives. The few who had wanted to follow Lin Baici also gave up, each accelerating into a mad dash, desperate to escape this hellish place. What is going on? Zhang Hao felt completely numb. How could such a powerful divine ability from Lin Baici fail to completely kill these dead flesh men? The 7 towns of Luoyang were becoming increasingly difficult with each one. At this rate, the number of people who could survive until the end would be very few. Could the pollution intensity of this divine ruin be returning to its original state? Zhang Hao was filled with worry. She stretched out her toned, long legs and, like a female leopard, caught up to Lin Baici. "We have to find a way to shake off these monsters. There were too many dead flesh men in Crow Ridge. If they were all like the ones before them, they would never be finished off even if they were exhausted to death. So, it was better to find a way to avoid the fight." Lin Baici dodged a poplar tree and glanced at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao read the look in Lin Baici's eyes. He was wondering why she had followed him. In truth, the correct choice for Zhang Hao would have been to take the examinees and leave to find the Dragon Gate in. But for Zhang Hao, if those examinees died, they died. She did not care at all. She wanted to purify the rule pollution alongside Lin Baici more than anything. Comradeship is not something forged at a drinking table, but through real-life adventures and fighting for one's life together. In Zhang Hao's view, if she had to sacrifice all the examinees to gain the chance to be Lin Baici's companion, she would do it without hesitation. "I admire you." Zhang Hao met Lin Baici's gaze without backing down. Is that not allowed? Because they had almost no contact, Zhang Hao could not gauge Lin Baici's personality. She only hoped he was not the type of sanctimonious hypocrite, otherwise, her act of abandoning the examinees would surely annoy him. It is my honor. Lin Baici offered a polite smile. Zhang Hao was quite good-looking. As for her figure, She wore a tight-fitting black leather outfit that outlined her curvaceous silhouette, with very exaggerated contours, like a large pear. Actually, come to think of it, if a woman did not have a good figure, who would dare to wear such clothes? As one of the three heroes of Shangjing, Zhang Hao had taken the initiative to show goodwill, so Lin Baici certainly would not give her a cold shoulder. As for those examinees, he had taken the initiative to lure the monsters away, which could be considered fulfilling his duty as an examiner. Zhang Hao looked back at the dead flesh men, preparing to suggest a plan, but was interrupted by Lin Baici. You go and lure the dead flesh men away and buy me 3 minutes, Lin Baici commanded. Zhang Hao's brows furrowed instinctively. She had her own team, and even when going on missions with dragon-level experts, she served as the deputy leader. She had not experienced being ordered around like this for a very long time. However, immediately after, Zhang Hao's brow smoothed out. Without any complaints or dissatisfaction, she turned and charged directly toward the dead flesh men behind them. Zhang Hao expressed 3 words through her actions. I trust you. Lin Baici understood that if he failed to perform this time, he would lose Zhang Hao's trust. So, he accelerated and charged forward. His hiking boots stomped heavily on the ground, kicking up dirt as he lifted his feet. Zhang Hao reached behind her and pulled a small hand crossbow from her backpack. It was a foot long with a silver finish. She quickly pulled back the bowstring and then slotted a 10-centimeter long bolt into the groove. During this process, Zhang Hao was still sprinting. By the time she had loaded the bolt, she was only 3 meters away from the nearest dead flesh man. The dead flesh man's fat shook violently as it roared and swung its fist at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao pushed off the ground with her right leg, leaping into the air to a height of over 3 meters. Then, with a bang, she stepped on the dead flesh man's face with her left foot. Using the force to vault over its head, Zhang Hao landed half-turned and aimed her crossbow at the second fastest one she had been tracking. Pulling the trigger, whoosh, the bolt shot out with a flash of silver, striking the back of the dead flesh man's head. The bolt exploded, a burst of fire erupting as shredded flesh flew everywhere. More than half of the dead flesh man's head was blown off. After stumbling forward a few steps due to momentum, it crashed to the ground, sending mud and debris splattering. Come and play with Big Sister, Zhang Hao shouted as she began to maneuver, simultaneously hooking a second crossbow bolt. With a flick of her hand, she aimed at the dead flesh man that had lunged to within 3 meters of her. Go to hell, whoosh! The crossbow bolt exploded against the face of the dead flesh man. When the smoke and fire dissipated, all that remained of the creature was half a bloody, hollowed-out skull. Lin Baici, you had better not disappoint me. Zhang Hao was completely unfazed. Although the dead flesh men were terrifying, for a god hunter of her caliber, this was just a minor skirmish. If it weren't for the fact that killing them wasn't cost-effective, she could have wiped them all out. Because of Zhang Hao's actions, the attention of the dead flesh men was fully drawn, and they began to pursue her. In the forest, roars echoed one after another, startling the crows into flight. Damn it! Zhang Hao frowned deeply and let out a curse, because she saw the first dead flesh man, whose head she had just blown apart, crawling back up. It still won't die. This is going to be troublesome, Sister Zhang. Run toward your 8 o'clock direction. Lin Baici's voice suddenly came from the front right, and Zhang Hao immediately followed his instructions. She changed direction and sprinted. After charging for about 20 meters, a tall, dark shadow suddenly flashed in the woods ahead, making Zhang Hao's heart skip a beat. Soon, she saw it clearly. It was a tall reindeer, with 2 bulging, supply-filled saddlebags on its back, one on each side, and it was pulling a sled behind it. It was a pity that it wasn't a snowy winter. Otherwise, if a sled-pulling reindeer had appeared, Zhang Hao would have insisted on taking a few selfies with it. Sitting on the sled was a man, gripping the reins. It was Lin Baici. Sister Zhang, over here, Lin Baici shouted, just as he was about to remind Zhang Hao to account for the lead distance so she wouldn't miss the sled. Zhang Hao had already observed the path and adjusted her trajectory. The person and the reindeer gradually converged. 30 meters later, Zhang Hao watched the sled speed past in front of her and lunged. Lin Baici grabbed Zhang Hao's outstretched right hand and pulled hard. Zhang Hao slammed into Lin Baici, pressing against him as she landed. Success! Zhang Hao didn't get up immediately. After a joyful cheer, she kissed Lin Baici on the cheek. A dead flesh man screamed and lunged over like a mad dog. Lin Baici exerted force with his arm, pushing Zhang Hao to the side. Watch out for a collision. Fortunately, Zhang Hao didn't linger. After moving away from Lin Baici, she aimed and fired her hand crossbow. Whoosh! The dead flesh man's large face was blown to pieces. The dead flesh man crashed heavily onto the ground. The sled accelerated, shaking off the dead flesh man and heading deep into the forest. You actually have a vehicle like this. Zhang Hao touched the sled, filled with envy. With this thing, she could save a lot of stamina. This thing runs fastest on snow and grass. Lin Baici watched the road ahead. Although the trees in Crow Ridge were sparse, he didn't dare to be careless, lest he crash. This speed is enough to shake off those dead flesh men. Zhang Hao looked back at the dead flesh men, who were falling further and further behind. You asked me to stall these monsters just so you could summon this sled? Lin Baici nodded. The dead flesh men were too close. If I had summoned the reindeer back then, the monsters would have been upon us before it could even pick up speed. By the way, I remember the great shaman of the North American Yellowstone group also has a reindeer sled. Zhang Hao suddenly recalled this rumor and asked Lin Baici curiously, where did you get this one? Most God-forbidden items were regional. Things like reindeer sleds, Santa Claus, or tooth fairies usually originated from North American god runes, while knights, saints, and heroes came from Europe. Japan was known for ghosts, monsters, and perverted rule-based contamination. Where are we going now? Lin Baici changed the subject. What? Didn't get enough kisses? So I'm not worthy of hearing your secrets? Zhang Hao looked aggrieved, as if Lin Baici were a heartless man. The great shaman gave it to me. Lin Baici felt he should give Zhang Hao a bit of a shock. Constantly hiding one's strength would only lead to being looked down upon, and besides, Lin Baici figured Zhang Hao probably wouldn't believe him anyway. You can't even lie well. Who would believe that? Zhang Hao scoffed. If I'm not mistaken, this sled can serve as both a vehicle and a spatial storage item. Do you know how rare this kind of God-forbidden item is? I bet if Shakira's own son asked her for it, she wouldn't give it to him. Lin Baici shrugged, too lazy to respond. Zhang Hao didn't press the issue. After all, everyone had their own secrets. However, deep down, Zhang Hao couldn't help but wonder, Kyushu shouldn't have this kind of God-forbidden item. Lin Baici must have gotten it abroad. He happened to have been to the Bizen God ruins. Shakira went there too. Could it be? Zhang Hao turned her head to study Lin Baici carefully. In the dim light, the silhouette of Lin Baici's profile cast a shadow, adding a touch of mystery to his handsome features. Could Lin Baici be having an affair with Shakira? She couldn't imagine in a million years that Lin Baici could take down a dragon-level entity. So she concluded that Lin Baici must be a kept man. The reindeer galloped on, and the sled bumped along. Zhang Hao lit a cigarette, leaned back against the seat, crossed her legs, and watched the scenery fly by. Comfortable, little Lin. Looking at how you resisted earlier, you've never been in a relationship, have you? Zhang Hao licked her lips. Do you want Big Sister to help you gain some experience? Don't you have a boyfriend? Lin Baici retorted. Zhang Hao laughed, teasing Lin Baici on purpose. So you like women who have boyfriends? In that case, Big Sister can go find one, and then help you gain some experience. How is it? Your big sister is pretty generous, right? Zhang Hao said, leaning her body to the side and resting against Lin Baici's arm. Lin Baici was completely caught off guard by Zhang Hao. Haha, I'm just teasing you. Zhang Hao burst into laughter. Lin Baici really was inexperienced. The men who can catch the eye of a woman like me are too few and far between. They are hard to find. Setting aside looks and money, let's just talk about physical stamina. Even professional athletes can't last 30 seconds with me. What's the point in that? After saying this, Zhang Hao sighed. That is a luxury item. I want to find a boyfriend who is my social equal and can also satisfy me physically. But I can only look among god hunters. Yet, why would a man of that caliber waste his time on me? Zhang Hao muttered to herself, clearly harboring deep resentment. Liking attractive members of the opposite sex is human nature, and neither men nor women are exceptions. All right, jokes aside, let's talk business. Zhang Hao blew a smoke ring. Those mutated dead flesh men have become too strong. The worst case scenario is that this god ruins expands again, causing pollution and radiation. It is no longer a question of saving those examinees or getting out alive. It is about purifying this god ruins as quickly as possible. Zhang Hao's expression turned grave. There are several towns within a few dozen miles of the 7 towns of Luoyang. Combined, they probably have a population of over 1 million. Once they get dragged into the god ruins, the consequences will be too severe. Lin Baici had been to the Bizan god ruins and knew how miserable humans could be once a city was polluted. However, being anxious was useless. Finding the Dragon Gaiden could only be left to luck. Fortunately, having the reindeer sled greatly increased their search efficiency. 20 minutes later, Lin Baici heard shouting and cries for help. He pulled the reins and immediately rushed over. Deng Mingyu was running at the very front, glancing back at the dead flesh man from time to time. Behind him followed a dozen examinees, all of them panting heavily. Suddenly, the dead flesh man charged over at high speed, like a shell fired from a tank. "Get out of the way!" Deng Mingyu shouted. The dead flesh man charged in a straight line, smashing through 2 large trees with 2 loud bangs. It scrambled up, turned around, and charged toward the examinees. Deng Mingyu immediately ran to the left, and the examinees hurriedly followed. "Examiner, don't leave me behind," He Zhang stumbled. He had twisted his ankle while dodging earlier, and now every step he took was a piercing, agonizing pain. "Zhang, you can't run anymore. Why don't you lure the monster away?" Zhu Wei suggested. "Why don't you go lure it?" He Zhang cursed loudly. "Because the monster is chasing you." Zhu Wei's tone was matter of fact. "Bullshit. It's chasing everyone," He Zhang cursed. Then pleaded, "Examiner, don't leave me behind. I can give you money, lots of money, team leader. What should we do?" Duke asked anxiously. Deng Mingyu had just smashed the dead flesh man's head and destroyed its heart. But in less than 10 seconds, it had grown a new head and heart and revived. The most terrifying part was that it had been chasing their group the whole time and couldn't be shaken off. It was clearly intent on killing them. "Stop arguing. I'm thinking of a way," Deng Mingyu roared. "This monster must have a specific method to be killed correctly. Please, save me." He Zhang was still crying out. The dead flesh man chasing him suddenly had a burst of blood explode from its chest. A rib, more than half a meter long, shot out like a harpoon and pierced into He Zhang's shoulder with a thud. He Zhang screamed and was knocked to the ground. Team leader, Duke shouted, "We have to save him." Deng Mingyu remained indifferent, continuing to observe the dead flesh man. Suddenly, a sound like horse hooves echoed from the west. Deng Mingyu turned his head and saw a sled carriage breaking through the morning mist, heading straight for He Zhang. Chapter 488. Is being good-looking such a big deal? Watching the dead flesh man sprint to his side, it's rotting. Foul-smelling foot stomping down toward his head. He Zhang let out a shrill shriek. "Help me." He Zhang scrambled to crawl away. Lin Baici drove the sled carriage flying toward them. He had originally intended to use the red clay man to snipe the dead flesh man's eyes. But Zhang Hao fired a crossbow bolt directly into the monster's massive face. Flames erupted. Lin Baici shouted, leaning over to grab He Zhang's arm and hauling him onto the sled. The dead flesh man roared. Although it couldn't see due to the damage from the crossbow bolt, it tracked the sound and swiped a palm toward the sled. Zhang Hao immediately ducked her head. "Don't go in a straight line. I'm going to change direction." The two spoke in unison. Zhang Hao, who was about to fire, immediately stopped. The next instant, the reindeer changed direction and sprinted to the right, the sled carriage swinging out due to the immense inertia. He Zhang screamed in terror, worried about being thrown off. The sled landed on the ground, jolting a few times and carving to furrows into the earth. The dead flesh man pursued, but it clearly couldn't keep up. Zhang Hao gave up on shooting and glanced at Lin Baici. Although it was their first time working together, they were very in sync. "Run, run. That monster can't be killed." He Zhang yelled and screamed. "Set up." Zhang Hao scrutinized the dead flesh man. "Run, really? That monster can't be killed," He Zhang urged. "There are other people here. What a coward," Zhang Hao cursed irritably. "They deserve to die," He Zhang blurted out, his voice full of resentment. He had almost been killed by the monster earlier, and no one had come to save him. Hearing this, Zhang Hao grabbed He Zhan by the hair with her right hand. "What are you doing?" He Xiang felt a splitting headache, as if his scalp were about to be torn off. And then he was unceremoniously dumped from the carriage by Zhang Hao. He Xiang slammed into the ground, screaming as he rolled several times, covering himself in mud. Lin Baici looked at Zhang Hao. "A heartless guy like that isn't worth saving." Zhang Hao's tone was icy. The words He Xiang had blurted out in his panic revealed his true nature. Someone like that wasn't exactly a prize. Even if he did become a god hunter. Lin Baici shrugged, offering no comment. A roar from a dead meat man echoed from the mist behind them. "Let's go." Zhang Hao sat upright, gripping the handrail of the sled. "Go, I see Deng Mingyu." Lin Baici hadn't expected this suggestion from Zhang Hao. "What, do you want to go suck up to him?" Zhang Hao teased. "Hey, he's not even at the dragon level. Is he worth it?" Lin Baici retorted with a sneer. Lin Baici already looked down on Deng Mingyu for taking bribes to help examinees cheat. Even if the man were at the dragon level, he wouldn't give him an ounce of respect. "For you, even the dragon level probably isn't worth it, right?" Zhang Hao could tell that Lin Baici was proud to his very core. If someone treated him with respect, he would return it tenfold, but if it were someone he disliked, he would give them a few slaps regardless of whether they were a god standing right in front of him. Lin Baici smiled slightly, tacitly agreeing. Deng Mingyu is the chief examiner. Since these examinees are following him, he has an obligation to rescue them. "It has nothing to do with us," Zhang Hao explained, just as Lin Baici was about to speak. A piercing sound of wind being torn apart came from behind. The dead meat man shot forward like a rocket, ripping through the morning mist and charging straight at them. In an instant, it was behind the sled. Zhang Hao immediately raised her crossbow, preparing to intercept the enemy. But Lin Baici was faster. He twisted his waist and turned, throwing a punch, winter chanting long fist. His fist struck the dead meat man's head, producing a cracking sound. The dead meat man was knocked to the ground. And because of the recoil force combined with the speed of the moving sled, Lin Baici lost his footing and tumbled off the vehicle. Just as he reached out to grab the railing, Zhang Hao had already caught his arm, careful, feeling the powerful, taut muscles of Lin Baici's arm. Zhang Hao suddenly felt a sense of security being with him. As an elite, Zhang Hao was always the one in the team to discover danger first and react first. She had always been full of superiority because she believed she was very capable. But today, Lin Baici had taken the lead in every instance. "This feeling isn't bad either," Zhang Hao mused, the word ease surfacing in her heart. The dead meat man hit the ground, using its hands and feet to scramble forward a few steps before suddenly lunging again, shooting out like a cannonball. The muscular Buddha had already appeared, but it was a split second too slow and failed to grab the creature. Lin Baici had anticipated this possibility, so before he had even steadied himself, he had already pulled the extramarital pipe wrench from his backpack. As the dead meat man charged like a mad bull, Lin Baici gripped the pipe wrench and swung it with all his might. Crushed meat strike. A large portion of the dead meat man's head was smashed to pieces, with bits of flesh splattering everywhere. This time, Lin Baici stood firm. So the recoil force was transmitted to the sled, causing the whole thing to shake and even affecting the reindeer. It was in moments like this that the value of a top-tier divine taboo item became apparent. The reindeer remained completely unaffected, not being dragged down by the sled, and instead accelerated. Shaking off the dead meat man, Zhang Hao, "Lin Baici, come over here." Deng Mingyu's roar echoed through the mist. Lin Baici and Zhang Hao exchanged a glance, both wearing the same knowing smile. "To hell with that. We're leaving, giddy up." Lin Baici flicked the reins. Because the reindeer were summoned by a divine taboo item, they were intelligent and didn't require expert driving skills. Pulling the left or right reins was enough to make them change direction. "Kill it. Only by using its head as a sacrifice can you leave Crow Ridge," the God-Eater commented. Lin Baici, who had been about to accelerate and retreat, immediately frowned. There was no choice. He had to circle back to find Deng Mingyu. The dead meat man's head was emitting white steam as it rapidly regenerated. It climbed to its feet and walked toward He Xiang. He Xiang was in pain all over from his earlier fall, and with his shoulder pierced by the dead meat man's rib. Blood had soaked through most of his body. He stumbled forward as he ran. He wanted to call for help, but he didn't dare, fearing the monster would hear him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Once I become a god hunter, I'm going to kill every single one of these people. He Xiang was furious, muttering to himself, when he heard the thudding of footsteps behind him. The dead meat man was chasing him. He Xiang's face turned pale instantly. But it was a monster. If it were a human, he could have chosen to surrender. The dead meat man's right hand clicked as it reached into its own chest, pulling out a curved rib, which it then threw like a boomerang at He Xiang. By the time He Xiang heard the sound of the wind being torn, it was too late to dodge. Splat! The rib sliced He Xiang in half at the waist. The dead meat man walked over, grabbed He Xiang's upper body, lifted it up, and bit into his head as if it were a walnut. Crack! He Xiang's skull was bitten open, and the dead meat man, its mouth not yet fully recovered, began to suck out the brains from within. Plop, plop. Blood and brain matter dripped onto the ground. What are you doing? Zhang Hao looked at Lin Baici suspiciously. That dead meat man is quite powerful. It might be related to clearing the level. Lin Baici explained. You want to kill it? Zhang Hao frowned deeply. There's no need to take that risk. Isn't Deng Mingyu there? In less than 10 minutes, the sled circled around to reach the front of Deng Mingyu. These people had no intention of helping to fight the monster at all, while they dragged Lin Baici along to distract the dead flesh man. They were all focused on seizing the time to save their own lives. Deng Mingyu's gaze first flicked toward the reindeer and the pack on its back, then shifted to the sled, a flash of envy crossing his eyes. This Lin Baici. To think he even possessed such a top-tier item. It seemed he served Jiahuanmian very well. In Deng Mingyu's view, even if Lin Baici was a young genius, he couldn't have obtained such a top-tier rule relic on his own. It must have been a reward from Jiahuanmian. There is a sled. Examiner, save us. Such a small sled. It cannot hold many people. The examinees crowded around, weeping with joy, thinking they could survive. But as the words "it cannot hold many people" were spoken, everyone's expression changed. That is right. The sled is so small. Who should he take? Lin Examiner Lin, you. You will not abandon us, will you? Zhu Wei asked in a small, fearful voice. Although Deng Mingyu's rank was higher than Lin Baiqi's, Deng Mingyu did not have a sled, and looking at the situation, he could not control Lin Baici either. Deng Mingyu looked back, not speaking first, wanting to see what Lin Baici intended to do. Examiner Deng, do you not plan to kill that dead flesh man? Lin Baici suggested. If you keep running like this, you will never shake it off. I have tried. I killed that monster twice, but it revived both times. Deng Mingyu scoffed. Why don't you go and try it yourself? We also blew its head off just now, but it did not die, which is why we are asking you, Zhang Hao explained. Deng Mingyu was stunned, casting a glance at Zhang Hao. What is going on? This woman is actually helping Lin Baici speak. Given Zhang Hao's status as one of the 3 heroes of Shangjing, Deng Mingyu had previously wanted to invite her to dinner, both for the sake of cooperation and to see if there was a chance for some negative distance contact. After all, Zhang Hao was quite good-looking, but although they had eaten, there had been absolutely no further interaction. Deng Mingyu knew that Zhang Hao looked down on him, yet now she was speaking up for Lin Baici, whom she had just met. Damn it, is being handsome such a big deal? Deng Mingyu composed himself and immediately suggested, you have a sled. Go and lure that dead flesh man away. Otherwise these examinees will die. The examinees, who had been on the verge of hating Deng Mingyu because he had ignored them earlier, now felt a glimmer of gratitude upon hearing this. Deng Mingyu was not stupid. He dared to brazenly suggest hitching a ride, but the chances of them agreeing were slim to none. Rather than asking for a snub, it was better to let Lin Baici take the blame. In any case, even on foot, Deng Mingyu could escape. Once they were out of the 7 towns of Luoyang, he could completely claim that Lin Baici was too selfish, caring only about his own escape and causing many examinees to die. Deng Mingyu chuckled inwardly. These two are still too young. Leaving directly just now was the right move. Examiner Lin, you are an examiner. You cannot just stand by and watch us die. Zhu Wei cried out, his voice faintly laced with accusation and complaint. Examiner Deng, you go and fight the dead flesh man one more time, and I will take care of the rest. Lin Baici wanted to let Deng Mingyu test the monster's strength, I already told you I tried. It is useless. Dang Mingyu refused to go. The dead flesh man arrived, still carrying the severed half of He Zhong's body in its hand, the head and neck chewed into a mangled mess. Seeing this, the examinees all hid behind the sled. You have a carriage. It is easy to lure it away. Dang Mingyu grew impatient. Go quickly. What a bunch of trash. They have top-tier equipment and do not even know how to use it. Watching Lin Baici dawdle, Dang Mingyu wished he could kill him and seize the goods. Sister Zhan, you drive the carriage. Lin Baici was about to jump off the carriage when he was stopped by Zhang Hao. Do not do anything stupid. Just because Dang Mingyu provoked you a little, you go to fight the monster. Are you an idiot? Besides, looking at the current situation, each town is harder than the last. These examinees are doomed. If we cannot kill this kind of monster, we will not be able to get out. Lin Baici pulled Zhang Hao's hand away and jumped off the carriage. Zhang Hao watched as Lin Baici walked toward the dead flesh man with a bronze sword in one hand and a pipe wrench in the other, leaving her with a broad, imposing back. It was as if as long as he stood in front, he was like a towering mountain, and no demons, ghosts, floods, or tsunamis could ever cross him. Examiner Dang, are you just going to watch? Zhang Hao provoked him, trying to get Dang Mingyu to join the fight. Are you not also just watching? Dang Mingyu sneered. Seeing Lin Baici walk over, the dead flesh man swung its large hand, hurling the upper half of He Zhong's body at Lin Baici, then immediately took long strides and charged over with a heavy thudding sound. Lin Baici did not dodge or evade. He also began to charge. Facing the flying He Zhong, he swung the pipe wrench. He Zhong's chest caved in, and the half-body flew back. Lin Baici accelerated his sprint, caught up to He Zhong, and swung again. He Zhong flew like a cannonball toward the dead flesh man. The dead flesh man roared, swinging its fist and slamming it into He Zhong's body. He Zhong was beaten into a puddle of mangled flesh, and then the dead flesh man's fist continued its momentum, heading straight for Lin Baici's head. Lin Baici vanished from the spot in a flash. Nobody, only a bronze sword was left behind, attracting the dead flesh man's attention. Teleportation. Dang Mingyu and Zhang Hao exclaimed, their eyes widening instantly. Their hearts withered with envy. This was teleportation, the most practical divine ability. With it, one could fight or retreat with ease, standing in an invincible position. Damn it, what is this kid's background? Dang Mingyu suddenly realized that his judgment of Lin Baici had been wrong. Even if he were incredibly handsome and served Xie Hongmian well, Xie Hongmian would never have given him the divine ability of teleportation, because this kind of divine favor is absolutely priceless and impossible to find on the market. It is the best of the best. It is a pity that divine favors do not drop after killing a god hunter. Otherwise, just based on this sled and this teleportation ability, it would be enough for Dang Mingyu to turn hostile and heartless. Lin Baici appeared behind the dead flesh man and slapped it. He left the bronze sword behind, firstly to free up his right hand, and secondly to attract the dead flesh man's attention. Now it seemed the effect was quite good. Before the dead flesh man could turn around, Lin Baici's large hand landed on its back. The fat was thick, and the texture was disgusting. However, Lin Baici still steadily activated his divine favor, hand of great impression. The dead flesh man was very heavy and was not knocked back by Lin Baici, but after taking the slap, its entire body became distorted and began to fall toward the ground involuntarily. The dead flesh man was imprinted onto the ground. Chapter 489. Eating a second late is a sign of disrespect to nature's gifts. The morning mist surged, carrying a foul stench. Dang Mingyu crossed his arms, watching Lin Baici charge toward the dead flesh man, wearing an expression of someone waiting to watch a good show. A monster I couldn't even kill. You think you can handle it? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's attack together, Duke shouted, hoping that Zhang Hao and Dang Mingyu would also take action. Lin Baici can't handle it alone. The examinees lacked the courage to attack, and seeing Dang Mingyu standing by idly made their hearts go cold. They felt that Lin Baici could not win. Zhu Wei looked at the sled, wondering if he would be knocked off if he tried to force his way onto it. Under this scrutiny, Lin Baici slapped the dead flesh man, and then it twisted, fell to the ground, and disappeared. Dang Mingyu was stunned. Where is the dead flesh man? Where did such a large dead flesh man go? Where did it go? This thing couldn't possibly know how to burrow underground, could it? Let's hurry. Duke's words got stuck in his throat. He looked bewildered, especially with his mouth wide open, looking like an idiot. But no one laughed at him at this moment. Or rather, no one would even notice him at all. Zhang Hao knew that Deng Mingyu was only interested in self-preservation and definitely wouldn't help. So she had already pulled the reins, intending to speed up the sled so she could provide timely rescue. But a few seconds later, after Lin Baici's first strike, the monster was gone. "Giddy up," Zhang Hao shouted, urging the reindeer forward. The examinees thought the monster must have burrowed underground and were still very nervous. But a few clever ones saw Lin Baici standing there casually and knew he had already killed that monster. "This is too fast, isn't it? It is simply unbelievable." Zhang Hao came over, looking at the portrait of the dead flesh man on the ground, which was so lifelike, and she blurted out, "What kind of divine favor is this?" Duke was also running over, but Deng Mingyu was faster. He dashed over in a few strides, and then he saw the mural of the dead flesh man. Deng Mingyu was extremely astonished. The dead flesh man that he had killed twice only for it to revive. He actually killed it in one hit, damn it. This must be a divine favor dropped by a god, right? The power is simply outrageous. Deng Mingyu wanted to ask about it, but he was too proud of his status and felt embarrassed. Fortunately, Duke and Zhang Hao were also very interested. But the first one to speak was that Zhu Wei. "Examiner Lin, isn't this divine favor of yours a bit too powerful?" Zhu Wei flattered. "Where did you get it?" Lin Baici didn't answer. He squatted on the ground and used his bronze sword to cut the neck of the mural. The gluttonous god said that the head of this dead flesh man was essential for clearing the level. But it had been knocked into a two-dimensional space, and he didn't know if it could still be used. As Lin Baici cut with force, the mural on the ground suddenly twisted. Holy crap, it moved, terrifying. The examinees were startled and jumped back violently. Lin Baici was also taken aback. Most life forms die once they are knocked into a two-dimensional space. This dead flesh man has an immortal body, so even though it fell into a two-dimensional space, it is still alive, but its attacks can no longer leave that two-dimensional space. Sure enough, the dead flesh man felt pain as its neck was being cut. It twisted its body, attempting to smash Lin Baici's head, but its hand reached out like a moving shadow, unable to even touch the soles of Lin Baici's shoes. Lin Baici cut off the head of the mural, along with the soil, and put it into a bag. Duke watched Lin Baici jump onto the sled and pointed at the dead flesh man mural on the ground. "What about the rest? Leave it be." Lin Baici took the reins from Zhang Hao, ready to set off. "Wait." Deng Mingyu suddenly spoke up. "Does team leader Deng have any advice?" Lin Baici narrowed his eyes. He didn't have a shred of good feeling for this guy. "Nothing. Just find the Dragon Gate in as soon as possible and end this rule pollution." Deng Mingyu had originally wanted to hitch a ride, but Lin Baici's cold attitude made him afraid to ask, knowing he would definitely be rejected. "The 7 towns of Luoyang are counting on you," Deng Mingyu instructed, completely in the posture of a big brother. "Don't use that tone with me." Lin Baici didn't even glance at Deng Mingyu as he drove the sled away. "You aren't worthy." Deng Mingyu's fists clenched instantly. His face flushed red. He wished he could kill Lin Baici right then and there to give him a taste of the shock that comes from a half-step dragon-level powerhouse. This is simply unreasonable. Young people these days don't know how to respect their elders or fear the strong. The examinees saw that Deng Mingyu was angered by Lin Baici, and they all kept quiet, not even daring to breathe too hard. Fearing they would be caught in Deng Mingyu's crossfire, however, their eyes were communicating. That Lin Baici, so arrogant, but being with him, it also feels so safe. This is the status of a capable god hunter in the security bureau. Zhu Wei sighed in admiration, wishing he could take Lin Baici's place. He looked forward to the day when he, too, could be this arrogant. The sled broke through the black fog, heading toward the highest slope of Crow Ridge. "Are you afraid that Deng Mingyu won't hate you enough?" Zhang Hao blew at the morning breeze, feeling quite comfortable. It was a pity that the environment was too dark and the stench too pungent. Otherwise, this kind of outing would have been quite pleasant. "Let her hate me." Lin Baici curled his lips. "I am ashamed to be associated with someone like that." It was one thing for Deng Mingyu to cheat and sell exam questions, but in the face of monsters, she showed absolutely no responsibility as a team leader. Even if such a person were to be promoted to dragon level, he wouldn't even spare her a glance. I didn't realize you had such a strong sense of justice, Zhang Hao teased, patting Lin Baici on the shoulder. I'm on your side. If there's a chance in the future, let's mess with her together. The sled sped along. After another 20 minutes or so, Lin Baici suddenly heard faint voices. He immediately headed toward them. Careful, there's movement. Liu Lanking's ears twitched, and she shouted immediately. The 3 examiners and 20 examinees immediately stood on guard, ready for a fight. When they entered the second town, Pen Yongsheng had not let everyone stay together but had split them into groups to speed up the search for the Dragon Gate in. Sound of hooves. Before Liu Lanking could figure out the source of the sound, a reindeer pierced through the black fog and rushed out, pulling a sled behind it. Lin Baici, Liu Lanking was stunned. After the reindeer ran in front of everyone, it made a sharp turn, and the sled drifted perfectly, coming to a stop right in front of Liu Lanking. Sister Liu, have you seen Hong Yao? Lin Baici asked. Also, the 2 female examinees, Gu Qingqiu and Huo Yuyu, do you have any impression of them? Hong Yao is fine. As for the 2 examinees you mentioned, they were in the second batch to enter the city gate tunnel. They are truly bold. After Liu Lanking finished speaking, she eyed the reindeer. Where did you get this sled? She really wanted to take a ride. This was much cooler than a Lamborghini. Hearing that the 3 girls were safe, Lin Baici quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It's not time to relax yet. That Gu Qingqiu isn't with the examiners. The 4 examinees are acting on their own. Liu Lanking felt it was necessary to let Lin Baici know about this situation. What? Zhang Hao was surprised. Are they tired of living? Then she looked at Lin Baici. We have to find them quickly, otherwise it's too dangerous. If they were ordinary examinees, Zhang Hao wouldn't care about their lives. But since they were Lin Baici's friends, it was a different story. Sister Liu, we'll be heading off first. Lin Baici said his goodbyes. Liu Lanking really wanted to say, take me with you. But seeing that there was no extra space on the sled, she had to give up. Forget it. I'll ride it when I get the chance. The reindeer set off on its journey again. Lin Baici didn't know if this creature would get tired, but it probably didn't need food or water. Zhang Hao soon discovered a blind spot. You don't seem very anxious. Lin Baici's expression was too calm. Gu Qingqiu is very smart. She can handle this kind of situation. Lin Baici explained. If Gu Qingqiu discovered she couldn't kill the dead flesh people, she would have no problem surviving by keeping a low profile. Your friends? Zhang Hao asked curiously. Companions who went through the Bizan trip together. Lin Baici smiled slightly. What? Zhang Hao was shocked, feeling as if she were hallucinating. A girl who hadn't even received her official license, who couldn't even be considered a newcomer, actually dared to enter the Bizan God Ruins. That was a 10-year level Great God Ruin. Even an expert like Zhang Hao would hesitate before entering. And 9 times out of 10, she would give up. Because you only have one life. Zhang Hao had a good sense of self-awareness. Even if she was one of the 3 heroes of Shangjing, and even if others touted her as the next Jiaholmian or the leader of the new generation of Kyushu, she wouldn't be arrogant enough to enter a 10-year Great God Ruin. Because that was truly gambling with one's life. You heard me right. Lin Baici didn't mind helping Gu Qingqiu build her reputation. What about the other one? The one named Huo Yuyu, Zhang Hao pressed. This surname was quite rare. She went too. Lin Baici shrugged. But she was just tagging along. You're really humble. Zhang Hao curled her lips. Bringing someone who was just tagging along into a 10-year Great God Ruin. Does she think I'm an idiot? When exploring such God Ruins, even a dog in the team has to be an elite. It's all my fault. Otherwise she wouldn't have come to take the license exam. Lin Baici felt depressed and self-reproachful. Who knew that an assessment that was supposed to have no life-threatening danger would end up like this? She already completed the Bizan trip. Taking the license exam should be a sure thing. Right. Zhang Hao felt Lin Baici was being too cautious. She also really wanted to ask, are you guys out of your minds? Wait. It must have been Jiaholmian leading the team. Right. In any case, Zhang Hao didn't believe these newcomers would dare to follow Jiaholmian to Korea. Because they had the sled, chatting didn't hinder their progress. Along the way to search for the Dragon Gate Inn, the two encountered 3 more waves of dead flesh people. But relying on the speed of the reindeer, they shook them off easily. After running for about an hour, Lin Baici's luck arrived. In the black fog, a faint yellow light could be seen. Found it. Zhang Hao was overjoyed. Quick, quick, over there. Lin Baici drove the sled toward it. Before long, a 3-story wooden building appeared abruptly on the hillside. Due to years of neglect, it exuded an air of decay and desolation. A crooked plaque hung on the inn's gate, with the 4 large characters Dragon Gate Inn written on it. The sled stopped in front of the gate. After Lin Baici put it away, the two of them cautiously entered the inn. What came into view was a main hall furnished with tables and chairs, carrying the distinct atmosphere of an ancient tavern or THOUSE. However, it had not been cleaned for a long time and was covered in a thick layer of dust. Go to the 2nd floor. Zhang Hao led the way. Their shoes stepped onto the wooden staircase, producing a creaking sound that felt exceptionally eerie in this desolate, uninhabited inn. Zhang Hao walked into room 1. She took a look around. It was exactly as she remembered. She immediately walked over to the wardrobe and opened it. Inside were 2 hangers, but no clothing. You can get through from here. Zhang Hao knocked on the back panel of the wardrobe that was flush against the wall. You cannot get through. The sudden sound of a woman's voice made Zhang Hao's nerves tighten instantly, and she stared toward the room door. A man and a woman were standing there. The girl was wearing jeans and a sports jacket, which made her figure look tall and slender, though perhaps a bit too thin, perhaps due to traveling too far. There was sweat on her face, making her look pale and weak. What a beautiful girl, however. Zhang Hao quickly ignored her appearance and focused on her eyes. Wise, steady, calm. This girl definitely possessed a heart that could remain unfazed by any change. Without needing Lin Baici to introduce her, Zhang Hao suddenly knew who she was. She is Gu Qingqiu. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Baici. Mingyuan. Lin Baici had not expected that Fang Mingyuan would actually be with Gu Qingqiu. Old Bai. When Fang Mingyuan saw Lin Baici, he was overjoyed and immediately ran over. He originally wanted to give him a hug, but seeing Zhang Hao watching him, his footsteps suddenly faltered. Oh my god, how could I forget? She is an examiner now. Lin Baici took 2 steps forward and gave his roommate a hug. Xiao Bai. Hu Yu greeted him happily, then cast a resentful glance at Fang Mingyuan. Why are you hugging him, you man? What a waste of my opportunity. At the doorway, Long Miao Miao was sucking on a lollipop. We have been monitoring the outside, and we saw you as soon as you arrived, Xiao Bai. I knew you would be able to find us quickly. Hu Yu smiled brightly. My Xiao Bai is the best. We know the answer, Zhang Hao asked curiously. But what about you guys? How did you find this place? It was Qingqiu. Hu Yu was purely a little tag-along. I compared these guest rooms and discovered that the wardrobe in this room was problematic. I felt that those 2 hangers needed to have something hung on them to open the door to the next town. Gu Qingqiu reasoned. No need, just push it open. As Zhang Hao spoke, she reached out to push the back panel of the wardrobe, but it wouldn't budge. What is going on? On my way here, I killed a dead flesh man. After it died, it split into 2 and crawled back up, Gu Qingqiu analyzed. I think it might be necessary to peel off its skin and hang it on the hangers to activate the hidden function of this wardrobe. Zhang Hao was shocked once again. Regardless of whether Gu Qingqiu's deduction was correct, this line of thinking alone was excellent. She couldn't help but extend an invitation. Do you want to join my team? Sorry, I am already Lin Baici's person. Gu Qingqiu smiled faintly. It is not skinning, but hanging heads on the hangers. Such an intelligent woman. Don't you want to devour her immediately? To delay eating her by even a second is a disrespect to the gifts of nature. The gluttonous god commented. Where is that monster that splits? Lin Baici walked toward the stairs. At 3 o'clock, 2 miles from here. Gu Qingqiu followed. You guys wait here. The examiner and I will go, Lin Baici suggested. If I guessed correctly, that monster should be able to reproduce infinitely. I didn't kill it earlier because I found it troublesome. But now that I have to kill it, I must go. Gu Qingqiu didn't spell it out, but Zhang Hao understood. Gu Qingqiu was confident she could find the key to killing that monster. This is truly overconfident. Chapter 490. The teammates are too strong, making this divine ruin boring to play. In the dilapidated guest room, the argument continued. Old bye. I want to help too. Fang Mingyuan didn't want to be a burden, especially in front of his roommate and so many girls. He also wanted to show what he could do. Huo Yu didn't speak, but she looked at Lin Baici with a pitiful expression, the meaning obvious. She also wanted to follow. You guys. Lin Baici had a headache. He didn't know if this place was safe, if Gu Qingqiu left. The safety of Huo Yu and the others could not be guaranteed. Slope. Long Miao lit lollipop. You are too indecisive. Life and death are fated, and wealth is in the hands of heaven. If we die, we won't blame you. Well said. Zhang Hao patted Lin Baici on the back. Stop agonizing over it. Let's go together. Let's go, Lin Baici sighed. Too lazy to persuade them further, given Gu Qingqiu's personality. Even if he didn't agree, she would still follow. Everyone walked hurriedly, went downstairs, and left the inn. Lin Baici took out the white deer antler bone flute and summoned the sled. You three get on the sled. Lin Baici looked at Fang Mingyuan. Mingyuan, I'll have to trouble you. What are you saying? I'm a sports student. Even if he let Fang Mingyuan get on the sled, he would be too embarrassed to sit. I won't let anyone sit. If you can't keep up, come back on your own. After Gu Qingqiu finished speaking, she ran toward the direction of the dead flesh Nan boss. Huo Yu hurriedly followed. Let's go. Long Miao had no complaints and followed closely behind Gu Qingqiu because of her plumpness. She looked like a ball as she ran. I'll go clear the path. Fang Mingyuan rushed to the very front. Your team member is truly excellent. Zhang Hao looked at Gu Qingqiu. His eyes filled with envy. The sled was not large, and Long Miao was too chubby. Squeezing 3 people in would be too cramped. Therefore, Gu Qingqiu simply abandoned the sled and chose not to ride. This was also a way to prove herself, ensuring Lin Baici would not look down on her. She really wants to earn your approval. Zhang Hao knew that trying to recruit this Gu Qingqiu was almost impossible. Let's go. Although Lin Baici had plenty of stamina, it would be foolish not to use the sled, so he hopped on. Zhang Hao followed. In the blink of an eye, the sled sped past Gu Qingqiu and the other 3. I'll go ahead and scout, Lin Baici announced. Driving the sled at full speed, within 3 minutes, he arrived at the location Gu Qingqiu had mentioned, but he did not find the monster. He had no choice but to continue searching, leaving marks on the trees to inform Gu Qingqiu of the direction he was heading. 7 minutes later, Lin Baici suddenly heard the sounds of combat. When he arrived, he saw Zhao Hongyao and Yixian and the great ant fighting against over a dozen dead flesh men alongside a group of examinees. Among them, a pair of twin siblings were the most conspicuous. When the reindeer arrived, it was this pair of siblings who spotted them first. Zhao Hongyao plunged her blade into the neck of a dead flesh man. Before it could counterattack, she kicked its back, used the momentum to perform a backflip, and put 7 or 8 meters of distance between them. Little Lindsay. Seeing Lin Baici arrive, Zhao Hongyao was overjoyed. The battle, which was already a sure win, was now even more secure. Little brother Lin, this sled of yours is quite nice, the great ant exclaimed. Despite Lin Baici's young age, he certainly possessed quite a few top-tier divine taboo items. Watch out, Zhang Hao shouted. A dead flesh Nan threw a punch at the great ant, but she dodged it with ease. Little Lindsay, after these dead flesh men are killed, their corpses split into another dead flesh man, and then the original corpse revives, Zhao Hongyao deduced, sounding as confident as Sherlock Holmes having just unraveled a murderer's methods. I think there must be a boss here. If we kill it, we should be able to find the key to clearing this stage. The pollution intensity has increased. The conditions for clearing the stage must have changed. And Yixian explained. This was the reason they were trying to take down the dead flesh men. The offspring produced by the dead flesh man will split into another dead flesh man every time they die. Only by killing the original one can you stop these dead flesh men from reproducing. Anyone who has killed them once will be forever hated by these monsters. You can escape for a moment, but not for a lifetime. They will eventually hunt you down, and it will be a fight to the death, the gluttonous god commented. Pucci. Zhao Hongyao held her black-bladed short sword and, As she crossed paths with a dead flesh man, she severed its head. The head fell to the ground. The next instant, on the neck of the headless corpse, the raw flesh began to squirm, and the cervical vertebrae began to proliferate. New skull bones and a brain grew visibly to the naked eye, followed by skin and muscle wrapping around them. The dead flesh man climbed up and lunged at Jia Hongyao. On the other side, beneath the severed head, a sternum and legs also began to grow rapidly. Looking at it, in less than 30 seconds, another dead flesh man would be formed. Mark it down. This one isn't it either, Jia Hongyao shouted, turning to kill another one. They had discussed it earlier and believed there must be a boss. Killing it would resolve the issue with these dead flesh men. Sister Hongyao, I think it's the one with the pointier head. Izu, the younger sister of the twins, pointed at a dead flesh man and shouted, reason, although Jia Hongyao asked. She had already abandoned the one she had chosen and lunged toward the pointy-headed one. Sixth sense, Izu explained. If it were any other examiner hearing such a reason, they would have definitely been scolded severely. But the girl with the high ponytail actually nodded. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hao thought to himself, did all your nutrition go into your chest? And you definitely aren't Jia Hongmian's biological sister, are you? Otherwise, how could there be such a huge gap in intelligence? Which ones haven't been killed yet? Lin Baici asked while rushing toward a dead flesh man at the 2 o'clock position. The original body isn't here. Go right, 100 meters. Hongyao, follow me. Lin Baici shouted and ran toward the location reported by the gluttonous god. Jia Hongyao, who already trusted Lin Baici implicitly, didn't waste a single word and followed immediately. The remaining people were left in a daze. Xiao Bai, what are you going to do? Zhang Hao felt that the nickname Huo Yu used was quite good. What are you still standing there for? Follow. And Yixian immediately abandoned the dead flesh man in front of her and went to chase after Lin Baici. Go, go, the great aunt urged. Since the examiners had all left, the examinees naturally didn't dare to stay behind. What is he doing? Izu asked. Puzzled, Izuri shook his head. 100 meters was only a matter of 3 or 4 seconds for the current Lin Baici at a high-speed sprint. He ran to the spot and widened his eyes, searching for traces of the dead fleshman boss. There's a heartbeat, Jia Hongyao suddenly spoke, looking up toward the front right. On a thick poplar tree, a thin and small dead flesh man was squatting on a branch as thick as a human thigh. It was clearly observing the battle. Found it. Jia Hongyao was overjoyed and rushed toward the poplar tree, preparing to chop it down to make that dead flesh man fall hard. But the dead flesh man suddenly leaned back and plummeted down. Hongyao, watch out, Lin Baici shouted. Before his voice had even faded, the dead flesh man slammed into the ground like a cannonball. It was like a heavy artillery shell hitting the ground. The damp soil, the rotting leaves, and the fragments of flesh splattered from the dead flesh man. They were all sent flying by the impact of the dead flesh man's descent. Whoosh! That scene was like a wave kicked up by a massive boulder falling into a lake. Jia Hongyao raised her left hand to shield her head and face, while her right hand swung her blade, batting away the bits of flesh mixed with mud and withered leaves flying toward her. Intuition and experience told her that letting these things touch her skin would be very troublesome. In reality, once these scraps of flesh made contact with a human, tissue hyperplasia would occur on the skin, eventually turning the person into a humanoid mass of flesh. The muscle Buddha appeared behind the dead flesh man and slapped it on its left ear. The dead flesh man was sent flying, plowing a trench over 10 meters long into the ground. Swish! Jia Hongyao teleported behind the dead flesh man, plunging her short blade into the back of its neck. Half-life, ZZZT. Black electric arcs flashed violently, pouring into the dead flesh man's body. Its entire body began to convulse immediately. Lin Baici saw the muscles of the dead flesh man squirming rapidly, as if countless snakes and insects were crawling beneath the skin, and he immediately roared. Use teleportation to dodge. Swish! The moment Jia Hongyao disappeared using nobody, the flesh on the dead flesh man exploded, flattering in all directions. And Yixian and the others, who had just arrived, either dropped to the ground or dodged behind the nearby poplar trees upon seeing this. SS's. White steam rose from the dead flesh man's body as its muscles rapidly regrew, while the scraps of flesh that had landed on the ground also began to emit white steam. swell, and transform into new dead flesh men. Kill it quickly. Zhang Hao charged forward. But Jia Hongyao was faster. Swish. She teleported behind the dead flesh man again, her short blade slashing once more. Corona, swish. The dead flesh man's head was sliced off. Knock it over here, Lin Baici roared. Jia Hongyao followed up with a high kick, striking the head. The head flew toward Lin Baici. Lin Baici clenched his right fist and struck out, winter chanting long fist, crack, crack. Frost spread, and by the time the head hit the ground, it had already turned into a large block of ice. Lin Baici rushed over and picked it up. Retreat, 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 Lin Baici shouted, being the first to pull back. Zhang Hao, and Yixian, and the others, including the great ant, were all dumbfounded as they looked at the headless corpse that was still trying to attack Jia Hongyao. What is going on here? Can someone explain? They had suddenly run over, found a dead flesh man, and without saying a word, it had clearly been hiding here. This was definitely a boss. Everyone hadn't even had time to be happy or ask how Lin Baici knew it was here. And yet, Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao had finished it off in a few quick moves, chopped off a head, and then started to retreat. Let's go. Listen to little Lindsay, Jia Hongyao urged, waving her hand vigorously. Her beautiful face full of joy. Second town, cleared, awesome. Bypass those dead flesh men and run forward. That is the Dragon Gate in. Lin Baici shouted. You all go ahead first. I'm going to pick up Gu Qingqiu and the others. Qingqiu and the others are here too. Jia Hongyao beamed. Everyone could purify the god runes together again. How wonderful. By the way, she could also take this opportunity to let the people from the Safety Bureau see how powerful her 7th star was. Lin Baici took the reindeer sled and headed out first. Hongyao, you can actually teleport too? Zhang Hao asked the high ponytail girl while running, still having the energy to probe. Did Department Head Jia get that for you? Zhang Hao also wanted to get one, although she knew the chances were slim. What if? If a person has no dreams, what is the difference between them and a salted fish? Everyone's ears perked up. No, little Lindsay gave it to me. Jia Hongyao's words immediately drew a chorus of gasps. Holy crap, what did you say? And Yixian was shocked. Little brother Lin gave you a teleportation divine grace. That is right. Jia Hongyao chuckled. Isn't my little Lindsay generous? The crowd fell silent, as they truly did not know how to respond. Generous? I think it is wasteful. That is a damn teleportation ability. And Lin Baici actually gave it away. Jia Hongyao must have slept with Lin Baici. This thought instantly popped into everyone's minds, because there was no other way to explain why Lin Baici was so generous. However, even though Jia Hongyao had a great figure and was pretty, was sleeping with her once really worth a teleportation divine grace? Are you and Lin Baici dating? The great ant blurted out. Jia Hongyao laughed. Do you think someone with Lin Baici's looks and physique would lack a girlfriend? Besides, he is so outstanding. But I am definitely going to be the stepmother of his children, just based on the fact that I can breastfeed. Who could compete with me? If you are not boyfriend and girlfriend, then why did he give you the teleportation divine grace? Zhou Xiang did not understand. Because we are companions. Jia Hongyao's tone was matter of fact, leaving everyone speechless. Little brother Lin is definitely interested in you, and Yixian reminded her, feeling that Jia Hongyao was too dense when it came to feelings. Impossible. Jia Hongyao denied, he even. The high ponytail girl had originally wanted to say that he didn't even have feelings for girls as elegant and outstanding as Jin Yingzhen and Huo Yuyu who were throwing themselves at him. So, he certainly wouldn't like someone like her. According to my observations, Lin Baici should like older, mature women or young wives. But she could not tell outsiders such things. Oh, it is just a divine grace. And little Lindsay did not just give it to me. Jia Hongyao did not want to continue this topic. He gave it to others too. Zhang Hao was stunned, dying to ask what price she would have to pay to get one. Jia Hongyao glanced back and urged everyone, hurry up, everyone. Let's take down the 7 towns of Luoyang. Does little brother Lin have a lot of good stuff? The great ant thought of that sled of Lin Baici's. She had been a god hunter for 10 years and had never managed to get a vehicle. However, she didn't feel embarrassed, because most people didn't have one either. You should say a whole lot. Jia Hongyao laughed. Don't ask around, or you'll die of jealousy. The examinees listened to this gossip with astonishment on their faces, becoming even more interested in the experiences of that examiner Lin. The twin siblings exchanged a glance. The route was fixed and had been marked. So Lin Baici quickly found Guqinkyu and the others. Let's go. Back to the inn. What about the boss? Fang Mengyuan asked in confusion. We're not fighting it. It's already been killed. Lin Baici replied casually. Oh, the boss is that weak. Fang Mengyuan was surprised. No sooner had he finished speaking than Long Miao nudged him with her elbow. It's not that. Fang Mengyuan wanted to say that Lin Baici had only been gone for half an hour, and he had already killed the boss. If you counted the travel time, how many minutes did he actually spend fighting it? So it must be weak. Fang Mengyuan felt his reasoning was flawless. Guqinkyu pinched the bridge of her nose, looking helpless. Having a teammate who was too strong made playing through this god ruins boring. Chapter 491, The Third Town, the Colosseum in the Black Mist, on the hillside, in front of the Dragon Gate Inn. When Lin Baici brought Fang Mengyuan and the others over, the Great Aunt and her group had also just arrived. Jinkyu, Xiaoyu. Seeing the two of them, Jia Hongyao immediately ran over and hugged them. Great, my 7th star is assembled once again, ready to set out. To the high ponytail girl, Huo Yuyu was just an extra and Yi Jishen was dispensable. Only Lin Baici and Guqinkyu were the indispensable members. Hongyao, Huo Yuyu was also very excited. We can be together again, Long Miao. With a lollipop in her mouth, stared at Jia Hongyao in a daze, while tracing an arc in front of her chest with her hands. She couldn't help but mutter to Fang Mengyuan, isn't this too big? Fang Mengyuan was equally shocked beyond measure. My god, she's my type. Speaking of which, with them being that big, shouldn't her shoulders be very tired? Let's go. Lin Baici retracted the reindeer sled and plunged into the inn. Seeing such a large reindeer and sled turn into a white bone flute that could fit in a pocket, everyone was incredibly envious. Lin Baici ran upstairs to room A1, opened the wardrobe, and hung the 2 plastic bags containing the heads of the dead meat man bosses onto the hanger. Afterward, he pushed hard against the side of the wardrobe that was flush against the wall. Twice, creak. The wardrobe panel was pushed open, revealing a hole 1 meter in diameter. It was pitch black inside. Lin Baici shone his flashlight in, but couldn't see anything. I'll go first. You guys follow. Zhang Hao patted Lin Baici on the shoulder, signaling him to step back. Be careful. Lin Baici didn't volunteer. Zhang Hao crawled into the black hole. Because the radius was only half a meter, one couldn't crouch and walk inside. They had to crawl. If it were someone tall like Jia Hongyao or the Great Aunt, crawling would be exhausting. As for Lin Baici, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, it was even more stifling. Zhang Hao was wearing tight leather clothing, and as she crawled, the silhouette of her pear-shaped figure was very distinct. This black hole must have been dug underground without any reinforcement, so dirt fell frequently, leaving everyone covered in dust. Huff, huff, inside the black hole. Besides the sound of crawling, there were short, sharp gasps. They intertwined, forming a heart-palpitating echo. The beams from several flashlights slightly dispelled the fear in everyone's hearts within the pitch-black tunnel. Zhang Hao, are we almost out? After crawling for about 15 minutes, the Great Aunt behind her couldn't help but ask. I don't know, Zhang Hao replied, her voice buzzing in the narrow, cramped tunnel. Be careful, everyone. I remember when I took the assessment back then. This tunnel wasn't this long, Zhou Xiang warned. The air here barely circulates. So shut your mouths and don't talk, Zhang Hao commanded. I have a sense of the situation. Fang Mengyuan's heart was pounding. He really wanted to ask Lin Baici what the situation was, but he noticed that Huo Yuyu, Guqinkyu, and even Long Miao weren't talking, just crawling silently. They looked much calmer and more composed than he was. Miao, aren't you afraid? Fang Mengyuan asked in a low voice. With so many people, what's there to be afraid of? The little chubby girl shook her head, shaking off the dirt that had fallen on her. Huo Yuyu wasn't panicked at all, because being by Lin Baichi's side was the safest place in the world. Alumnus. It seems like another rule contamination has erupted in this tunnel, Guqinkyu analyzed. She was already feeling uncomfortable. Besides the difficulty in breathing, she had a headache, and various chaotic thoughts were popping up in her brain like rockets being launched. This state was wrong. Although Gu Qinkyu was sometimes a bit crazy in her actions and thoughts, she was inherently an absolutely rational person. For example, if Gu Qinkyu saw her parents die in front of her, she could rationally analyze the situation and then plan how to take revenge. But right now, her brain was a complete mess. This was definitely the influence of rule contamination. Yeah, Lin Baici responded. He looked at Zhang Hao's pear-shaped figure and had a sudden, intense urge to reach out and give it a hard slap. He had originally felt ashamed for having such lewd thoughts, but hearing Gu Qinkyu's words jolted him awake. Sanskrit sound and Buddha echo activated. Lin Baici began to chant the Heart Sutra. Solemn, grave, and magnificent scriptural sounds spilled from Lin Baici's mouth, drifting through the tunnel. Because of the echoes, they sounded even more profound and lingering. Everyone had been feeling agitated and restless, with an urge to roar and vent their frustrations. But upon hearing Lin Baici's chanting, these irritable emotions were immediately dispelled. Everyone quieted down, their hearts as still as ancient wells, just like high-ranking monks who had practiced Buddhism for 50 years. Amitabha, Fang Mingyuan subconsciously shouted a Buddhist invocation. This sound was like a starting pistol, one after another. Everyone began to exclaim the words Amitabha. Damn it, even in a tunnel, there is rule-based contamination. The great aunt regained her senses and complained aloud. It seems the difficulty of the 7 towns of Luoyang has increased significantly this time. I wonder what we will encounter next. Zhou Xiaoan was filled with worry. They had only passed 2 towns, and it was already this difficult. The examinees were all overwhelmed, beginning to regret why they had come to suffer through this. They had originally thought that since the Bureau of Safety had sent all the experts to the Qin Palace and didn't place much importance on this year's assessment, it would be simpler and they could pick up an easy win. Who would have known such an accident would occur? Do we really have to purify all 7 towns before we can get out? Izu asked. Looking at the current situation, it seems so. The great aunt sighed quietly. The examinees wailed in unison. What are you whining about? If you could leave just by walking through 7 towns, you should be burning incense in gratitude. What I fear is that this god's ruin will restore itself to its original state, and we will have to contain the god's remains before we can truly leave. Zhang Hao found it annoying and shouted at them. Not to mention the examinees. Even a young examiner like Zhou Xiaoan couldn't help but gasp in cold air upon hearing Zhang Hao's speculation, his scalp tingling with fear. These examiners all knew that the god's remains of the 7 towns of Luoyang had never been found. Don't worry, with little Lin here, we'll be perfectly fine. Xie Hongyao loved these high-difficulty challenges. Stop. There's no road ahead. Zhang Hao suddenly spoke up. In front of her was a layer of soil. She pushed hard twice, but it felt very thick and wouldn't budge. Just as Lin Baici and his group were moving forward in the tunnel, the dark mist of Crow Ridge was slowly dissipating, much like morning fog after the sun rises on a winter day. As the mist cleared and visibility improved, the dragon toothing could be seen in the distance on the hillside. Li Xiaoan leaned against a poplar tree, lazily smoking a cigarette. Not far away, a young man wearing a red down jacket was riding on top of a dead flesh man, smashing its head with a rock. Even though it was a monster, it was screaming in agony at this moment, wailing and begging for help incessantly. Lunatic. Li Xiaoan shook his head. Around the youth in the down jacket lay more than a dozen dead flesh men, all in miserable states of death. After crushing his cigarette butt against the tree bark and preparing to light another, he suddenly noticed signs of the mist dissipating. The purification is so fast, Li Xiaoan praised, then turned and left. It was time to head to the next town. Wan Lei and his group, who were searching for a way out, stopped in their tracks. Someone has cleared the level. Wan Lei frowned and turned to look at Shen Nan. Shen Nan remained expressionless. Are you angry? Wan Lei goaded him. Someone is faster than you again. Shen Nan remained silent. True, in this kind of rule-based contamination that relies on luck, no matter how strong your strength is, it's useless. Wan Lei walked over to Shen Nan and put an arm around his shoulder. But if this level was also cleared by Lin Baici, then your reputation will have been trampled quite severely. Shen Nan shook off Wan Lei's hand and quickened his pace forward. Wan Lei watched Shen Nan's back. His brows locked in a tight frown. Damn it! Could it really be that Lin Baici? Wan Lei was worried and annoyed. Originally, this was just a small proctoring task. Who knew it might turn into a stepping stone for Lin Baici? In the tunnel, the light of the flashlight moved, searching for an exit. Everyone, look carefully around you to see if there is an exit. The great ant called out. Could we have gone the wrong way? Zhou Xiang analyzed that perhaps the wardrobe wasn't the exit at all. Everyone felt a headache coming on. In such a cramped tunnel, except for someone with a small build like Ho Yu, it was too difficult for the others to even turn around. They could only back out. Zhang Hao swung her fist at the soil wall beside her. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a pit was smashed into the soil beneath her. This filled her with great joy, and she continued to swing her fist with force. After 7 or 8 strikes, the ground beneath her suddenly collapsed. Zhang Hao fell straight down. Lin Baici was quick-witted and lunged forward. Lin Baici grabbed Zhang Hao's wrist. Zhang Hao didn't panic. She peered downward. Let's go, third town, follow me. Lin Baici jumped down. Holy crap! Zhang Hao had intended to observe a bit more, but she hadn't expected Lin Baici to be so bold as to jump directly. Jiu Hongyao, Gu Qingqiu, and Huo Yu had absolute trust in Lin Baici. They didn't hesitate at all and jumped down one after another. The great ant watched this scene, envious to the point of death. This was the kind of team where one could entrust their life to their companions. Lin Baici held onto Zhang Hao, sliding down as if they were on a spiral slide. Amidst the spinning world, there was only the sound of the wind whistling against their faces. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before them, and the space around them opened up. Lin Baici and Zhang Hao rushed out of the tunnel, emerging suddenly from the darkness. The vision of Lin Baici and the others was momentarily affected, but they still struggled to keep their eyes wide open, observing the surroundings to avoid being ambushed. This was a circular open space about the size of 2 football fields, surrounded by walls 18 meters high. On the walls were blood scabs, scratch marks from weapons, and several mummified corpses pinned to them by spears. The 2 of them had slid out from a large hole in the wall, -1 meters above the ground. If it had been an ordinary person, they would surely have fallen half to death. But Lin Baici and Zhang Hao landed steadily on the ground. You take charge of the perimeter. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he ran 2 steps, then leaped up, catching Huo Yu. He had originally intended to grab Gu Qingqiu as well, but Jiu Hongyao had already pulled her into her arms. Thump, thump. The 2 of them landed. Save the others, Lin Baici shouted, letting go of Huo Yu to grab Fang Mingyuan, while the girl with the high ponytail rushed toward Long Miao Miao. Amidst a series of screams, one figure after another slid out from the tunnel. After a few minutes of chaos, everyone had made it out. Izu was slightly careless and twisted her ankle upon landing. The third town, the Colosseum. Big Ant looked up and said, "It really has changed. The sky above, which should have been a clear blue, had now turned into massive mirrors pieced together to form a giant dome, covering the entire Colosseum. These mirrors reflected everyone's figures, magnifying them so clearly that even the fine hairs on their bodies could be seen. In the stands, there were no spectators, only dilapidated, rusted chairs. In this round, those whose names are called only need to defeat their own replicas to pass." Zhang Hao explained to the examinees. However, the contamination must have changed. Fang Mingyuan swallowed hard. Before he even understood what was happening, a woman's face appeared on every single one of the mirrors above. It was Big Ant. Big Ant took a deep breath and cursed under her breath, wondering why she was so unlucky. Everyone else moved to the side, Zhou Xiang urged. The group quickly retreated and stood against the walls. Big Ant went to the center of the Colosseum. Although there was clearly no one in the stands, enthusiastic cheers and applause suddenly erupted. Zzzzz. 2 beams of light shot down from the mirrors above, like a laser printer. They started from the feet, then the legs, moving upward bit by bit, followed by the head and hair, printing the entire person into existence. In just 30 seconds, 2 replicas identical to Big Ant appeared in the Colosseum, even possessing the same clothes and weapons as her. It looks like this time we have to fight 2 replicas. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. If it was like this, it wouldn't be difficult. What is the combat strength of those replicas? Lin Baici asked. The replicas can do everything the original can, but their intelligence is mediocre, Xia Hongyao explained. If you know yourself well enough, fighting a few shouldn't be a problem. They have extra weapons. Zhang Hao observed very carefully. Previously, the replicas didn't have weapons. It seems that in this round, even rule-bending items can be replicated. If your rule-bending items are too powerful, I suggest you don't use them. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Baici. This kid definitely had quite a few good things on him. Some rule-bending items were incredibly powerful and simple to operate, and even a replica with low intelligence could use them flexibly. The two replicas had just finished printing when they pounced on Big Ant like lightning. Big Ant immediately fled, trying to create some distance. She had a steady personality and wanted to test the caliber of the replicas first. The longer it drags on, the stronger the replicas become. Every 3 minutes, an additional replica will appear. Hearing the god of gluttony's commentary, Lin Baici immediately shouted, "Ant, stop running. Go for it." Big Ant turned her head, saw the clear, steady eyes of Lin Baici, and suddenly gritted her teeth. "I trust you." Big Ant lunged toward the two replicas. "Can others help?" Guqinkyu asked. "Absolutely not." Zhang Hao stopped her. "If others intervene, the number of replicas will increase." Hu Yu felt her scalp tingle. Fight two versions of herself. There was no way to win. Chapter 492 Death and Attrition. Luoyang Third Town, Coliseum. In the death match against replicas, only the person themselves can fight. Once someone else intervenes, the number of replicas will immediately increase. Big Ant had decent strength, and in a 1 versus 2, she was still steadily suppressing her opponents. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The combat strength of the replicas did not exceed the original, and they didn't seem very clever. They were like robots, and their choices for counterattacks were quite rigid. "We're safe." Zhang Hao crossed her arms. If she were fighting these low-intelligence replicas, she wouldn't be afraid even if there were 10 of them. Lin Baici looked down at his watch. The 3 minutes were almost up, but Big Ant had only killed 1. "Ant, faster," Lin Baici urged. If she goes any faster, something might go wrong. Izuri felt that Lin Baici was being too cautious. Because Big Ant was trying to kill the two replicas as quickly as possible, she ended up taking hits that she could have otherwise dodged. "You'd better listen to little Lin," Xia Hongyao chimed in. "Brother." Izu tugged at Izuri, telling him to shut up so as not to annoy Lin Baici. Big Ant did listen to Lin Baici's advice to end the fight quickly, but she didn't know about the 3-minute time limit, so she wasn't overly urgent. In her view, ending the fight within 5 or 6 minutes was already fast enough. 3 minutes later, a beam of light shot down from the large mirror on the dome, beginning to print a new replica. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. "Damn it, there's more." Zhou Xiang felt his scalp tingle. Zhang Hao was stunned, looking toward Lin Baici. Had this kid's prediction actually been right again? Was it a lucky guess? Or did he have some kind of trump card? Izuri clicked his tongue, feeling incredibly awkward. "Look, I told you not to run your mouth. Examiner Lin's judgment is flawless." Izu scolded her brother, her voice loud. She did it on purpose so everyone could hear, then turned to apologize to Lin Baici. "I am sorry, Examiner Lin. My brother is just a bottom feeder who doesn't know anything. Please don't mind him." Lin Baici waved his hand, signaling that Izu didn't need to apologize. "I told you earlier. Listen to little Lin, and you will be perfectly fine," Xia Hongyao reiterated. She, Guqinkyu, and Hu Yu had long since stopped being surprised by Lin Baici's excellence. The Great Ant was frustrated to death. If she had listened to Lin Baici earlier, how good would that have been? Although a direct assault carried a high risk of injury, it was still easier than having to fight another one. This time, the Great Ant stopped worrying about efficiency and went all out. Within 3 minutes, she crushed 2 replicas, but as the price, she took a punch to the left side of her face, leaving it swollen. Still, it was worth it. "Many thanks." The Great Ant stood against the wall and thanked Lin Baici. "You are welcome." Lin Baici looked up. The large mirrors on the dome were reflecting Zhou Xiang's portrait. "It is your turn." Zhang Hao patted Zhou Xiang on the shoulder. "Good luck. Rest assured." Zhou Xiang gave a thumbs up, flashed a toothy grin, and walked toward the center of the arena with calm composure. This time, I must beat those two replicas in a spectacular fashion so everyone knows that this master is also very strong. For beams of light shot down from the mirrors on the dome, beginning to print the replicas. What the hell? Zhou Xiang was a bit dazed and panicked. He looked back at Lin Baici and Zhang Hao, waiting for an idea. Hurry up and fight, for it's too difficult, Izuri shouted. In his view, if he couldn't kill 4 replicas within 3 minutes, then the number of replicas would only keep increasing, and Zhou Xiang would have even less chance of winning. Can I fight them? Zhou Xiang gripped a short blade. He didn't dare move, because if a god hunter attacked the replicas before the printing was complete, the number of replicas would double. Zhang Hao didn't know either, so he looked at Lin Baici. Decide for yourself. Lin Baici, of course, didn't know either. Zhou Xiang hesitated, but in the end, he didn't move. Soon, 4 replicas identical to Zhou Xiang appeared and charged at him. The battle erupted. 4 against 1. Zhou Xiang couldn't hold back even if he wanted to. Rock fist. Bang, bang. The 4 replicas unleashed their divine favors one after another, slamming into Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang roared, risking his life and attacking desperately. Just as he killed the first replica, a beam of light shot down from the dome's mirror. 3 minutes were up. Damn it! Zhou Xiang cursed and lunged at the replica that was currently printing, slamming a fist into its heart. Shotgun cannon, divine power surged in. On the replica's back, flesh and blood splattered in all directions as a large hole was blown open. The replica that hadn't finished printing died instantly and fell to the ground. Everyone waited to see the result of Zhou Xiang's action, their expressions anxious. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just as everyone thought that these replicas could be killed this way, 4 beams of light shot down from the mirrors on the dome. It is over. It really doesn't work.